Chapter 91, The Nether Bead. Ngo Thieu Than had no inkling of the situation unfolding in the outside world. His face was pale as he stared at the ground. Beside the corpse of the Dark Knight monarch lay only a single bead and a token. There was nothing else. Damn it, how can you be so poor? You were a great boss who tormented me for hours, and this is all you drop. Ngo Thieu Than could not help but curse aloud. At that moment the entire grand hall began to shake violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Ngo Thieu Than had no time for further grievances. He hurriedly scooped up the two items dropped by the Dark Knight monarch and used a charge of flash to dash toward the mechanism. He activated it quickly, and as the stone door slowly ground open, Ngo Thieu Than pushed his speed to the limit and bolted outside. Only moments after he escaped, the grand hall collapsed entirely, rapidly turning into a heap of rubble. Gazing at the ruins before him, Ngo Thieu Than could not help but sigh. He had been tormented in there for hours, nearly leaving him with a lasting psychological shadow. Weary in both body and mind, Ngo Thieu Than took out a town portal scroll and crushed it. He intended to return to the city and then log out for a meal. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, and his stomach was practically sticking to his spine from hunger. As soon as he arrived back in Jinling City, he noticed a flood of new messages in his private inbox. Opening it, he saw messages from Lan Nguyet to Mo Tuyet, Ngo Thieu Than, and his newly made friend, a Dong Mu. He read through them one by one. They were all inquiring about his status and expressing their concern. Checking the timestamps, he realized they were all sent while he was still inside the Grand Hall. Could it be that messages can't be received inside that hall? Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. That seemed the most likely explanation. He replied to each of them, briefly summarizing the situation before closing the chat interface. He opened his inventory to examine the 2 items he had gathered from the Dark Knight monarch. After being tortured for so long, he could only hope these 2 things would provide some sort of pleasant surprise. First, he pulled out the token to inspect it. Identity token, a token symbolizing status. The holder of this token may enter the Nether Realm. What even is this? Ngo Thieu Than muttered, his face full of disappointment. He tossed it back into his bag and pulled out the bead. Upon glancing at it, his eyes instantly widened. Nether Bead, a supreme treasure of the Nether race. The Nether race's possession of a nearly immortal body is directly related to the Nether Bead. 500 years ago, the Nether Bead was stolen by a traitor of the Nether Realm, the Dark Knight monarch, and its whereabouts had been unknown ever since. Attributes. Requires ownership binding to activate. This thing seems powerful. I can't even see its rank, but how do I bind it? Ngo Thieu Than murmured to himself. Just then, a system notification rang out. Conditions for ownership binding have been analyzed. Do you agree to bind this item? Note: this item is a supreme treasure of the Nether race. After binding, you will be hunted by members of the Nether race, if encountered. Being hunted again, Ngo Thieu Than felt a bit of a headache coming on. He seemed to be running into these types of situations constantly lately. However, with a divine artifact right before his eyes, there was no reason not to take it. Regardless of whether he would be hunted or not, he would bind it first and worry about the rest later. Thus, Ngo Thieu Than decisively chose yes. Ownership binding in progress. Soon after, Ngo Thieu Than discovered that his health bar was plummeting at a terrifying speed. Startled, he was about to consume a health potion when the system notification rang again. Dinging. The Nether Bead has been successfully bound. Ngo Thieu Than breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, he thought he was going to be sucked dry of blood and die. Checking his vitality, that drain just now had taken 10,000 health points from him. Fortunately, he had a massive health pool, or he would have been finished. Looking back at the Nether Bead in his hand, he found that the bead had disappeared. However, a tiny tattoo had appeared on the palm of his hand, which then quickly faded into invisibility. So this is what happens after binding. Ngo Thieu Than hurriedly checked his personal attributes. Sure enough, a new entry regarding the Nether Bead had appeared in his attribute panel. Nether Bead possesses extreme recovery capabilities. Attributes. 1. Resurrection upon death. The user will revive on the spot with full health. Cooldown, 2 hours. 2. Recovery. Recovers health every second based on the user's maximum health limit. 3. Nether Power. Slaying monsters can randomly collect Nether Power. Using Nether Power can restore health for oneself or allies. Each point of Nether Power restores 100 health points. Seeing the attributes of the Nether Bead, Ngo Thieu Than was instantly ecstatic. Damn it, this was definitely a divine artifact. This trip was not a loss at all. This single item alone was worth more than a pile of other equipment combined. Time to log out and eat, Ngo Thieu then said to himself. It was truly getting too late, so he logged out right then and there. After leaving the game, Ngo Thieu then picked up his phone to head out for food, only to see over 10 missed calls, all from Ngo Thieu Than. I didn't have it on silent, why didn't I hear it? Could it be that the pain from being tormented was so intense that I didn't even hear the phone ringing in the real world? Ngo Thieu wondered before quickly calling her back. A worried voice quickly sounded from the other end. Brother, why didn't you pick up for so long? You didn't reply to my messages in the game either. What on earth happened? How did you drop to level 0? Thieu Than asked anxiously. It's nothing. I just ran into a nasty boss. I've already taken care of it, Ngo Thieu then replied casually. Really then? What about your level? Do you have to start training all over again? Thieu Than pressed. My level, after I killed it, my level shot back up. If you don't believe me, just go into the game and check, Ngo Thieu then said confidently. Is that so? Then I'll go check right now, Thieu Than said and hung up. After the call, Ngo then went downstairs to find a restaurant. After ordering his food, he sat at the table and browsed the forums for a bit. Sure enough, the entire forum was still buzzing with discussions about him falling to level 0. Hemph, fallen from the divine altar. Sooner or later, you all will know what an immortal assassin truly is, Ngo Thieu then chuckled to himself. He subconsciously opened his left palm to look at it, and suddenly he saw a tattoo flash and then disappear. What? How can this be? Ngo Thieu then jumped up from his seat in horror, nearly flipping the table. The glasses and bowls on the table fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. What's going on? The shop owner, confused by the commotion, rushed out to ask. It's nothing. It's nothing at all. I was just a bit too excited. I'll compensate you for this, Ngo Thieu then hurriedly explained. Looking at his empty palm, he thought, was it an illusion? It must be because I've been playing the game too long lately, that I'm seeing things. I need to get more sleep from now on. Seeing that it was no major issue, the owner didn't hold a grudge and took a broom to sweep up the glass shards. Ngo Thieu then also leaned down to pick up a few glass fragments near his feet to throw them in the trash, but he inadvertently sliced his finger. He shook his head with a bitter smile, wrapped the wound with a tissue, and told himself he'll have to stop by the pharmacy to buy some bandages later. After finishing his meal, Ngo Thieu then went to the pharmacy and bought a few bandages. Upon returning home, he removed the tissue wrapped around his finger to apply the bandage, but then he froze, staring at his finger, which was as pristine as if it were brand new. Damn it! Am I hallucinating again? Ngo Thieu then rubbed his eyes, and then spread all 10 fingers out, looking them over repeatedly. Not a single finger had a wound. He picked up the tissue from the floor. There was a clear blood stain on it, proving that his hand truly had been cut. But why was there not even a scar on any of his 10 fingers now? Suddenly, he remembered the description of the nether bead. Possesses extreme recovery capabilities. What am I thinking? That's just a game. The wound probably wasn't deep and healed on its own. Ngo Thieu then found a forced reason to convince himself, then put on his sensory helmet and logged back into the game. Chapter 92, Huyet He Vonies, Apology. Upon logging back in, his character appeared within Qinlang City. The first thing Ngo Thieu then did was glance at his palm. Seeing nothing unusual and noting that the attributes of the nether orb remained intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his backpack, overflowing with equipment, a radiant smile spread across his face. He decided to make a tidy sum of money first. In his inventory, he currently had 25 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, 17 silver-grade, 4 gold-grade, and 2 skill books to sell. Among the gold-grade items was a belt suitable for all classes, which he set aside for Ngo Thieu Than. There were also 3 silver-grade pieces she could use. Adding those to the 2 items from their previous dungeon run, Thieu Than was now nearly fully outfitted in a complete set of silver gear. The rest could be put up for sale. Bronze-grade equipment was no longer high in value, but these were level 30 items regardless. He listed them at 50,000 gold each, and they sold out almost instantly. The remaining silver gear was listed at 250,000 gold per piece, though it took a bit more time to clear the stock. Next, for the 3 gold-grade items and the 2 skill books, he opened the auction mode directly. Gold-grade equipment was currently the most premium tier available, and the simultaneous appearance of 3 such items caused an immediate stir throughout Qinlang City. It must be the great god Tran Fong clearing out his stock again. Who else could it be? No one else has this kind of capability. I knew it. Tran Fong must have been hunting a super tier boss earlier. Even though the boss killed him back to level 0, he must have eventually slain it, which explains why his level skyrocketed like that. Now that He's likely decked out in top tier gear, He probably doesn't even spare a glance for these gold-grade items anymore. That makes sense. This guy is a true genius. I was wondering how someone like the great god Tran Fong could possibly be killed. After dealing with the equipment, Ngo Thieu then looked at his 350 free attribute points. I didn't expect that I wouldn't get a stat reset during the class advancement, yet killing one boss allowed me to reset them, he muttered. He checked his attributes. He was 140 points short in Constitution, 125 points short in Agility after accounting for the Assassin class's automatic growth, and 5 points short in Physique. Previously, at level 26 with a total of 270 points, he had put 5 into Physique and focused the rest entirely on Constitution and Agility. After a moment of thought, Ngo Thieu then reallocated 150 points into Constitution and 200 points into Agility. His physical defense reached 1,494, magic defense reached 1,373, and his attack speed hit 2.6. However, his movement speed caused him to frown 1,125 points. Ngo Thieu then looked at his agility, which had reached 1,044 points. His boots added another 125 to movement speed, so logically, it should have been 1,169. He took off the boots, and his movement speed dropped to exactly 1,000 points. He fell into a pensive silence. Is it possible that movement speed gained from agility is capped at 1,000? Whatever, I won't overthink it. Find out eventually. My current movement speed is enough. The main goal is to increase attack speed. Aim for 5 strikes per second, first, then go back to stacking defense. The goal of becoming an ironclad assassin has been achieved. The next goal, the immortal assassin, Ngo Thieu then told himself. Just then, he received a private message. Fong Num Ni, brother, are you online? Where are you? Ngo Thieu then sent his coordinates to Ngo Thieu Than, and she arrived shortly after. Brother, how did your level suddenly get so high? Tungam asked curiously. I told you, I went to kill a boss, Ngo Thieu then replied helplessly. What kind of boss lets you jump 30 levels after killing it? Tungam continued to press. In short, it was an incredibly powerful boss. Powerful enough to kill your brother back to level 0? Just imagine how strong it was.
Wow.
Then it really was strong. Tungam nodded in agreement. To prevent Tungam from asking more questions, Ngo Thieu then quickly handed her the equipment he had saved. As expected, the moment she saw the gear, she stopped her interrogation. She excitedly changed into her new clothes and then skillfully listed her old items on the auction house. Brother, when I walked by earlier, I saw a huge crowd over there. Let's go take a look. Having changed her gear, Tungam was no longer concerned with the previous topic.
All right.
Ngo Thieu then suddenly remembered that upon reaching level 30, there seemed to be an announcement regarding the opening of the killing battlefield. That was likely where the crowd was. Tungam led Ngo Thieu then to the spot. It was indeed packed with people, and the two of them struggled to squeeze through the throng. Before them stood a massive crystal block displaying information about the killing battlefield. Ngo Thieu then studied it for a while, and his eyes gradually lit up. This event seemed quite promising. The killing battlefield would open at 8 p.m. tonight and last until midnight, a total of 4 hours. Players could register through these crystals. Each main city had 10 of them. Those who registered would be automatically teleported to the battlefield when the time came. Within the battlefield, killing monsters would earn points, while killing other players would allow one to seize all the points they carried. Dying in the killing battlefield resulted in no loss of experience or equipment, but all accumulated points would be stolen. Finally, rewards would be distributed based on the point rankings. Ngo Thieu then rubbed his chin. This event is essentially a benefit for players. Since it's server-wide, the rewards shouldn't be bad. Brother, are we participating? Tungam asked.
Of course.
How could we miss an activity like this? Ngo Thieu then replied without hesitation. Then let's hurry up and register, Tungam urged excitedly. Initially, Thieu then hadn't planned on having Tungam register, but on second thought, she now possessed 1 gold-grade item, and the rest were silver. Her equipment was definitely top tier. Her level wasn't low either, and combined with her talent, participating would be good for her. Besides, death carried no penalty of levels or items, and with him by her side, she might even snag a reward. Parties could be formed within the killing battlefield with a maximum of 5 people. Points could be split by a custom ratio or even funneled entirely to one person. Pre-formed teams would be teleported to the same location. Just as the 2 finished registering auction notifications arrived from the system, the 3 gold-grade items had each sold for 450,000 gold. It seemed someone had swept up all three, though the buyer's name was hidden. The two skill books were, as he expected, not very popular due to their heavy restrictions. Cloud-breaking spear sold for 150,000 and triple thrust for 200,000, compared to the actual value of the skills. These prices were quite low, but it was understandable one wanted to be restricted to using a spear forever. After this haul, he had recouped more than half the money for the house. In a cheerful moat, Ngo Thieu then intended to take Tungam out to grind levels. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached them. Ngo Thieu then found the face somewhat familiar. The man walked straight up to Ngo Thieu then and said, "Hello, great god Tranfong. I wonder if you still remember me." Ngo Thieu then observed him for a moment and then suddenly remembered.
Oh, I remember.
"You're the one who tried to steal my boss yesterday?"
Right.
The man gave a bitter smile. "I am Thieu Than. I am truly sorry about last time. I really didn't know it was you. I came here primarily to apologize, and I hope you won't hold a grudge over what happened. Forget it? It wasn't a big deal. After all, you all were just there to deliver equipment to me," Ngo Thieu then said magnanimously. Having just made a fortune, his mot was excellent. Although he had been annoyed at the time, looking back, those people were no different than deliverymen bringing him items, so there was no reason to be angry. Hearing that Ngo Thieu would not pursue the matter, Thieu Than felt a weight lift from his heart. To be honest, he had been living in fear for the past 2 days, that Tranfong would seek revenge. The example of Nao, the Quan Hung, was still fresh. His Thieu Than guild only had a few thousand members and couldn't compare to Ngo the Quan Hung. If Tranfong acted against them, they certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thieu Than was a man who took responsibility for his actions. Seeing that he couldn't compete, he humbled himself to make peace. To further ease his mind, he felt he needed to show some sincerity. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a skill book, offering it to Ngo Thieu then. "Great god Tranfong, I see that your sister is a priest. I happened to obtain a priest skill book. Please accept it as a gift for her." He had just found this book today, and it was thanks to this item that he dared to come and seek a truce. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes brightened, thinking that this fellow certainly knew how to handle things. He quickly accepted it and said, "This is a bit embarrassing, but since you've offered, I'll accept it on my sister's behalf. Don't worry, the past is buried. From now on, we are friends." After saying this, Thieu then even took the initiative to add Thieu Than as a friend, leaving the man deeply moved and feeling that the gift was well worth it. Chapter 93, Slaughter Battlefield. After Thieu Than departed, Thieu then wasted no time in examining the skill book held within his grasp. Sacred Light Shield consumes 200 energy to grant the target a damage reduction shield. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Seeing the skill description, Thieu then felt a surge of secret joy. He was particularly fond of such defensive abilities. He handed the book to Tungam and said, "Learn this quickly. Let's head out and hunt some monsters to see how effective it is." "Yes, brother." Tungam accepted it happily and learned the skill immediately. Upon exiting the city gates, Ngo Thieu then summoned Ngan Tai Lang so that Tungam could continue to ride him. Having reached level 21, Ngan Tai Lang had grown significantly larger than before, no longer possessing the diminutive, stunted appearance he once had. The 2 humans and 1 wolf ventured deep into the eastern forest. However, their objective this time was not the blood-hell mad lions, but to push even deeper in search of higher-level prey. Ngo Thieu then had already reached level 30, and his current talent sat at 2,000 points of damage. With 400 points still left to grind to reach his current cap, his goal for this excursion was level 35 monsters. After traveling deep into the interior for an indeterminate amount of time, they finally spotted the objective of their journey: Frost-Armored Earth Dragons. Frost-Armored Earth Dragon. Level 35. Health, 35,000. Physical attack, 1,800. Physical defense, 1,400. Magic defense, 1,200. Movement speed, 260. Skill 1, Tail Swipe, sweeps its tail across targets in front, dealing physical damage to all enemies within range. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Ice Armor, coats its scales in a layer of frost armor, increasing defense. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. "Let's go," Thieu then shouted, charging forward alongside Ngan Tai Lang. With his current strength, dealing with these types of monsters was a trivial matter. "Tungam, you only need to watch the little wolf's health. It'll be fine," Ngo Thieu then said. With the nether pearl in his possession, he no longer had to worry about his own vitality. With over 20,000 health points, the Nether Pearl could recover more than 1,000 points every second. Meanwhile, the basic attacks of these sluggish earth dragons dealt less than 200 damage to him, and even their skills failed to break 1,000. They posed no threat at all. Tuum buffed me with the sacred light shield so I can test it. Ngo then directed. Immediately, a beam of holy light descended upon Ngo Thieu, then forming a protective barrier around him. As he checked his status, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. His damage mitigation had surged to 82.8, meaning a single skill from Tuungam had provided him with over 80 damage reduction. Looking at Tuungmam, who held her magic staff high with a smug expression, Ngo Thieu then swallowed hard and asked, Tuungmam, can your talent even enhance this type of skill? Of course, I currently have over 6,000 energy, so I can amplify effects by 3.6 times, Tuungam said proudly. It was as if Ngo Thieu then had discovered a new continent. If this continued, Tuungam's talent seemed in no way inferior to his own. It might even become stronger in the later stages of the game. Tuungam, from now on don't put any more points into intelligence. Put them all into spirit, Ngo Thieu then instructed. With such a talent, she had no need for intelligence. In the future, there would surely be priest skills that healed based on a percentage of health. At that point, she would truly take flight. Okay. Actually, I calculated before that spirit was better than intelligence, so I've already put most of my points into spirit anyway, Tuungam replied. Smart girl, Ngo Thieu praised before returning to the fray. With 80 damage reduction, he was completely devoid of concern. He pulled groups of frost-armored earth dragons, applying 2 stacks of poison to each before moving to the next target. His farming speed was enough to leave anyone in awe. Before long, one frost-armored earth dragon after another collapsed, and the experience bar for both players rose visibly. A level 35 frost-armored earth dragon, being 5 levels higher, granted 1,950 experience points each. After splitting it with Tuungam and allocating a portion to Ungan Tailang, Ngo Thieu then received 585 points per kill. But Ngo Thieu then didn't mind. He needed to nurture Tuungam quickly so that she could provide him with powerful support during future boss fights. The two farmed until 7:30 in the evening. Within 3 hours, they had slaughtered 640 frost-armored earth dragons. Ngo Thieu then had not yet leveled up, his experience standing at 1.32 million, 2 million. Conversely, Tuungam had risen from level 21 to 23. Beyond level 20, the leveling speed had clearly slowed down, but gaining 2 levels in 3 hours was still a pace others could not hope to match. Ngo Tailang had also reached level 22. Ngo Thieu Than's talent had reached its current limit of 2,400 points. His immortal body had granted an additional 640 health, bringing his total health to 21,680 points. However, his nether power had only increased by 280 points. This stat did not increase with every kill, but was added randomly, though the rate was not small, roughly 1 point for every 2 to 3 monsters. Ngo Thieu then listed 2 pieces of bronze gear and 4 pieces of iron gear he had just picked up on the auction house, netting over 100,000 credits. He then said to Tuungam, the slaughter battlefield is about to open. Let's go back, buy some potions, and log off to eat. Be back online before 8 o'clock. Yes, brother. Tuungmam nodded. The two used town portal scrolls to return to the city. Ngo Thieu then took Tuungam to the pharmacy to buy a massive haul of large energy potions. Tuungam's energy consumption was far too high, and the battlefield lasted for 4 hours. If they didn't prepare well and relied solely on her mana orb, it certainly wouldn't be enough. Ngo Thieu then himself didn't actually need much preparation. The recovery potions in the shop were like a drop of water in the ocean compared to his needs, far inferior to the regeneration speed of the nether pearl. He also rarely used skills to deal damage, so energy potions were seldom used. Once the shopping was done, both logged out. Ngo Thieu then removed his helmet and habitually looked at his hands, seeing nothing unusual. He looked at the finger he had cut earlier that afternoon. It left no trace behind whatsoever. Did it really heal itself? Ngo Thieu then truly found this hard to believe, but he didn't dare think too deeply in that direction. Shaking his head to dispel the stray thoughts, Ngo Thieu then quickly went downstairs to grab a quick bite and returned immediately. Having eaten late at noon, he wasn't particularly hungry. He waited for Tuungam in Jinling City for a short while. She didn't log on until 7:55 p.m. Knowing the cafeteria was somewhat far from her dormitory, Ngo Thieu then did not reproach her. The two waited quietly for a moment until the system announcement finally rang out. Dinging, attention all players, the slaughter battlefield is about to open. All registered players, please stand by. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the figures of all participants flickered with white light and vanished on the spot. Ngo Thieu then observed the environment before his eyes. It was a vast primordial forest. Giant ancient trees, thicker than several men could encircle, towered into the sky. Fortunately, the foliage was not too dense, so the lighting remained relatively good. "Is this the slaughter battlefield?" Brother Tungam asked. "Yeah, I suppose it is." Ngo Thieu Than nodded. The moment he finished speaking, he heard a noise nearby. Suddenly, from behind a massive tree trunk, two creatures lunged out with bared fangs and claws. Their blood-red mouths filled with jagged teeth and four razor-sharp claws made Tungam flinch in terror at their grotesque appearance. Ngo Thieu then cast an insight skill over them. Bloodthirsty beast. Level 30. Health 25,000. Physical attack 1,500. Physical defense 650. Magic defense 500. Movement speed 450. Skill 1, Bloodlust, increases attack power and lifesteal capabilities for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 2, Eviscerate, deals 150 physical damage to the target and inflicts a bleeding effect, losing 500 health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. High attack and low defense, coupled with lifesteal. It seemed that earning points in this slaughter battlefield would not be easy, but that was for others. For Ngo Thieu Than, level 30 monsters could not threaten him. He charged directly and made quick work of them. What surprised Ngo then was that, although these monsters provided no experience, they still contributed to the stacks for immortal body and nether power. Thus, he had even more motivation to kill. As Ngo Thieu then struck down the two bloodthirsty beasts, a points leaderboard appeared before everyone. Points leaderboard. First place, Tran Fong, points 2. Currently, he was the only one on the leaderboard. The others seemed to have not yet begun. Before entering, the two had negotiated that Ngo Thieu then would take all the points in the early stage. He had to ensure he secured the number 1 spot first before helping Tungam get points up plan. Tungam fully supported. Chapter 94, The Stolen Boss. Ngo Thieu then led Ong Tungam and Ngan Thailang forward. On the map, every other region was shrouded in a pitch-black fog, with only the central location displayed clearly. That was the true heart of the battlefield. The ultimate objective for every player. At the center lay a colossal red dot, undoubtedly a formidable entity. Whoever reached it first and managed to bring it down would practically secure the championship, provided they weren't killed by others along the way. The two continued their steady advance toward the center. Any bloodthirsty beasts they encountered were dealt with effortlessly by Ngo Thieu Than. Although they possessed high attack power, their health was limited to only 80,000. With 5 stacks of poison draining 10,000 health per second, plus the damage from his basic attacks, it took Ngo Thieu Than a mere 5 or 6 seconds to finish one off. Consequently, their marching speed remained exceptionally fast. In stark contrast to the leisurely pace of the siblings, the vast majority of other players were enduring a trial by fire. At present, the average player level hovered around 22 to 23. Facing level 30 bloodthirsty beasts without a 5-man party was essentially an invitation to be slaughtered. This predicament was largely due to Ngo Thieu Than's rapid leveling. Had the world followed a standard progression, the slaughter battlefield should have opened a day or two later. By then, players would have had better levels and equipment and wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. Aside from Ngo Thieu Than, the highest-ranking player, Wu Fei, had only just reached level 25A, daunting 5-level gap from the monsters. Damn it. The damage from these monsters is insane. Someone began to lament on the public channel.
Exactly. And they have lifesteal too.
How are we supposed to fight this? What kind of slaughter battlefield is this? It turns out we're the ones being slaughtered. Fortunately, many top-tier experts had recognized the difficulty of the battlefield and formed parties before entering. A coordinated 5-man team could manage without too much struggle. At this time, the points of many players on the leaderboard began to skyrocket. This was a server-wide ranking. While Ngo Thieu Than's score was temporarily in the lead, the gap was not insurmountable. As they ventured deeper, the density of bloodthirsty beasts increased, and the pace of many teams slowed. Players who died would respawn at the starting point and have to trek all the way back. Thus, preserving one's life was the prerequisite for maintaining speed. Though the slaughter battlefield was vast, it could not indefinitely accommodate the massive influx of players, and it wasn't long before groups began to cross paths. Most immediately engaged in a bloodbath, though a few chose a peaceful path to advance together. At that moment, not far from Ngo Thieu Than and Ngo Thieu Than, a team was clearing bloodthirsty beasts with lightning speed. Every member of the team was an assassin, and their equipment and prowess were of the highest caliber. This group used the most violent methods to carve a path forward, and their trajectory was heading straight toward where the siblings stood. Ngo Thieu Than was currently engaged with a bloodthirsty beast significantly larger than the others of Black Iron Boss. Its strength far surpassed that of the common mobs, yet it meant little to Ngo Thieu Than, who continued to suppress it with ease. Just as the Black Iron Boss was down to a sliver of health and about to be finished, Ngo Thieu Than suddenly felt a sharp, stinging pain bloom from his back. His health dropped by over 1,000, followed immediately by a stunned state. He failed to react in time, forced to watch helplessly as the near-dead boss was snatched away by 4 assassins who had just flickered into view. Damn, I guess if you walk in the dark long enough, you're bound to run into a ghost, Ngo Thieu Than muttered to himself, offering a silent self-reproach. Always being at the top had bred a sense of complacency in him, which was dangerous. This time, it was fortunately only a Black Iron Boss. Had it been a high-level one, the loss would have been bitter indeed. The opposing side, having secured the kill, showed no intention of letting the two go. The leader gestured with a flick of his hand, and the 3 assassins beside him lunged into action. 2 charged at Ngo Thieu Than while 1 aimed for Ngo Thieu Than.
Emph, do you really take me for a soft plum you can just squeeze? Ngo Thieu Than's temper flared.
The moment the stun wore off, he instantly activated an evasion skill, slipping away from the second crowd control move of the assassin behind him. He spun around, unleashing a combo of heavy strike and weakness strike that executed the man on the spot. With his current attack power of 2,786, 2 skills were more than enough to send these glass cannon assassins back to the city. By now, the other 2 assassins had arrived. Seeing their comrade killed in the blink of an eye, they fell into a frenzy, swinging their daggers directly at Ngo Thieu Than. He tilted his body to dodge a gouge from one, but was struck by a backstab from the other. 1,435. Seeing this damage figure, the assassin frowned in shock. He had over 2,000 attack power, and with a backstab that ignored defense, he had only managed to deal that much damage. Furthermore, the opponent's health bar had barely budged, giving him a sinking feeling of dread. "MF, is that all you've got?" Ngo Thieu Than mocked. He countered with a gouge that stunned his opponent. The man seemed to want to dodge, but his speed was lacking. A gouge followed by a backstab sent him on his way. The remaining assassin, sensing the tide had turned, decisively turned to flee. But in front of Ngo Thieu Than there was no such thing as a retreat. Activating extreme speed, Ngo Thieu Than caught up in an instant, delivering 4 strikes in a single second to finish the job. Meanwhile, the assassin who had attacked Ngo Thieu Than met an equally pathetic end, tormented to death by Ngan Tailang. At this point, the leading assassin showed no sign of panic. On the contrary, he looked at Ngo Thieu Than with a face full of excitement. "Tranfong, who are you?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. "Emph, I didn't expect it to be you. Getting your boss stolen so easily, I thought you were just some small fry. I truly don't understand how someone with such poor awareness managed to take the #1 rank in the server," the assassin sneered. "It was just a Black Iron Boss. Don't act like it's a grand achievement. Besides, once I kill you, the points will come right back," Ngo Thieu Than said irritably. Having his boss stolen was indeed a lapse in judgment, a humiliation he had to erase by killing the man before him. The 3 he had just killed hadn't granted any points. Likely all the team's points were concentrated on the leader. "Kill me? Let's see if you have the skill. By the way, so you know I am Dia Nguk Suja." With those words, he immediately activated stealth, silently closing the distance to Ngo Thieu Than. This was a true assassin, unlike Ngo Thieu Than, who played the class like a juggernaut, charging head-on. However, with his immortal body, Ngo Thieu Than was perfectly entitled to play that way. "Dia Nguk Suja, the guild leader of Hell's Gate, arrogant," Ngo Thieu Than murmured. Seeing his opponent vanish, Ngo Thieu Than made no further move. He simply stood there with a lazy expression, waiting for the attack. He lacked any wide-area skills to force an assassin out of hiding, but with absolute confidence in his attributes, he feared no ambush. Dia Nguk Suja approached stealthily. The entire process didn't produce the slightest sound, nor did it disturb the surrounding grass. This was a feat only top-tier assassins could achieve, as many experts could use their hearing to pinpoint a hidden assassin's location or rely on environmental shifts to lock onto a target. In all of Divine Oracle, there were few who could move as silently as Ngo Thieu. However, what left Ngo Thieu speechless was that his opponent didn't even bother to listen or observe the environment. He just stood there in a lethargic stupor, as if he were waiting to be hit. Damn it. How can a noob like this be rank 1 in the server? Ngo Thieu felt extremely indignant. He possessed a top-tier assassin talent that ignored defense and had superior mechanical skills. He truly did not understand where he had fallen short. Chapter 95, Holy Crap, Tran Fong. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than standing there lazily with an incredibly punchable expression, Ngo Thieu circled behind him and unleashed a gouge. The strike stunned Ngo Thieu Than instantly, shaving off over 2,800 health points. Damage reduction and over 20,000 health, Ngo Thieu cried out in shock. As a top-tier expert, a single exchange was usually enough for him to estimate an opponent's attributes, but these numbers terrified him. Was this really the kind of stat pool an assassin should have? Despite his astonishment, his instincts as a peak expert didn't fail him. Taking advantage of the stun duration, Ngo Thieu followed up with a multi-strike. However, at that exact moment, the opponent's body suddenly became ethereal, causing the attack to pass through harmlessly. A crowd control removal and damage avoidance skill. Ngo Thieu's eyes burned with intensity. This was undoubtedly a god-tier assassin skill. Ngo Thieu then used Ethereal to cleanse the stun and dodge the multi-strike, then immediately retaliated with a backstab. To his surprise, the opponent seemed to have anticipated the move, tilting his body just enough to evade the blade. Preemptive judgment, Ngo Thieu then thought to himself. The opponent's speed definitely wasn't enough to outrun his attack. Dodging that hit was entirely due to predicting the point of impact. This was a feat only a peak-level expert could achieve. Damn it, let's see how you predict this. Frustrated by the persistent attacks, Ngo Thieu Than's temper flared. He instantly activated Shadow 7 Chain Kill. A dark blur flickered around Ngo Thieu. The skill was fundamentally impossible to dodge. Within a single second, 7 strikes were unleashed. Ngo Thieu collapsed by the third hit, leaving the remaining 4 slashes to whistle through empty air. Piff, is that all style and no substance? Against absolute strength, even the most elite maneuvers are useless. Ngo Thieu then muttered. However, a seed of caution was planted in his mind. He really needed to start practicing his technical micromanagement properly. Dinging, you have slain player Ngo Thieu. You have received 126 points. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected so many points. He himself only had 186 points until now. Glancing at the leaderboard, the second-place player, then Vuong, had reached 172 points, while Ngo Thieu had likely been ranked 7th, had now dropped off the board entirely. With the addition of those points, Ngo Thieu Than's total instantly surged to 312. Truly murder and arson paved the way to riches, Ngo Thieu then mused. He found himself losing interest in hunting monsters. Killing players was significantly faster. Brother, are you okay? Tungum approached. When the ambush began, Ngo Thieu then had messaged her to keep her distance. To avoid distracting him, she had taken Angan Tailang far away, only returning once the fight concluded. Fine. Let's keep going, Ngo Thieu then said. Elsewhere at the player respawn point, several experts from the Hell's Gate Guild stared in disbelief as they saw Ngo Thieu reappear after being killed. Boss, how did you get sent back too? Ngo Thieu, Fong asked, his voice filled with incredulity. Damn it, that guy's attributes and skills are freaking abnormal, Ngo Thieu replied, his face darkening. As arrogant as he was, he had to admit that at this stage of the game, that man was essentially an unsolvable problem. With damage reduction and over 20,000 health, even someone like him who possessed armor-piercing capabilities felt helpless. Furthermore, the stranger kept pulling out bizarre skills, especially that final move. Even now, he couldn't think of a way to counter it without an invincibility skill. This experience forced a man who had always chased extreme glass cannon damage to realize he needed to learn some survival skills. Everyone was currently striving toward the center of the map, but it was certain that the majority would never make it. With the increasing appearance of bloodthirsty beasts, many teams were forced to halt their progress. Ngo Thieu then led Tungam further inward. Along the way, they encountered 2 black iron rank bloodthirsty beasts and 1 bronze rank. A black iron rank was worth 10 points, while a bronze rank granted 100. They ran into quite a few other players on the road. Ngo Thieu then maintained a mind-your-own-business policy and didn't strike first. but that didn't stop others from targeting them. Most teams that had made it this far were five-man groups with decent strength. Seeing only Ngo Thieu Than and his sister, they naturally couldn't resist attacking. The result, predictably, was that they provided Ngo Thieu Than with easy points without hindering him in the slightest. By now, Ngo Thieu Than's total had reached 864 points, while Then Vuong in second place was trailing closely with 831. This forced him to temporarily abandon the idea of giving points to Tungam. Suddenly, Ngo Thieu Than heard the sounds of combat ahead. After a moment's thought, he decided to investigate. In the depths of the forest, a five-man team was battling a massive bloodthirsty beast. This particular monster was silver rank. According to the exchange rate, a silver rank bloodthirsty beast was worth a staggering 1,000 points. Killing it would allow them to leapfrog over Tranfong for the top spot on the leaderboard. Nam Fong, move up and layer more crowd control. Lam 2. Watch Tubak's health. Hao and Yen, increase your damage output, pop a potion if you're out of mana. We need to finish this fast. Im worried others might show up. Quan Lam commanded calmly. This was the same five-man group that had been in the beginner village with Ngo Thieu Than. Their individual strength was beyond question. While facing a level 30 silver boss wasn't exactly easy, they were more than capable of holding their own. Quan Lam, dealing with this boss is pushing our limits. If another group crashes the party, we could easily get wiped. Hao and Yen said, frowning. I know, but since we've found it, we have to try. If anyone comes, we abandon the boss and retreat immediately. Quan Lam ordered coldly. Understood. Hao and Yen nodded, intensifying his attacks. However, it seemed Hao and Yin had a jinxed mouth. Just as the fight reached its climax, a group of 50 players suddenly emerged. Without a word, they charged straight toward Quan Lam's team. Abandon the boss, retreat, Quan Lam commanded decisively. The five of them instantly clustered together and fell back, their movements sharp and their coordination flawless. Within the group of 50, 10 players immediately took over the boss, while the remaining 40 continued to surround and attack Quan Lam's team. Recover your status, prepare to fight, Quan Lam barked. The two sides clashed violently. Despite being outnumbered, Quan Lam's team coordinated perfectly. Their high-level mechanics, superior gear, and levels ensured they didn't fall into a disadvantage. On the contrary, three opponents were quickly sent back to the city by the combined burst damage of Quan Lam and Hao Nian. In the heat of the battle, two figures suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, an assassin and a priest, followed by a wolf. Their arrival caused a momentary pause in the fighting, but the chaos quickly resumed. At that moment, a young man stepped in front of the duo and spoke arrogantly. The proud world heroes are clearing this area. If you don't want to die, get lost. Ngo Thieu then rubbed his nose. Proud world heroes again? He hadn't expected to run into them here. It truly was a small world for enemies. He looked at the young man and said, "It seems your proud world heroes guild has a short memory. You've only been peaceful for a few days and you're already acting up again. Emph, you dare insult us, you're dead meat. One squad, kill these two first," the young man ordered.
Hall.
Hall master, this person looks like Tran Fong, one member of Proud World Heroes, stammered. Having faced Tran Fong before, he recognized the voice. Furthermore, that unique mask and the wolf following behind were all proof that the man before them was the person they both feared and hated. Tran Fong. I don't care if Hez Tran whatever.
Fong.
Holy crap, Tran Fong. The young man finally processed the name. He scrambled backward in terror, and the battle behind him came to a grinding halt at the sound of his scream. Chapter 96, Quan Lam's Squad. The courtyard fell into a sudden silence. Everyone gazed at Ngo Thieu Than and his companion in shock. The hall master of Ngo the Quan Hung felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, cursing his wretched luck for crossing paths with this man yet again. Among you, who has the most points? Ngo Thieu Than asked directly. The members of Nao the Quan Hung turned their eyes toward the hall master in unison, making his already sour expression even more unsightly. Tran Fong, what? What do you want? The hall master asked, his voice trembling. Nothing much. I just want your points, Ngo Thieu Than replied. Without standing on ceremony, he charged straight at the man. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Attack him, the hall master shrieked. The crowd from Ngo the Quan Hung hesitated, lacking the courage to strike. Most of them had been slaughtered by Ngo Thieu Than so many times that they were utterly terrified. Had there been several hundred of them, they might have dared to act, but with only 40 or so, they lacked even the will to lift their weapons. Ngo the Quan Hung understood Ngo Thieu Than's strength better than anyone. If thousands couldn't kill him, what could a few dozen do? Before long, Ngo Thieu then easily finished off the Hallmaster, netting 244 points, a decent haul. Seeing that the others had no intention of fighting back, he didn't bother hunting them down. Instead, he asked, "How did so many of you end up in one place? Is it even possible to form illegal parties here?" After entering, we all sent our coordinates to one another. Those nearby grouped up to move together. "It reduces casualties and helps us advance faster," one of the guild members answered. "Oh, Ngo the Thieu Than is actually quite clever," Ngo Thieu Than remarked. "Well, actually, all the major guilds are doing the same thing," the man added. "If you have nothing useful to say, keep your mouth shut. Get out of my sight before I change my mind," Ngo Thieu Than barked, annoyed. After hearing the man's explanation, he felt as though he had been the only fool playing the game the hard way. As soon as he spoke, the members of Ngo the Quan Hung vanished in an instant. The remaining members of Quan Lam's group looked at each other, the shock evident in their eyes. What on earth did this Tran Fong do to Ngo the Quan Hung to make them this terrified? Seeing the guild members depart, Quan Lam approached Ngo Thieu, then followed by Hao and Yen and the others. He cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Tran Fong, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I didn't expect to miss you in the beginner village only to meet you here." "Beginner village? You were in beginner village 83652, Ngo Thieu then asked.
That's right.
"I am Quan Lam, and these are my friends, Hao and Yen, Nam Fong, Tiu Bak, and Lam Tu," Quan Lam introduced. The others greeted Ngo Thieu Than one by one.
Quan Lam. Oh, I remember now.
"You still owe me money, don't you?" Ngo Thieu then said suddenly. "Huh, when did I ever owe you money?" Quan Lam was caught off guard. "You were the first person to change classes to an archer, right? If I hadn't killed the Silver Wolf King to repair the teleportation array, would you have been first?" Ngo Thieu then replied nonchalantly. "Haha, put that way, I suppose I do. So tell me, how much do I owe?" Quan Lam laughed heartily. "Ha ha. I'm just joking. Money doesn't matter right now. I've set my sights on this boss. Would you mind letting me have it?" Ngo Thieu then got straight to the point. "There's no need to let me have anything. The boss doesn't belong to me. Whoever has the strength takes the prize. Go ahead and kill it. It'll help you keep watch. If you need a hand, just say the word," Quan Lam said decisively. He then led Hao Nian's group a distance away from the boss, truly acting as a sentry for Ngo Thieu. Then, no one wanted others standing right over their shoulder while fighting a boss, and Quan Lam understood this perfectly. As for helping, Quan Lam believed that if Tran Fong could kill a gold-grade boss, a silver-grade one certainly wouldn't require their assistance. Seeing them move back, Ngo Thieu then nodded in silent approval. This man is quite decent. He turned his attention to the silver-grade bloodthirsty beast. It had 3,400 attack and 900,000 health. For a silver-grade monster, its damage was indeed quite high. "Tuingham, buff me with a shield," Ngo Thieu then called out before charging forward to engage the beast head-on. He needed to finish this quickly. His high damage reduction rendered the boss attacks almost entirely ineffective against him. Even when the shield expired, he remained as steadfast as a mountain, bolstered by the Nether Pearl, Tuingham's healing, his suppression field, and Engan Tai Lang's encouragement skill. In just over a minute, the bloodthirsty beast collapsed to the ground, awarding Ngo Thieu Than 1,000 points. Combined with what he had taken from the Ngo, the Quan Hung Hall Master, his total reached 2,108 points, putting him in a commanding lead. Watching from afar, Quan Lam's group stared with wide eyes as Ngo Thieu then took down a silver boss in mere moments. They knew he was strong, but this level of power was absurd. To deal over 800,000 damage in a little over a minute. What kind of concept was that? Quan Lam couldn't even fathom it. He only knew that Tran Fong was even more formidable than the rumors suggested. Ngo Thieu then walked over with Tuingham and said, "Thanks for keeping watch." Quan Lam gave a bitter smile. "With your speed, who could possibly steal a boss from you?" This comment made Ngo Thieu then feel incredibly awkward, as he had just recently had a boss stolen from him. Although he had eventually killed the thief, the indignity was hard to erase. Quan Lam then spoke up. "Well, the boss is dead. We shall part ways here. If it's convenient, let's add each other as friends. If not, just pretend I never asked." "Sure." Ngo Thieu then sent a friend request immediately. He thought quite highly of Quan Lam's character. After exchanging contact details, the two groups went their separate ways. Despite knowing Ngo Thieu Than was incredibly powerful, Quan Lam had no intention of following him. He had his own pride. Though the five of them weren't as monstrous as Ngo Thieu, then they were second to no other squad. I need to speed up, Ngo Thieu Than thought. The large guilds moving in groups wouldn't be slow, and they were likely funneling points to specific individuals, meaning their scores would skyrocket later. The two continued for another half hour, slaying hundreds of ordinary bloodthirsty beasts, 5 iron grades, 3 bronze grades, and 2 silver grades before finally emerging from the primeval forest. Spread out before them was a vast battlefield. It had once been a forest as well, but war had leveled the trees, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Gazing at the endless swarm of bloodthirsty beasts wandering the plains, Ngo Thieu Than felt his scalp tingle. Isn't this number a bit excessive? Checking the map, the distance to the red dot in the center was still considerable, and reaching it meant carving a path through the monsters. Ngo Thieu Than had no choice but to continue clearing the way. He didn't dare rush too fast. While he could survive being surrounded, Tungam certainly could not. The density of the bloodthirsty beasts significantly slowed his progress. Before long, players from other directions began to emerge from the forest as well. Seeing the infinite tide of beasts, everyone felt a chill of dread. As the number of players grew, they stopped fighting each other on sight. Instead, a silent understanding was reached. Each group would take responsibility for a section, pushing forward together toward the center. Chapter 97, Mong Ao Kin Vu. Ngo Thieu Than led Ngo Thieu slowly deeper into the interior. After moving for a few minutes, an abnormally large monster blocked their path. He cast appraisal on it and was startled to find that it was actually a gold-grade bloodthirsty beast. Damn, there's a gold grade here too. Then what rank is the one in the center? Ngo Thieu Than was slightly taken aback. Throughout the journey, he hadn't encountered a single gold-grade bloodthirsty beast. He had assumed only the red dot in the very middle was gold grade. He hadn't expected to stumble upon one right here. This meant that the red dot at the center was undoubtedly a much more terrifying boss. He glanced over the attributes of the gold grade boss before him. Bloodthirsty beast gold grade boss. Level 30. Health 1,600,000. Physical attack 5,200. Physical defense 1,250. Magic defense 1,100. Movement speed 680. Skill 1, Bloodlust, increases attack power and lifesteal for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 2, Lacerate, deals physical damage to the target with a bleeding effect, losing 500 health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 3, Multi-Strike, attacks the target 5 consecutive times, each strike dealing physical damage. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 4, Frenzied Devour, opens its massive maw to bite and pin the target, causing 2,000 health loss per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. This boss damage was incredibly high. It would have been manageable if he could kite it, but the area was densely packed with bloodthirsty beasts, leaving virtually no room to maneuver. Although he had cleared some of the monsters that rushed them, he didn't dare move too far, fearing he would pull even more. Fortunately, all of the gold-grade bloodthirsty beasts' skills were melee-based. As long as he could evade the critical strikes and rely on Ngo Thieu Than's healing, taking it down was within his grasp. Knowing that others would likely arrive soon, Ngo Thieu Than hesitated no longer. He told Tung Mam to buff him with a shield and charged straight in. Extreme speed and his attack speed buffs activated simultaneously, his blades blurring into 4 strikes per second to stack poison. Since the boss skills were all melee, even if Ngo Thieu Than's reflexes weren't quite as sharp as the top-tier experts, his movement speed of over 1,000 points allowed him to dodge the moment the boss initiated an attack. Even when he couldn't dodge in time, his array of survival skills meant he wouldn't face any significant danger. While Ngo Thieu Than was locked in a fierce battle with the gold-grade bloodthirsty beast, a team of over 30 women appeared not far away. Sister Kin Vu, could that bloodthirsty beast be gold-grade? A beautiful archer said to the priestess standing beside her. Mong Ao Kin Vu looked in the direction the archer pointed and said joyfully, "It likely is. Let's go take a look." Wait. It seems someone is already fighting it. The archer activated Eagle Eye to see more clearly, discovering that someone was already challenging the boss. "So fast, can you see how many people there are?" Mong Ao Kin Vu asked. 2. "Just 2, the archer replied, sounding a bit uncertain. 2 people, are you sure? Mong Ao Kin Vu could hardly believe it. From what I can see, there are indeed only 2 people. To be precise, there's also a wolf. The archer confirmed once more. Let's go. Get closer, Ngo Thieu ordered. Everyone had a deep understanding of the bloodthirsty beast's attributes. Their attack power was absurdly high. They had struggled immensely against a silver grade 1 earlier, and they would likely have failed if not for her substantial healing output. Now, someone was taking on a gold grade boss with only 2 people, which sparked Ngo Thieu's curiosity intensely. Very quickly, the group approached Ngo Thieu Than and his sister. Indeed, only 2 people were fighting, or more accurately, only one person was fighting while the other was just a priestess. Ngo Thieu Than frowned when he saw people approaching, but did not stop attacking the boss. If these people behaved, he would leave them be. If they were dishonest, he wouldn't mind sending them back to the city before finishing the monster. Tungam hid behind Gan Tailang, her large eyes staring nervously at the newcomers. Ngo Thieu watched Ngo Thieu Than's battle closely for a moment, her mind quickly forming a judgment. At this stage of the game, there was only one person capable of soloing a gold-grade boss. His attack power isn't exceptionally high, but his defense and health are absurdly high. His movement and attack speeds are also startlingly fast. Why would an assassin focus on health and defense instead of attack? Ngo Thieu wondered. It wasn't until she looked above the boss head that she noticed something. Besides the 4 instances of damage exceeding 1,000 points every second, there was a line of white true damage that was easily overlooked. 10,000. Ngo Thieu was profoundly shaken. This must be an innate talent. With a talent like that, there really is no need to focus on attack power. Suddenly, Ngo Thieu flicked her hand. A green recovery number of 8,750 appeared above Ngo Thieu Than's head, instantly replenishing the health he had just lost to the boss. Little sister, you can't be distracted when playing as a priestess, Ngo Thieu said to Tungam with a smile. From the moment their group appeared, Tungam had forgotten to tend to Ngo Thieu Than. Tungam snapped out of it, saying to Ngo Thieu with some embarrassment, Thank you, sister. Ngo Thieu Than, meanwhile, was slightly stunned. What is this woman playing at? Bringing a whole crowd here, not stealing the boss, and even healing me. But immediately after, Ngo Thieu led her group away in another direction, leaving both Ngo Thieu Than and Tungam feeling bewildered. Sister Thieu, are we just leaving like that? The archer asked, confused. If not, what else? You want to steal the boss? That is Tran Fong, Ngo Thieu replied crossly. Is it really him? I actually guessed as much, but with so many of us, it's not impossible to take it, the archer argued. With his damage, he only needs 1 strike per person to kill you all. Even I wouldn't be able to save you in time, Ngo Thieu said. Thinking of that 10,000 true damage per second, she felt helpless. At this stage, few pure tank shield guardians even had 10,000 health. This meant that currently, no one could withstand him for more than a single second. She simply didn't know that Ngo Thieu Than's poison also carried a healing inhibition effect. Had she known, she would have felt even more despair. It's not that extreme, is it? I didn't think his attack was that high, just that his attack speed was fast. With a top-tier priest like you here, he couldn't possibly kill us, the archer said, still unconvinced. That's because you didn't notice that among his 4 strikes per second, there was a line of white true damage. Hiss, dealing 10,000 damage every second, Ngo Thieu said sternly. What, Sister Thieu? You're not joking, are you? The archer was incredulous. 10,000 health per second, that kind of damage was enough to finish any of them instantly. Even the most talented priest would be useless. Do I ever talk nonsense? Ngo Thieu shook her head. She had left immediately because she didn't want to cause a misunderstanding. Anyone would be uncomfortable with a crowd surrounding them while fighting a boss, and healing him was her way of showing goodwill. After Ngo Thieu's group left, Ngo Thieu then quickly finished off the gold-grade bloodthirsty beast. With his current poison damage, taking down a boss with 1.6 million health took only about 2 or 3 minutes. The gold-grade bloodthirsty beast yielded 10,000 contribution points, which Ngo Thieu then split equally, giving Tuangam 5,000 points. This caused Tuangam's score to skyrocket into second place, while Ngo Thieu then remained in the lead by a wide margin with 9,860 points. The third-place player, then Vuong, only had 4,320 points. Chapter 98, Dark Gold Boss. As more people flooded the battlefield, the bloodthirsty beasts were being cleared at an incredible pace. By this time, the majority of players had converged, but those capable of stepping foot here were no ordinary fighters. Though everyone shared a common goal and lusted after each other's accumulated points, no one had yet broken the unspoken rules to strike first. Ngo Thieu then led the way at the vanguard with Ngo Tungam. The 2 humans and 1 wolf had no choice but to stay close. Ngo Thieu then cleared the path ahead. Ngan Tai Lang covered the rear, and Tungam stayed in the center to provide healing. Even Ngo Thieu then felt the mounting pressure. The deeper they ventured, the denser the bloodthirsty beasts became, to the point where nearly every step required clearing dozens or even hundreds of monsters. The trio pressed on for over 10 minutes before finally approaching the location of the red dot. Ngo Thieu then spotted the boss at the center. It was not a bloodthirsty beast, but a colossal humanoid monster standing at least 5 meters tall. It possessed a physique as brawny as a green giant, clutching a massive axe that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who looked upon it. This thing won't be easy to provoke, Ngo Thieu then thought, immediately casting an insight skill to check its attributes. Sat Luke Jia, Dark Gold Boss. Level 40. HP 5 million. Physical attack 8,600. Physical defense 3,800. Magic defense 3,500. Movement speed 750. Skill 1, Stomp. The massive feet slam into the ground, causing a shockwave that deals physical damage to all targets within 5 meters and stuns them for 3 seconds. Cooldowned 1 minute. Skill 2, Sweep. Charges forward at extreme speed, dealing physical damage and knocking back all enemies in its path. Cooldowned 1 minute. Skill 3, Mountain Cleave. Swings the giant axe forward, dealing physical damage to all targets in a straight line. Cooldowned 2 minutes. Skill 4, Earthshaker. Slams the axe into the ground, causing the earth within a 10-meter radius to tremble violently. Deals physical damage every second to all targets within range for 10 seconds. Cooldowned 5 minutes. After reviewing the boss attributes, Ngo Thieu then pondered for a moment before deciding to retreat. If they were in an open area with no one else around, he would certainly challenge this dark gold boss. And with his current strength, he would not fear it. However, the current situation made it impossible. Bloodthirsty beasts were everywhere on the map, leaving no room to kite, and there were far too many predators lurking behind him. He was certain that by the time he finished clearing the surrounding beasts, others would discover this giant. If he dared to strike now, he would immediately become a lightning rod for the crowd. Caught between the boss and the players, even he could not guarantee a safe withdrawal. One had to keep in mind that those who reached this point were powerful experts. With at least 20 to 30,000 such players on the battlefield, he was not yet strong enough to take them all on at once. Let this big guy harvest a crop of leeks first, Ngo Thieu then calculated silently. Then, feigning ignorance, he led Ngo Thieu away to clear bloodthirsty beasts in the surrounding area. Half an hour later, most of the common bloodthirsty beasts on the battlefield had been wiped out. No one even bothered with the few stragglers wandering in the distance. By this point, the majority of players had discovered that the red dot in the center was actually a dark gold rank boss. This revelation left everyone both shocked and terrified. For a time, no one dared to approach, turning their attention instead toward the 3 remaining gold-tier bloodthirsty beasts. There were only 4 gold-tier bloodthirsty beasts in the entire battlefield. Ngo Thieu then had already killed one, and the other 3 had appeared but were not yet defeated. Currently, the areas around these 3 gold bosses were packed with people launching frantic attacks. Belonging to different factions, many players fought each other while simultaneously attacking the bosses. The situation quickly devolved into a chaotic melee that soon spread across the entire battlefield. Ngo Thieu then rubbed his nose. Fighting already, the good show hasn't even started yet. Watching the battle grow increasingly fierce, Ngo Thieu then led Ngo Thieu Than away from the zone, leaving her to hide at the edge of the battlefield. Then he ran straight toward the giant alone. If he was going to make a move, he had to make this battle even more explosive. Before long, Thieu then approached the giant once more. Just as he was about to lure it into the fray, he noticed a group of people who were not afraid of death attempting to engage it. Ngo Thieu then activated his invisibility. He wanted to see where this group got the nerve to challenge a dark gold boss with only 500 people. Did they not see how broken its attributes were? Oh, I forgot. This monster is level 40. It seems I'm the only one in Divine Oracle who can see its stats. Ngo Thieu then suddenly realized. However, even if they could not see the attributes, surely they could see the massive dark gold boss tag over its head. While Ngo Thieu then was deep in thought, the group indeed made their move. Over 80 archers simultaneously unleashed armor-piercing arrows, initiating their dance with death. Enraged, the giant used its sweep skill to plow into the crowd. Those hit were obliterated into pillars of white light before they could even trigger the knockback effect. The giant charged into the center of the group and began a massacre, white lights flickering incessantly. Damn it! What the hell is this? We can't fight this. Retreat! The crowd immediately scattered to flee, but the giant's movement speed of 750 made escape impossible. Its massive legs covered meters with every stride, and in the end, nearly all 500 people were wiped out. However, they had successfully lured the giant into the main host of players. What good people, Ngo Thieu Than remarked inwardly. The big guy had done exactly what he had been planning to do. When the other players saw the giant suddenly appear, they all began cursing loudly. Crap, who the hell lured the boss here? Damn it, if I find out who did it, I'll hunt them all the way back to the beginner village. No matter how much they cursed, it was futile. They were forced to engage, turning their weapons toward the giant. However, the strength of the Xianxia brought them nothing but agony. Every skill it unleashed wiped out a massive area of players. At this point, the major guilds began organizing their forces to deal with it. With their involvement, the crowd finally stabilized their formation and began to counterattack. However, they could not see the boss attributes, nor did they know that nearly all of its skills were area of effect attacks, none of which players at the current stage could withstand. Even the major guilds were no exception. Every move the boss made sent a swarm of players back to the respawn point. While everyone else was being tormented by the giant, Ngo Thieu then quietly slipped toward an abandoned gold boss. Because the giant had appeared so suddenly, the players who had been sieging this particular gold boss had been wiped out by its skills. At the moment, this gold boss was left unattended. The other two were far enough away to be unaffected and were still being swarmed by players. Ngo Thieu then snuck behind the boss, unleashed a barrage of skills, and led it away. Although most eyes were fixed on the dark gold boss, quite a few still had their sights on this gold boss. When Ngo Thieu then led it away, several people followed him stealthily. What no one expected was that Ngo Thieu then could solo a gold boss so quickly. In just 2 minutes, the boss' health was nearly depleted. The followers had not even arrived yet, but one person was faster than the rest. Just as the boss' health hit rock bottom, a figure abruptly appeared behind it, a dagger slashing down toward the boss. Hemph, do you really want a repeat of last time? Ngo Thieu then snorted coldly. How could he make the same mistake twice? The moment the figure appeared, Ngo Thieu then used Blink to manifest in front of his opponent, intercepting the attack meant for the boss. A second later, the boss collapsed. One had to admit that Xianxia was truly skilled at seizing opportunities, finding a gap amidst Ngo Thieu Than's 12,000 poison damage per second to strike at the final moment. Had that blow landed on the boss, it might have actually been stolen. Chapter 99, The Point Rankings. When Xianxia saw his fatal blow parried by Ngo Thieu, then his expression shifted instantly and he decisively retreated. However, Ngo Thieu then had no intention of letting him escape. He immediately activated Shadow 7 Chain Kill, finishing him off before his despairing eyes. With the 4,240 points he just acquired, his total accumulated score surged, once again widening the gap between himself and the others. This fellow certainly earns points quickly, Ngo Thieu then muttered, rubbing his nose. He had killed Xianxia once before. He hadn't expected the man to rack up over 4,000 more points in such a short time. His speed was truly impressive. At that moment, on the edge of the forest, Xianxia respawned with a face as gloomy as a gathering storm. Ngo Thieu then didn't play by the rules at all. He had unleashed his ultimate move right from the start, rendering all of Xianxia's escape tactics useless. He secretly regretted his actions. He had known the other man was not to be trifled with, yet he still couldn't resist making a move. Now that his points were reset to 0, claiming a reward would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. On the battlefield, the other two golden bosses had also been defeated. Currently, almost everyone was concentrating their attacks on the dark gold boss, Xianxia, though some stood watching from a distance. Ngo Thieu then took the opportunity to glance at the point rankings. First, Tran Phong, points 26,540. Second, then Vuong, points 11,245. Third, Phong Guyet Vo Tin, points 10,852. Fourth, then Chu, points 8,695. Fifth, Duyan Koi, points 8,423. Sixth, Mong Ao Kin Vu, points 8,216. Seventh, Ngo Thieu Than, points 8,024. Eighth, Vu Fi, points 7,658. Ninth, Mong Hoi Tam Quoc, points 7,468. 10th, Thu Ho Jia, points 7,245. It could be said that with the exception of Vu Fi, the top 10 was essentially comprised of the leaders of the 10 major guilds. If Ngo Thieu Than hadn't slain the two golden bosses, he might not have maintained his lead so easily. The two remaining golden-tier bloodthirsty beasts must have been finished off by Than Vuong and Phong Nguyet Vo Tin, which explained why their scores were so significantly higher than the rest. The major guilds will definitely have a massive point surge in the final minutes. Ngo Thieu Than calculated silently. Currently, they hadn't yet concentrated all their members' points onto a single person, but as the end approached, they would surely do so to compete for the rankings. At that point, he wasn't certain his current score would be enough to hold the top spot. Therefore, the key still lay with that gargantuan monster. As long as he took it down, his position as champion would be unshakable. He might even be able to share the points with Tungam, allowing the two siblings to monopolize the top two spots. Looking over at the monster's condition, Ngo Thieu then shook his head in disappointment. This crowd was incompetent. After fighting for so long, they had only shaved off 10 of its health. Their combined damage output couldn't even match his own. Then again, it wasn't entirely their fault. Satlukjia possessed over 3,000 defense points. 99 of the players here couldn't break its armor, and only a few armor-piercing skills could inflict a meager amount of damage. Meanwhile, the casualties among the players were too tragic to look upon. The giant specialized in area of effect skills, and every time he unleashed a move, a corridor of white light appeared as players were sent back to respawn. Fortunately, being killed by a boss didn't result in a point deduction, so there was no major loss, but once they died and respawned, it was difficult to return to the battlefield in time. Initially, many shield warriors and fighters stood their ground to block its progress, but the scene was too chaotic. People belonged to different factions, and long-range mages and archers were firing off skills indiscriminately. Many melee players didn't die at the hands of the boss, but were killed by their own allies' friendly fire, leading to a situation where no one dared to charge forward anymore. The monster moved as if through a deserted land, crashing and thumping along, with no one able to stop his footsteps. The entire battlefield was a complete mess. Even those who had been watching from afar were now being dragged into the fray. Thanks to his movement speed of over 1,000 points, Ngo Thieu Than was not caught up in the chaos at all. Whenever the monster turned toward him, he simply vanished, losing it in an instant, but others lacked his speed. Very few on this battlefield could outrun the boss, causing the number of players to dwindle rapidly. The battle raged on for over half an hour, yet the monster's health had only been ground down to 80, while the number of players remaining on the field had dropped to less than 10,000. The leaders of the major guilds all frowned deeply. With less than half an hour left until the end of the event, they would never be able to kill this boss at this rate. Thoughts of withdrawal began to sprout in their minds. At that moment, Mong Ao Kinvu spotted Ngo Thieu Than in the crowd, leaning against a distant tree with a leisurely expression as if watching a play. She gave a quick instruction to those behind her and then walked toward him. Looking at the woman before him, Ngo Thieu Than immediately recognized her as the beautiful priest who had healed him earlier. This was primarily because her figure was so striking that it was hard to forget. Mong Ao Kinvu looked at Ngo Thieu Than and spoke. "How about we form a party? With your damage and my healing, there might be hope of killing this boss." "No need, I can kill it alone," Ngo Thieu Than replied casually. Mong Ao Kinvu was stunned. She stared intently at Ngo Thieu, then searching for any sign that he was boasting. However, his eyes held only indifference. It seemed the boss currently causing misery for thousands was completely beneath his concern. Finally, Mong Ao Kinvu nodded and turned to leave without another word. After Mong Ao Kinvu departed, many eyes turned toward Ngo Thieu Than. She was a famous figure, not just for her beauty, but also because she was the leader of the Mong Ao Guild, so her movements naturally drew a lot of attention. Her sudden conversation with a man made Ngo Thieu Than an immediate target of scrutiny, and several familiar faces began to vaguely guess his identity. "That guy is Tran Phong," Ngo Thieu Than suddenly roared. Everyone's gaze instantly locked onto Ngo Thieu Than, and the expressions of many shifted. Seeing this, the corner of Ngo Thieu Than's mouth twitched. "I only wanted to be an invisible bystander. So what did you come over here for?" Sigh. "It seems I must definitely stay a bit further away from women in the future. Tran Phong, you are the #1 player in Divine Oracle. Everyone else is risking their lives to fight the boss, so what is the meaning of you standing on the sidelines watching the show?" Someone shouted out in accusation. "That's right, if you had stepped up to help a bit earlier, perhaps the boss would have been defeated by now." Others chimed in, joining the chorus. Ngo Thieu Than was moved to laughter by their sheer gall. He said coldly, "Whether I fight or not is none of your business. If you want to fight, then keep fighting. If not, then get lost. Don't come bothering me." Tranfong, just because people call you the #1 in Divine Oracle, do you really think you're some legendary figure? There are so many guilds here, You sure you want to offend every single one of them? Do you think you can afford to? Ngo Thieu said in a chilling voice, invisibly pushing Ngo Thieu Than into a confrontation with the crowd. MF, whether I can afford it or not, I don't know, but at the very least I haven't even placed your Ngo the Quan Hung Guild in my sights. It seems Nigao the Quan Hung has been living far too comfortably lately. I'll have to find some work for you all to do in a moment. Ngo Thieu then shot back with a cold sneer. You, Ngo the Thieu was choked with rage, unable to find words. You are Tran Fong, correct, regardless. Seeing that everyone is fighting the boss, as the top-ranked player, you should contribute some effort. The leader of Thien Duong, then Thoai, then Chu, suddenly spoke up. Ngo Thieu then rolled his eyes. Contribute what? Will the boss points be shared with me? With that, he turned and walked deeper into the forest, speaking as he went. Don't give me those high-sounding, sanctimonious words. If you can win, it's your skill. If you can't, then stop whining, and certainly don't try to pin the blame on me. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant, someone barked in fury. Watching Ngo Thieu then head toward the interior, many people's eyes flashed with calculating glints, but in the end, no one followed. Currently, the numbers of each guild were low, and they weren't entirely confident they could deal with Ngo Thieu Than. Furthermore, most guilds had no real grudge against him, so there was no reason to provoke him needlessly. What do we do now? Everyone asked, looking at one another. Withdraw. There are only 20 minutes left. This boss won't be finished. The crowd quickly dispersed. Many guild leaders needed to return and calculate the accumulated points of their members to use the final moments to climb the rankings. Meanwhile, the frenzied Sat Lukjia did not give up. He pursued them the entire way, only stopping when the players had all retreated into the deep forest. He then turned to attack the remaining players still on the battlefield. Very quickly, everyone realized this and scrambled to flee toward the forest. Chapter 100, Slaying the Dark Gold Boss. The enraged Sat Lukjia was like a monster equipped with thermal radar. Any player lingering on the battlefield was easily found and slaughtered. Soon, the field was nearly empty as almost every player had fled. At that moment, Ngo Thieu then suddenly charged into the central zone, luring Sat Lukjia deeper into the reaches of the battlefield. It looks like someone just charged onto the battlefield, a distant observer remarked. Who, entering at this time? Aren't they just looking for death? No idea, can't see clearly. Forget it, let's just stay hidden. The big guilds are hunting players everywhere to rack up points. Ngo Thieu then led Sat Lukjia to a remote area and immediately lunged toward its colossal frame. Initially, he had planned to call Tungam for support, as her damage immunity shield would have been a massive boon. Unfortunately, the boss attack range was too vast. A single slip-up could see her obliterated in an instant. Ultimately, he chose to shoulder the burden alone. A 10-level difference rendered his stealth skill useless, so Ngo Thieu Than didn't bother being surreptitious. Before he was even halfway there, the giant unleashed a sweeping strike, hurtling toward him. Ngo Thieu then hurriedly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. The monster's massive size meant the skill's area of effect was enormous. Without sufficient speed, there was truly no way to escape. Once clear, Ngo Thieu then immediately closed the distance. Seeing the boss lift its foot for a stomp, he quickly executed a heavy strike to stun it, then followed up with 5 full stacks of poison before instantly retreating. Just as he gained some distance, the stun wore off. The boss swung its massive axe downward. Ngo Thieu then ducked to the side, but the range was so wide that he was still caught by the strike, losing over 9,000 health. He paid it little mind and quickly sprinted away. With over 20,000 health, nearly 1,500 defense, damage immunity, and the nether pearl constantly restoring his health, Ngo Thieu then faced this dark gold boss without excessive pressure. The only thing he needed to guard against was someone else stealing the kill. However, truth be told, current players simply could not break this monster's defense. Trying to snatch a boss from under his nose while he was dealing 12,000 poison damage per second was no easy feat. Under the weight of Ngo Thieu Than horrific poison damage, Sat Lukjia's health bar plummeted at a dizzying speed. He sent a message telling Tungam to approach. He intended to split the boss points, allowing the two siblings to dominate the top 2 spots on the leaderboard. A moment later, Tungam arrived riding Engen Tailang. Seeing that Sat Lukjia was on the verge of defeat, a cold smile curled on Ngo Thieu Than's lips. He instructed Tungam to buff him with a damage immunity shield and proactively lunged forward to draw the boss aggression. Not long after, Sat Lukjia unleashed its ultimate skill. The ground shook violently, the shockwave knocking out over a dozen assassins hidden nearby. In the next second, they all turned into streaks of white light and vanished. Meanwhile, protected by Tungam's shield, Ngo Thieu then withstood the ultimate head-on, completely unscathed. 3 seconds later, Sat Luch Gaia's massive body finally collapsed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Ngo Thieu then received a system notification. Dinning, congratulations on slaying the final boss of the slaughter battlefield Sat Luchia. You have received 50,000 points. Sat Luchia provided a total of 100,000 points, split equally between Ngo Thieu Than and Tungam. Dinning, congratulations on slaying the dark gold boss Sat Luchia. Your poison talent stack limit has increased by 1, now allowing for a maximum of 6 stacks. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tran Fong for slaying the dark gold boss Sat Luchia. As the first player across the entire server to slay a dark gold boss, the system rewards him with 5,000 reputation, 100 gold, and 50 free attribute points. Special announcement. Although Sat Luchia dropped no equipment or experience points, it was a genuine dark gold boss, making the accompanying system rewards extremely generous. What? Sat Luchia has been killed. How is that possible? Upon hearing the server-wide announcement, everyone was stunned. Everyone had tasted Sat Luchgia's might. Tens of thousands of players working together couldn't kill it, yet it had been slain by a single person in less than 10 minutes. This was simply too hard to believe. We can't just let this go. We spent so much time and sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to wear Sat Luchia down until it was exhausted. Everyone played a part. How can he be allowed to take all the credit? Someone spoke up, their heart burning with jealousy. Exactly, everyone deserves a share. How can all the benefits fall into his hands alone? Come on, let's find him and settle the score. For a moment, the crowd was incensed, each person demanding they find Ngo Thieu to reclaim justice. Little did they know that when Ngo Thieu Than took over, the boss' health had already fully regenerated. Even if it hadn't, the remaining health had nothing to do with being near death. Watching the angry silhouettes heading deep into the battlefield to demand an explanation from Tran Fong, Mong Ao Kinvu shook her head, leading her guild sisters away from this farce. Aside from the Dreamy Guild, most other major guild leaders remained level-headed. Although they were shocked that Ngo Thieu Than had killed Sat Luchgia and were envious of his points, they did not follow the mob. They knew their time was better spent, finding ways to earn more points. However, not every guild leader was wise. A few guilds, coveting the points on Ngo Thieu Than, followed the crowd into the depths of the battlefield. For instance, Ngo the Quen Hong. Ngo Thieu Than was currently checking the point rankings. He was firmly in first place with over 78,000 points. Tuingham had also locked down second place with 50,000. In third was then Vuong, who appeared to have gathered over 20,000 points from others in his guild, bringing his total to over 40,000. The subsequent positions were almost all occupied by the leaders of major guilds. Their points were rising so rapidly that even Vu Fi had been pushed out of the top 10. It was clear that in such events, the power of a guild was something an individual could hardly match. Had Ngo Thieu Than not killed Sat Luchgia, he would have stood no chance of competing for the #1 spot. Just then, Ngo Thieu Than saw a group of players approaching him, cursing as they walked. He signaled for Tungham to leave first on Ngun Tai Lang while he remained, waiting for the crowd to arrive. Before long, a formidable army of over 1,000 stood before Ngo Thieu. Then, one man stepped forward and declared pompously, "Tran Fong, you took advantage of us fighting the boss to near death and then snuck in to steal it. You owe us an explanation." Hearing this, Ngo Thieu Than was stunned for a moment. He pointed to his own nose, then at them, and asked in return, "Me? I stole your boss. How shameless did one have to be to utter such words?" "That's right. When everyone was fighting the boss, you didn't help. When the boss was almost dead, you jumped in to snatch the prize. Is there anyone else in this world as thick-skinned as you?" Another shouted in support. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes twitched. He felt his horizons had been broadened regarding the saying, "If a person is shameless, they are invincible." Not bothering to argue with them, he said coldly, "Get lost. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you all back to the city." "H Tran Fong, don't think you can look down on everyone just because you have a bit of strength. If you don't give us a proper explanation today, we thousands here aren't exactly pushovers." A voice barked from the crowd. "An explanation? Fine, I'll give you one." Ngo Thieu Than didn't care for idle talk. He used his blink skill to plunge directly into the center of the crowd, his short sword ruthlessly stabbing those around him. "Damn it, this Tran Fong is too arrogant. Brothers, kill him. If we kill him, his points will be ours, Ngo the Thian shouted excitedly from within the crowd. His guild, Ngo the Quan Hung, only had 400 or 500 members left here. Ngo the Thian didn't dare to lead the charge himself, hiding instead within the mass of people, hoping to use the power of the crowd to eliminate Ngo Thieu Than. These words truly ignited the greed of many. Tranfong held over 70,000 points. If they killed him, the top spot would be theirs. Chapter 101. The event ends. Imaginations may be fair, but reality is always cruel. In this installment of the killing battlefield, Ngo Thieu Than knew his talent had already been exposed, so he no longer bothered to hide it. He moved like a specter, barely needing to brush against an opponent before gliding away, his body shifting at extreme speeds through the throngs of people. This makeshift assembly of players lacked even the slightest hint of coordination. They were a chaotic mess, utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. In fact, the few strikes that managed to land on Ngo Thieu Than could not even offset the health being regenerated by his nether pearl. Everyone spread out, don't bunch up in one spot, shield bearers to the front to block his path, mages and archers fall back and create distance. Seeing the situation turn dire, Ngo the Thian had no choice but to step forward and take command. If this continued, the entire crowd would be wiped out without ever touching a thread of Ngo Thieu Than's clothing. Though Ngo the Thian was occasionally slow-witted, he was, after all, the leader of a guild with tens of thousands of members. His fundamental combat command skills were still quite seasoned. Unfortunately, these people were not members of Ngo the Quan Hung, while many recognized the logic in his orders. Those who refused to listen far outnumbered those who did. Their only purpose in coming here was the points accumulated on Ngo Thieu Than. The talk of stealing the boss was merely a convenient excuse. Consequently, no one was willing to retreat. They feared that if they looked away for a second and Tranfong was finished off by someone else, all their efforts would go down the drain. Witnessing this scene, Ngo the Thian stomped his feet in a fit of pique. The crowd's refusal to yield only made it easier for Ngo Thieu Than to charge back and forth through their ranks, as no one could unleash any truly effective attacks. Damn it, a bunch of fools, Ngo the Thian cursed under his breath before turning to bark orders at his own men. Shield bearers with crowd control skills. Move up now, as long as we can pin him down. Hez dead, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Immediately, a group of shield bearers from Ngo the Quan Hung shoved their way forward. But because the crowd was too dense, they struggled to reach the center, and in their jostling, they ended up throwing their own formation into disarray. Truly better at ruining things than achieving them. Ngo the Thian nearly came to blows with the rabble himself. Had he known it would be like this, he would have preferred leading only his own men. Dragging this mob along had been utterly useless. Ngo Thieu Than glanced at Ngo the Thian. This fellow is jumping around quite energetically. Seeing that his flash skill still had over a minute on its cooldown, he didn't feel like using a cooldown reduction. He would let the man prance around for 1 more minute. The battle raged on. Many players, after being slashed once by Ngo Thieu Than and seeing their health drop by a manageable amount, mistakenly believed that Tranfong was not that formidable. Their courage grew. The result, however, was that they collapsed while mid-stride. Not a single person could hold out for more than 5 seconds. Ngo Thieu Than himself took a fair amount of damage, but thanks to the lifesteal of the Nether Pearl, combined with health potions and over 900 points of Nether power, he was nearly invincible. Given the damage output of this crowd, unless hundreds of people struck him simultaneously, they simply could not kill him. Very soon, Flash was off cooldown. Watching Ngo the Thian continue to direct the mages and archers to attack him, a cold smile tugged at the corners of Ngo Thieu Than's mouth. He used Flash to appear directly in front of his adversary. To his surprise, Ngo the Thian smirked, wearing an expression that suggested a trap had been sprung. He crushed a magic scroll in his hand, and Ngo Thieu Than instantly found himself imprisoned within a pitch-black space from which he could not escape. Simultaneously, his health began to plummet at a rate of 5,000 points per second. Ngo the Thian let out a cold laugh. I anticipated this move of yours long ago. This Hell Cage scroll was prepared specifically for you. Ever since he had obtained the scroll after killing a boss, he had kept it in reserve just for this moment. Ngo the Thian's face was filled with anticipation. While trapped within the Hell Cage, one would lose a fixed 5,000 health every second for 10 seconds, a total of 50,000 health. He did not believe he would fail to kill his opponent this time. Yet reality remained cruel. 10 seconds passed, the Hell Cage vanished, and Ngo Thieu Than still stood there completely unscathed before him. How is this possible? Ngo the Thian's eyes bulged. Even that didn't kill him. Ngo Thieu then looked at his expression and sneered. Nice scroll. A pity, the damage was a bit low. Had this happened before he acquired the nether pearl, Thieu then might have lost his life to that scroll, but currently, it had only cost him a little over 300 points of nether power. Hemph, lock him down and kill him, Ngo Thieu Than screamed at his subordinates. To deal with Tran Phong, he had recently been incessantly purchasing crowd control skills, and most of his core members had learned them. Immediately, the members of Ngo the Quan Hung surged forward, unleashing a barrage of various control skills. Seeing this, Ngo Thieu then chuckled softly, "You're getting off easy." Before Ngo the Thieu Than could grasp the meaning of those words, Ngo Thieu then directly unleashed Shadow 7-step kill upon him. Truthfully, using such a move to kill him was akin to using a dragon-slaying blade to butcher a chicken, but the skill served both as an execution tool and a means to evade incoming attacks, making it perfect for the moment. The result was inevitable. Ngo the Thieu Than lasted only 4 strikes before collapsing. He was slightly sturdier than Dia Nook Sujia, yielding over 30,000 points, and pushing Thieu Than's total to over 100,000. After finishing off Ngo the Thieu Than, Ngo Thieu then continued to plow through the crowd. As more and more players turned into pillars of white light to return to the city, the mob finally began to panic. Many realized that with their strength, it was fundamentally impossible to kill Tran Phong. Gradually, people began to flee, and like a chain reaction, the number of deserters grew. Unfortunately, against Ngo Thieu Than's movement speed of over 1,000, escaping was no simple task. He chased them down, eliminating them one by one along the path. "Tran Phong, do you really intend to hunt us all down to the last man?" someone wailed in despair. Ngo Thieu then didn't bother to answer, focusing solely on the rapid harvest of lives. Ultimately, of the 4,000 or 5,000 who had swarmed him, only about 3,000 were lucky enough to escape. In a span of just over 10 minutes, Ngo Thieu then had slaughtered nearly 2,000 players. Those who were killed began to vent their fury on the World Channel. Even the forums were flooded with posts defaming Ngo Thieu, then claiming he stole bosses and killed indiscriminately. They branded him a bloodthirsty murderer and called for a community-wide crusade against him. Ngo Thieu then couldn't be bothered with any of it. With only a few minutes remaining in the event, he kept his eyes glued to the leaderboard, waiting for the final moment. Currently, he held the top spot with an absolute advantage of 110,000 points. The second position was still held by Ngo Thieu Than, though the scores of those trailing her seemed to be in flux, especially than Vuong in third place. His score was rising steadily, having already reached a high figure, nipping at Thieu Ngam's heels. Who is this Phong Nam Neat? How does she have so many points? Someone wondered. Are you stupid? It's obvious Shez with the great god Tran Phong. I saw it with my own eyes after god Tran Phong killed Sat Luke Jaya, her points skyrocketed. That name sounds like a girl. It must be nice following god Tran Phong. She got second place just by lying down. Someone commented sourly. God Tran Phong, do you mind having another girlfriend? I can be the sweet type or the edgy type, whichever you prefer. In a corner of the forest, a girl stared intently at the name Phong Nam Ni, sitting in second place on the leaderboard. Her eyes widened as she murmured, "So Tungam's brother is actually Tran Phong." A few minutes later, a system announcement rang in everyone's ears. Dinning, the killing activity has concluded. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. The system will now distribute rewards to everyone based on the point rankings. As the voice faded, everyone was teleported out of the killing battlefield. Ngo Thieu then was returned to Jinling City. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his ear. Dinging, congratulations on securing first place in this killing battlefield event. The system rewards you with 3 lucky draws. Just then, the voice of Ngo Thieu Than rang out beside him. Brother, I came in third. I got 1 lucky draw. Third place, Thieu then was stunned. He reopened the reward rankings once more. It turned out that in the final seconds, then Vuong's points had reached 18,230, surpassing Thieu Than. That guy is quite the schemer, Thieu then thought to himself. Chapter 102, Diamond Equipment. Looking over the event reward table, first place received 3 spins, second place received 2, and third place received 1. The reward pool was Tier 3, where the highest possible prizes were diamond-grade equipment or items of equivalent value. Players ranked 4th to 10th received a golden treasure chest. 11th to 100th received a silver treasure chest. Beyond the top 100, anyone with points received a bronze treasure chest, while those who finished with 0 points received nothing at all. The rewards for this event are truly generous, Ngo Thieu then muttered to himself before eagerly opening the reward interface. Looking at the prizes inside, his mouth practically watered. There were simply too many top-tier items. He saw various types of equipment, and upon closer inspection, there really was diamond-grade gear, though the success rate was pitifully low. Additionally, there were pet eggs, skill books, special scrolls, and much more. Ngo Thieu then rubbed his hands together. It was time to test his luck, just as he was about to press the spin button.
Ah.
At that moment, a piercing scream erupted beside him, making Ngo Thieu Than's hand tremble. He nearly clicked the start button by mistake. "What are you screaming for?" Ngo Thieu then asked, turning to look at Ngo Thieu, speechless. "Look, brother, look what I just pulled." Thieu sent a screenshot over to Ngo Thieu then. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes widened. This luck was simply too incredible. Radiant Staff level 40 note. Equipment always possesses a hidden level. Gear dropped from high-level monsters will have higher attributes than gear of the same quality but lower level. This refers to the equipment's tier, not the required level to equip it. Quality Diamond. Magic Attack 2600. Mana 1000. Healing Effect 20. Additional attributes: Intelligence 160, Spirit 160, Constitution 80, Vitality 80, Agility 80. Added Skill 1, Healing Shield. Excess healing on a target forms a protective shield that lasts for 1 minute or until broken. Added Skill 2, Goddess's Protection. Upon facing death, receive the protection of the goddess, gaining an invincibility shield for 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Equip requirement: Priest. Looking at the staff, Ngo Thieu then said with a hint of envy, "This thing is a bit game-breaking, isn't it?" One had to realize that at the current stage, many players hadn't even managed to complete a full set of bronze gear. Silver equipment was considered high-end, and there were only a handful of golden items across the entire server. As for dark gold equipment, there was currently only one piece in existence, and it was on Ngo Thieu Than. Yet now, Ngo Thieu had actually pulled a piece of diamond equipment. This would undoubtedly make countless players green with envy. "Brother, is this worth much?" Thieu asked. Ngo Thieu then nodded blankly. "Yeah, a few million shouldn't be an issue."
Huh. Then should I sell it? Tungam's eyes rounded in surprise.
Ngo Thieu then gave her a light flick on the forehead. "Is our family lacking that bit of money? You're definitely keeping it for yourself."
Oh.
Tungam rubbed her head and grumbled, "Don't flick my head, it'll make me stupid." Ngo Thieu then didn't bother with his sister anymore. He turned his attention back to his own reward screen, praying silently in his heart. Tungam had pulled diamond gear in one go. He had 3 chances, so he had to get at least 2 pieces, right? He pressed start, and the wheel began to spin rapidly. Ngo Thieu then stared at it tensely. About 10 seconds later, the wheel came to a halt. "Ding, congratulations, you have received a super strength fruit." "Psh, what the hell is this?" Looking at the fruit in his inventory, that increased strength by 100 points upon consumption, Ngo Thieu then muttered, "Isn't this just a waste of a spin?" "It's fine, I still have 2 chances." Ngo Thieu then tossed the fruit into his mouth. There was no reason not to use a 100-point strength boost. He then returned his gaze to the interface, rubbed his hands, and pressed start again. 10 seconds later. "Dinning, congratulations, you have received platinum-grade equipment, Shadow Blade." Platinum equipment, not bad, Ngo Thieu then thought. In truth, if Thieu hadn't just pulled a diamond item, a piece of platinum gear would have sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Sigh, truly, comparison is the thief of joy. He hurried to check the item's attributes. Shadow Blade, level 40. Quality, Platinum. Physical attack, 1800. Attack speed, 20. Critical rate, 10. Additional attributes, Strength 40, Constitution 40, Vitality 40, Spirit 40, Agility 40. Added skill, Extreme Shadow, greatly increases attack speed. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Equip requirement, Assassin. Good. Good. Though it can't compare to diamond grade at this stage, it's absolutely a top-tier existence. Ngo Thieu then looked at the short sword before him and said contentedly, "A man should know when to be satisfied." One last chance. Ngo Thieu then stared at the interface, gritted his teeth, and pressed start one more time. As the wheel spun, his eyes didn't stray for even a second. This was the final shot. It had to give him something good. 10 seconds later, the wheel stopped, the pointer landing on a skill book. "Dinning, congratulations, you have received the skill, Shadow Clone." Shadow Clone consumes 200 mana to summon a clone that others cannot distinguish from the original. The clone possesses the attributes of the host and can attack but cannot use skills. The clone and the host can swap positions with each other, with a 10-second interval between swaps. The clone disappears when killed or after 2 minutes. Cooloned, 5 minutes. Requirement, assassin. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up when he saw this skill. This was a god-tier skill for escaping. Furthermore, since the clone could attack, he wondered if it could apply poison. He would have to test that later. If it could trigger his poison, this skill would be worth far more than even diamond equipment. With all 3 spins used, Ngo Thieu Than felt slightly unsatisfied, mainly regretting that he hadn't landed a diamond item. But this outcome was acceptable. He had gained a platinum weapon and a powerful skill book. At this point, Ngo Thieu then noticed that the regional channel had exploded. After watching for a while, he realized it was the appearance of Tungam's diamond equipment causing the storm. It made sense. While others were still chasing silver gear, discovering that someone already possessed a diamond item was indeed difficult to swallow. Never mind, other 7 Ngo Thieu then looked at Tungam with envious eyes. One had to realize that while diamond and platinum were only 1 tier apart, the gap in attributes was massive. The fact that diamond gear came with 2 skills alone put it leagues above platinum. Equipping the Shadow Blade, Ngo Thieu then checked the equipment rankings. After this event, the leaderboard had changed completely. First, Tuangam's Radiant Staff naturally sat at the top. Second place wasn't Ngo Thieu Than's Shadow Blade, but a platinum weapon called the Blood Soul Saber. His Shadow Blade was ranked 3rd. Then Vuong probably pulled a platinum item as well. Ngo Thieu then thought. After all, the man had 2 spins. The probability of getting platinum gear was quite high. Additionally, another dark gold item had appeared below them, pushing Ngo Thieu Than's Blood Ox belt down to 5th. Below that, newly appeared golden items occupied the rest of the list, flushing out all the old gear. It could be said that after this event, the only item that remained on the leaderboard from before was the Blood Ox belt. Everything else had been replaced. This was expected, given the sheer number of golden and silver chests distributed. It was inevitable that a dozen or so golden items would be opened. Furthermore, the equipment from this event was all level 40, likely calculated based on the level of Sat Luch Jia. Brother, logging off. I have classes tomorrow, Tungam said. Yeah, Ngo Thieu then nodded. Soon Ngo Thieu then was left alone. After a moment's thought, he decided to clear a dungeon before sleeping, taking the opportunity to see if the shadow clone could apply poison. He checked his status. Although this event didn't drop experience or gear directly, he had killed a total of 2,480 blood-sucking beasts and 1 Sat Luch Jia. With his indestructible body passive adding 2,481 health, his total HP had reached a staggering number. As for his attack power, after consuming the Strength Fruit and equipping the Shadow Blade, it had reached 4,630 points. It could be said that even without adding a single point into strength, his current offensive power was matched by few. Regarding the 50 free attribute points he was rewarded, Ngo Thieu then dumped them all into agility. He could currently stack 6 layers of poison, but his attack speed was still insufficient. He needed to reach a rate of 6 strikes per second. Only then would his damage truly explode. Chapter 103, Ngo, the Thien Has Revenge. Female Dormitory, Hanoi University of Economics. Ngo Tungam had just logged out and removed her gaming helmet when she jumped in surprise, finding a pair of eyes staring intently at her. Vivi, what are you doing? You scared the life out of me. Is your brother Tran Fong? Vivi asked, her eyes wide with curiosity.
Huh. How did you know?
Ngo Tungam asked in astonishment.
Nonsense.
You've climbed all the way to 2nd place on the accumulation rankings. Aside from Tran Fong, who is currently at the top, who else could possibly have put you there? Don't tell me you fought your way up yourself, VV said, rendered speechless. She understood Ngo Tuang's situation better than anyone. Fine, fine. Since you already know, why even ask? Ngo Tungam replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh my god, it really is him. That's Tran Fong, the man who can take on an entire guild by himself. Hes my idol, VV rambled, her thoughts a mess. Even though she had guessed it, hearing Ngo Tungam confirm it was a completely different feeling. Tungam, are we best friends or what? VV asked seriously. Of course we are, Ngo Tungam replied. Then you absolutely must ask your brother to carry me too. Just the thought of being led by the #1 player in Divine Oracle makes me so happy, VV said dreamily. I'll have to ask him if Hes willing first. Besides, even if he wanted to, we'd have to wait until the teleportation portals between cities are open, Ngo Tungam said.
Oh, right?
We are in the same main city. How annoying. Why didn't I choose Jinling City back then? Vivi lamented with regret. It's fine. Once the portal's open, just come to Jinling City and beg him. It should be okay. He doesn't seem to have a huge desire for leveling up anyway. Ngo Thieu Than comforted her. No desire for leveling. His level is so high that others can't even catch up, and you say he has no desire, regardless. I don't care, you have to help me later, VV insisted. All right, don't worry. By the way, don't tell anyone else that my brother is Tran Fong, Ngo Thieu Than warned her strictly. Why not? I was thinking about those classmates who always act so smug because they think they're good at the game. If they knew your brother was Tran Fong, they'd be sucking up to you every day, VV said. My brother specifically told me not to tell. Before this, I didn't even dare tell you. Don't let it slip, otherwise, he definitely won't take you along in the future, Ngo Thieu Than said. Fine. I won't say a word. VV's curiosity piqued again. By the way, that Radiance staff on the rankings. That's yours, isn't it? I heard that equipment from the lottery and chests matches the player's class, and only 3 of you got the lottery draws. Your brother and then Vuong can't use staves, so that diamond grade staff is yours, right? That's right. This young lady is the only person in the entire server who possesses diamond equipment. Even my brother doesn't have one, Ngo Thieu Than said proudly. Ah, no way, I'm so jealous. You have to treat me to a late-night snack to compensate for my wounded, envious soul, VV said sourly. Sure, no problem. Ngo Thieu Than was now a wealthy young woman with several 100,000 yuan in her pocket. Jinling City. Ngo Thieu then headed straight toward the dungeon area. Truthfully, running dungeons didn't help his progression much anymore, but the income was worth it. At the very least, he could find 1 gold grade item and 4 or 5 silver grade items, earning him anywhere from several 100,000 to 1,000,000 yuan. Arriving at the dungeon zone, he saw people everywhere. The recent event had allowed most players to obtain at least 1 piece of level 40 bronze equipment, and the lucky ones had even opened silver gear. One could say the overall strength of the player base had increased significantly, making it much easier for the majority to clear dungeons. As Ngo Thieu then walked toward the entrance, he ran straight into Ngo Thieu's group coming out. It truly was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Ngo Thieu had glared at Ngo Thieu, then his eyes looking as if they could spit fire. Originally, his accumulated points were in the top 10, which should have earned him at least a gold chest. Instead, he had been killed by Ngo Thieu then and ended up with only a bronze chest. His hatred for Ngo then had reached an uncontrollable level. As for Ngo Thieu, then a slight smirk played on his lips when he saw the group. Walking back is so tiring. How about I give you all a ride back to the city? Tran Fong, don't push it. We haven't touched you this time, Ngo Thieu Than said, sounding somewhat lacking in confidence. Who said you have to touch me for me to kill you? Ngo Thieu then smiled. What if I just find you all an eyesore? With that, Ngo Thieu then lunged toward Ngo Thieu. This lot from the Ngo, the Quan Hung Guild, had been quite obnoxious on the killing battlefield. Now that he had run into them, he had to return the favor. Damn it, Tran Fong, you really think I'm afraid of you? Ngo Thieu, his face twisted with malice as he swung his weapon toward Ngo Thieu then. However, Ngo Thieu then didn't dodge, directly taking a heavy slash from Ngo Thieu. He lost over 1,000 health, and instantly, Ngo Thieu's entire party was flagged with gray names for attacking first. Is that all the damage you can do? Ngo Thieu then mocked. He raised his hand and returned a basic attack. Although Ngo Thieu tried his best to dodge, his speed was insufficient. The short sword blade grazed him lightly, 3,980. A single basic attack took away nearly 4,000 of Ngo Thieu's health. Ngo Thieu then was quite satisfied. Platinum equipment truly made a difference. A single weapon had nearly doubled his attack power. Yet Ngo Thieu did not flinch, directly using Savage Charge to slam into Ngo Thieu Than. The other members of Ngo, the Quan Hung, also launched their attacks simultaneously. Ngo Thieu Than's body flickered slightly as he evaded the charge. Then he dashed straight into the rest of the group. Since that first guy had already been hit by his poison, he was as good as dead. There was no need to worry about him further. In no time at all, the 10-man squad of Ngo, the Quan Hung, was swiftly dealt with by Ngo Thieu Than. Picking up all the equipment dropped on the ground, he noted that since these were likely high-level members of the guild, their gear was quite decent. The drops included 1 gold grade item, 7 silver grade items, and 5 bronze grade items. Ngo Thieu then listed all the equipment on the auction house, including the soul-devouring dagger he had just replaced. After the event, the price of low-level gear had plummeted. These were all around level 20, so the total only came to 1.68 million yuan. But he was still satisfied. Just a bit of effort had put over 1 million yuan into his account. Having dealt with the loot, Ngo Thieu then went straight into the dungeon. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside began to gossip fervently. Those were all high-ranking members of Ngo the Quan hung just now, including the guild leader, and they were wiped out by great god Tran Fong in an instant. His truly incredible. Hemph, this is nothing. On the killing battlefield, Tran Fong killed thousands. People online are calling him a killing demon, saying he steals bosses and slaughters players. Everyone knows what happened with that boss on the killing battlefield. Tens of thousands of people couldn't kill it, and in the end, great god Tran Fong handled it alone. Now they turn around and say he stole it. How ridiculous.
Exactly.
They're just jealous. Either way, I'll always support great god Tran Fong. Sk. Ngo the Quan hung is really pathetic. Being in the same main city as great god Tran Fong, they're destined to be suppressed. It's their own fault for being so arrogant. Wouldn't it be better if everyone just developed in peace? Indeed. Meanwhile, Ngo the Thian, standing at the respawn point, abruptly logged out. In a massive villa in Shesh City, a handsome young man with a gloomy face stepped out of his gaming pod. He left the room, went downstairs to the living room sofa, lit a cigarette, and made a phone call. A moment later, a middle-aged man entered and asked, "Ngo Thieu, it's late. Is there something urgent?" Ngo Thieu went straight to the point. "I want you to help me track someone down." "Who?" the middle-aged man asked. "Tran Fong. I want you to find out the real-life identity of this Tran Fong," Ngo Thieu said, gritting his teeth.
This?
The middle-aged man hesitated slightly. "Ngo Thieu, there's no need to bring in-game grudges into the real world. This doesn't quite follow the rules of the game. I don't give a damn about rules. 200 million, you just find him for me. You don't need to worry about anything else," Ngo Thieu declared.
This?
The middle-aged man thought for a moment before saying, "He won't be easy to find. From what I know, this Tran Fong has worn a mask since he first appeared. It seems no one has seen his true face, and even the gaming company cannot extract player information. 500 million. I don't care what method you use, you must find him for me. I believe that no one in this world is without a flaw. As long as he exists, he will eventually show his tail," Ngo Thieu said, narrowing his eyes.
All right.
Leave it to me, the middle-aged man replied.
Chapter 104. Dark Gold Grade. After entering the dungeon, Ngo Thieu then immediately summoned his shadow clone and Angan Tai Lang. The three figures charged toward the tiger head men at once. Soon, Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up with excitement. The shadow clone could indeed trigger poison damage, and more importantly, it dealt the full amount. For Ngo Thieu Than, this skill was absolutely comparable to his sevenfold shadow kill. Furthermore, the clone was incredibly flexible to control, responding as naturally as his own limbs. If given to any other assassin, this skill would likely only be used for escaping. As a clone that inherited attributes, but couldn't use skills, usually had limited utility. But for Ngo Thieu, then this was undoubtedly a divine skill. Inheriting his full poison potential meant there were effectively two of him on the battlefield. The prospect was magnificent. The only drawback was its short duration, only 2 minutes. He figured he could likely extend this later by using skill upgrade scrolls. Ngo Thieu then cleared the dungeon in just over 6 minutes. Stepping out, he glanced at the stone tablet. Several teams had already appeared on the leaderboard, with the Than Vuong Pavilion's team sitting in second place. Given their platinum-grade equipment, it wasn't surprising that Than Vuong could conquer this dungeon. The dungeon guard had dropped a pair of gold-grade leg guards that Ngo Thieu then could actually use, replacing his current silver-grade ones. Lin Lang leg guards gold grade, health 1000, physical defense 80, magic defense 80. Additional attributes, vitality 25, endurance 25, strength 25. Attached skill, fortified defense, increases defensive capabilities for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requirement, all classes. After equipping the Lin Lang leg guards, Ngo Thieu then put his old tiger skin leg guards up for auction, along with 6 silver pieces and 9 bronze pieces he had picked up in the dungeon, netting another 760,000 credits. He was starting to feel a bit numb to the numbers. He could only conclude that this game was far different from what he had initially imagined. He had started out just hoping to earn enough to keep from starving. Now, casually killing a few people or running a dungeon brought in millions. This shift had significantly altered his mindset. He was no longer focused solely on how much money he could make, but rather on how much stronger he could become. Returning to Jinling City, Ngo Thieu Than found he wasn't yet tired. After a moment's thought, he decided to challenge the Dark Gold tier of the War God Temple, as his Dark Gold talent tier had already been unlocked. Upon reaching the War God Temple, Ngo Thieu Than entered the challenge immediately. Since he could kill a level 40 Dark Gold boss, he saw no reason to hesitate against a level 30 Phantom of the War God. To his amusement, his opponent this time was a War God priest. Judging by her silhouette, she was a female War God. The rule was simple: defeat her within 30 minutes to succeed. Main brain, are you underestimating my poison that much? Ngo Thieu Than muttered, half laughing. He activated haste and lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes to stack his poison. With an attack power exceeding 4,000, his physical damage was formidable even without the poison. The poor priestess desperately cast healing spells on herself, but her health bar barely budged. Fortunately, this was only a phantom. Had it been a real person, she likely would have been driven to tears of frustration. Despite possessing 3.5 million health and over 3,000 defense, the priestess lasted less than 4 minutes before collapsing. Midway through, she had attempted a specialized purification skill, but it only cleared a single stack of poison. It was immediately replaced by a fresh stack, rendering her efforts entirely futile. Ngo Thieu Than was hoping for another personal visitation from the War God, but he was promptly teleported out. Ding! Congratulations on your successful challenge. Your realm has risen to Dark Gold grade. You receive 50 to all attributes, 50 free attribute points, and your War God medal has been upgraded from Gold to Dark Gold. As the first player to reach Dark Gold grade, you receive a system reward, 50 free attribute points. That's it, I'm out already. Ngo Thieu Than felt slightly dissatisfied. Having tasted the sweetness of a divine encounter once, he wanted it every time, though he knew such luck couldn't last forever. Regardless, reaching the Dark Gold grade was a massive leap in power. He dumped all his bonus attribute points into agility and checked his updated stats. Character, Tranfong. Realm, Dark Gold grade. Level, 30. Health, 21,400, 7,255, 28,655. Mana, 4,980. Physical attack, 4,847. Magic attack, 464. Physical defense, 1567, 156, 723. Magic defense, 1457, 145, 1602. Movement speed, 1129. Attack speed, 2.1. Critical rate, 18. Damage reduction, 10. Control reduction, 10. Defense penetration, 10. Cooldown reduction, 10. Health regeneration, 1. Crit resistance, 10. Luck, 18. Experience, 1 boot 02M, 2M. Strength, 507, 253, 76D. Intelligence, 155, 77232. Vitality, 446, 223, 669. Endurance, 725, 362, 00087. Spirit, 240, 120, 360. Agility, 956, 478, 1434. Talent, poison damage, 200 stacks up to 6 times. Undying Body increases maximum health by 21,400. Titles, Hero of Beginner Village, Luck 10. Bandit Slaying Hero, Health 2000, Defense 100. Demon Sealing Envoy, Damage Reduction 10, Control Reduction 10. Skills, Haste, Undying Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Weakness Strike, Bash, Suppression Field, Sevenfold Shadow Kill, Shadow Clone. Equipment, Shadow Blade level 40 Platinum, Lin Lang Helmet level 20 Gold, Guardian Leather Armor level 30 Gold, Lin Lang Leguards level 20 Gold, Blood Ox Belt level 20 Dark Gold, Lin Lang Boots level 20 Gold, Lin Lang Necklace level 20 Gold, Tiger Roar Bracer level 30 Gold, Guardian Bracer level 30 Gold, Tiger Head King Ring level 20 Silver, Guardian Ring level 30 Gold. His attributes had far surpassed those of current players by several fold. With the exception of the Tiger Head King Ring, his equipment was entirely gold grade or higher. If he utilized speed-enhancing skills like Haste, Accelerated Attack, or Extreme Shadow, his attack speed could reach 6 strikes per second. His agility, sitting at a staggering 1434, was not just for show. What surprised him was that movement speed hadn't stopped increasing. Rather, after surpassing 1,000, it required 100 points of agility to increase movement speed by a single point. Ngo Thieu then didn't mind the diminishing returns. His movement speed was already fast enough, and his attack speed was soaring. His total attribute points were at least double those of other players. Yet he had fewer areas that required investment. In reality, he only needed to focus on agility. He had only invested in endurance early on because he couldn't handle the heat of battle. Now, with over 28,000 health and a plethora of survival skills, he was sufficiently tanky. From now on, he could continue dumping points into agility. Even if the movement speed gains were poor, increasing his strike speed was worth it. The faster he struck, the harder he was to dodge. The higher his agility, the easier it was to evade his enemies. After reviewing his stats, Ngo Thieu then logged out, feeling satisfied. He had eaten dinner early and couldn't sleep on an empty stomach, so he headed downstairs to a barbecue stall. As he ate, he scrolled through the game forums. He saw numerous posts smearing his reputation, along with discussions about the slaughter battlefield and Sat Lukjia, as well as speculations regarding the diamond-grade equipment on the rankings. Just then, a newly uploaded post was suddenly pushed to the top of the boards with incredible speed, its view count skyrocketing at a dizzying pace. Chapter 105, The Talents of the Strong. Ngo Thieu Than's interest was instantly piqued. The post was written by Vong Dubok Hu Sint, titled The Known Super-Tier Talents in Divine Oracle. Ngo Thieu then hurriedly clicked to view the article. As everyone knows, talents in Divine Oracle are of paramount importance. A talent determines one's path of growth and even their future achievements. While everyone's talent remains somewhat confidential, Vong Dubok Hu Sin has managed to gather information on a select few experts. Today, I have organized the talents of several renowned powerhouses for your reference. The data below is in no particular order. Tran Fong, talent, poison damage. Tran Fong is currently the undisputed top player in Divine Oracle, a feat naturally tied to his talent. Originally a solo player, his talent remained a mystery until it was finally revealed during this event. It is now known that his talent allows his attacks to poison targets, dealing 2,400 points of true damage every second, which can stack up to tens of thousands per second. Furthermore, his poison damage seems capable of evolving, making it utterly terrifying. At present, it is unlikely anyone can withstand more than 2 seconds of his poison damage. Then Vuong, talent, pinnacle of strength. As the guild leader of Then Vuong Pavilion, his attack power is exceptionally high. According to investigations, the pinnacle of strength talent grants 4 points of physical attack for every point of strength, double that of other players. This is an incredibly potent talent for the late game, growing stronger as time progresses. The Hojia, talent, tenfold damage reflection. As the leader of the Solid Bulwark Guild, it is rumored he was a Special Forces soldier, the most resilient in his unit. Since monsters in Divine Oracle generally have health pools far exceeding their attack power, this talent makes his leveling efficiency quite low, resulting in a level that isn't particularly outstanding. However, in a one-on-one duel, his talent would leave opponents at a loss for how to strike. Duyan Koi, talent, God of Fire. The leader of the Origin and End Guild, this talent doubles the damage of all fire element skills and reduces their cooldowns. It could be said that as long as he possesses enough fire skills, he is an absolute output machine. Then Chu, talent, Power of Light. The leader of Mythical Paradise. The damage he deals is converted into power of light stored within his body, which can be used to heal himself or deal a burst of true damage to a target. Power of light dissipates upon leaving combat. However, as long as he remains in battle, it can accumulate continuously. While there is undoubtedly a limit, it has yet to be revealed, though this does not diminish the immense power of this talent. Fong Diep, talent, CC immunity. Like Tran Fong, Fong Deep is a solo player without a guild. He was once revered as a god in the gaming world due to his flawless mechanics. This talent perfectly complements his playstyle, ensuring he will remain a god-tier existence in the future. Dianyuk Sujia, talent, Ignore Defense. The leader of Hell's Gate, though he has suffered 2 defeats at Tran Fong's hands, it is only because Tran Fong is too strong one, cannot overlook Dianyuk Sujia's own strength. With a talent that ignores defense, he will undoubtedly be a nightmare in the later stages. Fong Nguyet Votin, talent, Field Control. The leader of Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, all of his skills apply a slow effect to targets, and the duration of all control skills is doubled. This talent makes him the most troublesome opponent to deal with. Vu Fi, talent, Critical Hit. Wu Fei is also a solo player without a guild and a beautiful female leader who consistently holds a spot in the top 3 of the level rankings. It is now known that all of her attacks can crit, and her critical damage is exceptionally high, likely involving a bonus percentage. Thanks to her super high damage output, she has always stayed ahead of other players. Ngo Thieu Than, talent, battle intent. As the leader of the peerless heroes, Ngo Thieu Than has always been suppressed by Tranfong and even killed by him many times, but his talent is actually quite impressive. Battle intent grows stronger as the fight continues. Attacking targets builds intent, and the stronger the intent, the higher the damage. It is rumored that at its peak, it can accumulate up to 5 times the damage, though it is unknown if it can go higher. Battle intent disappears upon leaving combat or killing a target. When facing Tranfong, he simply never had the chance to build up his intent, leading everyone to mistakenly believe his strength was poor. Ngo Thieu, talent, doubled healing effectiveness. The leader of the Dream Guild, she was once a top-tier mage. Many wondered why she switched to priest. The reason, of course, was her talent. With a talent that doubles healing effectiveness, a priest is the natural choice. It can be said that the women of the Dream Guild feel extremely secure, never worrying about their survivability when fighting bosses. The above are the talents of the great experts that Ngo Thieu Than has collected for everyone. Naturally, there are still countless players with incredibly strong talents, hidden within Divine Oracle, waiting to be discovered. Ngo Thieu Than will continue to bring you more gaming information. After carefully finishing the post, Ngo then let out a soft exhale. Divine Oracle truly was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The talents of these people were not to be underestimated. Furthermore, there were still countless players with unknown talents. Perhaps he would encounter one that countered him in the future, so he could not afford to be too arrogant. However, since he had already established a lead thanks to his talent, he would ensure this gap widened infinitely. He believed that attributes were the foundation of everything. As long as his attributes could completely crush the opponent, no matter how strong their talent was, they could not cause any trouble. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Ngo Thieu then paid the bill and headed home. While passing through a rather dark street, he suddenly heard a loud cry from behind, "Help, robbery, thief." Ngo Thieu then turned his head and saw a man in black clutching a handbag, sprinting past him. Behind him, a heavily pregnant woman was chasing in a panic. Originally, Ngo Thieu then didn't want to get involved, but seeing her desperate state made him feel that the bag contained something very important to her. Seeing no one else around, he couldn't bear it and gave chase. Whether Ngo Thieu was too fast or the man too slow, he caught up in an instant and delivered a kick to the man's back, sending him sprawling face first. Ngo Thieu then stepped forward and snatched the bag. At that moment, the man's eyes turned vicious, and he pulled out a paring knife, stabbing toward Ngo Thieu Than. Startled by the turn of events, Ngo Thieu then hurriedly dodged. The man lunged several times, but Ngo Thieu then anxiously evaded every strike. "Damn it, I've seen a ghost," the man cursed and ran away. Ngo Thieu then patted his chest, thinking fortunately this idiot was too slow. Otherwise, a few stabs would have been the end of me. It seems I shouldn't try to be a hero so casually. Clutching the bag, he walked over to the pregnant woman, who was gasping for air. He handed her the bag. "Here, I got it back for you. Go home early." A pregnant woman shouldn't be out alone late at night. Seeing her lost bag returned, the woman sobbed with emotion. Thank you so much." "All right, no need to be polite. If there's nothing else, I'll be going," Ngo Thieu then said, turning to leave. He was someone who feared trouble above all else. Back home, he recalled the situation and shook his head, trying to rob someone while being that slow and failing to even hit someone with a knife. Must be a rookie. Exhausted after the long day, Ngo Thieu then showered and fell fast asleep. Meanwhile, the thief was hiding in a narrow alley, still trembling as he clutched his chest. Damn it, talk about an auspicious start turned sour. I didn't expect to run into a professional. That guy's speed was insane. Good thing he didn't keep chasing. Chapter 106, Spring of Life Water. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning when he woke up. Since he hadn't set an alarm the night before, Ngo Thieu then slept straight through until he naturally stirred. He felt that he had been playing the game too much lately. The mental strain was becoming so immense that he was starting to experience hallucinations. He clearly needed the extra rest. After going downstairs for breakfast, he returned home and logged into the game. As soon as he came online, a private message popped up. A Dong Mu, Big Brother Tranfong, have obtained the Nether Spirit Fruit. Ngo Thieu Than's spirits instantly lifted. He hurriedly replied, "Where are you? I'll come find you right now." Dongmu sent a set of coordinates, and Ngo Thieu then quickly navigated to the location. At that moment, Dongmu was crafting pills in the player's living quarters. Ngo Thieu then stepped forward, his voice tinged with excitement. You really got it.
Yes.
Dongmu quickly took out the nether spirit fruit and handed it to Ngo Thieu, then Ngo Thieu then glanced at it. It was indeed the nether spirit fruit. He immediately opened the trade interface and entered 100 gold coins. This was the amount he had promised Dongmu Irliera 100 gold reward for securing the fruit. Big brother Tranfong, there's really no need. I just did it in passing, Dongmu said, hurriedly waving his hands in refusal. Just take it. This is what I promised. If you don't, I'll be a man of broken faith. Besides, the early stages of alchemy require a lot of investment. Otherwise, you won't be able to level up your skills, Thieu then said.
This?
Dongmu still hesitated. Eventually, under Thieu Than's persuasion, he accepted the gold. After pocketing the nether spirit fruit, Thieu then asked, how did you manage to get this fruit anyway? Dongmu replied with a strange expression. It was actually quite odd. Didn't you say, Big Brother Tranfong, that the master definitely wouldn't give it to me easily? I had prepared thoroughly, even finding a recipe that specifically required the nether spirit fruit to craft. But when I told my master I needed it for alchemy, he just looked at me once and handed it over. Hearing this, Thieu then felt that something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite analyze it at the moment. He finally shook his head. Never mind, the item is in hand now. Solving the immediate problem is what matters most. After parting ways with Dongmu, Thieu then walked to a secluded spot. Once certain no one was watching, he crushed a positioning teleportation scroll. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the location he had previously set. Just as he arrived, a figure suddenly materialized in front of him, giving him a start. Damn it, can you stop appearing out of nowhere like a ghost? You're scaring me to death, Thieu then said, looking at the woman before him. Such a cowardly man for your stature. Did you bring the item, Z, you asked? I brought it, but how can I be sure you won't just take it and run? What if you don't give me the spring of life water, or if you don't remove this mark on my forehead? Ngo Thieu then countered. Rest assured. Since I issued the quest, it is equivalent to signing a contract. With the main brain supervising, no one can break their word. Z, you replied? Is that so? Then remove the mark on my forehead first. This wasn't part of the quest, and I'm afraid you'll go back on your word, Ngo Thieu then said. You're a cautious little thing, aren't you? Fine. Z, you suddenly formed a hand seal, lightly tapped Ngo Thieu Than's forehead once, and then withdrew her hand. Is it done, Thieu then asked, skeptically, rubbing his forehead. Why does it feel so unreliable? It's done. Did you think it was that complicated? Now, hand over the item, Ziyu urged. Ngo Thieu then frowned, still feeling that something was off, but he didn't understand these matters well. He could only hope she wasn't deceiving him. He retrieved the nether spirit fruit from his backpack and handed it over. Ziyu accepted it with an expression of pure excitement. With a wave of her hand, a milky white drop of liquid resembling a water droplet flew toward Ngo Thieu. Then, he hurriedly caught it as a system notification rang out. Dinging, quest completed. You have received 1 drop of spring of life water. She kept her word after all, Ngo Thieu then thought to himself. He had initially expected her to play some tricks. After all, she belonged to the demon race. If she had truly cheated him, he wouldn't have had any recourse. He couldn't defeat her and would have had to simply swallow the loss. He hadn't expected her to actually give him the spring of life water. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first, Ngo Thieu then said. With the quest done, it was best to distance himself from this terrifying woman as quickly as possible. However, at that very moment, light flashed from all sides. 4 figures suddenly appeared, surrounding Ngo Thieu Than and Ziyu in the center. For a human to dare collude with the demon race, what audacity! One of the elders shouted, pointing directly at Ngo Thieu. Then, the scene left Thieu Than stunned. What is going on? I knew this boy was trouble from the start. He came to me to buy medicine, and after I drove him away, he began approaching my apprentice. Not 2 days later, my apprentice asked for the nether spirit fruit. I knew then it was his doing. The speaker was old man's son. Only now did Ngo Thieu then understand the cause. It was all because of this old man. No wonder he had given the fruit to Dongmu so easily. He had been using Ngo Thieu Than as bait. But were NPCs truly this intelligent? Didn't you know this old man was a master? Ziyu, standing beside him, had also grasped the situation and turned to ask Ngo Thieu Than. You didn't tell me, so how was I supposed to know? Ngo Thieu Than was speechless. He had assumed Old Man's son was just an old man who knew alchemy. He hadn't expected him to be a powerful expert. Perhaps the moment he had loitered in front of the man's door, the elder had already detected the problem. Boy, colluding with the demon race is a capital offense. Since you are an adventurer, we will not kill you now. Wait until we deal with this demoness, then you will follow us back to answer for your crimes, the leading elder said. All four old men then locked their gazes onto Ziyu. Ziyu merely curled her lip in disdain. You think you can take me down with just a few underlings that I wouldn't have even deigned to look at in the past? Emph, demoness. Years ago, you were beaten to the brink of death by the Luai Din Xian, then Endu Quangxian, then, though you escaped in the end, the Holy Light Continent has no demonic energy for you to recover. It's a miracle you haven't died over these past centuries. But how much strength do you have left? Another elder retorted. Ziyu's face turned icy. Even if only 1% of my strength remains, it is not something for people of your caliber to offend.
Right.
You guys go ahead and fight, slipping away first. Seeing the battle about to erupt, Ngo Thieu then used a random teleportation scroll without hesitation. When gods fight, it is the ants that get crushed. Staying here might mean being obliterated by a shockwave in an instant. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than vanish, the elders frowned but did not stop him. He would have to return to Jinling City sooner or later, and finding him would be easy. Their primary mission now was to deal with the demoness before them. Quickly, the two sides lunged into a grand battle. Meanwhile, Ngo Thieu Than, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings where he had landed, didn't dare move a single step. He immediately used a town portal scroll on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that a town portal scroll took 10 seconds to channel, he wouldn't have used the random teleportation scroll earlier. That item had left him with a psychological scar. Back in Jinling City, Ngo Thieu then took out the drop of Spring of Life water. After weighing his options for a long time, he decided not to use it himself. He already possessed the immortality body. Using this on himself would be a waste. It was better to leave it for Ngo Thieu Than. She was a priest with very low health. Giving this drop of Spring of Life water to her was the proper use for it. Stowing the Spring of Life water back into his bag, Ngo Thieu Than thought, the nether spirit fruit affair is exposed. I wonder if there will be a citywide bounty on me now. Looking at those old men, it's highly likely. Sigh, I hope that woman is strong enough to kill all those old guys. That way, maybe no one will know what happened. Ideally, they'll just destroy each other, so she doesn't come looking for me either. For some reason, Ngo Thieu then had a feeling that the business between him and that woman had not ended here. Chapter 107, The Hidden Map. Ngo Thieu then replenished his supplies in Jinling City and immediately set off. He planned to stay away for a short while, lying low until the current storm blew over. Just then, he received a private message. Lang Guyet, are you busy? Tran Fong, not really, what's the matter? Lang Guyet, we've discovered a hidden map. I was wondering if you'd be interested. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, if you found a hidden map, why aren't you exploring it yourselves? Why tell me? Lang Guyet, we tried, but we were all killed and sent back to the city. Tran Fong, Lan Guyet, the monsters inside are all level 30 or higher elites. We can't handle them. This finally piqued Ngo Thieu Than's interest. Hidden maps usually contained bosses, and the drop rates were significantly higher. Much like the Great Hall he had entered before, although he had been tortured to within an inch of his life, the final harvest had been staggering, especially the Nether Pearl, which was immensely useful to him. He asked, how will the loot be divided? This was precisely why he disliked grouping up. Dividing spoils was always a hassle. Lan Guyet is 50-50 acceptable. We discovered the map, and we will provide a priest and a shield guardian to accompany you. Ngo Thieu then thought for a moment before responding. 50-50 for normal mobs is fine. But if there is a boss, I get first pick of 3 items. The rest can be split 50-50. Additionally, don't bring a crowd. Aside from yourself, you can bring at most 3 others. Level 30 elites were certainly beyond the capabilities of that group. He expected to be doing most of the heavy lifting. However, the map belonged to them after all. If they hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have even known it existed. So 50-50 was a fair compromise. But when it came to the boss, he insisted on priority otherwise. It wasn't worth his time. On the other side, deep within a valley, Lang Guyet hesitated as she read Ngo Thieu Than's reply. Everyone knew the boss drops were the real prizes. If she let him take the first 3 items, the best gear would likely be gone. Sister Lang Guyet, how can we agree to this? Aren't we taking a huge loss? I don't think we need him. We can just take it slow. Only we know about this place for now. Once our levels and gear improve, we can clear it ourselves, a young priestess beside her argued. Right now, we can't even get past the first wave of mobs. There is no telling how long we'd have to wait to clear the whole map. By then, no one can guarantee that the secret won't leak out, Ngo Thieu said calmly. Sister, I agree with inviting the great god Tranfong. So many people in the guild know about this. Who knows if someone might accidentally let it slip. If everyone finds out, we won't even get a sip of the leftovers. Besides, if there really is a major boss, we don't have the strength to kill it. It would definitely be up to Tranfong to do the work. If he actually kills the boss, we're still benefiting from it. What is there to hesitate about? Lanfong added from the side, offering his advice. Ngo Thieu nodded and sent a message back to Ngo Thieu. Then fine, well do as you say. She then sent over a set of coordinates. Ngo Thieu then glanced at the location Ngo Thieu had sent. It was in a valley to the west over 10 kilometers away. He immediately set off on foot. Upon arriving at the valley, he saw many players grinding levels. All of them were members of the Ngo Thieu Pavilion. As soon as Ngo Thieu then arrived, a young man with a bright expression stepped forward, his face full of excitement. Great God Tranfong, you're finally here. Lanfong. My sister told me to wait for you. Lead the way. Ngo Thieu nodded. You got it? Lanfong eagerly led Ngo Thieu then deeper into the valley. The two reached the valley's end, where Ngo Thieu stood beneath a cliff face, alongside two other girls, a priest and a mage. Ngo Thieu then walked straight up to Ngo Thieu and asked, "The hidden map is here."
Yes, Ngo Thieu nodded.
Our guild has been leveling in this valley lately. This morning, a member accidentally brushed against that cliff and vanished. Shortly after, he was killed and sent back to Jinling City, which is how I found out. We organized several parties to enter, but everyone was sent back in short order. The monsters inside are level 30 elites at the very minimum, and they come in large numbers. Ngo Thieu then nodded, inspecting the cliff before him. It blended perfectly with the mountain, showing no signs of anything unusual. Discovering it had been a stroke of pure luck. What's the situation inside? Like Ngo Thieu then asked. It's beautiful, like a forest of peach blossoms. The monsters are a type of level 30 butterfly. Demon, Ngo Thieu replied. Is there a limit on how many can enter at once? Ngo Thieu and then inquired. Yes, the limit is 20 people. Once that number is reached, no one else can enter. If someone inside dies, another can take their place, Ngo Thieu explained. Ngo Thieu then nodded. All right, let's go in. Have you chosen your team? Ngo Thieu pointed to the two girls beside her and Lanfong. Just me and these three. Are you sure you don't want to find a few more people? To use as cannon fodder, Ngo Thieu then remarked. If he hadn't been worried about the awkwardness of being the only man among a group of women, he wouldn't even have wanted Ngo Thieu to bring the others. How can he talk like that? The priestess beside Ngo Thieu muttered in dissatisfaction. Ngo Thieu quickly gave her a gentle tug before saying to Ngo Thieu, then fine, well do it your way. The party was soon formed. Ngo Thieu then glanced at the team roster. Their levels were quite decent. Ngo Thieu was a level 24 archer. Lanfong was a level 24 shield guardian, and the two girls were a level 23 mage and a level 23 priest. On the current leaderboards, Ngo Thieu then held the top spot at level 30. Second through fifth place were level 26, followed by a block of level 25s. Being level 24 definitely placed them among the frontline players, and level 23 was still quite respectable, higher than the vast majority of the player base. Once the party was set, Ngo Thieu led the way toward the cliff and vanished instantly. The others followed suit. An illusion, Ngo Thieu then thought to himself before stepping through. The scenery shifted instantly. Ngo Thieu then found himself standing in a forest of peach blossoms. As far as the eye could see, there were peach trees in full bloom, their pale pink blossoms blanketing the branches. The ground was covered in a carpet of fallen petals, creating a mesmerizing sight. The scenery is truly beautiful, Ngo Thieu praised. Yes, it's beautiful, but it's also a death trap, Ngo Thieu added from his side. This woman really doesn't know how to enjoy the moment, Ngo Thieu then thought. The group moved forward cautiously. Before long, a swarm of giant butterflies flew toward them, at least 20 in total. Be careful, Lanfong, take the front. Din Din, focus on healing Lanfong. Tu Vu, use ice hail to slow them down. Ngo Thieu calmly commanded the battle, drawing a silver-grade bow and readying herself. Ngo Thieu then shrugged, feeling as though there was nothing for him to do yet. He observed the butterflies closely and realized they weren't actually butterflies. Though they possessed butterfly wings, their bodies were those of young girls, roughly 7 or 8 years of age. Ngo Thieu then cast his insight skill. Butterfly Demon Elite. Level 30. Health 150,000. Magic Attack 2100. Physical Defense 750. Magic Defense 800. Movement Speed 650. Skill 1, Wind Blade flaps wings to create a wind blade that flies forward, dealing magic damage to the target. Cooldowned 3 seconds. Skill 2, Wind Blade Swarm, summons a large area of wind blades, dealing magic damage to all targets in front. Cooldowned 1 minute. Skill 3, Roaring Gale, summons a cyclone that deals magic damage and knocks up targets in its path. Cooldowned 3 minutes. Chapter 108, DFTN 2. Upon seeing the attributes of the butterfly demons, Ngo Thieu then finally understood why they were wiped out every time they attempted this. These stats simply weren't something they could handle. Ngo Thieu then shook his head and told the others, "You all should back off. You won't be able to fight these monsters. Don't you dare look down on us." The priest, Din, spoke up, her voice tinged with indignation. Ngo Thieu then rolled his eyes. "Have you even looked at their attributes? A single whirling blades from each of them is enough to wipe you all out. Have you been annihilated so many times and still haven't learned your lesson?" Din was about to retort when Languyet pulled her back. "Can you handle this alone? Their damage is extremely high," Languyet asked with a hint of concern. "If I can't handle them, we might as well disband right now." "This is only the first wave," Ngo Thieu then replied. He then turned to the priest and asked, "Do you have Holy Light Shield or any other buffing skills?"
Hem.
Din snorted, but she still cast 2 skills onto Ngo Thieu. Then, ding, defense increased, attack increased, duration 1 minute. Dinning, damage reduction increased, duration 1 minute. "Oh, quite a talent you have there," Ngo Thieu then remarked. "Of course," Din said proudly. She was about to boast further, but Ngo Thieu then had already lunged forward. These butterfly demons posed no threat to Ngo Thieu then whatsoever. With the priest's buffs, his magic defense had soared to over 1900. Combined with his damage reduction, the attacks of the butterfly demons felt like nothing more than a slight itch. Conversely, his poison damage was lethal to them. Activating his speed boosts, he delivered 6 strikes per second, instantly stacking 6 layers of toxin on each target. Within 10 seconds, they succumbed to the poison. All 20 butterfly demons were eliminated in less than a minute. The scene left the group behind him, utterly dazed. Everyone knew Tranfong was powerful, but they hadn't realized the extent of it. Only those who witnessed it firsthand could understand that his strength was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. They had entered this place twice before, and each time they had been wiped out by these butterfly demons without managing to kill even one. Yet these creatures that seemed so formidable to them were like clay chickens or pottery dogs before Tranfong, falling in just a few strikes. "Brother Tranfong, you're amazing." Lan Fong ran toward him, her face glowing with excitement. As for Din, she looked as if she had seen a ghost. She stared at Ngo Thieu then and stammered, "Is he really that strong?" "All right, clean up a bit and let's keep moving," Ngo Thieu then said. Understood. Lan Fong happily scurried off to collect the spoils. "Wow, more silver gear." Soon, Lan Fong's cry echoed from the other side, immediately drawing the attention of the rest of the group. Ngo Thieu then wasn't surprised. The gatekeepers in the main hall had been level 30 elite monsters and had dropped silver gear, so it was only natural for these butterfly demons to do the same. After a while, Lan Fong had finished looting, not leaving even a single copper coin behind. The 20 butterfly demons had dropped a total of 1 silver piece, 2 bronze pieces, and over 60 silver coins, a very respectable drop rate. Furthermore, each demon provided 5,000 experience points. Divided among the 5 of them, they received 1,000 each. For 20 demons, that was 20,000 experience, which left them thrilled. "Brother Tranfong, how should we distribute the equipment?" Lan Fong approached him and asked. "You keep it for now. Use what you can, and well divide the rest after we return," Ngo Thieu then said casually. This gear no longer caught his eye. Moreover, he had just checked and found that the auction house couldn't be accessed here. If he kept taking everything, his inventory would soon be full. It was better to let them carry it. Yes, of course," Lan Fong said enthusiastically. While Ngo Thieu then thought little of these items, they were top-tier treasures to them. Level 30 silver gear was rare, even within their entire guild. Yuyet looked at Ngo Thieu Than, feeling a sense of embarrassment. They were contributing absolutely nothing yet, were receiving half of the equipment, which made her feel uneasy. Once the loot was settled, Ngo Thieu then took the lead again. They encountered groups of butterfly demons at regular intervals, all of whom were easily crushed by him. Throughout the journey, the only role Guyet's group played was picking up loot, with the priest occasionally providing buffs and healing. This left Guyet deeply unsettled. Several times she opened her mouth to speak only to hesitate. "Sister, I think something's bothering you," Lanfang whispered, noticing Guyet's expression. "Sigh, don't you see that we're essentially dead weight? We aren't helping at all." "Dividing things this way feels unfair to him," Guyet said with a sigh. "I know, but at least we were the ones who discovered the map. Besides, he doesn't seem to care much about the drops from common mobs. We can just opt out of the boss loot later," Lanfang suggested. Guyet nodded. After walking for over half an hour, Ngo Thieu then had cleared 20 waves of butterfly demons. The abundant 400,000 experience points allowed almost everyone in the team to level up. Ngo Thieu then reached level 31 after the third wave, which meant the monsters no longer triggered his immortal body. After level 30, each level granted an additional 120 health, 60 mana, along with 30 free attribute points and 8 agility points. Ngo Thieu then refrained from allocating his attribute points, choosing to save them for later. By now, they had reached the deepest part of the peach forest, where they beheld a butterfly demon several times larger than the others. While the previous demons looked like young girls, this one resembled a young woman in her late teens. Her figure was flawless, with her vital parts covered only by Livasa's sight that made the blood of the two men present boil. "How shameless," Din Din muttered, pursing her lips. "You're just jealous," Ngo Thieu then glanced at her. "Jealous? This young lady is naturally gifted. Why would I be jealous of a butterfly demon?" Dint puffed out her chest defiantly. Ngo Thieu then took a serious look at her chest, then glanced back at the butterfly demon flying toward them. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. 6. There's really no comparison. Din nearly exploded, but Tu Vu quickly pulled her back. Ngo Thieu then didn't bother teasing her further. The butterfly demon was already upon them, so he cast an insight skill. Diep Tien, 2 golden boss. Level 30. Health 1.7 million. Magic attack 5,000. Physical defense 1,600. Magic defense 1,800. Movement speed 800. Skills Windblade, Whirling Blades, Howling Gale. Skill 4, Tornado flaps wings to create a cyclone, dealing magic damage every second to all targets in a 10 back and 10 area ahead and slowing them. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Back off, priest, buff me, Ngo Thieu then instructed before charging in. A golden boss posed very little threat to him now. As soon as he closed in, the enemy unleashed a cyclone. Ngo Thieu then used Flicker to appear directly behind her, followed by a relentless barrage of slashes that showed no mercy for her beauty. Thinking back to when he fought the tiger, he had to prepare for an entire day. Now, facing a golden boss, he didn't even need to kite. He could face it head-on. Aside from Windblade, Deep Tien Tu's other skills were not targeted. With over 1,000 points in agility, Ngo Thieu then could easily dodge them. Even if he couldn't, he still had ethereal form and evasion. Furthermore, even if he took a hit, it didn't matter. Not only was there a priest behind him, but the lifesteal from the Nether Pearl alone was enough to make him immortal. The poor Diep Tien Tu was finished by Ngo Thieu then in less than 2 minutes, leaving the group behind him paralyzed with shock. "If I didn't see that wrong, that was a golden boss, right?" Lanfang swallowed hard and asked. "You didn't see it wrong. It was definitely a golden boss, and it vanished in less than 2 minutes, Din added, her voice hollow with disbelief. Yuyet was speechless. Her guild had yet to take down a single golden boss, yet one had just perished before her eyes in mere moments. The disparity was simply staggering. Chapter 109. Hoa Tien Tu. Ngo Thieu then inspected the equipment dropped by the boss. He selected a skill book, a starfruit, and a gold-grade ring before turning to Lanfang. "Take the rest for now. We will divide it later." He intended the starfruit and the gold ring for Ngo Thieu, while the skill book was something he needed for himself. The remaining loot included 1 gold item, 3 silver items, 5 bronze items, and a Windblade skill book. The boss provided 200,000 experience points, which, when split 5 ways, gave each person 40,000. Lanfang stepped forward. "Brother Tranfang, honestly, we haven't been of much help to you in here. I've discussed it with my sister. Well, take the drops from the common mobs, but you should keep everything from the bosses. We won't participate in that split. Ngo Thieu then looked at Lan Fong with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected the siblings to resist such temptation. It was important to note that the distribution had been agreed upon before they entered. Even if they said nothing, Ngo Thieu then would not have blamed them. He had known from the start it would turn out like this. His current strength far exceeded that of other players, making it difficult for party members to contribute when he could effectively tank, deal damage, and heal all on his own. Their initiative to decline the boss loot earned them a great deal of his favor. The items dropped by a boss were the most vital rewards, and since they had an entire guild to sustain, being able to restrain their greed was a commendable trait. Ngo Thieu then considered it for a moment before replying. How about this? For the bosses ahead, we will stick to the original agreement. If we encounter a dark gold boss later, I will take the first pick of the equipment, and the rest will be divided equally. That. Lan Fong hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept. All right, it's decided. Ngo Thieu then cut him off and continued walking forward. Thank you, brother, Tran Fong, Lan Fong called out, his voice thick with emotion. The siblings did not have much money, and maintaining a guild was an arduous task. However, because his sister was determined to build a career within the game, he, as her younger brother, could only do his best to support her. Lan Guyet watched Ngo Than's retreating back and whispered a silent thank you in her heart. After the group traversed the peach forest, a brilliant sea of flowers in every imaginable color appeared before them. The breathtaking scenery left the girls exhilarated. Even the usually cold Lan Guyet offered a faint smile. Ngo Thieu then led the way cautiously into the center of the floral expanse when a piercing scream suddenly erupted from behind.
Ah.
Ngo Thieu then whipped his head around to see Tu Vu, the mage, tightly bound by a thick vine, her health plummeting at a rate of 2,000 points per second. Din Din rushed to heal her as the group realized a gargantuan flower had materialized amidst the blooms. It resembled a massive sunflower but bore a human face, with two vines acting like arms that were currently crushing Tu Vu. Lang Guyet and Lan Fong reacted instantly. Lang Guyet fired a concussive arrow, stunning the giant flower and successfully rescuing Tu Vu, while Lan Fong immediately lunged forward with a taunt to draw its attention. Ngo Thieu then cast Insight and then hurriedly shouted, "Get back, now." Had these people charged in without checking its attributes first? Flower Demon Elite Monster. Level 35. HP 250,000. Magic Attack 2,800. Physical Defense 1,000. Magic Defense 1,100. Movement Speed 10. Skill 1, Toxic Pollen, scatters pollen that deals magic damage every second to all targets hit, lasting 10 seconds. Cooled Wound, 10 seconds. Skill 2, Entangle, uses vines to bind a target, dealing 2,000 fixed damage per second for 10 seconds. Cooldowned, 1 minute. The three tried to retreat but were a step too late. Lan Fong and Tu Vu, being closer, were both caught in the pollen. Their health began to drop frantically, losing over 2,000 points every second. Din Din's healing alone couldn't keep up. Even with the two of them constantly chugging potions, it wasn't enough. Tu Vu was in such dire straits that Dint had to focus entirely on her, leaving Lan Fong neglected. As their healing skills were on cooldown and death seemed imminent, Ngo Thieu then sighed helplessly. With a wave of his hand, their health bars were instantly restored to full. Lang Fong had 10,000 horsepower, and Tu Vu had over 6,000. That single gesture cost him over 100 points of nether power. It pained Ngo Thieu Than deeply, as he only had a little over 800 points in total. He had used some in the killing battlefield and only recently replenished them by grinding. Losing over 100 in an instant was truly heart-wrenching. The others stared at Ngo Thieu Than in a daze. High damage was one thing. Being an invincible tank was acceptable, but being able to heal like that was simply too much. How could an assassin have higher healing output than a priest? Stop daydreaming and drink your health potions, Ngo Thieu Than reminded them. Fortunately, the pollen effect only lasted 10 seconds. If his own poison lasted 60 seconds, the three of them would have certainly been sent back to the city. Thanks to Ngo Thieu Than's timely intervention, the two managed to keep their levels intact, while he quickly finished off the flower demon. However, Ngo Thieu then found himself with a headache. The pollen from these creatures was incredibly troublesome. It was invisible and intangible, making it nearly impossible to avoid. He didn't know if multiple stacks of damage would accumulate, but if they did, even he would find it difficult to endure. After thinking for a moment, Ngo Thieu then said to the group, "I'll clear the path ahead. You all stay back. These flower demons are hidden in the bushes. There's no telling when they'll jump out." Understood. The group nodded in unison, well aware they were only getting in his way. Advancing further, Ngo then deliberately trampled the surrounding flower bushes, clearing a wide path to minimize the danger for those behind him. Bringing these burdens along is truly a hassle, Ngo then thought to himself. Lanfang watched the figure ahead and couldn't help but feel speechless. "Sister, tell me, am I the shield guardian, or is he, an assassin who's tougher than a shield guardian like me?" Lan Guyet shook her head. "His attributes are too powerful. There is no comparison." "Exactly, has a total freak, so let's not bother comparing ourselves. Even his healing is better than mine," Din added from the side. Every flower demon that appeared was swiftly cleared by Ngo Thieu Than. The deeper they went, the more numerous the flower demons became. To his relief, the pollen damage did not stack but only refreshed the duration, which presented no pressure to him. His magic defense and damage reduction were just enough to bring the pollen damage down to about 1,000 points, balanced out by the passive healing from the nether pearl. He only needed to be careful to dodge the entangle skill. Throughout the journey, Ngo Thieu never stopped, focused entirely on sweeping the area clean. Lan Guyet's group followed behind, picking up equipment and silver. Thanks to his thorough clearing, they encountered no danger. After more than half an hour, Ngo Thieu then had slain 200 flower demons and finally reached the end of the flower sea. Since he had already leveled up, these level 35 flower demons could no longer be used to upgrade his talent, but they did increase his immortal body stacks by 200 points. Each flower demon provided 10,000 experience points, which, when split 5 ways, gave 2,000 to each person. Slapping down 200 flower demons meant 400,000 experience points for everyone, excluding Ngo Thieu. Then, the experience bars of the others were nearly half full again. At that moment, a woman emerged from the ground ahead. Her physique was no different from a normal human woman, possessing an exceptionally stunning figure and face, though flower vines grew from her back and 5-colored blossoms adorned her head. Beneath her long, straight legs, roots delved deep into the earth. She wore no clothes. Her sensitive areas were covered only by delicate leaves. Furthermore, this woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with certain features notably more developed than those of Diep-Tien-Tu, making Ngo Thieu Than feel as though something was about to leak from his nose. Lanfang turned bright red while the girls wore peculiar expressions. What were the designers thinking, letting someone appear on screen dressed so provocatively? Din remarked in a strange tone. "This is a benefit to keep people happy while they grind." "You wouldn't understand," Ngo then replied. Few men, Dint, huffed and fell silent. Ngo Thieu then cast Insight. Hoa Tien 2 Gold Boss. Level 35. HP 2,500,000. Magic Attack 5,600. Physical Defense 2,000. Magic Defense 2,200. Movement Speed 50. Skill 1, Toxic Pollen. Skill 2, Entangle. Skill 3, Charm, causes the target to lose control of their body, leaving them at the mercy of Hoa Tien 2's control. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 4, Shifting Petals. When health falls below 10, Hoa Tien 2 retreats underground, entering an untargetable state and recovering 1 host pair per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Chapter 110, Tam Vu Ho. After reviewing Hoa Tien 2's skills, Ngo Thieu then turned to the group behind him and warned, "Stay back. If I happen to get incapacitated by her control, we're all finished." Hoa Tien 2's charm skill was incredibly troublesome. It was likely a formless, invisible technique that was nearly impossible to dodge. If he were hit, his only recourse would be to use Void. But Void's cooldown was far longer than the enemy's skill. If she managed to control him while Void was on cooldown and forced him to slaughter Lan Guyet's group, it would be as easy as bullying children on strike, 1 life. Within the group, Lan Guyet and Lanfang had already reached level 25, allowing them to see the boss attributes. Understanding Ngo Thieu Than's intention, the two quickly led the others away. This was no joking matter. Tranfang was far more terrifying than the boss itself. Seeing that everyone was at a safe distance, Ngo Thieu then activated Snow Walk and moved forward. However, the moment he approached, the drifting pollen forced him out of stealth. Helpless, Ngo Thieu then could only trigger extreme speed to close the gap, but before he could even touch her, he was hit by the control skill. He didn't rush to use Void immediately, choosing instead to observe the situation. Fortunately, while casting Charm, Ngo Thieu Than was unable to simultaneously use Entwine. This allowed Ngo Thieu Than to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the fight would have been truly grueling. Controlled by Ngo Thieu Than, he was forced to wander around her for a few moments. Unfortunately for her, there was no one else nearby for him to attack, so she could only make him inhale more toxic pollen. 5 seconds later, the charm state ended. Ngo Thieu then pressed his advantage, dodging an incoming Entwine before unleashing a barrage of damage upon her voluptuous form. Once he had stacked 6 layers of poison, he decisively retreated. Even with his high magic defense and damage reduction, he could barely withstand Ngo Thieu Than's lethal pollen, losing over 3,000 health per second. Fortunately, the nether pearl restored over 1,000 health each second, ensuring he wouldn't collapse within 10 seconds, though he still couldn't endure the exposure indefinitely. After 3 consecutive waves of poison, Ngo Thieu Than's alluring, curvaceous body finally collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Lan Guyet's group approached. Just as Ngo Thieu Than applied the final layer of poison, he had signaled them to return to share the experience points. After all, he was in no hurry to level up. The death of Ngo Thieu Than granted each of them 50,000 experience points. Ngo Thieu then walked over to the boss corpse and retrieved a pair of gold-grade leggings, a cleansing potion, and a charm scroll. 100 Flowers Greaves level 35 gold, health 1500, physical defense 100, magic defense 100, health regeneration 10. Additional attributes: Constitution 38, Bone Structure 37, Spirit 37. Attached skill, Life Recovery. Upon activation, health slowly regenerates every second for 10 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Equipment requirement: all classes. This gear was significantly stronger than the Lin Lang leggings he was currently wearing, which were only level 20. He equipped the new item immediately. As for the cleansing potion, he already possessed one, but the charm scroll was something he was seeing for the first time. Charm scroll, upon use, controls a combat target to fight for the user for 10 minutes. The target's level and realm cannot be higher than the user's. It was an excellent scroll. Ngo Thieu then tucked it into his backpack and instructed Lan Fong to gather the remaining items, planning to distribute them later. By now, Lan Fong was so excited she could hardly contain herself. They had been inside for barely an hour, yet their harvest exceeded what they had gathered over the past several days combined. Her backpack was stuffed to the brim, and she had to distribute the load among the others. Having a backpack overflowing with items in Divine Oracle was a rare luxury. With Ngo Thieu Than dealt with, the group crossed the field of flowers. Before them appeared a small woodland with a quiet, elegant path running through the center. The group proceeded cautiously. They hadn't gone far when a pack of foxes suddenly lunged from the woods to block their path. These foxes were much larger than normal and possessed 2 tails each. Ngo Thieu then immediately cast Insight. 2-tailed fox elite monster. Level 40. Health 220,000. Magic attack 3,400. Physical defense 1,200. Magic defense 1,300. Movement speed 800. Skill 1, Soul Shock, deals defense-piercing magic damage to the target. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill 2, Soul Snatch, deals defense-piercing magic damage to the target and stuns them for 3 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Get back, Ngo Thieu then ordered in a low voice. These foxes possessed the ability to deal defense-piercing damage, and combined with a 3-second stun, they were a headache even for him. There were 22-tailed foxes in this wave. A single slip-up could easily cost him his life. Unfortunately, the 2-tailed foxes had a movement speed of 800, and Lan Guyet's group simply couldn't outrun them. Ngo Thieu then had no choice but to step forward and shield them. Buff me, Ngo Thieu then commanded. Dinch, dinch. He then activated his armor's shield skill, creating a protective layer with over 8,000 health. Simultaneously, he used a skill upgrade scroll on his Void skill. Dinning, success. The skill Void has reached the highest quality. Void clears all negative status effects from the self and shifts the body into a void space, becoming untargetable for 3 seconds. Mana cost 300. Cooldown 2 minutes. In Ngo Thieu Than's skill interface, Void was no longer white but had turned red, the same color as his Shadow 7 chain kill. At that exact moment, the pack of 2-tailed foxes swarmed him, unleashing a barrage of skills. He immediately activated Void, evading all damage as he plunged into the center of the pack. While in the Void state, he could not attack, but the foxes didn't seem particularly intelligent. They continued to fire their skills at his ethereal silhouette. 3 seconds later, Ngo Thieu Than emerged from the void. Every speed-enhancing skill was activated as he began to frantically spread his deadly poison. He inflicted 3 stacks of poison on each fox, poisoning 2 of them every second. In just over 10 seconds, all 20 foxes were infected. During the process, he was hit by several soul shocks, and he had to rely on the regeneration from his greaves and the nether pearl to barely stay standing. Defense-piercing damage truly hurt. Once the poisoning was complete, Ngo Thieu then used flash to create distance, exited the combat state, and immediately entered stealth. He watched as the foxes spun in circles from the agonizing pain. Seeing their health nearly depleted, he messaged Lan Nguyet's group to come closer for the experience. Even though they hadn't helped and were mostly a hindrance, Ngo Thieu Than had his principles. He wouldn't go back on his word. Even if it was a bit of a hassle, he accepted it. Besides, experience points weren't that important to him at this stage. The moment the group arrived, the foxes collapsed in unison. Everyone received 80,000 experience points, and Ngo Thieu Than's talent points, which hadn't moved in a long time, finally increased by 20. Leaving the others to pick up the equipment, Ngo Thieu then moved ahead alone, telling them to follow at their leisure. After encountering 5 more waves of two-tailed foxes, he finally reached the end of the path. Ahead lay a beautiful small valley, lush with greenery and flowers, where a stream bubbled softly. It was the kind of place that made one want to settle down and stay forever. Be careful. Ngo Thieu then led the group slowly into the valley. Before long, a beautiful woman appeared before them, her eyes fixed on the intruders with a hint of surprise. This great beauty was dressed in fine robes, possessing a perfect figure and a flawless face. Only the 3 tails behind her betrayed her true identity. Seizing the opportunity, Ngo then immediately cast insight. Tam Vyoho Dark Gold Boss. Level 40. Health, 4,800,000. Magic Attack, 9,500. Physical Defense, 2,500. Magic Defense, 2,800. Movement Speed, 1,000. Skills: Soul Shock, Soul Snatch. Skill 3, Soul Seize, deals defense-piercing magic damage to the target. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Skill 4, Illusion Realm, creates an illusion that traps the target, making them unable to escape on their own. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Chapter 111, Slaying the Demon Fox. Tran Fong, that's a dark gold boss. Are you certain you can handle it? Lan Nguyet asked, her voice laced with concern. She couldn't see the boss attributes, but she had already tasted the overwhelming power of a dark gold entity when she faced Xianxia in the slaughter battlefield. Although Tran Fong had slain a dark gold boss before, every boss possessed unique traits. There was no guarantee he could prevail this time. All of you, move back, Ngo Thieu Than commanded. This boss was far more troublesome than Xianxia. All its damage bypassed defenses, and its phantasm skill filled him with a sense of foreboding. Having never encountered such a skill, he had no idea what to expect. Seeing Lan Nguyet's party preparing to retreat, a wicked, enchanting smile suddenly curved the lips of the Tam Vyoho. With a casual wave of its hand, the scenery before everyone's eyes instantly transformed. The valley vanished, replaced by unique visions tailored to each individual. Ngo Thieu then found himself standing within a room of ancient design, draped everywhere in festive red silks. Upon the room's sole, massive crimson bed, a woman lay reclining. Her robes were disheveled, her posture alluring as she beckoned him closer with a slender hand. What on earth? Who could possibly resist this? Ngo Thieu then hurriedly pinched the bridge of his nose to stem the flow of an unidentified liquid. So this is the phantasm mainframe. You certainly know how to have some fun. Looking at the woman before him from her face and figure to her very Ngo Thieu, then felt a primal urge to transform into a wolf and pounce immediately. Heavens, if only this weren't an illusion. Fortunately, Ngo Thieu then remained aware that this was a game, clinging to his last shred of sanity. Right then, a sharp pang of pain shot through him. 12,000. A damage number exceeding 10,000 manifested above his head. Yet, despite taking the hit, he remained trapped within the phantasm. Damn, this is tricky. At this rate, she can beat me to death while I can't even fight back. There has to be a way to break this illusion. Otherwise, being toyed with for 2 minutes will be the end of me. Ngo Thieu then thought. He scanned the room but found no flaws. The only possibility was the woman on the bed. Gripping his dagger, Ngo Thieu then marched straight toward her. 9,120. Another attack from the Tam Vyoho struck him, shaving off over 9,000 health and leaving him stunned for 3 seconds. Soul Hook, Ngo Thieu Than muttered. Immediately afterward, he activated ethereal form and resumed his charge toward the woman. Currently, the cooldown of his ethereal form was only 2 minutes, matching the cooldown of the enemy's Soul Hook, so there was no need to hold back. As he reached her, his ethereal state had not yet ended, preventing him from attacking. At such close proximity, the woman appeared unnervingly realistic. Her exquisite face and the glimpses of alabaster skin made his blood boil. The ethereal state soon expired, but Ngo Thieu Than found his hand frozen. His arm, gripping the dagger, felt rigid, unable to strike. Damn it, it's not because I'm a lecher. This phantasm definitely carries a mental suggestion. Ngo Thieu then reassured himself. It wasn't until another strike depleted over 5,000 of his health that Ngo Thieu then steeled his resolve. He swung his dagger, plunging it straight into the woman before him. As the blade pierced her chest, the vision shattered. He was back in the valley, with the Tam Vyoho standing a short distance away. Ngo Thieu then looked around, only to find that the 4 members of Lang Nguyet's party had already returned to the city to rest dead. Well, nothing I could do. I could barely look after myself, he thought. Regardless, they had gained 2 levels in this place. Losing one now wasn't a total loss, especially considering the mountain of equipment they had already gathered. He picked up the items they had dropped. Seeing the Tam Vyoho preparing to attack again, Ngo Thieu then instantly used Flash to appear behind it, delivering a gouge that stunned the creature before frantically stacking his poisons. In truth, the most terrifying thing about this monster was its phantasm. Aside from that, he didn't fear it at all. Luckily, Phantasm had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. To avoid experiencing that wicked illusion again, Ngo Thieu then decided he had to finish this within 5 minutes. Following this, Ngo Thieu then engaged the Dark Gold boss in a direct head-on confrontation, unleashing a relentless barrage of damage. Currently, his poison dealt 2,500 damage per second. Once 6 stacks were applied, he could drain 900,000 health per minute, meaning it would take just over 5 minutes to poison it to death. Combined with his direct attack damage, finishing the fight within 5 minutes was entirely feasible. However, the Tam Vyoho's soul shock was invisible and intangible, impossible to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Each hit cost him over 5,000 health, but fortunately it had a 3-second cooldown. With his current health pool and the Nether Pearl regenerating 1,474 points per second, he could recover over 4,400 health every 3 seconds. Enduring the assault was not a problem. He only needed to focus on dodging the boss' other 2 skills. When the Tam Vyoho used Soul Seizure, Ngo Thieu then utilized 7-link Shadow Kill / to evade. When it used Soul Hook, he used Ethereal Form to nullify it. After more than 4 minutes of combat, he finally brought down the beautiful Demon Fox. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the Dark Gold boss, Tam Vyoho. You have received 2,000 fame and 500,000 experience. As the Tam Vyoho collapsed, a pile of items burst forth. Ngo Thieu then rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Previously, Sat Luke Jia in the Slaughter battlefield hadn't dropped any gear, so in a true sense this was the first Dark Gold boss he had successfully looted. After gathering everything, Ngo Thieu then hurriedly inspected the spoils. 2 dark gold pieces, 3 gold pieces, 5 silver pieces, and no bronze. Additionally, there was a skill scroll, a phantasm scroll, a fruit of wisdom, a skill book, a unique potion, and a crystal that looked somewhat familiar to him. Ngo Thieu then first examined the 2 dark gold items, a bracelet intended for mages and priests, and the other was a headpiece usable by all classes. Thank goodness, there's at least one I can use, Ngo Thieu mused. This was a magic-type monster. If it had dropped nothing but gear he couldn't use, he would have simply had to accept it. Demon Fox Hat level 40 dark gold, health 2,500, mana 2,000, physical defense 120, magic defense 130, critical resistance 5. Added attributes, constitution 40, spirit 40, stamina 40, intelligence 40. Attached skill reduces mana consumption when using skills. Equipment requirement, all classes. Truthfully, this item still leaned toward magic users and would have been more suitable for Ngo Thieu Than. However, since it was usable by all classes, Ngo Thieu then prioritized his own survival first. Besides, the attached skill was somewhat useless to him, and it seemed to conflict with Tuangam's talent anyway. After equipping the Demon Fox Hat, his health finally broke the 30,000 mark, reaching 30,150 points. Physical defense, 1855. Magic defense, 1745. He couldn't use any of the 3 gold items, but Tungam could use 2 of them, while the third would be saved for auction. As for the silver gear, he would distribute it among the others later. He couldn't keep everything for himself. Glancing at the skill scroll, he saw that ethereal form could not be upgraded further. The skill Ngo Thieu Than favored next was Shadow Clone, and he immediately applied the scroll to it. Dinning, success. The quality of the skill Shadow Clone has increased. Shadow Clone consumes 300 mana to summon a clone indistinguishable from the original. The clone inherits 100 of the original's attributes and can attack but cannot use skills. The original and the clone can swap positions with a 10-second cooldown between swaps. The clone disappears upon death or after 3 minutes. Cooldowned 5 minutes. Not bad. Ngo Thieu then nodded with satisfaction. The attributes were enhanced and the duration was extended by a minute. At this rate, if he reached the maximum level, the clone might last 5 minutes, matching its cooldown, allowing for permanent uptime. Chapter 112, Yahoo Blood. The remaining illusion realm scrolls functioned similarly to the skills of the Tam V Yoho, creating a mirage that trapped targets within it for 10 minutes. Having experienced the frustration of being caught in such an illusion himself, Ngo Thieu then found the item quite appealing. The skill book was Soul Snatch, a top-tier mage skill capable of ignoring defense and providing powerful crowd control. He stashed it away immediately, intending to ask Tuayet Ni later how much she would be willing to pay for it. Her family seemed exceptionally wealthy. If the price was fair, selling it to her would be ideal, as it would also bypass any transaction fees. Turning his attention to a particular bottle of medicine, Ngo Thieu Than's expression turned somewhat peculiar, wondering why such a thing even existed. Yahoo Blood, upon use, increases the user's charm and delays aging. There seems to be a charm stat in this game. Higher charm supposedly makes it easier to gain favor with NPCs, but this delaying aging business seems like a bit of a scam. Ngo Thieu then muttered, speechless. Whatever, just keep it for now. Some women might actually believe it. It might even fetch a handsome price. There was one final crystal left. In truth, Ngo Thieu then already had an inkling of what it was. When he took it out to examine it, his suspicions were confirmed. Origin crystal shard, unidentified item. What exactly is the use of this thing? Ngo Thieu then turned it over in his hands for a long time without discerning anything new, so he pulled the other fragment from his backpack. At that moment, the 2 crystal shards suddenly emitted a brilliant white light, floating up from his palm to fuse into one before descending back into his hand. He hurriedly checked it, but the result remained the same. It was still displayed as an Origin crystal shard. Aside from being slightly larger and brighter, there was no difference at all.
Well, just hold on to it.
I'll find out eventually, Ngo Thieu then told himself. Having dealt with the loot, he surveyed his surroundings. Upon the Tam V Yoho's defeat, a glowing portal had appeared in the valley, signifying that the Yahoo was indeed the final boss of this map. Ngo Thieu then took a final stroll around the valley, and seeing nothing else of interest, he stepped into the portal to depart. After his departure, the scenery within the map shifted rapidly. The peach forest, the sea of flowers, and the valley all vanished, and the entire map dissolved into nothingness. Stepping out of the map, Ngo Thieu then found himself standing before the same cliffside where he had first entered. At that moment, he noticed his private messages flashing incessantly and opened them. Lang Guyet, Tran Fong, sorry. We were all wiped out. Lang Guyet, Tran Fong, this boss is too strong. Can it be beaten? If not, just give it up. She must have sent these while he was locked in combat with the demon fox. Ngo Thieu then replied directly, at the map entrance. Come over here. Half an hour later, Lan Nguyet's group finally rushed back. Lan Guyet spoke with a hint of embarrassment. So sorry, we ended up being a burden to you. Lan Fong looked utterly aggrieved. That boss was disgusting. I died before I even realized what was happening. The other 2 nodded in unison. They had all been eliminated by the boss immediately after falling into the illusion. Brother Tran Fong, did you kill the boss? Lan Fong asked.
Yeah.
Ngo Thieu then nodded, taking out the equipment they had dropped upon death along with the remaining silver-grade items the boss had yielded. I've taken the other things from the boss. You guys take these and divide them among yourselves. Brother Tran Fong, we really can't accept equipment from this boss. We've already gathered enough loot as it is. Lan Fong hurriedly declined. It's fine. I took all the best stuff. These are just a few silver-grade pieces. Take them and tally them up, Ngo Thieu then said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lan Fong was at a loss for words. What do you mean just silver grade? Don't you know any single piece here is better than what we're wearing? Seeing Ngo Thieu Than's indifferent attitude, Lan Fong finally accepted them. The group emptied their backpacks to organize the loot, and once the tally was finished, everyone was stunned. Excluding the items Ngo Thieu Than had kept, the remainder consisted of 2 gold-grade items, 36 silver-grade items, and 72 bronze-grade items, ranging across levels 30, 35, and 40. Fortunately, there were 4 of them to carry it all. Otherwise, no one would have had enough inventory space. Ngo Thieu then did a quick mental calculation and realized they hadn't hidden anything. He had killed all the monsters himself. Although he hadn't personally looted everything, he had a rough idea of the total. Their character isn't bad. It wasn't a waste of time leading them through this map. As for Lan Fong's group, even though they knew they had picked up a lot of gear, seeing it all laid out at once made their heads spin. Brother Tran Fong, is your luck stat incredibly high? This drop rate is unbelievable, Lan Fong said in shock. Indeed, although hidden maps have increased drop rates, it shouldn't be this high, Dint added. Oh, it's around 10 points or so. Isn't this drop rate normal? Ngo Thieu Than asked in return. He truly hadn't paid much attention to the drop rates of others. It definitely isn't normal. If it were, why would equipment be so expensive? Usually, we can kill 100 common mobs without seeing a single piece of iron-grade gear drop, Lan Fong lamented. Stop questioning it. He has over 10 luck points. How can you compare when you only have 3? Let's just discuss how to divide the gear. Dints said. At the mention of dividing the loot, the others grew excited. Lan Guyet stepped forward and said, Tran Fong, to be honest, aside from being a hindrance, we didn't help at all. A 50505's, it's truly unfair to you. You should pick your equipment first and just leave a little for us. That's unnecessary. Let's just split it randomly, Ngo Thieu Than said. He then casually swept the equipment into 2 piles, picked one for himself, and immediately began listing the items on the auction house. His backpack couldn't hold that much either. Just like that. Din was speechless. Langit looked at Ngo Thieu Than, her voice uncharacteristically soft. Tran Fong, thank you. There's nothing to thank me for. This was the deal we agreed upon, Ngo Thieu Than replied. It took over 10 minutes to finally process all the equipment, netting him 2.68 million. This trip was an absolute triumph. Aside from the gold from sales, he had gained a bounty of high-quality items. Without Lan Guyet's group, he wouldn't have obtained these things, so even if they weren't helpful inside, he wouldn't let them go empty-handed. With the gear handled, Ngo Thieu Than saw that Lan Guyet's group was still excitedly sorting their share. He walked over and said to Lan Guyet, I'm heading out first. You guys take your time. Oh, brother Tran Fong, are you leaving already? Lan Fong asked with a hint of regret. Yeah, the job's done, so I'm off. Call me again if something similar comes up, Ngo Thieu Than said. This group had decent character.
All right.
Thank you, Tran Fong, Lan Guyet said. Enough, you've said. Thank you too many times. There's really no need. It's just a partnership. If you hadn't provided the map, I wouldn't have gained so much, Ngo Thieu Than said before bidding them farewell and leaving the valley. Sister, brother Tran Fong is a really good person, Lan Fong said to Lan Guyet as she watched Tran Fong's departing back. Lan Guyet nodded. So do you want to consider it for a bit? Lan Fong teased. Consider what? Lan Guyet asked, puzzled. Finding me a brother-in-law, of course, Lan Fong giggled. Do you want a beating? Lan Guyet barked, delivering a swift rap to the top of Lan Fong's head.
Haha, I was just joking.
Chapter 113. Ziyu reappears. Ngo Thieu Than left the valley, found a safe spot, and logged out of the game. It was already noon, so he decided to head downstairs for a meal before figuring out his next move. After removing his gaming helmet and finishing lunch, he was about to return to the virtual world when he received a call from the real estate agent, Tong Thanina. She informed him that the paperwork for the villa was complete and asked when he intended to move in. Ngo Thieu Than was instantly overjoyed. Finally, he would be living in his own villa, no longer forced to endure the cramped confines of this dilapidated rental room. He told Tong Thanha that he would be over shortly and asked her to wait a moment while he began packing his belongings. In truth, there wasn't much to pack, as most of the furniture belonged to the landlord. Ngo Thieu Than simply gathered his clothes and personal items, stuffed them into a rolling suitcase, and grabbed his gaming helmet. With that, he was ready. He called the landlord to settle the final utility bills. The landlord demanded that he scrub the room clean before the security deposit would be returned. Ngo Thieu Than gave a generous wave of his hand. Keep the deposit as a gift. With that, he pulled his suitcase and walked out. Was he joking? He was a millionaire now. Why would he care about a bit of petty change? When his taxi arrived at the villa's gates, Tong Thanha was already waiting with a folder of documents in hand. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than step out of the taxi carrying an old suitcase, she found the sight somewhat peculiar. However, with the professional poise of a seasoned consultant, she knew exactly what to ask and what to leave unspoken. After handing over the documents and keys, Tong Thanha took her leave. Ngo Thieu then stepped into his new home with a sense of mounting excitement. For a villa, a floor area of 160 square meters wasn't particularly large. The first floor featured a living room equipped with a television and sofa. To the left were the dining area and kitchen, while the right side housed a study and a restroom. Behind the living room was a large balcony offering a pleasant view. The second floor served as the sleeping quarters with a total of 4 bedrooms. Even though it was only a small-scale villa, Ngo Thieu Than felt immensely satisfied. To leap from a cheap rental room to a villa, what was there to complain about? Heading up to the master bedroom on the second floor, he surveyed the spacious room and nodded in approval. He then called the official hotline for Divine Oracle and spent 1,000,000 yuan to order a high-end gaming pod. This room had more than enough space for one. The gaming pod was scheduled to arrive in about an hour. Ngo Thieu Than didn't rush back into the game. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll around the neighborhood to familiarize himself with the environment, picking up some essential supplies along the way. An hour later, the gaming pod arrived right on time. Once the technicians finished the installation and left, Ngo Thieu Than eagerly climbed inside. Finally, he no longer had to wear that stifling helmet. The sensation of the pod was far superior. Switching devices was a simple process. The system automatically recognized his character information, requiring only a quick confirmation to link the new hardware. When he re-entered the game, Ngo Thieu Than was standing exactly where he had logged out. He studied the map for a moment, planning to continue westward. To the east of Jinling City lay mostly dense forests, while the west was mountainous. The north was a vast plain, and the south featured a mixed terrain with nothing particularly noteworthy. Just as he had finalized his destination and was about to set off, a dark shadow suddenly materialized, blocking his path. Seeing this figure, Ngo Thieu Than felt a wave of unease wash over him. "How are you still alive? Do you wish for my death so dearly?" Ziyu replied coldly, her voice sounding incredibly frail. "Ah, no, it's just. Didn't we settle our scores? Why have you come looking for me again?" Ngo Thieu Than asked weakly. "It is not settled. You still owe me a favor, Ziyu said. "When did I ever owe you a favor?" Ngo Thieu Than asked in shock. "I killed those 4 old men. You no longer have to worry about the entire city hunting you down for colluding with the demon race. Tell me, is that not a debt of gratitude, Ziyu said with a deep, meaningful look. "What on earth? I was only wanted because of you in the first place." "No, you were wanted because of the source of life." "Anyway, did you really kill all 4 of those old guys?" Ngo Thieu Than asked, sounding a bit skeptical. "They were merely ants." Contempt was clear in Ziyu's voice. "Peft, anyone can boast. Aren't you about to meet your own end right now?" Ngo Thieu Than jabbed back. Even he could sense that Ziyu's current state was abysmal. This time, Ziyu uncharacteristically didn't argue. Instead, she looked at Ngo Thieu Than seriously and asked, "Why is the nether pearl of the netherworld race on your person?" "That's my business? Why should I tell you?" Ngo Thieu Than grew wary, his heart racing. "How does she know the nether pearl is on me?" "How about we make a deal?" Ziyu suddenly suggested. Ngo Thieu Than shook his head instantly without a second thought. He didn't want anything more to do with this woman. "It would benefit you." "Are you certain you don't want to hear it?" Ziyu tempted him. "Fine, let's hear it," Ngo Thieu Than said, his expression skeptical. "From now on, I will stay by your side," Ziyu stated. In your dreams, Ngo Thieu Than jumped back in fright. Just helping her get a single nether spirit fruit had led to him being hunted by the entire city. If he kept her with him, wouldn't he be hunted by the entire server? How was he supposed to play the game then? "Do you think that, even in this state, I cannot kill you?" Ziyu's voice suddenly turned frigid. "If you kill me, I only lose a level at most. But if I take you with me, I might as well stop playing this game entirely," Ngo Thieu Than replied bluntly. Ziyu frowned. Her identity following an adventurer was indeed problematic. Not only would he face disaster, but she wouldn't find any peace either. However, her current condition was past the point of endurance. Ever since she was heavily wounded by 2 god-tier experts 300 years ago, her injuries had never healed. The entrance to the demon realm was sealed, making return impossible. She could only use the source of life to soak her body. barely keeping her life force from flickering out, but the wounds remained as deep as ever. The great battle just now had caused her injuries to flare up completely. She should have died, but when this man brought the nether spirit fruit, she had inadvertently sensed the aura of the nether pearl on him. That was why she had sought him out again. With the nether pearl, she would not only survive, but could eventually return to her peak state. Unfortunately, the nether pearl had already recognized its master, and since this man was an adventurer, she couldn't simply use force to seize it. After a long silence, Zai, you suddenly asked, "Don't you adventurers have a pet space?" "Yes, what about it?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. "I can simply hide inside your pet space, can't I, Z?" you said. "You're dreaming? The pet space is only for my pets. Besides, I already have one. You should go find somewhere else to rest," Ngo Thieu Than said, preparing to leave. Z, you blocked his path once more. She hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying, "Release your pet, and I will sign a parity contract with you." "Are you sick my Ingen Tai Lang is so powerful? Why would I release him, and why on earth would I sign a parity contract with you?" Thieu Than was speechless, thinking this woman had lost her mind. "I can make you powerful very quickly," Z, you said. I don't need you for that. I'm already the strongest among the players," Thieu Than replied disdainfully. You looking at the stubborn man before her, Z, you would have surely shredded him into dog food by now if she didn't need his help. "All right, I'm leaving. This is where we part ways." Ngo Thieu Than tried to walk around ZU again. "I have divine equipment on me. Are you sure you don't want it?" ZU's voice suddenly became soft and provocatively seductive. Really, Thieu Than, who had already walked quite a distance away, suddenly came sprinting back. Chapter 114, Equal Contract. "Of course it's true," ZU said, pulling a ring from her hand and dangling it before Ngo Than's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Thieu Than quickly inspected its information. Qiangkun Ring Special Divine Artifact. Effect 1. Storage. Contains 10,000 storage slots. Items within the space will never be dropped. Effect 2. Teleportation. Teleport to a specified known coordinate. Must be out of combat to use. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Effect 3. Attribute Conversion. Every 1 point of agility grants an additional 1 point of strength. Equipment requirement. Special Divine Artifact does not occupy an equipment slot. Requires soul binding to equip. Once bound, it cannot be traded or dropped. Upon seeing the ring, Thieu Than could no longer remain calm. This was actually a special divine artifact that required soul binding, much like the nether pearl, and it didn't even take up an equipment slot. While it didn't grant direct attribute bonuses, its effects were such that Ngo Thieu Than could not stay indifferent. Now, this was a true divine artifact. "Well, as long as you agree to my request, I might consider giving this ring to you," Ziu's seductive voice rang out again. Ngo Thieu Than swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "The ring looks decent, but my Ingen Tai Lang has Cis rank potential and can help me in battle. Asking me to give him up for a ring like this, it doesn't seem very economical." Though he didn't know if Ningen Tai Lang could truly be raised to Cis rank, he was never one to shy away from posturing. Hearing this, Ziu burst into laughter. "That's just a common pet. Do you have any idea that above that, there are immortal, saint, and divine pets? Even the weakest immortal pet could sneeze and kill a whole pack of Cis rank pets. As for me, I am divine rank." For real, Thieu Than's eyes widened. He had always assumed SS was the peak of pet potential. As it turned out, that was merely the ceiling for common pets. He followed up, "Then is there such a thing as a super divine pet?" Z, you rolled her eyes. "There have only been a handful of super divine experts since ancient times. A super divine pet, you certainly have a wild imagination." "Ahem, I was just asking." Thieu Than said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "So you're the strongest kind of pet, then?" "I am not a pet, Z, you said coldly. The bond can only be an equal contract, not a master-servant contract. An equal contract doesn't seem to offer me any benefits. Why should I sign one with you?" Thieu Than countered. Ziyu was so incensed, she nearly lashed out. She took several deep breaths before saying, "Do you have any idea what signing an equal contract with me means for you?" Ngo Thieu Than shook his head. "Forget it, you'll understand later. Regardless, there are only benefits for you and no harms." Ziyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately kept her silence. She changed the subject. "You only need to know that an equal contract simply means equal status. The power of the contract still exists. When the time comes, I can still assist you. Between a divine rank expert and an SSS rank pet, which do you think is better?" Hearing this, Thieu Than was indeed wavering. However, the thought of setting Ngo Thieu Than free still pained him. Pets could not be traded. Once released, they would leave their master, and all connection between them would be severed. Is there a way to transfer a pet? For example, if I wanted to give my pet to someone else, is that possible? Ngo Thieu then asked, hoping for a stroke of luck. Ziyu thought for a moment and replied, as long as neither of you resists, I can convert your contract energy into a contract scroll. That way, you can give it to someone else.
Really? Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up.
That would be perfect. Ngo Thieu Than was an offensive type pet. Following him didn't actually provide much utility, but giving him to Ngo Thieu Than would be ideal. In the future, Ngo Thieu Than wouldn't need him to power level her. She could take Ngo Thieu Than and level up on her own. Thinking of this, Ngo Thieu then hurriedly summoned Ngo Thieu Than and patted his head. Little wolf, you'll be following my sister from now on. She needs you more, and she can heal you. Be good and don't resist. Ngo Thieu Than seemed to understand. He nuzzled against Ngo Thieu Than, his expression full of reluctance. The moment Ziyu saw Ngo Thieu Than, shock flashed across her face. She thought to herself, an actual Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf. This guy actually dared to call a Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf an SS rank pet. Ignorance truly is frightening. Fortunately, it is still in its awakening period. Otherwise, even I wouldn't have a way to convert the contract power. Seeing that both man and wolf were ready, you performed a series of hand seals. She pressed one finger to Ngo Thieu Than's forehead and the other to Ngo Thieu Than's. Soon, a glow appeared above both their heads, slowly narrowing the gap between them until it gradually formed a scroll. Before long, the scroll was fully formed, and Ngo Thieu Than was pulled inside. Ziyu handed the scroll to Ngo Thieu Than and said, "This scroll cannot be preserved for long. Find its next owner quickly." Understood. Ngo Thieu then nodded. "Next is our business," Ziyu said. "What do I need to do?" Ngo Thieu then asked. "Just stand still," Ziyu replied. Her hands moved in a blur of seals as she pressed one hand to her own forehead and the other to Ngo Thieu Than's. A pentagonal array of light appeared beneath both their feet. At that moment, a system notification rang in Ngo Thieu Than's ear. "Ding Ziyu wishes to establish an equal contract with you. Do you accept? Note, this is an equal contract. You will receive a portion of your experience from monster kills to restore her strength. Once signed, it cannot be dissolved. Both parties share a life bond. If one dies, the other perishes as well. Ziyu is currently in an extremely weakened state. Please choose carefully." "What the hell is a shared life bond?" Ngo Thieu then shouted in surprise upon hearing the notification. Ziyu cast a discreet glance toward the sky and said, "It means if I am struck down, you go down with me. So, just don't go throwing my life away in the future." "Is that so?" Ngo Thieu then nodded. "That won't happen. I don't have a habit of sending my comrades to their deaths." Except, Ngo Thieu then thought. Having come this far, there was naturally no reason to regret. As for the experience, Ngo Thieu then actually welcomed it. With someone taking half his experience, he could potentially farm more talents and stacks for his undying body. Dinning, the contract is complete. Life bond established. If one party dies, the other perishes as well. Hearing the notification, Ngo Thieu then breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, this woman certainly wouldn't harm him now. After all, if he died, she would die too. Even if this was just a game, she was an NPC and likely cherished her life. You looked at Ngo Thieu, then with a complex gaze. She hadn't expected to come to this point signing an equal contract with a human. She sighed inwardly. He certainly got the better end of the deal. Immediately after, she said to Ngo Thieu, "Then I'm tired. I'm going to rest now." With those words, her figure vanished. Dumbfounded, Ngo Thieu then opened his pet space and was shocked to find Ziyu sitting cross-legged inside. "What the hell? I didn't even put you in there. How did you get in?" Ngo Thieu then asked, bewildered. "Equal contract. I don't need your command. I can enter or leave the pet space whenever I wish," Ziyu replied flatly. "Damn it. That's actually a thing. Also, you can talk to me from inside the pet space." Ngo Thieu then was stunned. "Anyone can. It was just that the wolf from before didn't know how to speak," Ziyu answered. Suddenly, she frowned. "Is this all the nether power you have?" "What do you mean?" Ngo Thieu then was startled. He hurriedly checked the attributes of the nether pearl and discovered to his horror that the hundreds of points of nether power he had painstakingly collected were gone and not a single drop remained. You bandit, give me back my nether power," Ngo Thieu then wanted to cry, but had no tears. He hadn't even been willing to use the nether power himself, and yet this woman had drained it all the moment she arrived. Just as Ngo Thieu Than was about to denounce Ziyu further, a ring suddenly flew out of the pet space and materialized in his hand. Ngo Thieu Than glanced at it, and his face immediately broke into a beaming smile. It's fine, use as much as you like. Once it's gone, just go collect more. Chapter 115, The Cosmos Ring. Gazing at the Cosmos Ring in his palm, Ngo Thieu Than's excitement was palpable. As he slipped it onto his finger, a system notification chimed as expected. Ding, this special divine artifact requires a soul bind to be equipped. Would you like to proceed with the binding process?
Yes.
Immediately after, Ngo Thieu Than felt his health plummeting rapidly. Having experienced this before, however, he remained far more composed this time. After sacrificing 10,000 health points, the notification sounded again. Dinging, the Cosmos Ring has been successfully bound. A brilliant light emanated from the ring before it dissolved into a sigil etched like a tattoo onto his skin. Ngo Thieu Than hurriedly checked his stats. His strength had indeed surged past 2,200 points. With over 1,400 agility points and a corresponding boost to his strength, his attack power now sat at a staggering 7,731. He had evolved from an assassin reliant on toxins into one capable of devastating burst damage. A divine artifact is truly a divine artifact. Its effects are nothing short of miraculous, he marveled. He immediately transferred all essential items from his backpack into the Cosmos Ring. With 10,000 storage slots, he no longer had to worry about space, though he felt a brief pang of regret for the 20 gold coins wasted on his previous backpack expansion. Once his affairs were settled, Ngo Thieu Than was about to call Ngo Tungam when he received a private message from her. Fong Mom Neeb brother, im in the game. Where are you? Tran Fong, don't you have classes this afternoon? Fong Negum Ni, yes, but I only need to be there for the last 2 periods. I can play for about 2 hours. Tran Fong, all right, wait for me at the house in Jinling City. I have something for you. The matter regarding Ngo Thieu Than was best handled in person. He wasn't entirely certain about the contract scroll and wanted to ensure the pet transfer was successful. It was also the perfect opportunity to test the ring's teleportation function. Ngo Thieu then opened his map, checked the coordinates of his residence, and activated the Cosmos Ring's teleportation skill. A flash of light later, he stood before his front door. How convenient. This will save a fortune on town portal scrolls, he muttered. Brother, how did you get back so fast? Tungam's voice rang out from behind him. Seeing his sister, Ngo Thieu then lowered his voice. Come inside. I have something good for you. He led Tungam into the house, then produced the equipment he had prepared and handed it to her.
Whoa.
Dark gold gear, Tungam cried out in awe. She accepted them excitedly and quickly swapped her old gear for the new set. Her combat power spiked instantly. Despite her late start in the game, thanks to her extraordinary brother, her equipment was arguably the best in the game, second only to his. In fact, excluding the Nether Pearl and the Cosmos Ring, her gear might have even surpassed his, as she was currently wielding a diamond-grade weapon. Once she had finished changing, Ngo Thieu then handed her the spring water of life. Her eyes widened at its description. 10,000 additional health. Drink it quickly. It will make you much harder to kill, Ngo Thieu then said. But brother, why aren't you using it? Tungam asked. The effect was so staggering that she felt hesitant to consume it. It doesn't have much of an effect on me. Is that true? Tungam looked at him skeptically. 10,000 health was a massive boost for anyone. At Ngo Thieu Than's insistence, Tungam finally drank the spring water of life. Her health pool jumped to over 18,000, surpassing even many shield guards. Combined with her healing abilities, any assassin would find her a nightmare to take down. After seeing his sister use the item, Ngo Thieu then produced the contract scroll. This is a contract scroll containing Ngo Thieu Than. He will follow you from now on. What, brother? Why are you giving Ngo Thieu Than to me? Tungam asked, confused. Because I've found a better pet. Ngo Thieu Than is powerful. With him you'll be able to level up quickly on your own. What does your new pet look like? Call it out, so I can see. Tungam asked curiously. Knowing how strong Ngo Thieu Than was, she was incredibly curious about what could possibly be better. Ngo Thieu Than's lip twitched. It's not convenient right now. Just use the scroll. I'm not sure how reliable this thing is. Okay, Tungam nodded and activated the contract scroll. A flash of light erupted, and Ngo Thieu Than appeared by her side. She cheered happily. Brother, it worked. Little Wolf is my pet now. Good. Seeing that everything was in order, Ngo Thieu then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that woman was reliable after all. Brother, can I change his name? Ngo Thieu Than doesn't sound very good. Up to you. If the system allows it, go ahead. After fiddling with the interface for a moment, Tungam pouted. I can't change it. It's fine. Ngo Thieu Than isn't that bad. Ngo Thieu Than smiled. Heading out to hunt monsters in a distant area. You have class soon, so don't follow me. Just level up nearby with Ngo Thieu Than. Okay, Tuangam nodded, then lowered her voice. By the way, Vi knows you're my brother. So, Shez always known that. Ngo then replied casually. He knew VV was his sister's best friend and had often helped her in the past. No! I mean, she knows you're a Tranfong. What did you tell her? Ngo Thieu then asked. No, she guessed it. My points in the killing battlefield were too high. She figured it out immediately, Tungam explained. Ngo Thieu then realized his mistake, mentally cursing himself for being foolish. At the time, he hadn't considered the consequences, only wanting to secure the top 2 rankings, not realizing it would expose Tungam's identity. Besides, Vi, do your other friends know? No, only she has my ID. I haven't added anyone else. She promised not to tell anyone.
All right.
Since things had already reached this point, there was nothing he could do except be more careful in the future. Brother, why can't I tell people that you're my brother? Tungam asked. Ngo Thieu then ruffled her hair and explained gently. I've offended many people in the game, many of whom are wealthy and powerful. I don't fear them in the game, but if they discover our real identities, they might seek revenge in the real world. We are just ordinary people. If they come for us, our lives could be at risk. Oh, Tungam gasped. She hadn't played games before and hadn't considered such consequences. Hearing that their lives could be in danger, she panicked. What should we do then? Should we go into hiding? It's okay. That was just a precaution. Just make sure she doesn't tell anyone. We always wear masks. They won't be able to track us down easily. Yes, make sure she doesn't say a word. Knowing the severity of the matter, Tungam promised fervently. All right, heading out to level up. Just stay close to the city with Ngo Thieu Than. Okay. The two left the house. Once the teleportation cooldown ended, Ngo Thieu then immediately returned to his previous location and continued heading west. Tungam, meanwhile, took Ngo Thieu Than to hunt monsters nearby. Ngo Thieu Than's target this time was monsters level 36 and above. Although he had reached the dark gold rank, his talent was not yet fully leveled. Traveling west, the path wound around several mountain ranges. After 10 minutes, he finally found a suitable location. It was a colossal mountain where the monsters at the base were level 35, and their levels increased the higher one climbed. The reason Ngo Thieu then chose this place was not just the monster levels, but primarily because the mountain featured a set of stone steps leading straight up to an unseen peak. If he wasn't mistaken, there was bound to be something significant at the top. Chapter 116, Special Training. Ngo Thieu then bypassed the level 35 monsters at the mountain's base and headed straight for the slopes, finally encountering the level 36 iron-armed macaques. These creatures possessed massive arms and formidable strength, with an attack power of 2,000 and 240,000 health. Their skills were centered on raw physical force without any crowd control abilities for Ngo Thieu, then they were the perfect targets for mob farming. On a flat stretch of the mountainside, iron-armed macaques were everywhere. Ngo Thieu then intended to clear a path straight through them. With 240,000 health, these macaques essentially required only 2 slashes to finish. He moved steadily, applying poison as he went, dragging a massive horde of envenomed macaques behind him. At that moment, Yu emerged from the pet space, though he hadn't noticed when she appeared. She stood to the side, watching him level up with a deep frown. After finishing a round and returning to gather the loot, Ngo Thieu then suddenly noticed her standing there. He spoke with a hint of exasperation. Do you really treat the pet space like your own home, coming and going as you please? What else would it be? Yu replied, nonchalantly. Fine, it's your home then. Ngo Thieu then was too lazy to argue with her, continuing to pick up equipment and coins. Why don't you dodge their attacks when you fight, Yu asked. Why bother? They don't hurt, and the health I lose doesn't even match the recovery speed of the nether pearl. Ngo Thieu then said casually. His defense was nearly 2,000, and with his damage reduction, the macaque's blows felt like nothing more than an itch. But you are an assassin, not a shield guard, Yu said seriously. Is there a difference, right now, tankier than any shield guard?
There is.
To be an assassin, you must have the mindset of an assassin. You must utilize an assassin's advantages rather than playing the class like a shield guard, Yu emphasized again, her voice stern. Oh, come on, why so serious? They can't kill me anyway, Ngo Thieu Than said. You must face every battle with gravity, or sooner or later, you will get me killed, Ziyu said solemnly. It's just a game. There's no need to be so serious. It's exhausting, Ngo Thieu then replied dismissively. I hope you stop viewing this as merely a game, Ziyu said in a harsh tone. From now on, I will conduct special training for you until I am satisfied. What special training? Can I refuse? Ngo then asked. No, Ziyu said coldly. Are you the master, or am I? Ngo Thieu then grumbled under his breath. Ours is an equal contract. There is no master or servant here, Ziyu said. Then, since it's an equal contract, why should I listen to you? Ngo Thieu then rolled his eyes. Because I am stronger than you. While I cannot kill you, I can certainly make you suffer. Do you wish to try, Zai? You flashed a wicked smile. Seeing that smile, Ngo Thieu then shuddered. He thought to himself, forget it, a real man doesn't bicker with a woman. It's just special training. What's there to fear? How do we do this? Ngo Thieu then asked. Go lure 3 monsters over here, Ziyu commanded. Ngo Thieu then complied, quickly leading 3 iron-armed macaques back. Now what? Do not counterattack, and do not leave their attack range. It ends when they can no longer hit you, Ziyu said. Huh, 3 of them. I can't even dodge one perfectly. Ngo Thin's face contorted. They have no lock-on skills or crowd control. Your speed isn't low. If you can't dodge them, it's because you're too stupid. Find the rhythm yourself, Ziyu said before taking a seat to the side. Ngo Thieu then grit his teeth and endured. Under the assault of the 3 macaques, he was forced to leap and bound frantically, often dodging one only to be struck by another. After persisting for over half an hour without the slightest progress, he couldn't take it anymore. Are you joking? This is impossible to dodge unless my agility reaches 10,000? You shook her head. You really are a noob. If you're so good you try it, Ngo Thieu then challenged, unconvinced. Stand back, you said, stepping forward to take his place. What followed left Ngo Thieu Than's jaw on the floor. With her hands clasped behind her back, you strolled leisurely through the macaque's onslaught as if she were wandering through a flower garden. Her movements were ethereal, her expression serene and effortless. It was a heavy blow to Ngo Thieu Than's ego. He could see that Ziyu was intentionally keeping her speed even slower than his yet. She could always effortlessly evade every strike. Damn, now that is what you call movement. If I took this skill outside, wouldn't I be able to humiliate those top-tier pro players? Ngo Thieu then thought. A few minutes later, Ziyu reappeared before him. Do you see clearly now? Ngo Thieu then nodded, then shook his head. He saw her power, but he couldn't grasp the mechanics of her movement. Ziyu tapped her forehead. How did I end up stuck with such a fool? Come here, Ziyu beckoned.
All right.
This time, Ngo Thieu then was much more obedient. Having witnessed her ethereal footwork, he was genuinely moved. If he could reach that level, wouldn't he be able to take on an entire guild by himself? But when Ngo Thieu stepped in, the style changed instantly. When Ziyu faced the 3 macaques, the scene was like a master passing through 1,000 flowers without a single leaf touching her. When Ngo Thieu then entered the fray, the sight was truly painful to behold. Don't focus on their attacks. Look at their telegraphing movements. Learn the most basic form of anticipation. First, Ziyu's voice rang in his ear. Ngo Thieu then followed her advice, beginning to observe the macaques' preliminary motions, learning to predict the direction of their strikes. Over the following hours, under Ziyu's guidance, Ngo Thieu then practiced his mechanics, his anticipation, his positioning, and his battlefield awareness. According to Ziyu, he was lacking in every department and needed to be reforged from the ground up. While Ngo Thieu then underwent his special training, all other players were diligently grinding to level up. In a forest east of Jinling City, Ngo Thieu was leading Engan Tai Lang through a leveling session against level 25 crimson-tailed macaques. At this moment, Engan Tai Lang was lunging back and forth among the macaques, slaughtering them with great joy. Its strength was already high, and with its lifesteal talent paired with the massive healing coming from Tungam behind it, the wolf had never felt so empowered. It secretly felt fortunate to have changed owners. Following its previous master, it had felt like it had no presence at all. This owner was wonderful. It finally felt like it was at the center of the action. Just as the girl and the wolf were in the heat of battle, a group of players passing by caught sight of this strange combination. At this stage, the level 25 monster zones were not lacking in players. Thou Cassie, that pet is incredibly strong, a young man said with a look of admiration.
Yeah.
A priest bringing a pet to solo level 25 mobs. She is indeed powerful, Thou Can nodded in agreement. Sigh, it's a shame pets don't drop upon death. Otherwise, I'd really want to send her on her way and take it. Another man remarked. Don't cause trouble. Our guild's creed is to develop in the shadows and get rich quietly, Thou Ka lectured. He looked at Ngo Thieu Than with a hint of regret and was about to lead his men away. Suddenly, one of his subordinates cried out in surprise, Thou Ka, look at her weapon. Thao Tsie followed the man's gaze and his eyes nearly bulged out. Every grade of equipment possessed a different glow that was impossible to hide. Body armor was manageable, as it could be covered by fashion items, but weapons and boots had no such concealment. Looking at the radiant staff shimmering with the distinct luster of diamond-grade equipment, Thou Ka felt his breathing quicken. The greed in his eyes was no longer something he could suppress. Pets could not be traded or dropped. No matter how good they were, if they couldn't be taken, they didn't stir much desire. But equipment could drop, and the temptation of a diamond-grade item was enough to make anyone reckless. Thou Ka had long since thrown his earlier words to the wind. If a piece of diamond equipment dropped and was sold, it would be worth at least several million. Who cared about developing in the shadows then? Chapter 117. This priest is not easy to kill. Thou Ka, that weapon must be the radiant staff from the leaderboards, a young man beside him said, his eyes gleaming with greed. Do you even need to say it? Any idiot could guess that, another youth chimed in. In other words, this woman is likely traveling with Tran Fong. If we kill her, Tran Fong will definitely come looking to settle the score, the first young man added. Who cares if he comes looking for trouble? It's just a game. If we can get that weapon to drop, we can flip it for a few million in our pockets instantly. Why fear him then at worst? Well, just stay out of his way for a while. Bao Tu is right, let's do it. Thou Ka decided resolutely. This girl looks like she hasn't seen much of the world. Bao Tu, you and Lao Thu use stealth to circle around behind her. The rest of us will head to the front to draw her attention.
Wait, Thou Ka. She's just a priest.
Do we really need to be this careful? What the hell do you know? If Shez with Tran Fong, could her equipment possibly be bad? If we don't end this quickly, and she manages to call Tran Fong here, we're all dead meat. Thou Ka cursed. Thou Ka is truly wise. Once the roles were assigned, the two assassins immediately vanished into stealth. The leader led the remaining 6 toward Ngo Thieu Than. Their group consisted of 10 people, 2 assassins, 2 guardians, 1 warrior, 2 archers, 2 mages, and 1 priest, a fairly well-rounded team. Ngo Thieu Than, who was focused on monitoring Ngo Thieu Than's health, noticed the group approaching. Feeling a surge of tension, she hurriedly whistled for Ngo Thieu Than to return to her side. Hey there, little sister. Leveling up alone is quite slow. Why don't you join our party? We can help you level up much faster than you can on your own. Thou Tak said with a forced smile. That won't be necessary, thank you, Thieu Than replied politely. You're just a priest and priests level up very slowly. Join us. Our composition is perfect. We can even take you to hunt bosses, Thou Ka Tsie continued to persuade her. Thieu Than frowned and declined once more. Thank you, but I really don't need it. Having said that, she prepared to leave. At that exact moment, 2 figures suddenly materialized behind her. One of them immediately used Gouge, leaving Thieu Than stunned, while the other unleashed a flurry of skills upon her. However, after both had exhausted their initial burst of skills, they were shocked to discover that Thieu Than's health had only dropped by half. Holy crap, 18,000 HP. Bao Tu shouted in disbelief. How could a squishy priest have 18,000 health? After using Fountain of Life, Thieu Than's health pool was indeed terrifyingly high. Ngo Thieu Than reacted with lightning speed. It unleashed a wolf howl, stripping over 2,000 health from the 2 assassins and inflicting a silence status before activating speed to lung forward in a frenzy of claws and teeth. Thou Ka was startled by the sight. He hadn't expected 2 assassins to be unable to instantly finish off the girl, but now was not the time for second-guessing. With a wave of his hand, the 4 ranged attackers immediately concentrated their fire on Ngo Thieu Than. Thieu Than finally regained her composure. With a flick of her wrist, her health bar flashed back to full, and a shield of over 15,000 points manifested around her. She used her remaining energy to buff herself with a holy light shield for damage reduction. These 2 skills completely drained her mana bar. Her talent was incredibly powerful, but its consumption was truly excessive. Thieu Than still hadn't mastered the art of managing this expenditure. Had her weapon not possessed an effect that converted excess healing into a shield, spending over 6,000 mana on a single heal would have been an utter waste. Yet this clumsy maneuver struck terror into her opponents. A single heal for over 9,000 health. This healing capability was even more monstrous than Mong Ao Kin Vus. And what on earth was that shield? Its value was almost equal to her total health, at least 15,000 points. Damn it, everyone following Tran Fong really is a freak, Thou Ka muttered under his breath. But since they had already made their move, there was no turning back. Mages, archers, give it everything you've got. Guardians, follow me with that. He led the melee classes in a charge toward Tungam. Being her first time engaged in player killing, Tungam was momentarily flustered. She forgot to even drink a potion, let alone maneuver to dodge skills. Now that her energy was depleted, she could only stand there frozen, waiting for the mana orb to regenerate her mana. Skills from the enemy mages and archers rained down on her, but each hit only dealt a little over 1,000 damage. Clad in high-tier dark gold and gold equipment, Tungam's defense was naturally high, further bolstered by the Holy Light Shield. Thou Ka and the two guardians quickly closed the distance. Seeing that his ranged teammates hadn't even managed to break her shield after so long, his face darkened. He unleashed a cleave. 1,869. Following their leader's attack, the two guardians also fell upon Tungam. Taunts and shield bashes were chained together in an attempt to keep her controlled until death. In that moment, Ngan Tailang finished off the two assassins and lunged straight toward them. Damn it, guardians, hold that pet back. Priest, watch the guardian's health. Everyone else keep attacking. Thou Kao roared. He never expected that killing a lone priest would feel like a boss raid. Before long, the shield on Tungam shattered, and her health began to drop rapidly. Thou Ka's group looked on with excitement, but in that instant, Tungam waved her hand again. Her health bar refilled instantly, and a new shield appeared. The entire group fell into immediate despair. Ngo Tungam currently possessed over 5,000 magic attack and 8,000 mana, with her mana orb recovering over 400 mana every second. Her heal had a 5-second cooldown. A standard cast would restore over 6,000 health. In those 5 seconds, the mana orb would have recovered just over 2,000 mana, which she then used to instantly restore 12,000 health. The enemy had just managed to chip away 7,000 of her HP, only for her to heal it all back and add a 5,000-point shield on top. Are you kidding me? Witnessing this, Thou Ka cursed out loud, gritting his teeth. Keep killing her. In the midst of the chaos, another group appeared. Seeing the scene, the leader frowned and said, "A bunch of men bullying a lone priestess. How pathetic. Let's go lend her a hand," someone in the group suggested. "Have you forgotten CEO sus orders? No fighting, focus on leveling," the leader, named Ahoy, replied. However, a female priest in their crowd suddenly spotted the staff in Tungam's hand. Her face lit up with excitement. She turned to the man beside her and said, "Ahoy, ahoy, hurry, get over there. I want that staff in that woman's hand." Ahoy glanced at Tungam's staff and his eyes narrowed. Diamond tier equipment. Suddenly remembering something, he said to the girl, "Miss, that is the radiant staff. It's associated with that person. It's best we don't get involved." The girl's expression immediately soured. "I don't care who Shay's associated with. I must have that staff today. Go kill her. Now."
This?
"I should probably ask for the opinion of CEO Su and the eldest miss first." Ahoy hesitated. "Don't worry about it. I'll talk to my uncle and my cousin myself. They won't blame you. If you wait for permission, it'll be someone else's turn to loot it. Can't you see Shay's about to be killed? Move now, or I'll tell my uncle to fire all of you."
This?
Ahoy was still wavering. "Let's go, Hoi Tat Cie. We're just here to do a job. The salary CEO Su pays us is better than anywhere else. It would be a shame to lose it." Another person spoke up. Ahoy bit his lip and made a decision. "Fine. But miss, even if we do kill her, the radiant staff isn't guaranteed to drop. Don't blame us if it doesn't." "Don't worry, I won't blame you if it doesn't drop." The girl understood this much drop rates upon death were random. However, even if the weapon didn't drop, the other equipment on that girl seemed excellent. Any piece would be a profit. Chapter 1 Hating Tran Fong's Wrath. Soon after, Ahoy arrived at the head of a group of over 20 men. By then, Ngo Tungam's health was nearly depleted. Although her healing prowess was formidable, she could not maintain her life force against the onslaught of 4 or 5 attackers once her holy light shield shattered. The men assaulting Ngo Tungam grimaced at the sight of the approaching crowd. They hadn't expected that killing a single priest would take so long. Not only had they failed to finish her quickly, but they had also drawn unwanted attention. "Brothers, let's talk this over. How about we finish her off and split the loot 50-50, seeing the murderous intent radiating from the newcomers. Thao Ka immediately tried to strike a deal. They were down to only 6 men. Facing over 20, they stood no chance of winning. However, once Ahoy had decided to act, there was no room for negotiation. He waved his hand dismissively, and his followers lunged forward with ruthless efficiency. The disparity in both numbers and equipment was overwhelming. In less than a minute, Thao Ka's group was wiped out. Only then did Ngo Thieu Than breathe a sigh of relief, murmuring to Ahoy, "Thank you." Ahoy's facial muscles twitched, unable to meet Ngo Thieu Than's pure, innocent gaze. He turned to his men and muttered, "I'll leave her to you." Despite their reluctance, the men behind him were forced to turn their weapons against Ngo Thieu Than. In an instant, under Ngo Thieu Than's bewildered eyes, a barrage of attacks flew toward her. No matter how high her healing output was, she could only endure for a few seconds under the siege of 20 people before falling. Whether it was Ngo Thieu Than's misfortune or Ahoy's incredible luck, the moment she fell, a staff radiating a brilliant diamond tear glow dropped onto the ground. Everyone present stared in disbelief. Did it? Did it really drop? A young man stammered, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, Ahai's expression turned bitter. This was going to be a disaster. A female priest immediately rushed forward to snatch the staff, her face flushing with excitement.
Haha, it actually dropped. This is amazing diamond tier equipment. I'm going to become the #1 priest in the entire server.
At that same moment, Ngo Thieu Than stood at the respawn point, her mind a complete blank. Her heart constricted as she frantically checked her equipment. When she saw that the radiant staff was missing, tears instantly welled in her eyes. She opened her chat window and sent a private message to her brother. Fong Ngam Ni brother. I was killed. The radiant staff. It dropped. Ngo Thieu Than, who was currently undergoing ZU's brutal training, saw the chat window blinking. He opened it casually, but his expression instantly turned glacial. He came to a dead halt, allowing 3 iron-armed apes to punch him squarely in the chest, and sent a reply to Ngo Thieu Than, "Go home. I'm coming back right now." ZU, seeing him stop abruptly, was about to scold him, but the terrifyingly dark expression on his face silenced her. "Get into the pet space. We're heading back to the city," Ngo Thieu Than commanded. "You dare, order me." ZU replied coldly. "Enter or don't, it's up to you." Leaving Ngo Thieu Than said, opening his map to locate his home coordinates and initiating a direct teleport. The moment he vanished, you disappeared from the spot as well. Not long after Ngo Thieu Than reached home, Ngo Thieu Than arrived. The moment she saw her brother, she threw herself into his arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Ngo Thieu Than patted her back gently, comforting her. It's all right. Don't cry anymore. Tell me exactly what happened." As Ngo Thieu Than recounted the events, Ngo Thieu Than's face grew darker with every word until it was completely eclipsed by shadow. "Check your battle logs. Send me the IDs of everyone who attacked you," Ngo Thieu Than said. Ngo Thieu Than looked through the combat information and quickly forwarded every ID to her brother. In this world, when a player was attacked, the system clearly recorded the perpetrators. After noting down the IDs, Ngo Thieu Than rubbed her head.
All right.
"I will definitely get that radiant staff back for you. Be a good girl and log off for your classes." Can we really get it back, brother?" she asked. She held a special affection for the radiant staff. Of all her gear, it was the only piece she had earned herself. Everything else had been given to her by her brother, which was why its loss pained her so deeply. Yes, Ngo Thieu Than affirmed with absolute certainty. Once Ngo Thieu Than had logged off, Ngo Thieu Than's expression became terrifyingly grim. He sent a message to Lan Guyet. "Can you do me a favor?" Lan Guyet replied almost instantly. "What is it? If it's within my power, I will help. Tran Fong, help me investigate these people." Ngo Thieu Than sent the list of IDs to Lan Guyet. Lan Guyet, no problem. After all, Lan Guyet Pavilion was one of the 3 major guilds in Jinling City. Investigating a few individuals was a simple task. In a forest east of Jinling City, Ngo Thieu and several core members of the Tushi group were grinding for experience. Ahoy and his group approached. Seeing them, Ngo Thieu smiled. "You arrived quickly. Once Lu Thuk and the others get here, we can take on that boss." "Cousin, we came as soon as we got your message. See how well I cooperate?" Tiu Kai said, walking over to hug Ngo Thieu's arm. It's enough if you don't cause trouble for me," Ngo Thieu replied with a shake of her head and a smile. "Oh, right, cousin. Let me show you something amazing." Tu Kai said excitedly. What is it? Ngo Thieu asked curiously. It's a new piece of gear I just got. Tu Ki, eager to show off, flourished the diamond tier staff in front of Ngo Thieu. How about it? The only diamond tier equipment on the rankings. Impressive, right? However, the moment Ngo Thieu saw the item, her face changed instantly. Where did you get this? She asked, her voice dropping an octave. I killed someone and picked it up, obviously, Tu Ki replied nonchalantly, oblivious to Ngo Thieu's expression. Was the person you killed named Fong Am Ni? Ngo Thieu asked, her face extremely pale. I don't know, it was just some girl. Cousin, do you know her? Even if you do, don't think about asking for it back. This staff belongs to me now, Tu Ki said defensively. Ngo Thieu turned directly to Ahoy. Was the person you killed Fong Nam Ni? Ahoy nodded and recounted the entire incident. He knew things had spiraled out of control and dared not hide anything. Ngo Thieu felt her head spinning as she listened. After her father had increased his investment, the Tu Shi group had expanded rapidly, showing signs of catching up to the three major guilds. At this rate, surpassing Themivan, surpassing Engao, the Quan Hung was within reach. Yet she never expected this sudden catastrophe. Knowing that man's personality, if this matter wasn't handled properly, the Tu Shi group would suffer a fate even more miserable than that of Engao, the Quan Hung. Thinking of this, she hurried to open her friend list to message Tran Fong, but she received a message from him first. Tran Fong, the Tu Shi group, very well. Ngo Thieu replied frantically, Tran Fong, please don't be rash. I only just found out about this. Rest assured, I will give you a proper explanation. Tran Fong, fine. It'll give you half an hour. Bring the Radiant staff and everyone involved to the south gate of Jinling City.
This?
Ngo Thieu hesitated. If she truly did that, it would cause a massive upheaval within the guild. Ahai's group had only acted on Tu Kai's orders. Surrendering them to be dealt with by an outsider would surely demoralize the guild members. What's wrong, cousin? Tu Ki finally noticed something was amiss. Ngo Thieu swung her hand and slapped Tu Kai hard across the face. This was the first time she had ever been this enraged. She had built the Tu Shi group in this game, almost single-handedly, pouring her heart and soul into it. Now, it was likely facing an unimaginable disaster. From the tone of that man's message, she could feel his absolute fury. You hit me. You actually hit me. Wah. Telling uncle, Tu Ki cried out and turned to run. Leave the Radiant staff behind. This time, Ngo Thieu was truly incensed, ignoring Tu Kai's tears. No way, I earned this staff myself. You just want to steal it for yourself, that's why you hit me, Ngo Thieu. Just you wait until uncle scolds you. With that, Tu Ki immediately logged off on the spot. Chapter 119, The Choice of the to Group. Watching Tu Ki log out of the game, Ngo Thieu gently massaged her temples, feeling a severe headache coming on. If this matter were not handled properly, she feared the Tu group would be finished in this game. Just then, Lu Thuk hurried over. Seeing the grim expression on Ngo Thieu's face, he asked suspiciously, Miss, what has happened? Tu Ki killed Fong Nam Ni and even looted the Radiant staff. Ngo Thieu replied wearily. Fong Nam Ni, is that the person who often accompanies Tran Fong? Lu Thuk asked urgently. Ngo Thieu nodded. It is her. Furthermore, Tran Fong already knows the Tu group is behind it. He told me to bring the Radiant staff and everyone involved in the incident to meet him.
This?
Doing so would easily demoralize the brothers in the team. Lu Thuk frowned. Exactly, that is why I'm so troubled. Judging by Tran Fong's tone earlier, he certainly won't let this matter go easily, Ngo Thieu said helplessly. We should return the Radiant staff to him first. Since Tu Ki caused this, let her offer an apology and then compensate the other party for their losses. Regardless of the cost, we absolutely cannot allow the Tu group to form a blood feud with Tran Fong, Lu Thuk analyzed seriously. Yes, Tu Ki still has the Radiant staff. Let us log off first, Ngo Thieu said. When Ngo Thieu and Lu Thuk returned to the living room, Tu Ki was tearfully recounting Ngo Thieu's crimes in front of Chin Fong. Seeing Ngo Thieu approach, she quickly hid behind Chin Fong, feigning a look of deep grievance. Uncle, my cousin even wanted to hit me. Chin Fong's face darkened as he spoke. Thieu Ni, you have gone a bit too far this time? It wasn't easy for Tu Ki to visit us. How could you raise your hand against her? Father, do you have any idea what kind of trouble she has caused? If this isn't settled correctly, our entire investment in this game will go down the drain, Ngo Thieu said angrily. What happened to Qin Fong realized the situation was not simple when he saw his daughter's reaction. She killed someone close to Tran Fong and robbed them of their equipment. Now, Tran Fong has placed this debt squarely on the two group's head, to Ngo Thieu replied. That Tran Fong again, to Qin Fong knit his brows. The deed is done. Hitting her won't solve anything. How do you intend to handle it now? Return the radiant staff to him, make Tuyu Kai apologize, and then compensate them for their losses, to Ngo Thieu stated directly. Is this the solution you came up with? To Qin Fong asked tonelessly. It is. Sigh, Tuyet Ni, you have disappointed me. I did not expect you to choose the path of compromise. To do so is no different from telling the world that the great Tu group must bow its head to Tran Fong alone. How will others look at us then? The reputation of the Tu group would plummet into the abyss. To Qin Fong said. Father, then how do you want to handle it? To Ngo Thieu asked. This might not necessarily be a bad thing. Doesn't he want to settle scores with the Tu group? Then let him come. As long as we can kill Tran Fong, the reputation of the Tu group will immediately soar to its peak. At that point, becoming the top guild in Jinling City will be as easy as turning over one's hand. To Qin Fong said confidently, Father, have you gone mad? Declare war on Tran Fong? The Tu group is not even a match for Ngo, the Quan Hung. How could we possibly fight him? To Ngo Thieu was in disbelief. Master, please reconsider this matter. Lu Thuk also spoke up to advise him. You have all been intimidated by him. I specifically hired a professional gaming team to review Tran Fong's past battle videos. His technique isn't strong at all. He relies entirely on overwhelming attributes. But now that everyone's equipment has been upgraded, his attributes no longer create such a massive gap. According to the calculations, just a few hundred experts at level 20 or higher with excellent equipment can easily take him down. To Qin Fong said with absolute certainty. Father, I do not agree. I built the Tu group in the game with my own hands. I cannot stand by and watch it walk toward its destruction, to Ngo Thieu said firmly. Destruction, you overestimate him. You don't need to concern yourself with this anymore. I just happened to acquire a large gaming studio full of experts. I will let them handle this, to Qin Fong concluded decisively. Father, you will destroy the guild if you do this, to Ngo Thieu shouted, but to Qin Fong had already walked away. Lu Thuk, what should we do now? To Ngo Thieu was frantic. Sigh, the master understands too little about this game. Miss, log back in and contact Tran Fong to see if you can settle this matter with money. Lu Thuk sighed.
Yes.
To Ngo Thieu nodded, then turned to Tiu Qi. Get online immediately and give the radiant staff to me.
I want.
The radiant staff is mine, and Uncle said, I don't have to return it. With To Qin Fong backing her, Tiu Qi became even more arrogant. Yu to Ngo Thieu was powerless against her and could only log into the game herself. At this time, Ngo Thieu then was standing alone at the south gate of Jinling City, waiting for Ngo Thieu to bring her people. Just then, his private chat rang. Tuyet Ni, Tran Fong, how much do you think that staff is worth, including the loss from the level drop? Can I compensate you with money? Seeing this message, Ngo Thieu then smiled coldly. It seems you have no intention of handing over the person and the item then. No, Tran Fong, just name your price for the losses, and I will convert it directly into monetary compensation for you. To Ngo Thieu explained. No need. Since you don't plan to hand them over, I will use my own way to take them back. After replying, Ngo Thieu then directly blacklisted to Ngo Thieu. He had given her a chance. If she did not know how to cherish it, she could not blame him for being heartless. After ending the conversation with Ngo Thieu, Ngo Thieu then sent another message to Lang Nguyet. Tran Fong, can you help me with one more thing? If your guild members outside find members of the Tu group or that specific crowd, report their coordinates to me. Lang Nguyet, no problem. Lang Nguyet's efficiency was high. Not only were the members of the Lang Nguyet pavilion mobilized, but she also called upon the people from Luan, the Fong Van and Manthin Fong Vu. Hearing it was to help Tran Fong, the leaders of the other two guilds were more than willing. After all, it was just providing coordinates, and the Tu group had been developing too rapidly lately, threatening their positions. Having someone help suppress them was a welcome prospect. On a certain prairie, over 30 Tu group members divided into 6 small teams were hunting monsters to level up, the group chatting and laughing merrily. Suddenly, a figure appeared near them and asked, "Are you people from the Tu group?" "That's right." "Where did you crawl out from?" One member spoke up. "That's enough then. As soon as the figure finished speaking, he lunged into the crowd, reaping a life with every stroke of his blade. Anyone touched by the short sword died instantly. The priest's efforts to heal were utterly useless. Hess Tran Fong, someone quickly recognized him. Isn't Tran Fong on good terms with our eldest miss? Why is he killing us? Another person cried out in panic. Who knows? Run, quickly. However, wanting to escape from Ngo Thieu Than was nothing but a pipe dream. Over 30 people were slaughtered in just over 2 minutes. In a forest, a group of over 20 people was besieging a bronze-tier boss. Just as the boss was about to die, a figure suddenly appeared. Without a word, he sent both the players and the boss to the afterlife. One by one, the two groups' teams were annihilated, some numbering a dozen, others reaching 100. Whether they were leveling or fighting bosses, Ngo Thieu Than would appear abruptly, followed by a bloodbath. As the grim news reached to Ngo Thieu Than's ears piece by piece, she could only helplessly order all two group members to return to the city. Just then, a city-wide announcement rang out. Tran Fong, what skill is there in ambushing leveling teams all day? If you are so capable, come to the South Gate Square. Our two group will take you on until the end. All the players in Jinling City heard this announcement, and heated discussions broke out immediately. Wait, why is the two group opposing Tran Fong? Who knows? I heard rumors that the two groups' #1 mage, Toyot Ni, was involved with Tran Fong. Why are they fighting now? Maybe Tran Fong dumped her. Don't talk nonsense. I have inside info. Word is the two group killed Fong Yam Ni, who was with the great god Tran Fong, and even stole the radiant staff. That's why the great god is so furious. Is that true? The two group certainly has guts. Whatever, there's a good show to watch now anyway. Ngo Thieu Than let out a cold smile. The two group, it seems their recent smooth development has made them arrogant to this extent. Big brother, should we ally with them? Ngo Thieu Than asked.
No, no, no.
With such a good show, isn't it better to just watch from the sidelines, damn it? Before they were always the ones watching our show. Now it's finally our turn to watch theirs. Is this the expert solution my father spoke of? To Ngo Thieu Than gave a bitter laugh. Truly, she did not have a single shred of faith in her guild's ability to win. Chapter 120, Battle. The square at Kim Lang City's South Gate was teeming with people. A massive crowd had gathered, encircling the vast plaza until it was packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A wide space had been left vacant in the center, where over 200 players from the Sioux group stood waiting, seemingly for the arrival of Tran Fong. They looked like the members of the Chasing Dreams studio. To think they actually joined the Sioux group. Is that true? Didn't the Chasing Dreams studio have a policy of never joining a guild, never relying on any major power, and refusing all buyouts? That's just because the price wasn't high enough. Besides, they were young back then. They're all adults now. They naturally understand that dreams aren't worth a damn in the face of cold, hard cash. Fair point. But the players from Chasing Dreams are incredibly strong. I heard the Than Vuong Pavilion once invited them and was rejected. To be scouted by Than Vuong himself, their strength certainly isn't lacking. Isn't that better then? That's what makes for a good show. If they were too weak and got cut down in 2 hits by Tran Fong, where would the fun be? True enough. Just then, a sudden stir rippled through the crowd. Tran Fong is here. The throng quickly parted to create a path, revealing a masked man walking forward with a leisurely stride. The reason everyone recognized him instantly was that the name above his head appeared before the public for the first time in ID, so red it had turned pitch black, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. When a player initiated an attack, every kill increased their crime value by 1 point. Reaching 10 points resulted in a red name. Once a name turned red, the ID could no longer be hidden, and the more people killed, the darker the shade of red became. Previously, Ngo Thieu Than had mostly killed in self-defense, but this time, in his slaughter of the Sioux group, the opponents naturally hadn't struck first. Consequently, after killing several hundred people, his name had become as dark as red could possibly get. Beholding Tran Fong's black-red ID'd, the eyes of many present flared with a burning heat. The penalty for dying with a red name was exceptionally severe, a guaranteed loss of 2 levels and the total forfeiture of all equipped gear and inventory items. Everyone knew that Tran Fong's equipment was so top-tier it invited envy. Anyone who managed to kill him would undoubtedly achieve godhood instantly. This temptation urged many to take a risk, yet for the moment, the crowd managed to suppress their inner impulses. At that moment, the members of the Chasing Dreams studio also spotted that black-red ID, their eyes gleaming with wild joy. The team leader Tam Trung Hu Mong suppressed his internal elation and sneered. I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to show up. Ngo Thieu then looked at his opponent, frowning as he spoke. Is this all? Perhaps I should wait a bit longer for you to call more people? To be honest, this many isn't enough for me to even break a sweat killing. Hearing Ngo Thieu Than's words, the surrounding spectators gasped in unison. This Tran Fong is truly arrogant. Tam Trung Hu Mong let out a cold huff. This many is more than enough to kill you. Their studio of 200 had played games together for years. Their coordination had reached a level of extreme synergy. They had once used 200 men to slaughter thousands across various online games. Dealing with Tran Fong alone was no problem at all. Calling more people would only result in them getting in each other's way and would be of no help. If you won't call them yourself, don't come back complaining about being outnumbered after you lose, Ngo Thieu Than, that said with a shrug. Archers, use shock arrow. Mages, use freeze. Control him for me. Tam Trung Hu Mong didn't bother replying to Ngo Thieu Than and jumped straight to orders. Watching the various skills flying toward him, Ngo Thieu Than gave a cold laugh. He used flash to blink directly into the center of the crowd, his dagger thrusting toward a nearby mage. However, to his surprise, this mage also knew flash and instantly vanished, reappearing at a distance. Ranged units, fallback, shield guards, taunt, warriors, use savage stun. Tam Trung Hu Mong's commands were precise, and the team's execution was formidable, making adjustments instantly. Dozens of shield guards immediately surrounded Ngo Thieu Than. Unless he could fly, breaking through was impossible. The cries of taunts from the shield guards rang out in succession, while the warriors behind them prepared to unleash savage stun. Good coordination, Ngo Thieu Than laughed coldly. Under the stunned gazes of his enemies, he used flash once again, appearing instantly beside the group of mages and archers, his dagger moving in a frenzy to apply poison. This is ridiculous. I can understand an assassin having flash as an equipment skill, but how can the cooldown be that fast? The audience cried out in shock. Tam Trung Hu Mong was also startled but did not panic. Ranged, scatter, assassins, lock him down. Ngo Thieu then cut down several ranged players, but suddenly assassins materialized from the surroundings to hem him in, launching a barrage of crowd control skills. These assassins had been lying in wait, stealthed around the fragile ranged units from the start. Nook Thieu then immediately activated 7 Shadow Intermittent Slash, dodging all incoming attacks while finishing off one of the assassins. He then quickly slipped through a gap, slashing each nearby assassin once before charging back toward the enemy's ranged line. With Ngo Thieu Than's speed, he caught up to his targets almost instantly. 2 slashes per life. He didn't even need to wait for the poison to take effect. If he catches you, stop running. 30 of you. Pin him down and use AoE magic right on your own positions. Everyone else, keep your distance. Shield guards, close the circle. Tam Trung Hu Mong remained calm in his leadership. Immediately, the archers and mages who had been fleeing came to a halt. 30 ranged players used their bodies to wall Ngo Thieu Than in, while various area of effect spells rained down on the spot where he stood. However, the AoE magic damage dealt to Ngo Thieu Than was truly limited, unable to keep up with the health regeneration from the nether bead. Nevertheless, these 30-odd ranged players acted as living sandbags, tightly surrounding Ngo Thieu Than. Lacking any wide-reaching area skills, he could only kill them one by one. Fortunately, with a speed of 6 slashes per second and 2 slashes per kill, the process was not slow. By the time Ngo Thieu Than had finished off these 30 ranged players, the enemy shield guards and warriors had closed in. The remaining ranged units had retreated behind the melee line and began their assault on Ngo Thieu Than. Heh, you have some skill, Ngo Thieu Than said with a smirk, charging straight for the melee group. To him, the concept of a meat shield did not exist. Only the crowd control skills were a slight nuisance. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than engage the melee front, Tam Trung Hu Mong's eyes lit up, and he signaled for the ranged units to intensify their fire. Yet, at that very moment, a figure identical to Ngo Thieu Than suddenly appeared beside the ranged group, his daggers dancing in a frantic harvest of their lives. How are there 2 of them? The crowd exclaimed. It's just a clone skill. The one that appeared later must be the clone, someone remarked. Tam Trung Hu Mong quickly made a judgment. Ignore the clone, focus on killing the original. Generally speaking, a clone's strength could not compare to the original. Once the original died, the clone would vanish. However, what they didn't expect was that Shadow Clone allowed for position swapping between the original and the clone. At this moment, the one frantically poisoning the melee group was merely the clone, while the one massacring the mages and archers was the real body. Ngo Thieu then had ordered the clone to spread as much poison as possible, and the clone worked diligently. Inheriting the original's attributes, though it could not use skills, it was an expert at applying poison. It utilized its speed to the limit, swapping targets with every strike. Under the concentrated fire of so many people, it still managed to poison the majority of the melee units before being destroyed. Captain, something's wrong. That one was the real body. After the clone was killed, the others realized the person they had spent all their effort trying to kill was just an illusion. Captain, his clone can also trigger his talent. As a warrior's words fell, the melee players began to collapse one after another. By then, the real Ngo Thieu Than had finished brutalizing the ranged group. Most of their strength had been wasted on the clone while they neglected the true threat. The team of over 200 was quickly reduced to a mere few dozen. Tam Trung Hu Mong let out a bitter sigh. He had indeed been too naive. Ngo Thieu then had no intention of sparing them, charging toward the remaining survivors. These players were mostly assassins, warriors, and priests, posing little threat to him. He barely needed to use any of his survival skills. Chapter 121, Thoucast Breakdown. In short order, only Tam Trung Hu Mong remained on the battlefield. He was the one Ngo Thieu Than had intentionally spared. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated at the very beginning. Tam Trung Hu Mong's face flushed a deep crimson, yet he found himself speechless. This was the most humiliating defeat the studio had suffered since its inception. Ngo Thieu then stepped toward him and spoke coldly. Go back and tell to Qin Fong that what belongs to me isn't so easily taken. If he dares to hold it, he'd better hold on tight and ensure it doesn't fall away too easily. With those words, Ngo Thieu then unleashed a weak point strike, sending him back to the respawn point. He then began to leisurely gather the equipment scattered across the ground. At that moment, many of the onlookers began to grow restless, yet absolutely no one dared to be the first to act. They had witnessed the entire battle from start to finish. Any among them who searched their hearts knew they couldn't have performed better than the Dream Chasers studio. Yet even Dream Chasers had been crushed. Tran Fong's sheer power had utterly suppressed the greed in their hearts. In the crowd, Mo Tuiet watched the entire slaughter and could only sigh before retreating. She desperately wanted to step forward and explain things to Ngo Thieu Than, but how could she? The group was no longer hers to command. Ngo Thieu then finished gathering the loot and walked away with his head held high. Not one among the thousands of spectators dared to raise a hand. Even Ngo the Thien Ha, who harbored a bone-deep hatred for Ngo Thieu, then forced himself to endure. He had suffered too many losses at Tran Fong's hands and understood clearly that he stood no chance within the game. He could only strike in the real world. Once he found Ngo Thieu, then in reality, he would reclaim everything. What? You failed? Didn't you guarantee me that you could take him down? Inside a luxurious office, Qin Fong glared at the young man before him and roared in fury. He had paid an exorbitant price to acquire the Dream Chasers studio because they had promised their team could defeat Tran Fong. However, the reality was brutal. Tran Fong's strength has more than doubled since the last time he fought. I don't want excuses. I want results. Is there any way to kill him? Qin Fong interrupted the young man. The youth pondered for a long time before eventually shaking his head. He currently has almost no weaknesses. High damage, high speed, and a health pool exceeding 30,000. On top of that, his skills are ever-changing. Even if we tried again, the result would be the same. Useless. Then what did I spend all that money to buy you for? Qin Fong stomped his feet in rage. The young man's face turned pale and then flushed with shame under the verbal lashing, but he did not dare argue. At that moment, he even regretted abandoning his principles for money. When their group of gaming enthusiasts had first founded the studio, hadn't they made a vow precisely because they feared such a situation? He hadn't expected that reality would eventually erode their edges. After the youth left, Qin Fong sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. A moment later, Lu Thuk entered from outside. Old Lu, you're usually the most resourceful. Is there any way to deal with Tran Fong? Qin Fong asked. Lu Thuk hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sir, why must you insist on opposing Tran Fong? Our relationship with him was fine before. Wouldn't it be better to handle this the way the young lady suggested? Even you think my group should bow its head to a brat whose hair hasn't even fully grown yet, Qin Fong said, his voice cold. But that is only within the game, Lu Thuk replied. As long as it is in the game, under the banner of the group, it represents our corporation's reputation. We cannot simply bow our heads, Qin Fong insisted firmly.
Sigh.
Tran Fong is already recognized as invincible within Divine Oracle. To deal with him, we can only use human wave tactics. However, the losses to our guild would be catastrophic. Furthermore, if he has any other hidden trump cards, even human wave tactics might fail, Luthuk said helplessly. However, Chin Fong ignored the latter half of Luthuk's warning and decided immediately, then we shall bury him in numbers. He currently has a red name status. If we kill him just once and he drops all his gear, he will be crippled. The equipment he is wearing is enough to compensate for this loss.
Sigh.
Lu Thuk sighed and left, knowing he couldn't dissuade Chin Fong. Once Lu Thuk logged into the game, Ngo Thieu Than hurried over to ask, Lu Thuk, what did my father say? Lu Thuk shook his head. The master still intends to deal with Tran Fong using human wave tactics. What? What is my father thinking? Has he still not seen the truth? At this stage, Tran Fong is essentially invincible. Facing him head-on will only lead to the group losing everything, Ngo Thieu Than said angrily. Lu Thuk was also powerless, but he could only accept Chin Fong's orders and began organizing personnel and deploying the ranks. After leaving the scene, Ngo Thieu then continued to hunt down small groups from the two group. However, the higher-ups of the two group had likely issued a retreat order as their members were nowhere to be found outside. They had likely all withdrawn. Just then, Ngo Thieu then received a message. Lan Guyet, I've found the group that originally attacked your sister. At that moment, in a southern swamp area, Thao Kea was leading 10 subordinates, stealthily hunting monsters. Their hearts were filled with immense regret. Why had they ever thought of touching Tran Fong's family? In the end, they hadn't managed to steal any equipment, and they had become like rats crossing the street, forced to hunt monsters as if they were thieves. Bao Tu, no one spotted us on the way out, right? Thao Kea asked. Probably not. Bao Tu replied uncertainly. The three major guilds had 70 to 80,000 members. He couldn't be sure if someone was watching them. Are you talking about me? Suddenly a voice rang out in their ears. Immediately after, they saw a man with an ID so red it was nearly black appear right beside them. Tran Fong Thao Kea's voice trembled.
Emph, so you still recognize me.
You've got quite the nerve, daring to touch my people, Ngo Thieu then said coldly. A misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, great God, Tran Fong. I won't dare do it again, Thao Kea pleaded hurriedly. Ngo Thieu then ignored him and silently asked Ziyu within the pet space, do you have a way for me to always know his location? He asked Ziyu because he was certain she had a way. Otherwise, how had she found him in the past? Simple. I just need to place a mark, Ziyu replied casually. Then help me place a mark on him, Ngo Thieu then said. Killing them once wasn't enough. Since they dared to lay hands on his sister, he would kill them until every last piece of their equipment dropped. You didn't make things difficult for Ngo Thieu. Then, she gave a casual wave of her hand, and a streak of black light surged into Thao Kea's forehead. Thao Kea's group didn't notice anything unusual at all. That, great God Tran Fong, I'm willing to pay compensation. Thao Kea spoke up again, seeing Ngo Thieu's silence. No need. Ngo Thieu then spoke a single sentence and drew his short sword. Within a dozen seconds, all 10 men turned into streaks of white light and vanished, leaving behind a pile of scattered equipment. At the respawn point, Thao Kea's group looked miserable. They sneakily went to a clothing shop to change into fashion outfits and put on masks before splitting up to leave the city. As it turned out, the moment they regrouped, Tran Fong appeared again. Without a single word, he directly sent them on their way once more. What happened this time? Who leaked our location? Thao Kea roared in anger. His subordinates could only shake their heads in confusion. After repeating this several times, Thao Kea completely broke down. He no longer dared to set foot outside the city. He felt as though his gaming career had been shrouded in gray, and his heart was filled with a regret that turned his very soul bitter. Chapter 122. Human Sea Tactics. The Ao Kat Ca and his men did not dare to leave the city, and there was no sign of the toothy group either. Ngo Thieu then wandered aimlessly outside the city walls, feeling a hint of boredom. Let's see how long you can keep yourselves holed up in there, Ngo Thieu then mused with a cold, silent laugh. For a guild of 20,000 players to remain confined within the city, every passing minute was a staggering loss. Just as Ngo Thieu then was about to go grind some monsters for a while, he received a message from Lang Nguyet. Lang Nguyet, the Toothy group is mobilizing their entire force. Oh, they plan to use human sea tactics, Ngo Thieu then thought to himself. Good. I'll crush you all in one go and save myself the trouble of hunting you down one by one. At the southern gate of Kim Lang City, 20,000 members of the Toothy group marched out in a grand procession. Such a massive display of force naturally drew the attention of every other player in the city. Is the Tethy group planning to use human sea tactics? Definitely. I heard Tranfong had them pinned inside the city, and they didn't dare show their faces. Mobilizing everyone like this means they want a life or death showdown with him. This Tethy group is truly shameless, mobilizing an entire guild just to deal with Tranfong alone. When the army of 20,000 had moved only a short distance from the city gate, they came to a halt. A single figure stood squarely in the center of the road, blocking their path. This time, even Luthuk appeared. Looking at the figure standing so casually ahead, yet forcing everyone to stop in their tracks, Luthuk sighed inwardly. Why must a man like this be our enemy? Tranfong, in all honesty, I do not wish to oppose you, Luthuk said to Ngo Thieu Than. So what? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it, Ngo Thieu Than replied indifferently. What are you acting so arrogant for? Our Tethy group has 20,000 people. Do you think we're afraid of you? At that moment, Tu Yu Kai, standing beside Luthuk, could no longer restrain herself and spoke up.
Tuki, Luthuk barked.
He felt a sudden urge to strike this woman dead. If not for her, things would never have reached this point. He had intended to see if there was any way to de-escalate the situation, but the moment she opened her mouth, she pushed everything past the freezing point. You dare shout at me, remember your place. You're nothing but a servant? Tuki snapped back coldly. Ngo Thieu then stared icily at the staff in her hand. He hadn't expected her to have the audacity to appear before him while openly carrying the diamond staff. You truly are seeking death, Ngo Thieu Than thought. He then whispered to Ziyu, help me mark this woman. Ziyu rolled her eyes but casually flicked her hand, sending a streak of black light into Tu Yu Kai's forehead. 20,000 people, is it? It seems my shadow blade can drink its fill today. Ngo Thieu then let out a cold laugh and instantly closed the distance to Tu Ki. With 2 slashes, the matter was settled. Unfortunately, the diamond staff did not drop, but it didn't matter. There would be plenty of opportunities. Ngo Thieu Than's action officially signaled the start of the battle. Luthuk sighed helplessly and said to Tam Trung Hu Mong beside him, I'm handing combat command over to you. Having said that, he retreated. Tam Trung Hu Mong nodded. Seeing Tranfong already diving into the crowd in a killing frenzy, he immediately bellowed, surround and kill him, no matter where he appears, do not run. Those with crowd control skills, use them, those without, stand your ground and attack. Do not retreat, just block his path, he has no area of effect skills. No matter how high his damage is, he has to kill us one by one. Everyone else, use ranged attacks. If a spot opens up, the people behind must fill it immediately. Having seemingly used some kind of item, his voice thundered across the battlefield. Tam Trung Hu Mong truly lived up to his reputation as the captain of the True Mong studio. His ability to read the battlefield was sharp, and he quickly grasped Ngo Thieu Than's weakness. Ngo Thieu Than's lack of AoE skills made being swarmed incredibly frustrating. If these people had panicked and fled, his speed would have allowed him to dodge most attacks, but by standing still and blocking his path, they turned him into a stationary target. Ngo Thieu then used Flash twice in succession, but the situation remained the same. The enemy did not run. They simply hemmed him in. For every person he killed, another immediately took their place, leaving him with no path of escape while the attacks of others rained down upon him. Although only a few hundred people could hit him at once, each hit shaved off several hundred to 1,000 health. He couldn't hold out forever. Left with no choice, Ngo Thieu then pulled out the fog scroll he had obtained long ago and activated it. He had originally intended to save this for the Ngo, the Quan Hung Guild, but he hadn't expected to use it on the Tethy group. Upon activation, a thick layer of mist centered on Ngo Thieu then rapidly expanded in all directions, completely obscuring the situation within. The fog grew denser by the second, soon blanketing the entire battlefield. The members of the Tethy group began to panic. Unable to see anything, they couldn't attack. Tam Trung Hu Mong shouted loudly, everyone, don't panic, don't run blindly. If you fall into chaos, you'll only cause friendly fire. Stay where you are. This is likely the effect of a scroll. It won't last more than 10 minutes. Even if we stand still and let him kill us, he can't kill that many. Tam Trung Hu Mong's words were quite effective, and the chaotic crowd gradually calmed down. Their blind running earlier had indeed caused significant losses, so now everyone obediently stood still, waiting for the fog to end. This guy is pretty good, Ngo Thieu Than thought. The fog scroll did not affect the user, meaning he could still see clearly within the mist. Seeing how the leaderless mob from a moment ago had quickly stabilized, Ngo Thieu then couldn't help but admire the man's talent. Ngo Thieu then summoned his shadow clone, and the two figures began a frantic harvest of lives within the crowd. His main body had over 7,000 attack points. Currently, very few people could withstand 2 of his basic attacks. With extreme speed active, he delivered 6 slashes per second, claiming 2 to 3 lives each time. The shadow clone focused solely on applying poison, and its speed was not slow either. However, Ngo Thieu then frowned. The fog scroll only lasted 10 minutes. Even with the shadow clone, he could kill at most 5 people per second. In 10 minutes, that was only 3,000 people. Compared to an army of 20,000, the impact wasn't significant enough. "You're being too slow like this." You suddenly spoke. "I know it's slow, but it's not like I have any other choice. My arms are about to break from all this swinging," Ngo Thieu then said helplessly. "It's a pity I cannot interfere. Otherwise, this would be over in a few minutes," You said disdainfully. "If you can't interfere, then stop talking nonsense," Ngo Thieu then said, exasperated. "But I seem to have a rather good skill book in my hand," You said enticingly. "Really? Let me see." Ngo Thieu then was instantly interested. A golden skill book suddenly appeared in Ziyu's hand as she waved it around. She asked, "Well, do you want it?" Gold tier Ngo Thieu Than's eyes widened. This woman really did have many good things on her. To this day, the only gold tier skill he had was the undying body. He hadn't expected her to casually pull out another one. "Tell me, what are the conditions?" Ngo Thieu then asked. He knew this woman would never give him anything for free.
He's smart.
"The condition is simple. Collect 1,000 points of nether power for me every day until my wounds are fully healed," Ziyu said with a charming smile. Although the nether pearl could slowly heal her wounds while she was near Ngo Thieu, then she was not its master. So the process was too slow. If she had nether power, her recovery speed would be incredibly fast. Currently, her top priority was to heal her injuries as quickly as possible. Chapter 123, To Corporation Crisis. 1,000 points. Why don't you just commit highway robbery? This stuff is collected so slowly. Does that mean I have to slay 3,000 or 4,000 monsters every day? Ngo Thieu then muttered. Don't you usually kill monsters to level up anyway? I'm just telling you to be a bit more diligent. Besides, you won't need to kill that many. The higher the monster's level, the faster you collect nether power. In the future, you just need to ensure you kill over 2,000 monsters a day, You replied with a smile. Ngo Thieu then frowned. It seemed she had a point. After a moment's thought, Thieu then said, "Let me see the attributes of this skill book first." "Fine," You said, tossing the skill book directly to Ngo Thieu then. Is this woman not afraid that I'll take the item and run Thieu then thought? Shaking his head, Ngo Thieu then looked at the skill book, and his eyes instantly widened. Thunderous form gold, unique transform into an entity of lightning. Health and defense are significantly increased, and the user becomes immune to crowd control. All attacks are converted into lightning damage that ignores defense. When attacking, lightning power pierces all targets within a 5-meter radius, dealing equivalent damage. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Requirement, none. So strong, Ngo Thieu then inhaled sharply. Setting aside the HP and defense buffs, the crowd control immunity, the conversion to true damage, and the fact that basic attacks became area of effect AoE strikes made this skill ridiculously powerful. It truly lived up to its golden grade. Why didn't you bring out such a formidable skill sooner? Thieu then lamented. If she had given him this earlier, he wouldn't have had to struggle so much. You never asked, besides you haven't agreed to the trade yet. Now that you've seen the attributes, I'll take it back if you don't want it. You teased with a smile. Trade, of course. I'll trade. What's so hard about 2,000 monsters? Ngo Thieu then said hurriedly. With this skill, let alone 2,000, he had the confidence to slaughter 20,000. Very well then, this skill book is yours. You said casually, seemingly unafraid that Ngo Thieu then would break his word. Ngo Thieu then excitedly learned it, and soon another golden skill appeared in his skill bar. Feel the lightning storm. Thieu then roared internally, activating thunderous form. A layer of electric light enveloped his body, making him look terrifying. Feeling the surging power, Ngo Thieu then clenched his fists. The sensation was exhilarating. Holding his short sword, he swung twice toward a nearby member of the to Corporation. A burst of electricity pierced through the surroundings. In an instant, everything within a 5-meter radius was swept clean, leaving only an empty space. Damn, This feels good, Ngo Thieu Than said excitedly before beginning a true massacre. He activated extreme speed and darted through the crowds, carving out voids with every casual swing. Equipment rained onto the ground. When his mirror image vanished, Ngo Thieu Than summoned it again, discovering that clones summoned while thunderous form was active also possessed the skill. 2 thunderous forms reveled in the slaughter. Tam Trung Humong stepped out of the mist after calming his members. As he finally exited the fog, he noticed occasional flashes of lightning inside. He frowned but didn't pay it much mind, though he didn't know the exact situation. He believed that a single Tran Fong, lacking AoE skills, couldn't kill everyone quickly, even if they stood still. In 10 minutes, he might kill 2,000 or 3,000 at most. The remaining 10,000 plus would eventually wear him down. However, his composure soon shattered. News arrived from the respawn point. In just a few short minutes, the number of Corporation members killed had reached tens of thousands, increasing by dozens or hundreds every second. How is this possible? Tam Trung Humong was shocked. Even with a splash damage skill, it can't be this fast. Does the skill have no cooldown? No matter how illogical he found it, the respawn points were flooded with Corporation members, and many in Kimling City were already aware. When the mist dissipated, everyone who saw the scene inside gasped, their legs turning to jelly. On the square that had been packed with Corporation members, only a few hundred remained scattered. Everyone else had vanished, leaving the ground littered with equipment. How can this be? The onlookers in the distance were incredulous. It was 20,000 people wiped out in 10 minutes. This Tran Fong is too terrifying. What exactly happened in there? Who knows, but either way, the Corporation is completely finished this time. The leaders of the major guilds watching from afar were stunned. They knew Tran Fong was strong, but he was just one man. They thought they could handle him if they really tried. But now, every guild leader was terrified. 20,000 deaths in 10 minutes pushed their fear of Tran Fong to the limit. They all silently vowed to warn their members, never provoke this calamity. Even Ngo, the Thien Ha, was shaken. Had Tran Fong reached this level of power, it seemed he needed to keep a low profile for a while. Ngo Thieu then nonchalantly picked up equipment as if he had just performed a trivial task. The remaining few hundred stragglers stood paralyzed, truly frightened out of their wits. No one dared to speak as they watched the figure looting the battlefield. Those who previously harbored thoughts of taking down Tran Fong had abandoned them entirely. The feat of killing 20,000 people in 10 minutes was bone-chilling. Ngo Thieu then picked up silver-grade items and above. He was too lazy to bend down for the rest, so he said to the crowd, "Whoever wants equipment, come and get it. While you're at it, help me clean up these stragglers." This equipment would soon be refreshed by the system anyway. He couldn't take it all, so he decided to do a favor for the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, countless onlookers rushed forward, frantically snatching up the gear. The remaining few hundred Corporation members were mobbed and killed before they could even react. Ngo Thieu then walked straight up to Tam Trung Humong. "Want to keep going. Those people should have respawned by now. You can call them back." "How? How did you do it?" Tam Trung Humong asked, still in disbelief. "They were just a bunch of leaks standing in one place." "Is it hard to mow them down? Did you really think your tactic was that strong?" Ngo Thieu then sneered. Tam Trung Humong was furious. "Go tell to Qin Fong that the battle has only just begun. Don't admit defeat too early with that." Ngo Thieu then sent Tam Trung Humong back to the city for free once more. By now, the entire Corporation was in chaos. Their losses were unprecedented. Many members were so demoralized, they began considering leaving the Corporation. Just then, a citywide announcement acted as the final straw. Tran Fong, attention all players in Kimling City. If you spot a member of the Corporation in the wild, send me the coordinates. I'll do the killing, and the equipment they drop belongs to you. The players of Kimling City went wild. Who wouldn't love such a deal? Countless people spoke up in the regional channel, some even vowing to guard the city gates day and night. Numerous Corporation members announced their resignation, pleading for mercy in the channel and swearing they had no further connection to the company. Meanwhile, in a private room of a tavern in Kimling City, the upper management of the Corporation was gathered. Everyone except Qin Fong was present. The room was heavy with a thick, oppressive atmosphere. Every head was bowed. The Corporation is finished. All our efforts, all our hard work, gone. Ngo Thieu's voice was filled with desolation. She suddenly pointed at Tiuki and screamed, "It's because of you. You've destroyed the entire Corporation." Ngo Thieu collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. It was the first time anyone had seen the eldest miss break down like this, but everyone understood. The Tu Corporation was her life's work, and it had been ruined by a single person. Chapter 124, The Tu Group's Apology. Not long after, Tu Chinfang arrived at the private room. By then, he had fully grasped the situation, and his mote was incredibly foul. Upon entering, he saw a group of high-level executives, their faces grim and unsightly, while Ngo Thieu Than sat slumped over the table, sobbing uncontrollably. This was the first time he had seen his daughter weep so piteously, making him begin to doubt whether his actions had truly been righteous. "What is the current status?" Tu Chinfang asked wearily. "In the battle just now, every member of the Tu group dropped a level, and the loss of equipment is immeasurable. Furthermore, after Tran Fong's announcement over the city-wide speakers, all peripheral members of the Tu group have declared their withdrawal. Even some of the less committed internal members have left. This has directly caused the Tu group to plummet from 20,000 members to fewer than 8,000. Even more troubling is that our current members basically cannot leave the city. Almost every player in Kimlang City is watching us. Unless Tran Fong stops, the Tu group is effectively finished," a senior executive reported heavily. Hearing these words, Tu Chinfang fell silent. He had not expected the consequences to be so severe. After a long pause, Tu Chinfang asked, "What is the attitude of the other guilds? Tran Fong's strength has completely threatened these major factions. Would they really allow someone like him to exist?" Currently, most guild leaders in Kimlang City have issued orders not to offend Tran Fong or those around him. No guild has any intention of dealing with him, including proudly surveying the heroes, another person replied. "Fools, if that is the case, won't all of Kimlang City have to act according to Tran Fong's whims? Where is the dignity of the major guilds?" Tu Chinfang snapped. "Dignity? Dignity? All you ever care about is your dignity, father? Why are you still thinking about dealing with Tran Fong even now? Have you not realized it yet? With the current strength of the players, where would we find the confidence to fight him? It was precisely because of your dignity that the Tu group fell into this situation. Do you have any idea how much effort I poured into the Tu group in this game? Now, it is all in ruins." Ngo Thieu Than suddenly stood up, shouting in a fit of rage. Looking at Ngo Thieu Than, whose face was stained with tears like pear blossoms in the rain, Tu Chinfang's lips trembled, but ultimately no words came out. The decision to hunt Tran Fong had been his, but he had forgotten that the Tu group in the game had been built almost entirely by his daughter's hand. He had truly destroyed his daughter's hard work with his own hands. After a long silence, Tu Chinfang sighed and said, "Find a way to contact Tran Fong. Contacting him is simple. As long as we leave the city, Tran Fong will appear soon enough," someone noted. At this time, Ngo Thieu Than had returned to the mountains to slay iron-armed apes. With over 20,000 crime points, he could not return to the city anytime soon. If the people of the Tu group stayed holed up in the city, he wouldn't waste his time waiting, but if they truly came out, he could simply teleport over. Killing one monster reduced 1 crime point. With over 20,000 points, Ngo Thieu Than didn't know how long it would take. Regardless, he just kept killing. Besides, he had promised Ziyu to provide 1,000 points of nether power every day. Once the matter with the Tu group was settled, he estimated he would have to immerse himself in the monster fields for quite a while. As Ngo Thieu Than hunted, he continued his special training under Ziyu. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt that Ziyu's training exercises were more than just game maneuvers. Many movements did not align with the game's logic, but felt more like genuine combat skills. This left Ngo Thieu Than, whose thinking was typically confined by game mechanics, feeling deeply confused, but he did not object given Ziyu's firm attitude. While Ngo Thieu Than was in the heat of battle, he suddenly received a message from Lang Guyet. Lang Guyet, several high-level executives from the Tu group have left the city. At the same time, Ngo Thieu Than noticed many people on the regional channel posting coordinates almost in real time. The executives have left the city, planning to negotiate. Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself before deciding to teleport there. Present at the scene were several Tu group executives, including Tu Chinfang, Lu Thuk, and Tam Trung Hu Mong. The group stepped outside the city gates and stood still, waiting for Tran Fong to arrive. Very soon, a figure appeared before them. Tu Chinfang looked at the silhouette and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. During their last meeting, he had stood in a superior position to offer advice. He hadn't expected his advice to be ineffective, while the other man's warning had become a reality. Ngo Thieu Than arrived, glanced at the Tu group's lineup, and said with a smirk, "Chairman Tu, you've come in person. Tran Fong, we admit defeat this time. Tell me, what will it take for you to let the Tu group go?" Tu Chinfang said in a heavy voice. Sorry, but I never intended to let the Tu group go. From the moment you laid hands on her, The Tu group was destined to collapse. Besides, I gave you a chance. You simply didn't know how to cherish it, Ngo Thieu Than replied coldly. Yu to Qin Fong almost lost his temper. He was the dignified chairman of the Tu group. Since when had he ever been treated like this? But remembering the purpose of his trip, he suppressed his anger. Regarding the previous matter, I am truly sorry. I was completely unaware of the situation. I'm willing to return the Radiant staff and compensate her for the loss of her level. What do you think? Unaware of the situation, I think you were just trying to take advantage of the situation. As for compensation, fine, since your Tu group is so filthy rich. Pay about 800 million to a billion, then Ngo Thieu Than sneered. You. To Qin Fong took several deep breaths and said, Do you really want to drive us to such an absolute dead end? Mfif, if you dare to strike, don't blame others for being ruthless. An apology requires the attitude of someone apologizing. This is a game. Who are you showing that chairman act to? Sorry, I have no obligation to humor you. I've told you before, if you dare take my things, you'd better have the skill to keep them. To Qin Fong looked deep into Ngo Thieu Than's eyes for a moment and said, Continuing this stalemate serves no benefit to you either. State your conditions? Ngo Thieu Than smiled. Fine, either way. I can wait. But if you truly want to resolve this, fine. 3 conditions. First, all high-level executives of the Tu group must issue a public apology via the citywide speakers, including you. Second, find every single person who participated in the attack on her and let me kill them until they are sent back to the beginner village. Third, pay 10 million in compensation for damages. You're dreaming? To Qin Fong was driven to madness by rage. He could not accept any of those 3 conditions. There was no way he would agree. Then there's nothing more to say. Ngo Thieu Than shrugged, then drew his short sword. In an instant, he sent several of them back to the city. Since they had come all this way, he couldn't very well let them walk back. After killing them, Ngo Thieu Than spoke to the crowd watching from a distance. The equipment is yours. Next time you see anyone from the Tu group, remember to notify me immediately. Whoa, great God, Tran Fong is so mighty. Rest assured, great God Tran Fong, I guarantee not even a mosquito from the Tu group will manage to fly out of Kimlang City. Tran Fong's actions undoubtedly sent everyone in Kimlang City into a state of extreme excitement. Initially, they thought he was just talking, or would pick out all the good loot before leaving the scraps for them. They hadn't expected him to not even glance at the drops, giving them all away. One must realize that for many people, the equipment of the Tu group's high-level executives was absolute top-tier gear. Those who managed to snatch the equipment were overjoyed, and this caused every player in Kimlang City to look at members of the Tu group like hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Every member of the Tu group now had no fewer than 10 pairs of eyes tracking them, making them truly understand what it felt like to have nowhere to hide. Chapter 125, To Qin Fong's Unwillingness to Concede. Resurrecting at the spawn point, To Qin Fong was incandescent with rage. As the chairman of the Tu group, he had never been subjected to such ignominy. He strode toward the private room, his expression dark and menacing. The others were still gathered there, anxiously awaiting the outcome of his confrontation. That Tran Fong is truly too arrogant, To Qin Fong roared the moment he crossed the threshold. President Tu, did he refuse to accept the apology and the compensation? Someone ventured to ask. Tran Fong laid out 3 conditions, but the master refused them. Lu Thuk replied from the side before proceeding to give a brief account of the demands Tran Fong had made.
This?
The others frowned as they listened. These 3 conditions were indeed somewhat excessive. Who does he think he is? Just a petty man who struck it lucky. To think he actually wants my uncle to issue a public apology. My uncle is the dignified chairman of the Tu group. How could he possibly apologize to the likes of him? In the real world, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my uncle's shoes. Tu Ki sneered coldly. Shut your mouth, isn't all of this because of you? Ngo Thieu Than snapped. She then turned to Qin Fong. Father, do you truly still intend to develop your presence within Divine Word? What do you mean by that? If you truly want to continue growing within Divine Word, then you must agree to his demands, Ngo Thieu Than stated. Never do you honestly believe Tran Fong alone can render us completely unable to develop in this world, To Qin Fong replied with utter disdain. He can, Ngo Thieu Than asserted with absolute certainty. Enough, let us speak of this no more. I will never agree to such demands. If I did, the Tu group would be nothing more than a hollow name. Instead of dwelling on this, we should be thinking of how to defeat him, To Qin Fong declared. Then you all can discuss it. I am leaving. Furthermore, from now on, do not consult me on any matters regarding the Tu group. Ngo Thieu Than said before directly exiting the private room. Watching Ngo Thieu Than depart, To Qin Fong frowned but did not dwell on it. He turned instead to Tam Trung Hu Mong. Is there any other way? Tam Trung Hu Mong pondered for a moment before replying, unless we double our numbers. Regardless of what method he used to kill 20,000 people in 10 minutes, there must be a restriction on it. Otherwise, he would have utilized it much sooner. Moreover, he specifically used a fog scroll to obscure everyone's vision, likely because he didn't want the secret to be known. This only proves that the conditions for its use are extremely harsh. If our numbers were doubled, we could surely wear him down to his death. But currently, we simply cannot mobilize that many people. Hearing this, To Qin Fong said to Lu Thuk, "Old Lu, find a way to contact Ngo Thieu Than. See if you can convince them to join us in dealing with Tran Fong." Lu Thuk shook his head. Ngo the Quan Hung's current stance is very clear. They will not intervene. Besides, at this stage, we no longer possess the capital to negotiate a cooperation with them. Then offer more money. The grudge between Ngo the Quan Hung and Tran Fong is no less than our own. If we collapse, Tran Fong's next target will undoubtedly be them. I believe Ngo the Thieu Than understands this logic well enough, To Qin Fong argued. Fine, I will go and try, Lu Thuk replied helplessly before leaving the room. Beyond human wave tactics, is there any other way? To Qin Fong asked Tam Trung Hu Mong once more. If we can acquire a high-damage scroll, there is a possibility we could finish him off. However, he possesses numerous survival skills, so success is not guaranteed. Furthermore, such scrolls are incredibly rare. As far as I know, most scrolls available at this stage are supportive. Offensive ones are very scarce. Even if we found one, the damage might not be sufficient. He has 30,000 health, coupled with high defense and damage reduction. Very few scrolls can kill him instantly. Tam Trung Hu Mong analyzed. To Qin Fong nodded. Regardless, we must try. I will leave this task to you. Understood. Over the subsequent period, Ngo Thieu then continued his sweep along the mountain path. The members of the two group within Jinling City did not dare to step past the gates, and the turmoil in Jinling began to spread to other major cities. Regarding the two groups' misfortune, some felt sympathy, some mocked them, and others gloated openly. However, the fact that Tran Fong could slay 20,000 people in 10 minutes forced every guild to heighten their vigilance. On the forums, the battle sparked a wave of conflicting opinions. Most people believed that Tran Fong must have used a vast quantity of wide-range area of effect magic scrolls, while others argued that such scrolls did not even exist at this stage, let alone in such large numbers. Despite the various theories, the fact remained, Tran Fong had killed 20,000 people in 10 minutes. The title of the #1 player in Divine Word was now undisputed. At the headquarters of Ngo the Quan Hung, Ngo the Phuong Vu approached Ngo the Thieu Than. Big brother, the steward of the two group wants to speak with you. Hemph, I suppose they've been beaten senseless and now wish to seek our cooperation, Ngo the Thieu Than said coldly. Should we meet him? After all, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. We will not. Them, they no longer have the qualifications to stand as our partners. But they said they are willing to pay us to take action, Ngo the Phuong Vu added. Money, do you think I'm so short of cash that I need his pittance? Right now, Tran Fong is like a live bomb. Anyone who touches him gets blown up. It was hard enough making sure this bomb didn't go off in our faces. Do you really want us to crowd around it and be blasted to pieces? Ngo the Thieu Than snapped. I understand. I'll go turn him away immediately. Now the Phuong Vu nodded and departed. When Lu Thuk reported the situation back to Qin Fong, the chairman slammed his fist onto the table. It seems this Ngo the Thieu Than isn't as clever as people say. Lu Thuk opened his mouth to speak but ultimately bit his tongue. Truthfully, he disagreed with many of the chairman's recent decisions, but there was little he could do when even the young miss failed to persuade him. Outside the walls of Jinling City, seeing the two group cowering inside and refusing to show their faces, some of the waiting players grew restless. I'm standing here waiting for you lot to get slaughtered so I can pick up some gear. If you don't come out, aren't you just wasting my time? Consequently, these players began a campaign of mockery. The situation grew increasingly toxic, reaching a point where many players employed by the Tiudu group began to contemplate resignation. To hell with this. I'm getting paid a few measly coins only to endure this kind of humiliation. I'd rather play solo, one two group member declared. Once the spark was lit, the two groups soon faced another massive wave of desertions, leaving the already depleted ranks in an even more pathetic state. President 2, if this continues, the two group will truly fall apart. Currently, we only have 4,000 or 5,000 people left, and none of them dare to step out of the city. If this persists, the remaining few won't hold out much longer, a senior executive reported to Qin Fong. Qin Fong frowned deeply. Then tell them to scatter as they leave. I refuse to believe that Tran Fong possesses the art of self-cloning.
This?
What this? Go and arrange it at once, Qin Fong barked. Yes, sir. The man hurried away. After he had gone, Qin Fong summoned Tam Trung Hu Mong. Are you certain about this? I cannot be certain, but this scroll deals 50,000 points of fixed damage. If we catch him while his guard is down, it might just work. Tam Trung Hu Mong replied. Good. I'll leave this to you? As long as he dies once, Hez as good as crippled, Qin Fong said. Soon after, the members of the two group indeed began to filter out of the city gates in small separate groups. Each person was trembling with fear, terrified that a figure with a blood-red name would suddenly appear above their heads. Damn, these two group guys actually dare to come out. I'm impressed. Such commendable courage. Haha, good news, there's gear to be picked up. Hearing the chatter from the bystanders, the two group members wanted to cry, but had no tears left. So we are really nothing more than delivery couriers. Before long, coordinates were being posted one after another in the regional channel. Simultaneously, Ngo Thieu Than received a private message from Lan Guyet. Does Qin Fong truly think I don't dare to kill them? Immediately, Ngo Thieu Than opened the regional channel and teleported directly to the latest set of coordinates. Before the dozen or so to group members could even react, Ngo Thieu Than had sent them all back to the city. True to his word, he left every piece of dropped equipment on the ground for the surrounding players to collect. Chapter 126, The Compromise of the Jarta Group. Nearly every squad belonging to the T group was shadowed by a pack of players who reported their coordinates in real time. Every 10 minutes, Ngo Thieu Than would send another team on their way. After systematically wiping out more than a dozen T group squads, Ngo Thieu Than appeared near yet another unit. This particular team belonged to Dream Chasing Studio, consisting of about 10 members. Without a word, Ngo Thieu Than charged, launching his usual assault. Just as he struck down 4 or 5 people, Ziyu suddenly cried out in alarm. Watch out. Before Ngo Thieu Than could react, a sharp pang of pain surged through his body, and a massive damage indicator erupted above his head. In an instant, Ngo Thieu Than's form dissolved into a beam of white light and vanished. We did it. Ngo Thieu Than, the vice captain of Dream Chasing Studio, shouted in a mix of shock and jubilation. Every member of the team trembled with excitement. However, their joy lasted less than 2 seconds. At the very spot where he had disappeared, Tran Fong's figure flickered back into existence. Resurrection?
Resurrection gear.
How can that kind of equipment exist at this stage of the game? Ngo Thieu Than that could not believe his eyes. At that moment, Ngo Thieu Than was also breaking into a cold sweat. That was close. If not for the nether orb, I'd be finished. Currently, his name was so red it had turned black. If he died, he would drop every piece of equipment on his person. Such a loss would be catastrophic. Do you have even a shred of danger awareness, Z? You spoke coldly? Ngo Thieu Than rolled his eyes. This is a game. Do you think this is some high fantasy world? Danger awareness, you're making it sound way too mystical? You was incensed, but then she let out a cryptic smile. I will make sure you forge that awareness. I don't have time to argue with you, Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. He then turned his gaze toward the stunned members of Dream Chasing Studio and asked icily, that scroll was decent. Got any more? Ngo Thieu Than that shook his head blankly. Before long, this group was also dealt with cleanly. After Ngo Thieu Than eliminated a few more squads, the two group members retreated into the city, not daring to show their faces again. Inside the chairman's office. Another failure, Qin Fong knit his brows.
Yes.
The scroll was used, and we managed to kill him once, but he possesses resurrection equipment, so it had no impact. This Tran Fong has far too many trump cards. Tam Trung Hu Mong said helplessly. Resurrection gear, shouldn't that be at least celestial grade? How could it appear at this stage? No celestial grade items have appeared on the equipment rankings yet. Qin Fong questioned. Tam Trung Hu Mong shook his head. It's unclear. Perhaps it was a resurrection scroll, but regardless of what it was, our only trump card has been spent. Even if we find another similar scroll, the opponent is now on guard. Succeeding a second time is nearly impossible. Qin Fong asked tiredly, is there truly no way to deal with him? Tam Trung Hu Mong sighed. He is too far ahead of us. His talent in the early stages gave him such a massive advantage that hunting high-level monsters or killing bosses is as easy as breathing for him. Furthermore, he holds many hidden cards. We know nothing about cards that might be even more terrifying than his talent. Therefore, there is currently no way to suppress him. Tu Chinfang sighed and waved his hand. You may leave now. After Tam Trung Humong departed, Tu Chinfang lit a cigarette and stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling traffic below. The Tu Group was the largest conglomerate in HUDs, and its headquarters was the tallest building in the city. Tu Chinfang's office sat on the highest floor. He loved the sensation of looking down from above, for, from this height, the people below looked as small as ants. Perhaps in reality, Tran Fong was just one of those ants in the crowd, yet in the game he was like Tu Chinfang standing on high, looking down on everyone else. Sex. The tragedy is that this game simply cannot be abandoned, Tu Chinfang lamented. In a short time, Divine Oracle had severely impacted every industry. Many people would rather spend a fortune on in-game gear than buy a new set of clothes. Luxury jewelry was even further from their minds. This had caused most brick-and-mortar businesses to suffer losses, the Tu Group included. Tu Chinfang understood perfectly well how immense the potential business opportunities within Divine Oracle were, which was why he could not walk away. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, Tu Chinfang extinguished it and stepped out of his office. Upon returning home, Tu Chinfang was surprised to see his daughter standing dazed in the flower garden. He walked over to her. Why have you logged off at this hour? Ngo Thieu Than looked at Tu Chinfang and replied coldly, I don't even dare to step out of the city gates. What is the point of staying in the game? Tu Chinfang sighed. Thieu Than, I know you blame me, but you should understand my position. If I were to truly issue a public apology, the reputation of the Tu Group would be severely damaged. You should understand my predicament. Then do you understand mine? You said you would give me full authority to develop our presence in the game. Do you know how much effort I poured in to give the Tu Group a foothold in Divine Oracle? Ngo Thieu Than became emotional again. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than's eyes welling up with tears, Tu Chinfang felt a pang of heartache. In this matter, it seemed he truly hadn't considered his daughter's feelings. He closed his eyes, and after a long silence he finally spoke. Very well, Thieu Than. I agree to his demands. From now on, everything in the game will be decided by you. I will no longer interfere. If you need capital, I will give you my full support. Truly, Ngo Thieu Than could not believe her ears.
Yes.
Go into the game and give him your answer, Tu Chinfang said. Yes, Ngo Thieu Than was instantly revitalized, turning to run back to her room. Thieu Than, have you seen Tran Fong's real face? Tu Chinfang asked suddenly. Father, why are you asking that all of a sudden? Ngo Thieu Than asked, puzzled. Nothing. I was just thinking that if He's handsome, I might see if He's worthy of our Thieu Than, Tu Chinfang teased with a chuckle. Father, even at a time like this, you're thinking about such things. Ngo Thieu Than was speechless as she walked straight into her room. Watching his daughters retreating back, Tu Chinfang's smile faded. He muttered to himself, Tran Fong, I cannot let you hold the reins forever. After logging in, Ngo Thieu Than took Luthuk and headed straight out of the city. This was the fastest way to contact Tran Fong. Sure enough, before long, Tran Fong appeared before the two of them. Looking at the man in front of her, Ngo Thieu Than didn't know what to feel. Though their side was indeed in the wrong first, this man was also the one who had dismantled the Tu Group's hard work in the game. Ngo Thieu Than flashed a bitter smile. Tran Fong, I didn't expect us to meet again under these circumstances. You brought this upon yourselves. If you're here to play the sentimentality card, give it up. I don't mind sending you both back to the city, Ngo Thieu then said nonchalantly. The conditions you set, we agree to all of them, Ngo Thieu Than replied. Those were the previous conditions. Since you didn't agree then, the price has naturally gone up. State your terms, Ngo Thieu Than said, appearing unsurprised. The first two conditions remain the same. The compensation increases from 10 million to 50 million, Ngo Thieu then named his price. Ngo Thieu Than frowned slightly, but in the end, she nodded decisively. Fine. Oh, so straightforward. Are you sure your old man will agree? Ngo Thieu then was slightly surprised. From now on, all Tu Group affairs in the game are decided by me, Ngo Thieu Than affirmed. Very well then, go make the arrangements. In half an hour, I want to see every person who attacked Thieu Than present here. They stay until I have killed them all back to the novice village. Understood. Chapter 127, Identity Exposed. After Ngo Thieu Than and Luthuk returned, she immediately summoned Thieu Ki and those who had attacked Ong Tungam. She then turned to Ahoy and said, Ahoy, I am truly sorry. I have agreed to Tran Fong's demands, so you don't need to say more, eldest miss. Actually, from the moment I struck, I knew this day would come. Tran Fong's people are not so easily provoked, Ahoy replied with a self-deprecating smile. Rest assured, as long as you still consider yourselves part of the Tu group, I will arrange the best equipment for everyone, even if you return to the beginner village. I will help you all level up again as quickly as possible, Ngo Thieu Than promised. Thank you, eldest miss. What cousin do you intend to hand us over to be killed by Tran Fong? Thieu Ki shrieked in horror. Emph, you had better behave and listen. You bear full responsibility for this matter. Do you have any idea how much the Tu group has lost because of you, setting everything else aside? You cannot even begin to carry the weight of the 50 million compensation for Tran Fong. If you dare to play any more clever tricks, I wouldn't mind having your parents step in to settle this debt, Ngo Thieu Than said coldly, her disgust for this cousin growing by the second. Sister, does uncle know you're doing this? He would never agree. Thieu Ki seemed intent on using Tu Chin Fong to suppress Ngo Thieu Than. My father has already agreed to this. Furthermore, from now on, I am the sole decision-maker for all matters within the game. No, not going. Thieu Ki turned, intending to flee. Think carefully. If you do not go, I will have my father sever all cooperation and financial support for your family. Ngo Thieu Than threatened in a frigid tone. Sister, are you actually disregarding your own kin for the sake of a mere game? Thieu Ki looked at Ngo Thieu Than in stunned disbelief. You brought this upon yourself. Half an hour later, Ngo Thieu Than led the management of the Tu group, along with Thieu, Koioia, and the others to the southern gate of Kim Lang. Ngo Thieu Than was already there waiting. I have brought everyone, not a single person is missing. You may verify them, Ngo Thieu Than said. Very well. Ngo Thieu Than cast a casual glance over the group. Seeing the resentful glare in Thieu Ki's eyes, he gave a cold laugh and handily sent them all back to the city. Afterward, Ngo Thieu Than sent a direct trade request, transferring the diamond staff and 50 million to Ngo Thieu. Her decisiveness and efficiency earned a silent nod of approval from him. Immediately following this, Ngo Thieu Than issued a citywide announcement. Thieu Neat, Thieu Ni of the Tu group, on behalf of the guild members, apologized to Tran Fong and Fong Mim Ni for the pursuit of Fong Mim Ni. We guarantee that such an incident will never occur again. I ask all players in the city to bear witness. After Ngo Thieu Than finished, each member of the Tu group's management began to broadcast citywide announcements as well. Soon, the entirety of Kim Lang erupted in a frenzy. Holy crap, a public apology. The group was truly killed into submission by Tran Fong this time. How tragic. A top-tier guild in the city was slaughtered to the point of near disintegration. I heard it wasn't just a public apology. Those who took part were killed all the way back to the beginner village, and they had to pay a massive amount in damages. Sigh, it's best to stay far away from Tran Fong and those around him in the future. Absolutely do not offend that god of slaughter, or no guild, no matter how large, will be able to protect you. Is this sufficient? Ngo Thieu Than asked, looking at Ngo Thieu Than. What about to Chin Fong? My father likely won't be online much in the future. Is it absolutely necessary for him to make an announcement? It is, Ngo Thieu Than affirmed firmly. Fine. Ngo Thieu Than nodded and logged out. Not long after, another citywide announcement echoed through the air. Tu Quang Bat Tuk, I Tu Quang Bat Tuk, chairman of the Tu group, on behalf of the guild members, apologized to Tran Fong and Fong M Ni for the pursuit of Fong M Ni. We guarantee that such an incident will never occur again. I ask all players in the city to bear witness. Hearing this announcement, Ngo Thieu Than curled his lip. Damn it, I forgot to make that old man use his real name. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Ngo Thieu Than couldn't be bothered to quibble further and sent out a city-wide announcement of his own. Tran Fong, thank you for everyone's assistance. The hunt for the Tu group ends here. Upon hearing this, many in Kim Lang felt a lingering sense of regret, yet it was understandable. They had apologized and compensated him. If he continued the hunt, Tran Fong's own reputation would be called into question. During the time that followed, Ngo Thieu Than repeatedly killed Thieu Ki, Ahoy, and their group. Each time they were slain, they were brought back by the trotted Tu group's members. These people seemed to have accepted their fate, dully enduring the repeated torment. Even Thieu Ki stopped resisting, though deep within her eyes was a hatred that anyone could recognize. Soon, the entire group had been killed back to the beginner village. Ngo Thieu Than left the scene to continue leveling, while Ngo Thieu Than began organizing the remaining members of the Tu group to head out and hunt monsters. Since Tran Fong was no longer hunting them, and no one was watching them anymore, the two groups' reputation had nonetheless plummeted to rock bottom. Growing again would be an incredibly difficult task. At the HN Academy of Economics, Ngo Thieu Than and VV had just finished their club activities and were walking toward the cafeteria with exhausted expressions. It was nearly 8 in the evening, and both were so hungry, their stomachs were sticking to their backs. I'm telling you, let's not participate in these club activities anymore. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time playing the game? As students, our gaming time is already so limited, Vivi complained. Ngo Thieu Than nodded dizzily. I say, Tungam, your state of mind has been very strange today. What on earth is going on? It's nothing, Ngo Tungam said with a forced smile. The two entered the cafeteria. Despite the late hour, it was still quite crowded and noisy. After getting their food, they found an empty spot and sat down. Right then, the conversation of several people nearby caught the girls' attention. Do you guys know what happened in Kimlang, man? It was seriously exhilarating. Damn, the forums exploded today. Who wouldn't know? This Tran Fong is truly too domineering. He single-handedly killed a guild of 20,000 people until they almost dissolved.
Exactly.
I wonder what relationship Fong Mam Ni has with Tran Fong. He must be his girlfriend.
Wow, if I had a boyfriend like that, I'd be willing to kneel on durian shells every day.
Psh, someone like you has Tran Fong. He wouldn't spare a glance for someone like you. Hearing their discussion, Ngo Thieu Than suddenly felt a sting in her nose. Tears fell uncontrollably as she murmured to herself, "Brother?" VV, being more curious, hurriedly opened the forums. Immediately, a pinned post at the top of the page caught her eye. Fong Mam Ni killed, diamond staff dropped, Tran Fong enraged. VV's eyes widened as she cried out in shock. Tungam, did your diamond staff drop? Ngo Thieu Than was startled and quickly covered VV's mouth, signaling for silence. Only when Vivi nodded did she release her hand. However, while the speaker had no ill intent, the listener was attentive. Although the cafeteria was noisy and most people paid no mind to Ngo Thieu Than's direction, there was still someone who had heard clearly. At that moment, a young man glanced at Ngo Thieu Than before silently slipping out of the cafeteria. Once outside, he immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 128, The Equipment Wholesaler. Ngo Thieu then pressed forward. Including the scattered kills from earlier, he had defeated a total of 800 iron-armed apes, yielding 1.68 million experience points. After splitting half with Ziyu Enju, then received 840,000 points, propelling him to level 32 with a progress of 540 billion. He gained another 30 free attribute points. Combined with the 30 points from level 31 that he hadn't used yet, Ngo Thieu then dumped all 60 points directly into agility. Currently, agility not only increased attack and movement speed, but also boosted strength, making it undoubtedly the most cost-effective attribute. With his health already exceeding 30,000, there was no further need to invest in constitution. His immortal body stacks increased by 800, and along with the natural health gain from leveling up, his total HP reached 30,620. His poison talent now stood at 3,362 damage per second. Previously, it was at 2,602, and it had leveled up after he killed 760 iron-armed apes. The subsequent kills no longer contributed to its growth. However, he hadn't reached the limit yet. If his calculations were correct, the Dark Gold realm likely increased the talent's cap to 40 times, making his current talent potential equal to 120 times his level. The maximum value would likely be 3,840 damage per second. If he managed to stack 6 layers, he could drain 1.38 million health points in a single minute. Even Ngo Thieu Than himself was astonished. One had to realize that a level 40 Dark Gold boss currently only had around 5 million health. Such a figure would be enough to make any other player dizzy with despair. Yet against Ngo Thieu Than's toxin, even a Dark Gold boss of that caliber would only last a little over 3 minutes. The 800 iron-armed apes dropped a total of 26 pieces of bronze equipment and 46 pieces of black iron. Ordinary mobs truly couldn't compare to the elite monsters in hidden maps, a realization that made Ngo Thieu Than miss his time grinding there. In reality, black iron equipment was largely becoming obsolete. The mainstream gear was now bronze and silver. However, level 30 plus black iron gear had attributes comparable to level 20 plus bronze gear, so it could still be sold. Ngo Thieu then looked at the mountain of equipment piled inside his Cosmos ring and felt a slight headache coming on. Even though he had been selective, only picking up items of bronze rank or higher and had even ignored the gear dropped by the players he recently killed, the sheer volume of his earlier kills was too high. He had several hundred items from that haul alone. If he listed them on the auction house 10 at a time, he had no idea how long it would take to clear the inventory. The main point was that he wasn't short on money. With the 50 million compensation from the Sioux Group, he had over 60 million in his possession. He essentially had no reason to worry about finances anymore. Sigh, even selling gear is exhausting. Why can I only list 10 items at a time? Ngo Thieu then tapped his head and opened his friend list. He shook his head, feeling as though there weren't any big spenders left on his list. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so quick to block her. He could have offloaded another batch of gear that way. He tapped on Lan Guyet's avatar and sent a remote trade request, haphazardly throwing in 20 pieces of equipment, a mix of bronze and silver. Lan Guyet had been a massive help this time, and he felt he should show some gratitude. Otherwise, he would feel awkward asking for her help in the future. Lan Guyet, what is this for? Tran Fong, you helped me quite a bit this time. Consider this your commission? Lan Guyet, there's no need. It was a small matter. Tran Fong, just take it. I have something to ask you. Lang Guyet. All right, thank you then. In the end, Lang Guyet clicked accept. For a large guild, one could never have too much equipment. What did you want to ask? Tran Fong, do you know any wealthy guild leaders in Jinling City? Lang Guyet, aside from the Sioux Group and the Proud World Guild who are your enemies, the wealthiest person I know is the leader of Lone Tay Fong Van. I assume you want to move some stock. You can add their leader, Lone the Q Hung. I believe he would be very willing. Tran Fong, got it. At that moment, in a forest, Lone the Q Hung was leveling up with several core members of his guild. Their three-guild alliance was currently quite comfortable, acting in unison to the point where even the Proud World Guild had to show them some respect. In the middle of directing the battle, Lone the Q Hung suddenly received a friend request. He opened it casually. Damn, Tran Fong added me. Is this for real? He hurriedly clicked accept. Seeing the staggering level 32, Lone the Q Hung finally believed it was the man himself and rushed to send a message. Lone the Q Hung, Tran Fong, great God.
Tran Fong. Yeah.
Need equipment. Lone the Q Hung, I do. I definitely do. Tran Fong, 300 or 400 pieces. Can you swallow all that? Lone the Q Hung, no problem. But I don't need black iron stuff. Tran Fong, only a few dozen pieces of level 36 black iron. The rest are all bronze or higher. 2 gold items, 68 silver, and 342 bronze. Reading the message, Lone the Q Hung's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That many. Lone the Q Hung, what's the price? Tran Fong, gold items for 300,000, silver for 50,000, and bronze for 10,000. Those 46 black iron items actually have stats similar to bronze, but since the quality is lower, let's say 8,000. What do you think? Lone the Q Hung thought for a moment. These prices were incredibly generous, strictly wholesale. He nodded vigorously, deal. Soon after, the two began the transaction. Even after clearing his inventory, Lone the Q Hung could only take 40 items per trade, but it was still far better than using the auction house. After a dozen back-and-forth trades, the deal was finally complete. In this single batch, Ngo Thieu then raked in another 7.8 million. Player-to-player trades incurred no commission fees, so this was pure profit. Lone the Q Hung, thanks, great God Tran Fong. If you have more gear in the future, just come to me. Tran Fong will do. Just as Tran Fong finished dealing with the equipment, he received a private message from Ngo Thieu Than. Fong Mam Ni brother im online. Tran Fong, okay, wait for me at the house. Immediately, Ngo Thieu then teleported back. Brother. The moment Ngo Thieu then arrived home, Untungam rushed forward and threw her arms around him. All right, you're a young woman now, yet you're still always asking for hugs. Be careful, or you'll never get married. Then I won't get married. Ngo Thieu then shook his head and handed the radiant staff to Ngo Thieu. Here, I've brought your radiant staff back. However, upon seeing the staff, tears began to well up in Ngo Thieu Than's eyes. She had seen the forums. To get this item back for her, her brother had faced 20,000 people alone. Looking at it now, she couldn't suppress her emotions. What's wrong? I got it back for you. Aren't you happy? Ngo Thieu then asked, slightly bewildered. I'm happy. Ngo Thieu said, wiping her tears. Good. Take it. Do you want to go leveling with me, or take Ngan Tai Lang and go on your own? Ngo Thieu then asked. With you, of course, Ngo Thieu Than replied, without hesitation. Being killed once had left a significant psychological shadow on her. All right then. Ngo Thieu then led Ngo Thieu toward the mountain. Fortunately, Ngo Thieu could ride on Ngo Tai Lang's back, so their speed wasn't slow, though it obviously couldn't compare to teleportation. In a luxurious villa in Shanghai, a middle-aged man stood in the living room. After a while, a young man descended from the stairs. "Vuong Thieu, I've found what you wanted," the middle-aged man said.
Really?
A look of manic joy appeared on Vuong Thieu's face. "Yes, all the data is here." The middle-aged man produced a dossier. Vuong Thieu hurriedly pulled it out to read. After a moment, he asked, "Is this confirmed?" "Certain. All the data matches, including his sudden expenditure of over 8 million to buy a villa. It confirms beyond a doubt that this is him," the middle-aged man stated firmly.
Haha, good, very good.
To think that Tran Fong, who acts so high and mighty in the game, is actually just a common pauper in reality. Humph. Ngo Thieu. Then I'll make sure you know the consequences of offending me. Vuong Thieu laughed coldly. He then turned to the middle-aged man. "You may leave. I'll arrange for 5 million to be transferred to you shortly." "Understood." After the man left, Vuong Thieu dialed a number, arranged for a few reliable people to go to Suzhou City and bring someone back to me. "Keep it clean. Don't leave a trace." Chapter 129, coming to the door. Ngo Thieu then led Ngo Thieu further up the mountain. Along the way, they encountered level 37 monsters, another troop of apes known as the magic-eyed apes. These were magic-type creatures with 2,400 magic attack power and 260,000 horsepower. Their skill set included a single target strike and an area of effect (AoE) attack. With a top-tier healer like Ngo Thieu by his side, Ngo Thieu then had nothing to worry about. However, he didn't dare act too recklessly since Ziyu was still observing him. His figure wove through the troop of magic-eyed apes, dodging every incoming spell while swinging the daggers in his hands at cunning angles to slash through the apes. Although he had yet to reach the realm of passing through 10,000 flowers without a single leaf touching the body, he was faring much better than his previous method of simply tanking the damage. "Brother, you don't need to be afraid of them. I'll keep your health up," Ngo Thieu said, clutching her staff tightly. "Ahem, it's fine. You don't need to worry about me," Ngo Thieu then replied awkwardly.
Oh.
Ngo Thieu nodded half-comprehendingly, then shifted her attention to Ngo Tai Lang. Her brother didn't actually seem to need her healing, so she only needed to take good care of Ngo Tai Lang. The two continued to grind until past midnight, clearing out all the magic-eyed apes on the mountain for a total of 932 kills. Ngo Thieu rose to level 24, while Ngo Thieu remained at level 32 with his experience bar sitting at 1,200 million. His talent had reached its limit, as he had anticipated, totaling 3,840 poison damage, and his immortal body had granted him an additional 932 health points. As they climbed higher, level 38 monsters began to appear. Ngo Thieu could no longer hold out and logged off to rest. Thanks to his high-end gaming pod, Ngo Thieu then felt no discomfort and decided to keep grinding. At Cez Airport, 4 men dressed in black and wearing sunglasses stepped out and hailed a taxi. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in a rather remote area. The men paid and departed. "How strange," the taxi driver muttered before driving away. Inside the game, Ngo Thieu then was diligently farming a group of level 38 Earth, shaking great apes. Mid-battle, he suddenly heard the warning bell of his villa's main gate ringing in the outside world. If someone tried to force the lock of this villa, the alarm would trigger immediately. "What's going on? Is it a burglar?" Ngo Thieu then thought to himself, hurriedly choosing to log out. Ziyu, standing nearby, suddenly narrowed her eyes. As Ngo Thieu then logged out, she vanished along with him. After logging off, Ngo Thieu stepped out of his gaming pod. He opened his bedroom door to head outside, only to find the main entrance had already been thrown wide open. Immediately after, 4 figures rushed in and locked the door behind them. Ngo Thieu then stared at the 4 figures below. Is it really a burglar? How does this neighborhood stay in business if thieves can just slip in like this? The 4 figures switched on the living room lights. Just as they were about to head upstairs, they were startled to see Ngo Thieu then staring down at them with wide eyes. They were stunned for a moment but reacted quickly. One of them asked, "Are you Ngo Thieu Than?" This time, it was Ngo Thieu Than's turn to be dazed. He had assumed it was a simple break-in, but he hadn't expected the intruders to know his name. This meant the situation was far more complicated than a mere robbery. "Who are you?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. "You don't need to know who we are. Just come with us quietly," one man replied. "You're trespassing on private property. If you don't leave, I'm calling the police," Ngo Thieu then said coldly. Heh, go ahead and see if your phone has a signal. The man didn't seem to be in any rush. He sat down casually on the sofa, as if he wanted to savor the expression of panic on Ngo Thun's face. Ngo Thieu then frowned, not even bothering to check his phone. Since they dared to break in so brazenly, they were certainly prepared. Furthermore, these people clearly weren't ordinary thugs. They'd been in the game the whole time lately and haven't offended anyone in real life. Could my in-game identity have been leaked, he wondered. All right, are you coming willingly, or do we have to make you? Just as Ngo Thieu then was weighing his options, a soft, feminine voice that could melt a man's bones suddenly rang out. How about you try and make him? Immediately after, a stunning beauty dressed in black, with a breathtaking figure stepped out from Ngo Thieu Than's room. When Ngo Thieu then saw the woman before him, his eyes grew wider than an ox. You? He stammered for a long time without being able to finish a sentence. The four men below were also slack-jawed with shock. Damn, what a masterpiece. This brat's luck with women is enough to make anyone jealous. You? Why are you here? Ngo Thieu finally managed to ask. We share a contract. Where you are, I naturally am as well. The beauty smiled meaningfully. This woman was of course Ziyu. But, this isn't the game. Ngo Thieu then felt his brain beginning to overload. Kid, let me play with this woman for a bit, and I can guarantee you'll suffer less on the way. One of the men below suddenly spoke up, his eyes filled with blatant lust. Lao Tu, don't mess things up. What are you afraid of? It'll only take a moment. It won't affect our business. Damn it, a woman this top tier is something I've never seen in my life. It would be a crime against myself not to have a taste. Having said that, Lao Tu walked straight toward the stairs. Ziyu frowned and gave a light flick of her hand. A streak of black light flashed. Lao Tu, who had been eagerly heading upstairs, froze instantly. Then, right before everyone's eyes, he disintegrated into tiny fragments and vanished without a trace. In that instant, everyone's expression froze. Each of them looked at the scene as if they had seen a ghost. Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing broke the silence. Ngo Thieu then stared at the woman in front of him. Is it really her? How can she appear here? This is reality. How on earth did she manifest? The remaining three men below also snapped out of their shock. No matter how steady their nerves were, they were terrified by the sight they had just witnessed. The three quickly drew specialized pistols from their coats and fired 3 consecutive shots at Ziyu. However, Ziyu merely waved her hand casually. A transparent black veil of light enveloped her and Ngo Thieu. Then the bullets struck the veil and fell harmlessly to the ground. The 3 men stared with wide eyes again. One screamed, "Run! This woman is demonic." They rushed for the door, but after only a few steps, a cage of black light suddenly appeared, trapping all 3 inside. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't break free. It was only then that true panic set in. They looked at Ziyu with faces full of horror. You? What are you, a human or a ghost? Ziyu stretched, fully displaying her exquisite curves, and shook her head. The air in this world truly makes me uncomfortable. She then turned to ask Ngo Thieu Than, is there anything you want to ask? If not, I'll make them disappear now.
Wait, Ngo Thieu hurriedly stopped her.
Although he had countless questions for her, now wasn't the time. He had to deal with the 3 men first. Ngo Thieu then walked down and stood before them, reaching out to touch the veil of light. This feels exactly like the game. Setting that aside, Ngo Thieu then asked directly, who sent you? We don't.
Don't know.
We just took the money to do the job. The 3 were clearly so frightened they could no longer speak fluently. Where were you going to take me? Ngo Thieu then continued. Shh, one replied. Ngo Thieu then frowned. In the game, the only people who held a great grudge against him and possessed significant power were Ngo the Quan Hung and the Tu Corporation. The Tu Corporation was based in heads, while Shuch was very likely the work of Ngo, the Thien Ha. As the headquarters of Ngo, the Quan Hung was said to be located there. Anything else you want to ask? Ziyu asked suddenly. Ngo Thieu then shook his head. Before he could say another word, Ziyu flicked her hand. The 3 men, along with their cage of light, vanished without a trace. Chapter 130. Is this still a game? A look of profound unease crossed Ngo Thieu Than's face. This was no longer just a digital simulation. The sudden disappearance of living, breathing human beings was a harrowing sight for any ordinary person to witness. Nevertheless, he forced himself to regain his composure. They had broken into his home to seize him. Could he really have been expected to spare them? Turning his head, he stared wide-eyed at Ziyu, and finally voiced the question he had been suppressing. Why are you appearing here? Didn't I tell you? We share a contract. Wherever you go, I may follow Z, you replied nonchalantly. But that was only a game. Have you not harbored your own suspicions for a long time now? Z, you said, shrugging. Why do you still cling to the belief that it is merely a game? Fine, then. Ponder it at your leisure. I find the atmosphere here truly distasteful, so I shall take my leave. With that, Ziyu vanished into thin air. Ngo Thieu then fell into a deep silence. In truth, he had long felt that something was amiss within Divine Oracle, but he had simply been unwilling to believe his own instincts. Ziyu's appearance today had shattered his perception of reality. Raising his hand, he found a faint mark upon his finger, the imprint of the Qiankun ring. As I thought, he mused, this is far more than just a game. Staring intently at the mark, a familiar image suddenly materialized before his eyes, the internal space of the Qiankun ring. He recognized every item within. They were the very objects he had stored while playing the game. Could it be? His breathing turned rapid and shallow. Focusing his thoughts on a particular scroll, he whispered a mental command, retrieve. Instantly, an ancient weathered scroll appeared in his hand. It was exactly as it had been in the game, though it lacked any digital information display. It actually worked. Ngo Thieu Than, the eyes widened. Can I use it? He wasn't certain, but he felt it was likely. If a living being like Ziyu could manifest in the real world, what could possibly be more absurd than that? Thinking back to how the cut on his hand had miraculously healed earlier, he finally had his answer. It was undoubtedly the effect of the Netherworld Pearl. He had suspected as much before, but had been reluctant to accept the truth. Does this mean any divine artifact can be brought into reality, or is it any piece of equipment that has been soul-bound? He had found answers to many old mysteries, only to be met with a mountain of new questions. Never mind. I'll ask that witch when I get online later. She surely knows more than Shay's letting on, he thought. He frowned slightly. Where exactly did I slip up? It certainly wasn't on my end. Could it be Tungem? Urged by this thought, he hurried upstairs to grab his phone, intending to call Ngo Thieu, only to find there was no signal. These people are certainly professional, he muttered. Helpless, he stepped out of the villa and walked a significant distance before his signal returned. Despite the late hour, he dialed her number. The phone rang for a long time before she finally answered, her voice thick with sleep. Hello, brother. Why are you calling so late? Ngo Thieu Dis, sleepy voice drifted through the line. Tungam, have you been with VV all day? Ngo Thieu then asked. Yes. Why? Is something wrong? Did either of you tell anyone that I am Tran Fong? Of course not. You warned me last time that if anyone found out, your life would be in danger. How could I ever tell anyone? V didn't say anything either. We've been together the whole time. Why do you ask? Has someone found you out? Ngo Tungam was suddenly wide awake. Think carefully. Is it possible you let it slip by accident? He pressed. Ngo Tungam thought back seriously. Suddenly, she remembered the incident in the cafeteria. Viva's voice had indeed been quite loud. At the time, the cafeteria had been noisy, and she had assumed no one was paying attention. Fearing the worst, Ngo Thieu Than hurriedly recounted the events at the cafeteria to her brother. As I thought, Ngo Thieu then murmured after hearing the story. Everything finally made sense. Brother, has someone really found out who you are? Ngo Tungam asked, her voice trembling with worry. It's fine. Don't overthink it. Go back to sleep, and I'll get in touch tomorrow. He reassured her. He chose not to tell her the truth immediately. Given her personality, she wouldn't be able to close her eyes for the rest of the night if she knew. He needed to devise a plan first. After hanging up, Ngo Thieu then began to calculate his next move. Since the enemy had discovered his identity through his sister, they would undoubtedly target her if they failed to deal with him directly. I have to ask that witch if she has a solution. If not, I'll have no choice but to bring Ngo Tungam back home, he told himself. Returning to his house, Ngo Thieu then lay down in his gaming cabin and re-entered the virtual world. His first order of business was to check on Ziyu. He found her lounging inside the pet space, looking bored as she clipped her toenails. Ngo Thieu Than's lip twitched. Those were his nail clippers. She could actually bring objects from the real world into the game. You? Don't ask. Even if you do, I won't tell you. Knowing too much right now will do you no good, she interrupted. All you need to know is that you must increase your strength as quickly as possible. This is a benefit granted to you by the main brain. Once your power is sufficient, all will be revealed. Ngo Thieu then stood with his mouth agape, his intended words cut short by her blunt dismissal. Fine, but let me ask just a few things, or I won't be able to rest easy, Ngo Thieu then said. First, can abilities from the game truly be brought into the real world?
Yes.
Then why can't I feel them? You're not yet strong enough. Then how much strength is required? Ngo Thieu Than pressed. But Z, you remained silent, refusing to answer. Fine. Next question, why are the powers of the Netherworld Pearl and the Qiankun Ring manifesting in reality, but not my other equipment? Because they are soul-bound. Ziyu replied. Ngo Thieu then nodded. It was exactly as he had surmised. Third question, is this place ultimately a game, or is it a real world? That is a question I cannot answer. For your kind, this is the game. Do not trouble yourself with such thoughts. Focus only on honing your strength within it. Oh, then what about? No more questions. Ngo Thieu then pursed his lips. The woman truly had a foul temperament. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. All right, I won't ask anything else, but there is a serious matter. Those people discovered my identity through my sister. If they cannot handle me, they will surely target her. She will be in grave danger. Do you have a way to protect her? What does your sister being in danger have to do with me, Z? You asked coldly. Everything. She is my sister. If she is taken, I will have to save her. If anything happens to me, you're finished too. Ngo Thieu then now understood the true weight of the life-sharing clause in their equal contract. He had initially thought it only meant losing levels in the game, but he now realized the stakes were much higher. If it weren't so, this woman wouldn't have bothered to intervene today. She was clearly afraid that any mishap befalling him would implicate her as well. Ziyu frowned, a look of reluctant resignation appearing on her face. Have her log in later. I will grant that foolish wolf the ability to manifest in reality for short durations. He is a moon-leaping sky wolf. His instincts for sensing danger are even sharper than my own. If a crisis arises, simply let him handle it. Once he is fully awakened, he will be able to cross between worlds on his own. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. Good. Then it's settled. With Ongan Thai Lang's strength, no one in the real world will be able to touch her. Chapter 131, Having a Divine Pet, is truly great. In a secluded building within Shish City, a middle-aged man placed another phone call, only to be met once again with a notification that the connection could not be established. It's been 2 hours. Why is there still no news? Could something have actually happened? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed deeply. It shouldn't be possible. All 4 of them are professionally trained assassins. There is no reason for a minor task like this to go wrong. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID Vuong Thieu, the man hurriedly answered. Did you catch them? A voice demanded from the other end. Vuong Thieu, things have spiraled a bit out of control. The men I sent have all lost contact, the middle-aged man said in a low, heavy voice. What do you mean you haven't caught them? I am currently unclear on the situation myself, the man said, sounding somewhat helpless. Didn't I tell you to arrange reliable people? The ones I sent this time are professionally trained assassins. It should have been very easy. I don't know what occurred, but I can only send a few more people over to investigate. I'll give you 2 more days. 2 days from now, I want to see results. Vuong Thieu snapped before hanging up. The middle-aged man contemplated for a moment, then made another call. Send the Blade Squad to S. In a luxurious villa in the heart of Jiesh City, Vuong Thieu angrily tossed a cigarette butt aside. I don't believe I can't deal with you in the real world. Within the game, Ngo Thieu then continued to harvest earth-shaking giant apes. After learning that the game influenced reality, he treated it with even greater gravity. Although Ziyu had not said much, the knowledge that his in-game strength could be manifested in the real world was enough. Previously, he had harbored a sense of anxiety. The stronger he became in the game, the more enemies he made, yet he lacked the power to protect himself in reality. Once his identity was exposed, he would be in grave danger. But now that he knew his abilities could be brought into the real world, Ngo Thieu then was instantly filled with motivation. If he could stand at the pinnacle of the game, he would naturally be number 1 when bringing that strength to reality. What did he have to fear then? After slaying 786 earth-shaking giant apes along the way, he finally reached the mountain peak. What appeared before his eyes was a stretch of ruins, with various apes leaping about. Damn it, I worked so hard to climb up here for just this. Ngo Thieu then felt a bit frustrated. He had expected some great treasure at the top, only to find nothing but ruins likely the site of a great ancient battle. Fortunately, there were many apes within the ruins. Moreover, these creatures were level 39 ancient macaques, perfect for grinding experience. After killing macaques for 2 hours, Ngo Thieu then checked the time. It was past 7 in the morning, time to call Ngo Thieu Than online. Log out? After leaving the game, Ngo Thieu then checked his phone and found that the signal had been restored. He called Ngo Thieu and told her to enter the game immediately. When Ngo Thieu then logged back in, he quickly received a message from Ngo Thieu Than and teleported directly to his sister's side. "Brother, why did you call me on so early? I have class this morning," Ngo Thieu Than said with some dissatisfaction. She had been disturbed half the night before and couldn't sleep, only to be woken up early this morning. Ngo Thieu then ignored her and instead asked Ziyu what needs to be done. "Tell her to summon that stupid wolf." "Understood." Following Ngo Thieu's instructions, Ngo Thieu Than quickly summoned Ngan Tai Lang. Immediately afterward, Ziyu appeared beside Ngo Thieu Than. Ngo Thieu Than stared at Ziyu with her mouth agape. This was the first time she had seen her. Usually, Ziyu stayed within the pet space and rarely appeared. "Brother, who is she? How did she just appear like that?" Ngo Thieu Than asked curiously. "My pet, Ngo Thieu," then whispered into Ngo Thieu Than's ear. Seeing Ziyu cast a cold glance his way, he hurriedly shut his mouth. A pet, Ngo Thieu Than's eyes widened. How can there be such a beautiful pet? Ngo Thieu then was about to say something, but seeing that Ziyu had already begun her work, he remained silent, fearing he might disturb her. He watched as Ziyu struck out several black runic imprints that merged into Ngan Tai Lang's body. A moment later, Ngan Tai Lang's entire form was enveloped in a black light. After a flash, the light completely vanished into its body. Ziyu stopped then, her breath slightly ragged as she spoke to Ngo Thieu Than. "It is done. These void shuttling inscriptions can be maintained for about half a month." Having said that, Ziyu returned to the pet space on her own. It was clear that carving these inscriptions had drained a significant amount of her strength. Once inside the pet space, Ziyu spoke to Ngo Thieu, "Then you had better help me collect more nether power lately. Otherwise, at this rate, my recovery speed won't keep up with my consumption." Of course, Ngo Thieu then quickly agreed. Although this demoness had a difficult temperament, she had at least saved him and his sister. Ngo Thieu then was truly grateful to her. "Brother, what are you two doing? It's so strange," Ngo Thieu Than asked. "You'll know later." Ngo Thieu then stepped in front of Ngan Tai Lang and said, "Little wolf, you must pay attention and protect your master well from now on. You are only to appear when there is danger. If there is no danger, stay in the pet space." "Understood." Ngan Tai Lang let out a howl, clearly understanding the command. Ngo Thieu then nodded and said to Ngo Thieu Than, "All right, you can log off. It's almost time for your class." "Okay." Ngo Thieu Than logged out, her mind full of confusion. "Ziyu, do you think those people will come back?" Ngo Thieu then asked suddenly.
Yes.
"Fine. Will you intervene again?"
No.
"Why not?" "Last night was only because I was curious about your world and wanted to take a look. Having seen it, there is nothing interesting there. The air smells deathly foul. Naturally, I do not wish to go out again, you said indifferently. Then, if they kill me, won't you be finished as well? You possess the nether pearl. You won't die that easily." Ngo then was choked with irritation. He then added, "Well, if they capture me and prevent me from entering the game, you won't have any nether power either." Ziyu frowned, then said, "Log out. I will help you set up some defenses so that others cannot enter your home." "Deal." Ngo Thieu then hurriedly logged out. The moment he stepped out of his gaming pod, he found Ziyu sitting on his bed. Looking at her sultry figure, Ngo Thieu then swallowed hard. "This demoness really is the death of me." The two went downstairs. Ziyu placed both hands on the floor, and a wave of black light diffused along the ground in all directions. It quickly spread through the entire villa and vanished into the walls. "It is done. From now on, only you can enter and exit this house. Others will not be able to get in." Ziyu's voice sounded somewhat weak. "I am weary. You had better grow up quickly and stop calling me for every little thing. I am currently nursing severe injuries." After saying this, Ziyu vanished. Ngo Thieu then rubbed his nose and tapped the floor. He didn't feel anything different, but he knew Ziyu certainly wouldn't lie to him about this. "Having a divine pet is truly great," Ngo Thieu then said happily. He then returned to his room and logged into the game. That woman had performed well today, and her exhaustion seemed significant. He planned to grind some more nether power to reward her. Not long after Ngo Thieu then entered the game, a group of uninvited guests climbed over the villa's fence and appeared before his front door. One of the men pulled out a dagger and thrust it into the door's seam. However, as soon as the dagger touched it, it seemed to hit something solid. The man was instantly hurled backward by a massive force, slamming into the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's eyes widened. One man quickly ran over to help him up, asking, "Lao Luke, what happened?" "I don't know. I suddenly felt a massive force push me back." Lao Luke was equally bewildered.
This?
The others looked at each other. "Is it really that bizarre?" "Go to the second floor. Enter through the window," the leader ordered. Quickly, 2 men leapt up to the second floor, their agile movements showing they were no ordinary thugs. The 2 reached the window and peered inside. The room was quiet, seemingly devoid of issues. One of them intended to use a dagger to pry the window open, but remembering Lao Luke's state just moments ago, he pulled the blade back and tried pushing the window instead. It wouldn't budge an inch. The 2 signaled that they were going to break the glass to enter. After coordinating, one man used his dagger's hilt to strike the glass forcefully. As a result, the moment his hand touched the glass, a massive force surged back. In an instant, both were thrown backward, falling straight from the second floor to the ground. The man who struck the glass appeared to have broken his arm, which now hung limp from his shoulder. These men were hardened individuals. Not one of them let out a cry of pain. However, every one of their faces was pale with terror. "Go, this place isn't right," the leader said, leading his men away in a hurried retreat. Chapter 132, Thong Thien Ma Vien. Just as the group turned to leave, they suddenly found a stunning beauty clad in black standing behind them, watching them with a playful yet enigmatic smile. The leader shuddered in shock. When did she get here? For some reason, looking at the woman's smile made his skin crawl. His years of experience in the field kept him on high alert. This woman radiated an aura of extreme danger. "Together now, take her down," the leader barked. He drew his short sword and lunged toward her, and the others followed suit, attacking simultaneously. The woman shook her head slightly. With a flick of her hand, several streaks of black light manifested, sinking deep into the bodies of the assailants. Moments later, the 8 men who had been moving at high speeds abruptly shattered into fragments and vanished without a trace. "Since you've come, it's best you stay. Otherwise, the trouble will never end," the woman murmured to herself. Sigh, the past 2 days of recovery were wasted, but he is almost finished. Hopefully, no one else comes looking for trouble before then. Ziyu sighed softly and vanished, leaving the scene as if nothing had ever happened. Inside the game, Ngo Thieu Than was still clearing out the monkeys within the ruins. The entire ruin was vast, and he estimated the number of monkeys to be no less than 1,000. They were level 39, each providing 1,700 experience points. Because Ngo Thieu Than was killing monsters 7 levels higher than himself, he received a bonus, bringing the total to 2,890 points per kill. Even after Ziyu took half, he was left with 4,445 points. What surprised Ngo Thieu Than was that even though Ziyu was currently in the pet space, she could still share his experience, likely an effect of the equality contract. It took nearly another 2 hours to eliminate every monkey in sight. Including the previous count, he had slain a total of 1,460 monkeys. His level rose to 33, with his experience bar reaching 333.5 million. He dumped all 30 free attribute points into agility. Combined with the 8 default points, his agility increased by 38, which in turn boosted his strength by 38. Including the attributes from his previous 2 levels, his attack had reached 8,073 points, leaving other players far behind. His immortal body trait added another 1,460 health points, and combined with the HP gained from leveling up, his total health reached 26,540 points. His innate poison damage hit the 3,960 mark. Glancing at the level rankings, aside from himself at level 33, the 2nd and 3rd places had reached level 29, while 4th through 10th were all level 28. It seemed that while he was busy clashing with the Sioux group over the past 2 days, others had not been idle. However, the experience required to level up after 30 was significantly higher than it had been at level 20. While Ngo Thieu Than was hard at work grinding, a middle-aged man in a building in Shesh City was enduring moments of agonizing torment. "What is happening? Why can't I even contact the Blade Squad? What on earth went wrong?" At this point, the middle-aged man began to panic. The Blade Squad was his trump card, having successfully completed many difficult missions. Yet now, facing a task that should have been child's play for them, the result was a total loss of communication. He placed another call. "Help me check if any major incidents have occurred in SES recently." Very soon, word came back. Everything in SES was normal. No major events had taken place. This time, he grew even more terrified. If there were news of them being killed, he could accept it, but this kind of traceless disappearance was the most frightening scenario. That many people could not simply vanish into thin air. At this moment, he even considered calling the police, but unfortunately he could not. After a moment of thought, he made another call. Tell the investigation team to go. Remember, only observe from a distance. Do not get close. Jinling City, which had been in an uproar for the past 2 days, had finally regained its tranquility, a peace so profound it made people feel somewhat uneasy. Previously, the Awe of the World Guild and the 3 major guilds had frequent frictions, but now Awe of the World had gone completely silent, developing in the shadows. Many believed Awe of the World was terrified that Tran Fong would come looking for trouble and thus chose to stay humble. After all, the example of the Sioux group was still fresh in everyone's minds. Everyone was striving to progress. As more people were able to clear the Lin Lang dungeon, player equipment had improved significantly. Most players were now decked out in a mix of bronze and silver gear. Gold equipment was no longer an extreme rarity, as each dungeon run dropped at least 1 gold item and several silver ones. Furthermore, many guilds were now capable of conquering gold-grade bosses. However, dark gold equipment remained incredibly scarce, because dark gold bosses were at least level 40 or higher. Consequently, dark gold bosses could not appear on maps below level 40, and current players simply did not dare to venture onto maps above level 40. By this time, Ngo Thieu Than had ventured deep into the ruins. He spotted a colossal ape holding a massive iron staff. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. Bosses and the like are my favorite. He tossed an insight skill toward it. Thong Thien Ma Vian Dark Gold Boss. Level 40. Health 5 million. Physical attack 8,800. Physical defense 3,600. Magic defense 3,200. Movement speed 850. Skill 1 Crushing Strike slams the iron staff down on the target, dealing 200 physical damage. Cooled Wound 10 seconds. Skill 2, Leaping Assault, lunges in front of the target and thrusts the iron staff, dealing 180 physical damage and knockback. Cooled, 30 seconds. Skill 3, Consecutive Strikes, spins the iron staff, dealing 5 consecutive attacks to the target, each dealing 80 physical damage. Cooled, 1 minute. Skill 4, Absolute Pulverization, leaps high into the air and stomps down, dealing 300 physical damage to the target and all entities within a 3-meter radius. Cooled, 3 minutes. This monkey seems a bit violent, Ngo Thieu Than remarked after reading the boss attributes. However, as someone who had already slain several dark gold bosses, he naturally had nothing to fear. He approached in stealth, circled behind Thong Thien Ma Vian, and unleashed a backstab to stun it before quickly applying poison. The boss resistances were high. The backstab, which should have stunned it for 2 seconds, lasted less than a second. But for Ngo Thieu Than that wasn't an issue. The moment the stun wore off, he immediately followed up with a heavy strike to silence it, stacked all 6 layers of poison, and retreated. He had only moved a short distance when the opponent leaped in front of him, thrusting the iron staff forward. Ngo Thieu Than leaned aside to dodge, just as the staff began to spin. Unable to dodge in time, Ngo Thieu Than activated his physical immunity skill and let the blows land. The 5 attacks were all negated. Undeterred, Thong Thien Ma Vian continued to swing the staff at Ngo Thieu, then he slipped away again, opening up some distance and refusing to get bogged down in a melee. As a result, before he could get far, the opponent leaped high and brought the iron staff down toward Ngo Thieu Than's head with both hands.
Ha, you're quite the jumper.
Ngo Thieu Than activated Void, directly neutralizing the strike. Currently, the cooldown for Void was only 2 minutes, much shorter than the cooldowns of his other equipment, so he didn't hesitate to use it. The man and the monkey fought for over 3 minutes before the massive frame of Thong Thien Ma Vian finally collapsed to the ground. Once the poison damage had accumulated sufficiently, taking down a dark gold boss had become a relatively smooth affair. He gathered all the items dropped on the ground, 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, 3 gold pieces, 4 silver pieces, a skill scroll, a strength fruit, and a command token. Ngo Thieu Than's gaze immediately fixed on that token, and his eyes shimmered. He was about to make another massive fortune. Chapter 133, Guild Creation Token. Guild Creation Token. Use this token to seek out a city lord and apply for the establishment of a guild. Once the guild is established, a guild base can be constructed. Gazing at the Guild Creation Token, Ngo Thieu Than's eyes shimmered with excitement. He had no intention of founding a guild himself. He was long accustomed to walking a solitary path. Furthermore, establishing a guild was prohibitively expensive, and management was a tedious affair. However, this item was exceptionally valuable. Currently, not a single official guild had been established. The so-called guilds led by various factions were merely nominal, lacking system recognition, guild channels, benefits, or bases. In combat, they could only organize into small parties. Friendly fire was a frequent occurrence, which was why no large-scale guild wars had broken out in the main cities thus far. Even the development of the top 10 guilds was relatively slow at this stage. In a main city with tens of millions of inhabitants, a guild of several tens of thousands was not truly considered large. This was because without an official structure, management was nearly impossible. A few tens of thousands of members was the absolute limit. Without a formal roster, unless they coordinated their naming conventions from the start, members who joined later might not even recognize one another on the battlefield. But once a guild was officially founded, everything changed. Their names would carry the guild's title, they would have a dedicated communication channel, and guild bases offered numerous perks that would accelerate growth at a dizzying pace. Most importantly, the first person to establish a guild would undoubtedly receive a system reward and a server-wide announcement and unparalleled advertisement. Given that, the value of this token was astronomical. Ngo Thieu then pondered for a moment. Now was not the right time to release it. He had to wait until the teleportation portals between the main cities were opened. Otherwise, with only the guilds currently in Jinling City, there was a high probability it would be snatched up by Ao, the Thien, or the Su group. If they used it to make trouble for him later, it would be a major headache. This wasn't just a matter of a few pieces of equipment. An official guild provided buffs and bonuses far superior to the disorganized rabble that existed now. Furthermore, with less competition in a single city, the price would not reach its true potential. He simply didn't know when the intercity portals would open. Waiting too long wasn't ideal either, as someone else might get a lucky drop. Ngo Thieu then thought to himself, forget it, I'll wait until level 40. If they still aren't open by then, I'll have no choice but to sell it. Stowing the guild creation token into his Cosmos ring, Ngo Thieu then looked at the remaining items. To his pleasant surprise, both pieces of dark gold equipment were items he could use. Cloud treading boots level 40 dark gold. Movement speed 480, physical defense 160, magic defense 160. Additional attributes, agility 44, constitution 43, spirit 44, strength 42. Attached skill, cloud tread, take to the skies, increasing movement speed. Consumes 200 mana per second. If mana is insufficient, the user will fall. Can also choose to land early. Cooldown 5 minutes. Requirements? All classes. Cloud treading ring level 40 dark gold, physical attack 960, health 1800, cooldown reduction 10. Additional attributes, strength 45, constitution 43, spirit 44, agility 43. Attached skill, double strike. Every attack is accompanied by an additional strike dealing damage, equal to the current attack. Requirements, physical classes. Beholding these two pieces of equipment, Ngo Thieu then was overjoyed. They truly lived up to their dark gold status. The attributes were phenomenal, and the attached skills delighted him beyond measure. He quickly equipped them. The Lin Lang boots he was wearing were long overdue for a replacement, and the Tiger Head King ring was merely silver grade. After swapping his gear, he consumed the strength fruit, causing his power to leap another significant tier. Health, 48,620. Physical attack, 9,163. Physical defense, 2,069. Magic defense, 1,959. Movement speed, 14,1486. Attack speed, 2.4. Currently, aside from his health, his most terrifying stat was his attack power. Strength increased attack, and agility increased attack as well. Such was the terror of a divine artifact. In an instant, his attack had been pushed over 9,000, rapidly approaching a 5-digit figure. Of the 3 remaining gold-grade items, one was usable, but its attached skill wasn't as good as his current gear, so he didn't bother swapping it for a few minor attribute points. The scroll was a protection-type scroll that he quite liked. A cryptic glint flashed in Ngo Thieu Than's eyes as he placed it directly into the Cosmos ring. This thing would surely stop a bullet in the real world. He wondered if it could withstand a missile. Having sorted the spoils of war, Ngo Thieu then looked ahead and discovered that where the monkey had been standing, there was a pitch-black cave leading downward. So that monkey was just a gatekeeper, Ngo Thieu then mused, using a dark gold boss as a sentry. How extravagant? It seems the thing inside is nothing simple. Looking at the cavern before him, Ngo Thieu then felt a slight chill run down his spine. Don't tell me another freak, like the Dark Knight Monarch, is going to pop out. To be honest, he had developed a bit of a psychological complex regarding such unknown depths. Ziyu, it feels like you haven't spoken in a while. Ngo Thieu then asked abruptly. Healing, Ziyu replied irritably. If not for this man being so incompetent, she wouldn't be facing so many troubles.
Oh.
Ngo Thieu then felt a bit awkward. You truly had sacrificed much today. He decided not to disturb her further. Immediately after, Ngo Thieu then walked directly toward the cave. Ziyu's mouth hung open in surprise. Finally, as if thinking of something, the corners of her lips curled into a wicked smile, and she said no more. Ngo Thieu then proceeded cautiously. The cave was massive, sloping gradually downward. He hadn't gone far before he stopped. As he descended, the path became shrouded in darkness. Sigh, I forgot to buy some lighting tools. Ngo Thieu then felt helpless, but with over 10,000 sin points, there was no way for him to enter Jinling City. Just then Ziyu casually tossed something out. In an instant, the entire cave was brilliantly illuminated. A night-bright pearl, Ngo Thieu then stared at the massive glowing orb in his hand, his eyes widening. Ziyu, you really do have many good things on you. Why don't you give me a few more divine artifacts? Look, we've shared our lives. What's yours is mine, right? However, you ignored him completely, continuing to sit cross-legged within the pet space to heal. So stingy, Ngo Thieu then muttered. Looking at the night-bright pearl, he thought, this thing would be priceless on the outside. With the pearl providing light, Ngo Thieu then continued downward. Not long after, a swarm of bats suddenly flew out, rushing straight toward him.
Hemph! Ngo Thieu then snorted coldly, fearlessly engaging the swarm.
However, he quickly realized something was wrong. His health bar was plummeting at lightning speed. What the hell? Ngo Thieu was startled. He used Flash to pull away and hurriedly cast Insight. Bloodthirsty bat, elite monster. Level. Health. Attack. Damn it, I can't even see the level of an elite monster. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes nearly popped out. No wonder they hit so hard. Seeing the swarm charging again, he turned and bolted back the way he came. There were at least 40 or 50 of them, and because they were small and could fly, all of them could essentially attack him simultaneously. He simply couldn't withstand it. However, Ngo Thieu then soon discovered something even more aggravating. The bats were faster than him. He couldn't outrun them. Fortunately, he hadn't ventured too deep. He used the cooldown reduction effect of his ring to reset Flash, and with one more leap, he managed to put enough distance between them to escape the cave entrance. Seeing that Ngo Thieu then had left the cavern, the bats turned back inside. This place is a bit too brutal, Ngo Thieu said, frustrated. Don't be such a coward. There might be good things inside. At that moment, Ziyu suddenly spoke. How do you know? Ngo then asked. I'm guessing. Chapter 134, Storming the Cave. Looking at the cave before him, Ngo Thieu then began to calculate his options. The appearance of elite monsters suggested that this was either a hidden map or a special zone. Though the danger was great, the rewards would undoubtedly be even more substantial. He had plenty of experience in that regard. However, the level of the monsters inside was a bit too high. He couldn't even see their attributes, meaning they were at least level 44 or higher. Furthermore, these bats were incredibly fast and possessed high attack power. They had made him cry out in pain after only a brief encounter. Had he not fled quickly, he might have been forced to use his revival attempt. Forget it, I'll gain 2 more levels and come back later. If I can't even see the attributes of the monsters at the perimeter, those further in will definitely be a total mystery. Ultimately, Ngo then decided to put it on hold. He couldn't handle it for now, and since he possessed a teleportation skill, he could return at any time. Besides, no other players had found this place yet. After recording the coordinates, Ngo Thieu then headed down the mountain to see if the monkeys below had respawned. Weren't you acting like such a tough guy? Why the cold feet now? Ziyu mocked. If I can't beat them, should I just go there to throw away my life? Ngo Thieu then replied irritably. Upon reaching the bottom, he found that the monkeys had indeed refreshed. The population here was immense, ranging from level 35 to 39, which could help him level up in a short amount of time. Checking the equipment in his Ring of Cosmos, he found another massive haul, 3 gold pieces, 4 silver pieces, 42 bronze pieces, and 81 black iron pieces, all level 30 or higher. Ngo Thieu then didn't bother listing them on the auction house. Instead, he contacted Loan the Q Hung directly and sold the entire lot wholesale for a total of 2 million. If this keeps up, will the strength of Loan, the Fong Van, become too great? I hope this guy doesn't try anything funny. If he does, I'll beat him until every piece of his equipment drops, Ngo then muttered to himself. After dealing with the gear, Ngo Thieu then once again began his monster grinding journey. In a secluded house in Jush City, a middle-aged man with a heavy expression was dialing a phone. It took a long while for the other party to pick up. "Why are you calling me at this hour? Don't you know I'm in the game?" An impatient voice rang out from the other end. "Vuong Thieu, something isn't right. The target seems a bit uncanny." The middle-aged man didn't know how else to describe it. "Uncanny? Are you planning to tell me a ghost story? Did you fail again?" Vuong Thieu's voice turned cold. "Everyone I sent has disappeared, including the 8 members of the Blade team. I sent an investigation team to his location, but everything there is normal. There isn't even a single trace of a struggle," the man said in a low voice. Hearing this, Vuong Thieu frowned. He knew the Blade team. They were the absolute ace unit in that man's hands, having helped him complete several missions with highly satisfying results. "What do you mean by disappeared? Are they dead?" Vuong Thieu asked. "If they were dead, I wouldn't call it uncanny. But currently they are completely missing, no bodies to be found, dead or alive." "Damn it, that uncanny." Vuong Thieu was stunned. This situation was outside his calculations. He had harbored delusions of capturing the target and forcing him to kneel before him to be tortured. But he hadn't expected to suffer losses before the battle had even truly begun. "Yes, I don't dare send anyone else there for now. We cannot afford this kind of loss," the man said. "Then start with his sister. Capture his sister and bring her here." "I don't believe he won't show his face then," Vuong Thieu ordered coldly. "Understood." The man nodded in agreement. As long as he didn't have to capture that young man, he was fine with it. He had already developed a slight fear of that place in the game. Ngo Thieu then was completely immersed in the joy of slaughtering monkeys. The respawn timer for these monkeys was 2 hours, and Ngo Thieu then only needed to clear the ones from level 36 to 39. Essentially, by the time he finished the group at the bottom, the ones at the top had already respawned, so he never worried about a lack of mobs. Thus, he fought from morning until late afternoon, grinding for over 6 hours without rest, finally reaching level 35. His current experience, level 35, 204,500,000. Since getting the gaming pod, he no longer had to worry about hunger. As long as there were monsters, he could keep grinding. This was Ngo Thieu Than's most frantic grinding session since entering the game. He had eliminated a total of 5,687 monkeys to the point where his hands were numb from slashing. He invested all 60 attribute points from the 2 levels into agility. Combined with the 8 natural points per level, he gained 76 points in agility, which was equivalent to gaining 76 points in strength. Most importantly, his immortal body directly increased by 5,687 points. His total health had surpassed 40,000, reaching 42,150 points. His poison damage also reached the level 34 limit of 4,080 points. Since the highest level monsters here were only level 39, his talent could no longer be triggered after he reached level 35. "Now I can go scout that cave. If I'm not mistaken, those bats should be level 45 monsters." Ngo Thieu then calculated before heading toward the peak. Just then his private chat notification rang. "Fong Mam Ni brother im online. Where are you?" Seeing Untuangam log in, Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. He had felt that even if he went there now, he could only see their attributes but might not be able to fight them. But with Ngo Tungam, it was a different story. With a super healer like his sister, plus that incredibly broken Holy Light Shield skill, things would definitely be fine. Ngo Tungam was still at the location where she had logged off that morning, the level 37 demon-eyed ape mob area. Quickly, Ngo Thieu then teleported to Ngo Tuangam's side, giving her a startle. "Brother, could you give me a heads up when you're going to appear? You scared me to death," Ngo Tungam said, patting her chest. So timid," Ngo Thieu then said. "Come on, I'm taking you to a hidden map." Ngo Thieu then led Ngo 2D and Engan Tai Lang straight to the cave entrance. He took out a night pearl, handed it to Ngo Tuangam, and instructed, "Hold this and follow behind me to light the way. Keep an eye on my health." "Okay," Ngo Tuangam replied obediently. The 2 humans and 1 wolf carefully ventured deep into the cave, soon approaching the area where he had encountered the bats last time. Ngo Thieu then asked Ngo Tungam behind him, "How much magic attack and mana do you have right now?" "Magic attack, 5,680 points, mana, 8,860 points," Ngo Tuangam replied. Ngo Thieu then was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected his sister's attributes to be so high. In this trip, she could be considered a powerful assistant. He immediately instructed, "Use 8,000 mana to buff me with a Holy Light Shield, then stay back and don't get close." Let Ngan Tai Lang stand in front to protect you.
Got it.
Ngo Thieu Than waved her hand, and a layer of light immediately enveloped Ngo Thieu Than. Ngo Thieu Than looked at his status, his eyes narrowing. Holy Light Shield absorbs 8,860 damage. This is great, Ngo Thieu then exclaimed, then reminded his sister, remember to drink mana potions. Then he charged straight inside. Very quickly, a swarm of bats rushed out from the darkness. Bloodthirsty Bat Elite Monster, level 45. Health, 280,000. Physical attack, 3,800. Physical defense, 2,800. Magic defense, 2,600. Movement speed, 1,800. Skill 1, Lifesteal passive, converts 20 of damage dealt to the target into self-healing. Skill 2, Sonic Wave deals 150 physical damage to all targets within a 5-meter range in front, 1 minute cooldown. Damn, 3,800 attack power. No wonder they hit so hard, Ngo Thieu Than thought. But now, the tides have turned. Ngo Thieu Than activated extreme speed and then summoned his shadow clone, plunging into the swarm of bats with wild slashes. When summoned, the shadow clone inherited all his current statuses. For instance, extreme speed and Ngo Thieu Than's Holy Light Shield were both perfectly inherited. Two figures swung their blades frantically amidst the swarm of bats. Since the Holy Light Shield only lasted for 30 seconds, Ngo Thieu then pushed his speed to the limit. With a speed of 6 strikes per second plus the multi-strike skill from the Cloud Treading Ring, he actually only needed 3 strikes to stack the full 6 layers of poison. He prioritized stacking 6 layers of poison on each bat first. With his current poison damage of 4,080 points, 6 stacks per second would drain 24,480 health, meaning a bat would be poisoned to death in about 20 seconds. Chapter 1, 35. Bloodthirsty Bat King. The two figures pushed their hand speed to its absolute limit, finally managing to inflict 6 stacks of poison upon all 50 bats within the 30-second window. This was exactly why Ngo Thieu Than had to summon his shadow clone. Relying on himself alone, it would have been impossible to ensure every bat was poisoned 6 times in such a short span. Even with his multi-strike skill boosting his effective speed to 12 stacks per second, the bats fluttered erratically through the air, making it impossible to land clean hits on 2 separate targets every second. By the time the entire swarm was poisoned, most of those afflicted early on had already plummeted to the ground. At that moment, the Holy Light Shield protecting Ngo Thieu Than flickered and vanished. The damage he took, which had initially been mere dozens, suddenly spiked to over 1,000. His clone was decimated almost instantly. Fortunately, bats were falling dead every second. Ngo Thieu then focused on dodging while relying on Ngo Thieu Than's healing spells. After enduring for 10 more seconds, the last of the swarm finally perished. Each bat provided 30,000 experience points, making this single wave worth 1.5 million. The two players split 750,000 each, which was then further shared with their pets, leaving them with roughly 300,000 to 400,000 points apiece. This was the distinct advantage of a special map. Unfortunately, such maps were rare. Once cleared, they vanished and did not respawn. Gathering the loot from the floor 2 silver items and 5 bronze items, Ngo Thieu then tossed them carelessly into his universe ring. Once his skill cooldowns had reset, he led Ngo Thieu Than deeper into the cavern. Along the way, they encountered 6 more waves of bats, each consisting of 50 individuals. After these 6 waves, Ngo Thieu Than's accumulated experience reached 2.25 million, pushing his progress bar past the halfway mark toward his next level. His talent stacks also hit their current limit of 4,200 points. Ngo Thieu Than, meanwhile, leveled up to 26 and was nearing 27. Her progress was slightly slowed because she had to share experience with Ngo Thieu Than, who had also reached level 26 and was nearly catching up to her. Presently, a massive bat hung upside down from the ceiling of the cave ahead of them, seemingly lost in a deep slumber. Ngo Thieu then cast his insight skill. To his immense surprise, the creature was a dark gold rank boss. If the progression continued at this rate, there would undoubtedly be a platinum rank boss further in, a prospect that filled Ngo Thieu Than with intense excitement. Bloodthirsty Bat, King Dark Gold rank boss. Level 45. Health 6 million. Physical attack, 15,600. Physical defense, 3,800. Magic defense, 3,600. Movement speed, 2,000. Skills, Life Drain, Sound Wave. Skill 3, Blind, deals physical damage and blinds the target for 5 seconds, during which they cannot see anything. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 4, Lacerating Strike, deals physical damage and tears the wound, causing a bleed effect that deals 2 true damage per second based on maximum health, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Damn, that speed is terrifying, Ngo Thieu Than remarked helplessly. He dreaded high-speed bosses the most, as they were impossible to kite. Furthermore, with such staggering attack power, he would have turned back immediately if Ngo Thieu Than hadn't been there. Tungam cast a continuous heal on me first, then focus on keeping my health up with standard heals. Keep your mana above 8,000. When I call for the Holy Light Shield, buff me immediately. Understood, she replied. Ngo Thieu then slowly approached the bloodthirsty Bat King. When he was within 5 meters, the monster jerked awake and lunged at him with blinding speed.
Emph.
Ngo Thieu then let out a cold snort, activating his suppression field to reduce the boss movement speed, and attack power, while simultaneously triggering his own extreme speed. In an instant, his speed eclipsed that of the bat. The moment they clashed, the bloodthirsty Bat King unleashed a soundwave attack. Ngo Thieu then used Blink to shift behind it, evading the strike and landing a gouge, followed immediately by summoning his shadow clone. The two figures began to slash at the bloodthirsty Bat King with frenzied precision. As the stun wore off, Ngo Thieu then followed up with a heavy strike to silence the beast, continuing his relentless assault. Striking 6 times per second supplemented by his multi-strike effect, damage numbers erupted over the bloodthirsty Bat King's head in a blur. Ngo Thieu Than's attack power had surpassed 9,000. His basic attacks dealt over 5,600 damage with multi-strike adding another 2,800. At 6 strikes per second, he was dealing 50,000 damage. His poison ticked for 18,000 damage every second. Though the Shadow Clone only possessed 50 of his attributes, its multi-strikes still dealt roughly 3,000 per hit. At 4 strikes per second, it contributed another 12,000. This meant Ngo Thieu Than's total damage output was currently hovering around 80,000 to 90,000 per second. Watching the flurry of numbers, even Ngo Thieu Than felt slightly dazed. Naturally, the bloodthirsty Bat King did not simply stand there and take the beating. Its sharp claws lashed out at Ngo Thieu Than with savage desperation. With its speed at 2,000, its attacks were nearly impossible to dodge. Ngo Thieu Than was forced to use physical immunity and etherealize to negate 2 of the strikes. Even with its attack power and speed suppressed, the bloodthirsty Bat King still dealt over 3,800 damage per hit. Attacking twice a second, it was outputting over 7,000 damage every second. The Shadow Clone could not endure for long and soon dissipated. Ngo Thieu Than himself only managed to hold his ground by activating the shield on his armor and the recovery skill on his leggings, combined with Ngo Thieu Than's healing and the life leech effect of his nether orb. A minute later, the suppression field expired. The damage the bloodthirsty Bat King dealt to Ngo Thieu Than instantly surged to over 10,000 per second. His recovery skills were also exhausted, and his health bar began to plummet dangerously. When his life dropped below 20, he used the recovery skill on his belt to instantly refill his health. After enduring a few more seconds until his health bottomed out again, he signaled Ngo Thieu Than to activate the Holy Light Shield. An invincibility state immediately enveloped him, set to last for 30 seconds. Using a skill to reset his Shadow Clone's cooldown, he summoned the double once more. Simultaneously, he had Ngo Tai Lang activate the encouragement skill to further boost their damage, pushing his DPS to over 100,000. Sheltered by his invincibility, he abandoned all caution and went into a total offensive frenzy. Under this monstrous damage, the bloodthirsty Bat King lasted only 10 more seconds before it was finished. A level 45 Dark Gold boss with 6 million health had been brought down by Ngo Thieu Than in just over 70 seconds. Had anyone else witnessed this staggering, off-the-charts damage, they would likely have been stunned senseless. Ngo Thieu then exhaled a soft breath of relief. To be honest, without Ngo Thieu Than, this boss would have been unbeatable. Clearly, once a boss' speed surpassed his own, soloing became exceptionally difficult. Looking at the pile of loot on the ground, Ngo Thieu then walked over to collect it. 1 dark gold piece of equipment, 4 gold pieces, 3 silver pieces, a skill book, and a skill scroll. His eyes lit up when he saw the skill booklet was one he could use, and an incredibly practical passive skill at that. Life Drain passive, 10 of the damage dealt to a target is converted into health for the user. Requirement, physical type classes. Seeing this, Ngo Thieu Than was overjoyed. After replacing his bloodthirsty shortsword, the loss of life leech had been a major grievance. He hadn't expected to find a passive life leech book so soon. It was truly a godsend. He learned the skill immediately. With his current damage output, having Life Leech was like giving wings to a tiger. Chapter 136, The Lava Behemoth. Having finished learning the skill, Ngo Thieu then turned his gaze toward the pile of equipment. There was only one dark gold item, but fortunately it was something he could use. Bloodkill Bracelet Level 45 Dark Gold Note. This refers to the equipment's tier, not its required level. Equipping items is based solely on usage requirements. Physical Attack, 1200. Attack Speed 15. Lifesteal 10. Bonus attributes, Strength 48, Agility 47, Constitution 47, Bone Strength 46. Attached skill, Enhanced Life Steal, increases life-stealing effectiveness for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requirements, Assassin, Archer. Both the attributes and the skill were flawless. Ngo Thieu then immediately equipped it, replacing his Tiger Howl bracelet. He then scanned the 4 gold tier items. Finding 2 defensive pieces suitable for any class, he handed them to Ngo Thieu Than. The remaining 2 were tossed directly into his Qiankun ring to be sold later. Next was the skill scroll. Ngo Thieu then used it directly on Shadow Clone. Dinging, used successful. Shadow Clone skill quality has been upgraded. Shadow Clone consumes 400 mana. Summons a clone that is indistinguishable from the original. The clone possesses the user's attributes and can attack but cannot use skills. The original and the clone can swap positions with each other once every 10 seconds. The clone disappears if destroyed or after 4 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Excellent, it has attributes now. Thieu then nodded with satisfaction. This would push his damage output to another level. Furthermore, after equipping the Bloodkill bracelet, Thieu Than's attack power had surpassed the 10,000 mark, reaching a total of 11,200 points. With everything settled, the two continued forward. They soon emerged from the cave tunnel into a vast subterranean world where molten lava surged and rolled. Giant stone figures composed of lava wandered throughout the space. At a glance, he estimated there were no fewer than 500 of them. He quietly cast insight on a nearby stone giant. Lava Behemoth, Elite Monster. Level. Health. Attack. Damn, I still can't see the stats. They must be level 50, Thieu Than thought. However, these stone giants didn't seem as troublesome as the bats, and they weren't too densely packed. As long as he carefully lured them without aggroing too many at once, it shouldn't be a major issue. After a moment's thought, Thieu then summoned his shadow clone to lure the mobs. Before it had gone far, 10 nearby lava behemoths were alerted, swinging their massive arms as they pursued the clone. Ngo Thieu then controlled the shadow clone, leading the 10 behemoths into a corner and ordering it to fight back to test their strength. It wasn't long before the clone was smashed to pieces, but Ngo Thieu then had gained a rough understanding of their attributes. Their attack was around 4,500, while their speed was only a few hundred points. They possessed a ground slam skill that dealt area damage and stun, as well as a self-shielding skill. Having grasped the monster's attributes, Thieu then formulated a plan. He asked Ngo Thieu Than to buff him with Holy Light Shield before charging in. To be honest, her Holy Light Shield was a joy to use. With it active, Thieu then feared nothing. His only regret was its short duration, only 30 seconds. Diving into the cluster of stone giants, Thieu then began poisoning them frantically. However, these giants possessed crowd control skills. While the Holy Light Shield mitigated damage, it did not grant immunity to control effects, so he still had to dodge what was necessary. Once he had stacked 6 layers of poison on all 10 lava behemoths, Ngo Thieu then didn't even bother kiting them anymore. He simply circled the pack, slashing away. Their skills were quite easy to telegraph. With a range of about 2 meters, they would raise both massive arms high before slamming them down, a move he could easily evade. In just 1 minute, all 10 lava behemoths were slain. These creatures had high health and defense, at least 600,000 horsepower and over 3,000 defense. Fortunately, their sluggishness made the fight manageable. As long as one dodged their control skills, there was essentially no danger. Ngo Thieu then preferred high HP, high defense tanks like these. He hated the bloodthirsty bat types the most. Each lava behemoth yielded a staggering 40,000 XP, totaling 400,000 for the 10. After the two of them split it and then split it again with Ngo Thieu then still walked away with 100,000. Looking across the cavern at the 500 remaining behemoths, he sighed in admiration. This place truly is a leveling sanctuary. In the past, he might have complained about leveling too quickly, but ever since learning that the game influenced reality, his only desire was to rapidly increase his strength so he could manifest it in the real world sooner. The two then began clearing the rest of the lava behemoths. Luring 10 to 20 at a time, they wiped each pack out in a matter of minutes. It took a little over an hour to finally clear the entire cave. The 500 behemoths provided a total of 20 million exp, or 10 million each. After sharing half with Ziyu, Ngo Thieu Than still had 5 million left, pushing him to level 36. 2.9 million. 5 million. Ngo Thieu Than, meanwhile, surged straight to level 30, vaulting to second place on the level rankings. When the Idfong Ngum Ni stormed the rankings, it sparked a wave of heated discussion. People weren't so much shocked as they were filled with admiration and envy. So jealous of Fong Mam Nate. Being carried by the great god Tranfong really is something else.
Exactly.
This leveling speed is faster than a rocket. Sigh, if great god Tranfong could lead me, I'd happily be his subordinate. In a level 32 monster zone, a stunning young woman looked at the rankings and sighed. She had worked so hard to catch up, only to find that the man had casually brought someone along who managed to surpass her. Gritting her teeth, she raised her bow and loosed an arrow. Crit numbers in the tens of thousands swallowed the monsters before her. Inside the lava cave, Ngo Thieu Than was tallying the loot. To his surprise, these elite monsters actually dropped gold gear. The 500 lava behemoths had yielded 3 pieces of gold equipment and 16 pieces of silver. Level 50 elites dropping gold items. It seems level 50 common mobs might drop silver then, Ngo Thieu Than murmured. At that moment the cave shook violently. From beneath the searing currents of magma, Ngo Thieu Than and Ngo Thieu Than watched as a colossal lava behemoth climbed out. Its massive physique was enough to strike terror into anyone's heart. Ngo Thieu Than hastily cast insight. Even if he couldn't see the details, he could determine its rank. Dung Nam Thu Vuong Platinum Boss. Level. Health. Attack. A platinum boss, Ngo Thieu Than exclaimed, a fiery glint appearing in his eyes. To him, every new boss tier represented a new layer of poison damage. Consequently, facing a boss of a new rank always made him exceptionally excited. Unable to see the info, Ngo Thieu Than summoned his shadow clone to scout. However, as the clone charged toward Dung Nam Thu Vuong, the boss simply stomped its foot before the clone could even land a hit. The clone was launched into the air. Then, with a casual swipe of its massive hand, the boss smashed the hovering clone into a bloody mist. Damn, it's that strong Ngo Thieu Than swallowed hard. His shadow clone currently shared his attributes, yet it had been obliterated in just 2 moves. Moreover, he had seen clearly that the stomp alone had drained over 32,000 horsepower, effectively crippling the clone. Since the clone only had a total of 36,000 horsepower, the follow-up slap was entirely overkill. What should we do, brother? Can we win? Ngo Thieu Than asked fearfully. The sheer size of Dung Nam Thu Vuong exerted an immense, stifling pressure. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes flashed with a sharp brilliance. As long as its speed doesn't exceed mine and its attacks can't one-shot me, he said, there isn't a boss in existence I can't poison to death. Chapter 137, Taking the Platinum Boss Head. After asking Ngo Thieu Than to buff him with an overheal shield of over 10,000 health, Ngo Thin charged directly toward the Dung Nam Thu Vuong. Though he was unsure of the creature's skills, he was confident that as long as it couldn't finish him in a single blow, he would prevail. Ngo Thieu then quickly closed the distance. At that moment, the Beast King stomped its foot, causing the ground to split open as pillars of fire erupted from beneath the earth, covering a radius of 10 meters. Fortunately, Ngo Thieu Than was standing far enough away. Otherwise, even a minor shockwave would likely have killed her instantly. Ngo Thieu then maneuvered frantically, trying to evade the dense pillars of fire. However, the sheer density and lack of warning meant he was eventually struck. A direct blast carved out over 25,000 health, dropping his health bar by more than half. Startled, he immediately used Flash to escape the attack range. The fire pillars persisted for 10 seconds before finally subsiding. By then, the Dung Nam Thu Vuong had already charged in front of Ngo Thieu Than, its massive hands slamming down. Ngo Thieu then nimbly evaded the strike, circling behind the beast to deliver a smite that left it stunned before feverishly layering on his toxins. Unfortunately, due to the massive level and realm discrepancy, smite only stunned the Beast King for half a second. Breaking free from the crowd control, its colossal hand swept toward Ngo Thieu Than once more. Ngo Thieu then leapt into the air, dodging the slap and soaring into the distance. Though the stun had only lasted 0.5 seconds, he had already reached the full 6 stacks of poison, making further risks unnecessary. Yet, before he could gain much distance, the beast's massive form collided toward him at incredible speed. At the critical moment, Ngo Thieu Than activated Void, barely managing to evade the collision. Damn it, how many skills does this guy have left? Ngo Thieu Than muttered. A platinum boss was truly not to be underestimated. The Dung Nam Thu Vuong continued its pursuit, but its speed was ultimately inferior to Ngo Thieu Than's, allowing him to lead it on a chase around the massive underground cavern. As the first minute drew to a close, Ngo Thieu Than turned around. The moment the Dung Nam Thu Vuong's giant foot hit the ground, he activated Shadow 7 Chain Kill, simultaneously dodging the stun and reapplying 6 stacks of poison before making a leisurely escape. The cavern echoed with the beast's ceaseless roars. However, just as Ngo Thieu Than had said, as long as a boss wasn't faster than him and couldn't kill him in one hit, there was no enemy he couldn't poison to death. At level 36 with 4,320 poison damage, 6 stacks could drain 1.55 million health in a minute. Supported by physical immunity, Void, Flash, Shadow 7 Chain Kill, and Ngo Thuam's Holy Light Shield, Ngo Thieu Than was able to safely retreat after every poisoning attempt. After 6 minutes of kiting, the Platinum boss, whose attributes remained a mystery, finally collapsed, causing the entire cavern to shake violently. The moment the Dung Nam Thu Vuong fell, a series of notifications rang out. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the Platinum boss Dung Nam Thu Vuong. You have received 250,000 XPs and 5,000 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the Platinum boss Dung Nam Thu Vuong. Your poison talent has increased by 1 stack. Current stacks, 7. Immediately after, a server-wide announcement boomed. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tran Fong for slaying the Platinum boss Dung Nam Thu Vuong. As the first player to slay a Platinum boss server-wide, the system rewards him with prestige, 200 gold coins, and 60 free attribute points. This is a momentous achievement. Upon hearing this announcement, the world fell into silence once again. While other guilds were still holding meetings to strategize against gold bosses, Tran Fong had already taken down a Platinum one. Sex, the gap is widening, then Vuong sighed. Indeed, his talent is purely designed for boss killing. This way his equipment will only get better, allowing him to challenge even higher level bosses. It's a complete snowball effect, then Cheetah Thu remarked. Well, try not to provoke this person in the future, then Vuong advised. Don't worry, our people know where to draw the line. Elsewhere. Ngo Thieu Than snorted coldly. Still in the mott for boss hunting, I see. Once you fall into my hands, everything you have will be mine. In the cavern. Ngo Thieu then gleefully collected the spoils. Ngo Tungam ran over, saying, Brother, you're amazing. You actually killed such a massive boss. My heart was pounding just watching. Ngo Thieu then shook his head and hurriedly checked the loot. This was a Platinum boss and a first kill. The drops were bound to be extraordinary. He found 22 gold and 56 silver, 2 pieces of platinum equipment, 3 pieces of dark gold, and 3 pieces of gold. Additionally, there was a skill book, a root bone fruit, a strength fruit, a special scroll, a special potion, and a blazing stone. Ngo Thieu then immediately looked at the 2 platinum items. Fortunately, he could use both, and they were both defensive gear. Lava leggings level 50 platinum, health 3000, physical defense 500, magic defense 500, health regeneration 10. Bonus attributes, Constitution 52, Root Bone 54, Strength 53, Agility 52, Spirit 53. Skill, Guardian, increases defense for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Requirements, all classes. Lava Belt level 50 Platinum, Health 5000, Physical Defense 400, Magic Defense 400, Reduced Crowd Control Duration 20. Bonus attributes, Constitution 54, Root Bone 52, Strength 52, Intelligence 53, Spirit 51. Skill, Dispel, removes all crowd control effects from oneself. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requirements, all classes. Looking at the attributes of these 2 items, Ngo Thieu Than was ecstatic. As expected of platinum gear, the stats were monstrous. After swapping his gear, his health and defense skyrocketed. His total health broke the 50,000 mark, reaching 51,240 points. His physical defense hit 2,856, and magic defense reached 2,746, making him incredibly sturdy. Looking at the Blood Bowl belt he had just replaced, though it was dark gold quality, its level 20 stats were far inferior. However, its built-in health recovery skill was powerful, and he was loath to lose it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a skill extraction scroll. These scrolls were extremely rare. He had only ever dropped one until now. He had many pieces of equipment he wanted to use it on, but for now, he prioritized this one. Who knew if another would drop later? Ngo Thieu then used the scroll directly on the Blood Bowl belt. Quickly, the belt's health recovery skill was extracted, turning into a purple skill book. The color indicated the skill could not be leveled up, but it was enough. A skill that could directly restore 20 health would only become more useful later on. The extracted skill had no learning requirements, so Ngo Thieu then learned it immediately. A new skill appeared on his panel. Health recovery consumes 200 mana. Instantly restores 20 of maximum health. Cooldown 5 minutes. Overall, the skill was strong, though the cooldown was long. There was no other choice. Throwing it away would be too wasteful. With the skill extracted, the Blood Bowl belt wouldn't even fetch the price of a gold item, as gold gear usually came with its own skills. But Ngo Thieu then didn't care about a bit of spare change. Chapter 138. Auctioning Dark Gold Equipment. Examining the 3 remaining pieces of dark gold equipment, Ngo Thieu then found a warrior's weapon and a set of heavy armor suitable for warriors and shield guardians. Both possessed exceptional attributes. There was also a pair of boots, which he handed over to Ngo Thieu Than. Although their stats were slightly superior to the Tengyun boots he currently wore, and the attached skill was decent, he still preferred the flight capability of his old ones. Who could refuse the ability to fly? He was determined to extract that skill for himself later on. The weapon and armor would be put up for auction shortly. With such attributes, they were bound to fetch a handsome price. As for the remaining gold-tier equipment, Ngo Thieu then gave them only a cursory glance before tossing them into his universe ring. Unless a piece possessed a top-tier attached skill, he no longer cared for gold-tier items. Even Tungam was now fully decked out in gold and dark gold gear. With the equipment sorted, Ngo Thieu then turned his attention to the skill book. Earth-shaking strike, slammed the ground with great force, dealing physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter radius and stunning them for 2 seconds. Consumes 200 mana. Cooldown 3 minutes. Requirement, warrior. An area of effect attack paired with a crowd control stunnet was truly a divine skill. Ngo Thieu then looked at it with envy, but it wasn't worth consuming one of his precious unsealing potions. He would have to sell it. Glancing into his universe ring, he noticed a wind blade and a soul hook manual that remained unsold. He decided to keep them together and sell the lot at once. Next, he pulled out a peculiar scroll. Hellfire, upon activation, releases hellish flames over a 10x10 area for 10 seconds, dealing 20,000 fixed damage to all targets caught within. This must have been Ngo Thieu Than's ultimate move. It's been converted into fixed damage for the scroll, but that's more than enough. If I ever run into a crowd trying to overwhelm me with numbers, one Hellfire scroll will be enough to send them all packing in an instant. I already have the Thunder Body in the game, so I don't really need this. But if I could bring this into the real world... Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. Although in-game abilities could not yet be manifested in reality, he possessed the universe ring, which allowed him to bring certain items out early. He needed to stockpile these scrolls. Even without his in-game powers, he could become invincible in the real world with enough of them. Excitedly, he tucked the scroll away and looked at the remaining potion bottle. A smile graced his lips once more. As expected, it was another unsealing potion. At this rate, I don't need to be in such a hurry to sell the more powerful skills, he thought to himself. Finally, there was only a stone as red as a burning coal. Ngo Thieu then hurried to inspect it. Heart of Lava increases fire elemental damage and reduces fire damage taken. Effective while carried in the inventory. Exquisite, Ngo Thieu then marveled. Indeed, the rewards for a first kill were always the best. Not a single drop was mediocre. Moreover, some items seemed to be exclusive to the first kill. An item like this might not have dropped otherwise, as its effects were borderline broken. He placed the Heart of Lava into his ring and nodded with satisfaction. This excursion had yielded an immense harvest. He then allocated the 60 attribute points rewarded by the system entirely into agility. Ngo Thieu then surveyed the volcanic world one last time. He noticed that after the death of Ngo Thieu Than, the churning river of lava ahead had receded significantly and hardened into a still, frozen crust, revealing a hidden passage below. It seems there is something else down there, Ngo Thieu then said, surprised. He intended to lead Ngo Tungam down to explore further. If you don't wish to die, do not go in there, Ziyu's voice suddenly rang out. What do you mean Ngo Thieu then froze? Inside is someone you are currently incapable of dealing with. No way. Ngo Thieu Than had just experienced a massive surge in power and was eager to show off, only to be doused with cold water. Believe it or not as you will, but think carefully. You still have over 10,000 crime points. Z, you said nonchalantly.
Right.
Hearing her words, Ngo Thieu Than remembered his red name status. Despite his newfound confidence, he trusted Ziyu. If she said he couldn't handle it, then the entity within must be truly formidable. Fine, let's forget it. We're leaving. Ngo Thieu Than helplessly led Tungam out of the cavern. Within the pet space, Ziyu's expression flickered with a strange nuance. She murmured to herself, to think a blood demon was actually hiding in here. A pity this brat's strength is still lacking. Upon exiting, the first thing Ngo Thieu Than did was check his universe ring. This trip had brought him another massive fortune. Combined with the gear he had just replaced, he now had 3 dark gold items: the lava warblade, the lava armor, and the blood ox belt, along with 11 gold, 28 silver, and 26 bronze items. After a moment's thought, he contacted Loan the Q Hung directly and sold all the equipment of gold tier and below as a bulk lot for 5 million. Although equipment prices were dropping sharply, Ngo Thieu Than's items were all high level with excellent stats. 5 million was a bargain. Loan the Q Hung readily agreed to the purchase. Ever since his various dealings with Tran Fong, the overall strength of the Loan, the Fong Van Guild, had skyrocketed. Their core members were equipped with high-tier gear, allowing them to level up at a blistering pace. Loan the Q Hung himself had managed to break into the top 10 of the level rankings. Consequently, he never missed a chance to buy anything Tran Fong offered. Once the transaction was complete, Ngo Thieu then considered his options and listed the blood ox belt on the auction house first. There were no recorded sales for dark gold equipment yet, so he didn't know how to price it. Furthermore, since he had already extracted the belt's skill, he wasn't sure of its fair value, which is why he hadn't sold it directly to Loan the Q Hung. When the item that had sat at the top of the rankings for so long appeared in the auction house, everyone flocked to see it. However, they soon discovered that this dark gold piece inexplicably lacked an attached skill. In terms of pure attributes, dark gold equipment was naturally much stronger than gold equipment of the same level, but an item without a skill could never truly compete with one that had one. Ultimately, the strange belt was sold for 200,000 lower than the price of a standard gold item, but for Ngo Thieu, then that was acceptable. With the belt sold, he moved on to list the lava warblade and the lava armor. The attributes of level 50 dark gold equipment instantly dazed the player base. These were the most critical slots weapon and chest piece, and in an instant, countless players went into a frenzy. Damn, now this is real dark gold equipment. That blood ox belt from before must have been a fake. Good grief, the stats on just one of these pieces is almost equal to my entire set combined. At that moment, whether it was Ngo the Thinha, Lang Thieu, or the other tycoons in Jinling City, everyone was moved. Most of them bid on both items simultaneously. If they could secure both, their strength would leap to a whole new level. The prices for the 2 items climbed exponentially. After 30 minutes of bidding, the weapon finally closed at 2.28 million and the armor at 1.86 million. After deducting transaction fees, Ngo Thieu then pocketed another 3.5 million. In total, this single cave expedition had earned him over 8 million. There are so many rich people out there, Ngo Thieu then couldn't help but marvel. At this rate, he might become the wealthiest man alive, though it was a fleeting thought. Those truly wealthy individuals possessed assets in the tens or hundreds of billions. His tens of millions were a mere pittance to them. Should I start selling my gear for gold coins instead? Ngo Thieu then wondered. If everyone's in-game abilities eventually manifested in reality, the world order would surely collapse. Would money even have any value then? Thinking of this, Ngo Thieu then felt a surge of caution. He had enough money for now. Having more wouldn't change much. Perhaps in-game gold would eventually become more valuable than real-world currency. Whatever. I'm not short on cash anyway. From now on, I'll keep the best gear for myself or sell it for gold, he told himself. Chapter 139. Ngo the Than has panic. Having reached a decision, Ngo Thieu then led Ngo Tungam to continue hunting the monkeys on the mountain until 11:30. When it was time for Ngo Tungam to log off and rest, Ngo Thieu then instructed her not to leave the campus for the time being. He then gave Ngo Thieu special orders to remain extra vigilant, watching Tungam vanish as she logged out. Ngo Thieu then turned to Ziyu and asked, "Are you certain Ngo Thieu won't have any issues? They share a master-servant contract. That foolish wolf would never allow anyone to harm its master," Ziyu replied. "I'm referring to its strength," Ngo Thieu then clarified. He currently had no way of knowing how in-game data translated to reality. That is even less of a concern. Here, the main brain imposes restrictions, rendering many of its talents and skills unusable. Once outside, it will actually be stronger than it is within the game. You answered calmly. Then I am at ease. Reassured, Ngo Thieu then continued to grind monsters, intending to push toward level 40 before considering his next move. Having led Tung Miam through a 2-hour hunt, they had slain a total of 2,480 monkeys of varying levels. His experience had reached level 36, 4.34 million, 5 million. The Hanoi Academy of Economics. It was now past 1 in the morning, and the entire academy was shrouded in silence. At that moment, a group of figures clad in black appeared outside the perimeter wall, easily vaulting over the 3-meter-high barrier. Their movements were incredibly light, as they stealthily crept toward the female dormitory. Before long, several of them reached the outside of the dorms, where the matron on duty was nodding off. 4 of you go in and bring her out. The rest of us will stay on lookout. Move fast, one of the men in black whispered. Understood. Inside a dormitory room on the 4th floor, Ngo Thieu Than and Vi Vi were fast asleep, the room exceptionally quiet. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the door. A moment later, it was pushed open, and 4 dark shadows slipped inside. Since the dormitory lights were shut off at night, the room was pitch black. Just as the 4 were about to strike, they suddenly saw a pair of glistening green eyes staring intently at them through the darkness. Startled, the men were about to speak when they suddenly felt a powerful suction force. Their bodies were pulled forward uncontrollably. Before they could let out a single cry, they lost consciousness. In the darkness, a wolf-like creature let out a resounding burp and licked its teeth, appearing as though it had not yet had its fill. Outside the dormitory, the remaining 4 waited for a long time without seeing their comrades return. One grumbled, "What's taking them so long?" "I don't know. Could something have gone wrong?" another asked. "It's just a school. What could possibly happen even if there were trouble? It's impossible for there not to be any noise." Meanwhile, the leader of the group furrowed his brows deeply. Something isn't right. No matter how slow they are, they should have been out by now. You 3, go up and check. Understood. The 3 quickly scaled the wall and went inside, leaving the leader alone outside. However, he waited and waited. A full half-hour passed without a single sound from within, and those who had entered did not return. This time the leader truly panicked. He wanted to go in and check for himself, but fear held him back. Finally, he slunk away, found a quiet spot, and pulled out his phone to make a call. The call was answered quickly, and he recounted the situation in full. He had expected the person on the other end to be skeptical, but instead, there was a long silence. He was told to wait until the next day to investigate. At that moment, in a secluded building in City, the hand holding his cigarette was actually trembling. Having walked in the shadows for so many years, this was the first time he felt such dread. Unknown causes were always the most terrifying. The following day, the man secretly slipped into the female dormitory after the students had left for class. However, when he reached the target room, he found no traces whatsoever, not a single bloodstain. No signs of a struggle, and the furniture was perfectly in place, as if nothing had ever happened. This filled him with profound terror. After searching the entire dormitory and finding no clues, the man fled the academy in a state of panic. He made another call. After reporting what he had seen, the man directly declared that he would no longer participate in this matter. Such an eerie turn of events made even a man of his special training feel fear to his very marrow. In City, the middle-aged man hung up, taking a deep breath to mask his internal terror before dialing another number. Soon, an impatient voice answered. "Did you catch her?" "Ngo Thieu, I will no longer take part in this. From now on, I will not accept any jobs related to this person," the middle-aged man said firmly. "What do you mean by that?" Ngo Thieu demanded. "Find someone else. Finally, as a partner of many years, I give you this piece of advice: stop this immediately." The middle-aged man hung up immediately after speaking. "Damn it!" In a luxury villa in the center of City, Ngo Thieu slammed his phone onto the floor in a rage. Worthless trash. Can't even kidnap a single girl. It took a long while for Ngo Thieu to calm down. He ordered his butler to bring him a new phone and dialed another number. It took a long time for the other side to pick up. What exactly is going on? Ngo Thieu asked. The people sent to capture his sister yesterday have all disappeared as well. The one survivor saw them go in with his own eyes and never come out, no bodies. No survivors. A later check revealed no traces at all, exactly like the situation when we tried to catch him. Ngo Thieu, take my advice. Stop this now. The caller hung up once more. Ngo Thieu stood holding the phone, stunned, feeling a cold chill creep up from the soles of his feet.
Is it really?
That eerie, he did not doubt the man's words. After all, they had been partners for years, and he knew exactly what kind of person the other was. Yet such an occurrence was truly difficult to accept. At this moment, panic began to take root in Ngo Thieu's heart as well. Inside the game, Ngo Thieu Than had spent the entire night killing monkeys until his body felt numb. The monkeys here were numerous and respawned quickly, making it an ideal place for leveling. To maximize his strength, Ngo Thieu Than pushed himself to the limit, grinding from the previous night until 9 this morning. He killed a total of 8,720 monkeys that were not lower than his own level, reaching level 38, 1.68 million, 6 million. This was because as his level increased, the lower level monkeys could no longer trigger his immortal physique, so he stopped bothering with them, focusing only on those equal to or higher than himself. Consequently, there were fewer monkeys to kill, and his killing speed began to outpace their respawn rate. Otherwise, the number would have been even higher. Even so, gaining 2 levels in a single night left Ngo Thieu Than with nothing to complain about. His immortal physique had gained another 8,720 points, pushing his health directly past the 60,000 mark to a total of 60,150 points. Stretching his limbs, he had finally cleared his infamy points. Over the past 2 days, he had slain over 20,000 monsters, a feat of grinding he had never attempted so desperately before. But the results were clear. Before arriving at this mountain, his health was only 30,000. Now, as he prepared to leave, it had reached 60,000, doubling his vitality. Looking back at the mountain peak one last time, Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself, I will return. It feels like it's been a long time since I've been back to Jinling City, Ngo Thieu Than mused, teleporting directly to his residence there. Entering the room, he saw the antique hardwood bed and collapsed onto it. Having hunted monsters non-stop for 2 days, even with the support of the gaming pod, his spirit was utterly exhausted. He had only intended to rest for a moment, but he fell fast asleep instantly. Mental fatigue, it seemed, made sleep come easily even within a game. Chapter 140, Platinum Rank. Ngo Thieu Than slept soundly for over 3 hours before finally waking up, feeling incredibly refreshed. I didn't expect sleeping in the game to be so comfortable, Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. He then stepped out of the room and headed straight toward the War God Temple. The poison stacks on the Platinum Boss were fully prepared. He could now challenge the Platinum Rank War God's secret realm. Once completed, his strength would take another massive leap forward. In Divine Oracle, rank was the most potent factor in increasing one's power. Upon arriving at the War God's secret realm, Ngo Thieu Than directly selected the challenge. This time, the War God apparition was an assassin. When he saw the apparition's skills, Ngo Thieu Than couldn't help but frown. War God Apparition, Platinum Rank. Level 38. Health, 8 million. Physical attack, 13,500. Physical defense, 4,800. Magic defense, 4,500. Attack speed, 3.2. Critical rate, 30. Movement speed, 1,600. Skills, Gouge, Weakness, Strike. Skill 3, Flash Strike, instantly appears behind the target to deliver a fatal blow, dealing physical damage. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 4, Evasion, evades all attacks for the next 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Secret technique, 8 positions as one, a high-speed silhouette shuttles through 8 directions. Each pass deals physical damage to all targets in its path. Duration, 10 seconds. During this time, the user can shuttle infinitely. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The strength of this War God apparition pressured Ngo Thieu, then especially with the addition of a secret technique. This must have been this War God's signature skill during his lifetime. The description alone made it seem terrifyingly powerful. The moment the War God apparition manifested, it charged straight at him. Its movement speed of 1,600 was slightly higher than Ngo Thieu Than's. Just as he prepared for the clash, his opponent suddenly vanished. Without hesitation, Ngo Thieu then activated his bracelet's physical immunity state. Sure enough, the moment it was active, he felt a heavy blow strike his back. Immune. Ngo Thieu then quickly spun around, his short sword slashing toward the opponent with extreme speed.
Miss. Miss. Miss.
A series of misses caused Ngo Thieu Than to pause momentarily. The opponent's evasion lasted only 1 second, and since he had 3 seconds of physical immunity, he wasn't afraid. However, that evasion skill only had a 10-second cooldown. This skill would certainly prove to be a major nuisance. Once the second passed, Ngo Thieu Than swung his short sword again. To his surprise, the opponent retreated instantly, seeking to exit his attack range. "Emph, you think you can just run after attacking?" Ngo Thieu Than snorted coldly. He immediately activated extreme speed to dash in front of the opponent, using Gouge to stun him before rapidly unleashing a combo and retreating. His physical immunity had expired. He could no longer afford to trade blows in close quarters. However, at that moment, streaks of light suddenly flickered throughout the entire space, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Before Ngo Thieu Than could react, the opponent's silhouette tore through him. Moving at speeds the naked eye could not follow, the apparition shuttled back and forth through him 3 times in succession. 16,500. 16,500. 33,000 critical. Terrifying damage numbers rose above Ngo Thieu Than's head, completely unavoidable. He hurriedly activated Void. In that mere blink of an eye, he had lost over 50,000 health, nearly meeting his end. If not for his 2,800 defense and damage reduction effects, he would have been dead for sure. Damn, this skill is too monstrous. Ngo Thieu Than looked on with envy. The skill was both aesthetically stunning and overwhelmingly dominant. Watching the silhouette continuously shuttle around him, Ngo Thieu Than felt a headache brewing. This skill lasted for 10 seconds, while Void only lasted for 3. Currently, it seemed only Void could dodge this move. Even Blink would likely be useless. He spent 500 points of nether energy to fully restore his health. Fortunately, he had been diligently grinding mobs over the past 2 days, accumulating nearly 10,000 points of nether energy. Whether it was a stroke of conscience or simply because she couldn't absorb it all at once, Zeu had left him with 5,000 points. The 3 seconds ended quickly. Ngo Thieu Than manifested and ran into the distance at top speed. However, he had still underestimated the horror of this skill. Within this entire space, it seemed the opponent could shuttle without limit. Wave after wave of soul-shaking damage began to besiege Ngo Thieu Than once more. Forcing himself to endure for 2 seconds, Ngo Thieu Than was forced to reset the cooldown of Void to use it again. Fortunately, 2 uses of Void covered 6 seconds, and combined with roughly 3 seconds of enduring hits before and after, the terrifying skill finally ended just as Ngo Thieu Than manifested and took 2 more hits. However, even though the most troublesome skill had passed, the opponent's raw damage remained exceptionally high. The moment Ngo Thieu Than summoned his shadow clone, it was slashed to pieces in less than 3 seconds. Ngo Thieu Than himself was pushed to the point of using thunderous form. The opponent's movement speed was faster than his, and with 3 strikes per second plus critical hits, his health plummeted the moment he was touched. Ngo Thieu Than could only give his all to dodge, relying on the increased health and defense from thunderous form along with his true damage to maximize his lifesteal. Finally, after consuming over 3,000 nether energy points and fighting for more than 3 minutes, he managed to take the opponent down. Phew, that was way too difficult, Ngo Thieu Than sighed. At that moment, a system notification rang in his ear, instantly sparking his excitement. Ding, your strength has gained the recognition of Xianxia, then Xianxia, then will bestow the secret technique, 8 positions as 1 upon you. Do you accept? Accept, Ngo Thieu Than replied hastily, his heart racing with excitement. It was that skill again, he had truly hit the jackpot this time. Quickly the scene before Ngo Thieu Than shifted. A young man stood in the center of a vast prairie, surrounded by a dense horde of terrifying monsters. Suddenly, streaks of light flashed beneath the man's feet, and his silhouette instantly began shuttling through the monster tide. Each time he passed through, the monsters behind him collapsed. In 10 short seconds, it was impossible to count how many times he had shuttled. By the time he stopped, every monster in the vicinity had fallen. The man stopped and looked toward Ngo Thieu, then as if peering through time and space, and gave a smiling nod. The scenery shifted again, and Ngo Thieu Than returned to the war god's secret realm. At that moment, another system notification sounded. Dinning, congratulations, you have comprehended the skill, 8 positions as 1. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. He checked his skill panel immediately. A new red-colored skill had appeared, 8 positions as 1. Just then the space trembled, and Ngo Thieu Than was teleported out. Ding, congratulations on your successful challenge. Your rank has risen to Platinum. You receive 60 to all attributes, 60 free attribute points, and your Dark Gold War God medal has been upgraded to Platinum rank. As the first player to reach Platinum rank, the system rewards you with an additional 60 free attribute points. Excellent, Ngo Thieu then exclaimed. He dumped all 120 free attribute points into agility. Recently, he had encountered several monsters faster than himself, which made him crave speed more than ever. Furthermore, adding agility also increased his strength, so there was no need to consider other attributes. After allocating his points, Thieu then reviewed his attributes. Character, Tran Fong. Rank, Platinum rank. Level 38. Health, 46,520, 180,000, 226,520. Mana, 7,100. Physical attack, 11,236. Magic attack, 984. Physical defense, 2,970, 297, 3,267. Magic defense, 2,870, 287, 3,157. Movement speed, 14,495. Attack speed, 7.17 strikes per second. Critical rate, 56. Damage reduction, 30. Control reduction, 30. Defense penetration, 35. Cooldown reduction, 20. Health regeneration, 1 per second. Life of Steel, 25 skill bracelet. Crit resistance, 10. Luck, 18. Experience, 1.68 million, 6 million. Strengths, 7118, 1579, 1378, 3675. Intelligence, 308, 184, 492. Constitution, 621, 372, 993. Stamina, 975, 585, 1560. Spirit, 444, 266, 7110. Agility, 1579, 947, 2526. Talent, Toxic Damage, 4,320 points, stacks up to 7 times. Eternal Body, increases health limit by 180,000. Titles, Hero of Novice Village, Luck 10. Bandit Slayer Hero, Health 2000, Defense 100. Sealing Demon Envoy, increases damage reduction and control reduction. Skills, Extreme Speed, Eternal Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Weakness Strike, Gouge, Suppression Field, 7-hit Shadow Kill, Shadow Clone, Thunderous Form, Lifesteal 8 positions as 1, Health Regeneration. Equipment, Shadow Blade, Platinum LV40, Guardian Leather Armor, Gold LV30, Spirit Fox Helm Dark Gold LV40, Lava Greaves, Platinum LV50, Lava Belt, Platinum LV50, Cloud Treading Boots, Dark Gold LV40, Lin Lang Necklace, Gold LV20, Bloodthirsty Bracer, Dark Gold LV45, Guardian Bracer Gold LV30, Cloud Treading Ring, Dark Gold LV40, Guardian Ring Gold. Chapter 141, The Seal is Destroyed. After completing the War God Temple, Ngo Thieu then habitually walked toward the Spirit Wolf dungeon. However, upon second thought, he realized that grinding a level 20 dungeon was of no use to him anymore, and he abandoned the idea. He searched the map for a while, intending to find a new location to level up. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a group heading toward the Spirit Wolf's secret realm. Ngo Thieu then let out a cold laugh and followed them out of the city. As the group neared the dungeon entrance, Ngo Thieu then accelerated, cutting them off and standing directly in their path. Tran Fong, what do you want? We've truly mended our ways lately, Negao, the Toyot Tin said, his voice laced with tension. 2 days ago, their leader had ordered them not to cause any trouble, lest they ruin his grand plan. Although they didn't know what that grand plan was, the Negao the Quan Hung Guild had been exceptionally cautious and low profile recently. Ngo Thieu then had stopped frequently changing the appearance of his mask, so it was normal for him to be recognized. Since everyone already knew about this mask, he would be identified regardless of its form, so he no longer bothered to hide it. As long as his true face remained hidden, he didn't particularly care about his in-game identity being known. Mended your ways, Ngo Thieu then sneered. Why don't you go ask your leader if Hez actually mended his? At this moment, a flash of panic crossed Ngo Thieu Than's face upon seeing Ngo Thieu, then yet he struggled to maintain his composure. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, is that so? Ngo Thieu then smiled. The other man's fleeting expression had betrayed him. Initially, he had only been suspicious, but now he was certain the one who had sent people to kidnap him, in reality, was indeed Ngo Thieu Than. If I can't deal with him in the real world yet, then I'll crush him in the game first, Ngo Thieu then thought to himself. He then turned his gaze toward the crowd of Ngo the Quan Hung members. Let's just say, I find your Ngo, the Quan Hung bunch, to be an eyesore. With those words, he directly activated his newly acquired skillite paths as one. Beneath his feet, flickering strands of light sprouted, instantly covering a 10-meter radius. Ngo Thieu then quickly understood that these lines of light were the conduits for his movement. It wasn't that he could move arbitrarily. He had to move along these luminous paths. They were invisible to others, visible only to the user. However, the light strands covered 8 directions with almost no dead zones. Any target within range had nowhere to hide. Once he mastered the mechanic, Ngo Thieu then instantly flickered through the crowd of Ngo the Quan Hung. Immediately, a series of terrifying damage numbers erupted in succession. 10,254, 11,025, 10,854. Even though this skill only added 100 of his physical attack, with Ngo Thieu Than's attack power reaching 10,000, almost every strike dealt over 10,000 damage. Among the Ngo the Quan Hung members, those with over 10,000 health could be counted on one hand. In an instant, large swathes of players collapsed. Ngo Thieu then had only dashed back and forth 4 times, yet all 50 members of Ngo the Quan Hung were dead. Ngo Thieu then came to a halt. Although the skill's duration hadn't expired and the surrounding light paths remained, he could choose to stop moving at will. He gathered the items dropped on the ground, casually tossing them into his cancone ring. He didn't even bother to look at these low-level gold and silver tier equipment. He would simply sell them in bulk to loan the Q Hung later. Poor Ngo the Thin Ha has been slaughtered by the great Tran Phong again, observed the surrounding players, unable to suppress their sighs at the scene. What's there to pity? It's their own fault for offending Tran Phong in the first place. They got what they deserved. Did any of you see how he moved just now, before I could even blink? The Ngo, the Quan Hung group, was wiped out. I didn't see it either. It must be some terrifying skill. Tran Phong is getting stronger and stronger. At the resurrection point. What exactly does this Tran Phong want? We haven't crossed him lately, so why does he kill us every time he sees us? Ngo the Thuy Tin complained, feeling wrong. Enough, say no more. Just stay far away from him in the future, Ngo the Thin Ha said in a low, heavy voice. He had sent people to investigate the man again. Until he could figure out how those men had vanished so mysteriously, he didn't dare to provoke him recklessly, whether in the game or in reality. Since I'm already here, I might as well clear the dungeon once, Ngo Thieu then murmured to himself. He spent a few minutes sweeping through the Spirit Wolf secret realm. For him, clearing this dungeon couldn't be easier. It was finished in less than 5 minutes. Looking at the stone tablet, the first place was held by Tran Phong's team with a time of 4 minutes and 36 seconds, while the second place was held by Than Vuong Kak with 28 minutes and 36 seconds. Ngo Thieu then smiled. Those people are going to be in utter despair when they see my time. He packaged all the equipment dropped from the secret realm along with the loot from the Ngo, the Quan Hung group, and sold them to loan the Q Hung for 820,000 gold. The price of low-level equipment had indeed plummeted, but Ngo Thieu then didn't mind much. Checking the map, Ngo Thieu then teleported to the furthest visible point and continued deeper into the wilderness. Teleportation was only possible to explored areas or specific coordinates, so he could only reach the edge of the map and travel on foot from there. Currently, he needed to find monsters level 43 or higher. His level 38 talent was still not maxed out, and now that it had ascended to platinum rank, there was still immense room for growth. Simultaneously, he wanted to rush his own level to 40. Just then, a server-wide announcement echoed, causing Ngo Thieu then to freeze in his tracks. Server announcement: player Phong Dang Bat Co., deep within the Tiger Roar Forest, has disturbed the Demon Realm seal, resulting in its destruction. Countless demon beasts are pouring out of the seal, and Jinling City will face a great catastrophe. All players are requested to prepare for battle. The demon beasts will attack Jinling City in 2 hours. Ding the server-wide quest has begun. All players are invited to defend Jinling City. During the event, experience points and drop rates from killing demon beasts will be doubled. After the quest ends, rewards will be distributed based on the kill rankings. If the quest fails and Jinling City falls, all players based in Jinling City will lose 3 levels and lose their main city. After losing the main city, players will be unable to return to town, unable to replenish supplies, and will respawn in the wilderness upon death. Players will have to find their way to other main cities. Normally, the main city a player chose upon leaving the novice village became their default home. If they wanted to change their main city, they had to engrave their mark on the resurrection stone of the corresponding city, a process that cost a significant amount of gold. Dinning, the teleportation arrays between main cities have been opened ahead of schedule. Players from other cities are invited to Jinling City to participate in the quest. The 3 consecutive system announcements left everyone stunned before the entire server erupted in a frenzy. Damn, a server-wide quest, double XP and double drops. Is it really that good? Brothers, let's go kill some demon beasts. It's 2x, who can resist the temptation of 2x? Damn it, what's there to be happy about? Didn't you see the penalty for failure? If we lose, all of us in Jinling City lose 3 levels and won't have a home to return to. Well, be like stray dogs running to other cities.
Exactly.
These are demon beasts. They're bound to be much more powerful than the normal mobs we kill. This quest is definitely going to be difficult. Obviously, if it weren't hard, they wouldn't have triggered a server-wide quest. So what do? If we can't hold it, we're finished. Hell, we have to hold it even if we can't. Meanwhile, players in other main cities were beyond excited, rushing toward the teleportation arrays. Quick! I want to go to Jinling City, get out of my way. To them, this quest was nothing but a windfall. Whether the quest succeeded or not, the penalty wouldn't fall on their heads. All they cared about was the double experience and the double drop rates. Chapter 142, Mounts. Ngo Thieu Than was stunned when he heard the server-wide announcement. He cursed under his breath as expected. Those old geezers aren't reliable in the slightest. He turned to Ziyu and asked, "Are they your kind? Don't you dare compare me to those low-level magical beasts?" Ziyu snapped, her eyes rolling in disdain. "The channel to the demon realm has been opened. Do you want to go back?" Ngo Thieu Than asked suddenly. "That entrance only leads to a land of exile within the demon realm. It doesn't reach the true demon realm itself." Ziyu sighed. "Besides, the demon realm is a place where the strong prey on the weak. In my current state, if I were to return, I would be devoured until not even my bones remained." "That's good then." Ngo Thieu Than felt a weight suddenly lift from his heart. Previously, he had only hoped this demoness would disappear as soon as possible, but for some reason, he now felt reluctant to let her go. Though she was fierce toward him, the help she provided was undoubtedly immense. Ziyu shot him a glare. "I know what you're thinking. After signing a contract with you, I was destined to never return to the demon race. But don't get too ahead of yourself. This isn't exactly a blessing for you. I held a certain status among the demons. If they ever find out you've bound me to a contract, the demon race will be added to your hit list. It's fine when you're already covered in lice, one more doesn't make you itch anymore. Adding the demon race won't change much," Ngo Thieu Than said nonchalantly. "Regardless, this event isn't bad at all. Double experience, double drop rates, and rewards for high kill counts. I like it," Ngo Thieu Than said cheerfully. "You should probably consider which main city you'll move to if this one falls," Ziyu remarked, throwing a bucket of cold water on his excitement. "Even the lowest level magical beasts are incomparable to the monsters you find out in the wild." "Psh, I won't let Jinling City fall. My house is there. If it falls, won't I lose everything?" Ngo Thieu Than countered. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. "Damn, I almost forgot. With the teleportation arrays opening early, doesn't that mean players from all main cities can come to Jinling? I can finally sell the guild establishment token then." Following the appearance of the server-wide quest, the teleportation arrays between the major cities were quickly activated. Countless players flocked toward Jinling City. No one wanted to miss out on a quest of this magnitude. However, upon reaching the arrays, they discovered that each teleportation cost a staggering 1 gold coin. This immediately extinguished the hopes of many solo players who could barely afford potions. Even the large guilds, who had planned to mobilize their entire memberships, found themselves frowning. For a guild with tens of thousands of members, moving everyone would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. It was an exorbitant price. Despite the cost, the number of people willing to pay was still immense. The temptation of doubled experience and drop rates was simply too much for the average person to resist. In an instant, Jinling City became packed. Fortunately, the main cities in this game were incredibly vast, preventing any trampling incidents. Meanwhile, Ngo Thieu Than continued deeper into the forest. There were still 2 hours before the event started. He intended to use this time to max out his talent stacks so he could deal better damage during the event. As he walked, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the trees. Ngo Thieu Than felt the ground tremble, as if something massive was charging toward him. Soon, he saw a figure running desperately in his direction. Behind the figure was a massive unicorn in hot pursuit. The unicorn's speed was clearly superior, and the gap between them was rapidly closing. As they drew closer, Ngo Thieu Than got a clearer look. The person fleeing was a young woman wearing a black veil that obscured her features. Her leather armor accentuated her slender, graceful figure, and in her hand, she clutched a bow that radiated a golden light. Looking at the woman, Ngo Thieu Than felt she looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. The woman noticed someone ahead and quickly adjusted her direction, seemingly unwilling to involve a stranger in her predicament. At that moment, the unicorn's horn suddenly glowed. A bolt of white light shot from the horn, aiming straight for her. Her body contorted in an unnatural, fluid motion, narrowly dodging the strike. Damn, does she practice yoga? That waist is incredibly flexible, Ngo Thieu Than remarked in surprise. That attack would have been difficult even for him to dodge. Glancing at the unicorn, he saw it was a level 45 dark gold boss. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes sparkled. Not bad luck at all. I just stepped out and found a dark gold boss. Seeing the woman about to lead the unicorn away, Ngo Thieu Than teleported directly beside it. He used gouge to stun it, followed by backstab, weak point strike, heavy strike, and a flurry of skills interwoven with basic attacks. The unicorn's health bar began to plummet, and its aggression shifted entirely toward him. The unicorn's horn glowed again, discharging a bolt of lightning. Ngo Thieu Than used Shadow 7 consecutive kills to phase through the attack, while the skill itself carved away over 100,000 of the beast's health. The woman realized the unicorn had been intercepted and looked at its challenger with curiosity. She was instantly frozen in shock. Is he that fierce? She watched as Ngo Thieu Than completely suppressed the unicorn, leaving it with no room to retaliate. His attack power exceeded 10,000, and with an attack speed of 7 strikes per second combined with his ring's multi-strike effect and 7 stacks of poison dealing over 30,000 damage per second, his total DPS reached over 100,000. The dark gold boss, with its 6.5 million health, collapsed to the ground in less than 2 minutes under Ngo Thieu Than's onslaught. With practiced ease, Ngo Thieu Than swept the loot off the ground and turned to leave without a second glance, leaving the woman standing dazed in the wind. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see? The woman's mind was a complete blur. If she hadn't been chased by the beast for so long herself, she would have suspected that the dark gold boss was a fake. He is Tran Fong, isn't he? Truly powerful, she murmured. Meanwhile, Ngo Thieu checked his spoils as he walked. The unicorn was a magic-based monster, so most of its drops were magic equipment. 2 dark gold pieces, 2 gold pieces, and 4 silver pieces. Among them, the 2 dark gold items were ones Ngo Thieu Than could use. Additionally, there was a token and a skill book. Ngo Thieu Than pulled out the token to examine it. Summoning token unicorn can summon an S-rank unicorn mount. When mounted, base movement speed increases by 500 points and overall movement speed is enhanced. The mount does not participate in combat and can be summoned or dismissed at any time. A mount, Ngo Thieu Than's eyes shone. This was a rare find. He had killed countless bosses, and this was the first time he had seen one. He finally wouldn't have to rely solely on his legs to get around. He had once thought about riding Angan Tai Lang, but he had ended up giving the wolf away before he could even try. As for the one currently residing in his pet space, he would need to value his life before even thinking about trying to ride her. Fortunately, the Ring of Heaven and Earth had made him less desperate for a mount, but having one was naturally better. The ring's teleportation had a 10-minute cooldown after all. Ngo Thieu Than held the summoning token and called forth the unicorn. A snow-white beast appeared beside him. It stood as high as his chest and was 2 meters long, significantly larger and sturdier than a normal horse. How handsome, Ngo Thieu Than praised. From now on, I'll call you Dai Bak. He vaulted onto its back and shouted, Dai Bak, run. In an instant, the unicorn galloped forward. Ngo Thieu Than felt the wind whistling past his ears. This speed was exhilarating. Mounts were different from pets. Pets grew alongside their masters, while mounts were fixed. The quality of the token determined the quality of the mount. Once summoned, they could be ridden immediately. The higher the quality of the mount, the greater the speed bonus. Mounts were strictly for transportation. They were called out when needed, and stored in the token when not, making them very convenient. While pets could be ridden, they did not provide a movement speed bonus. You simply moved at the pet's natural running speed. A mount's speed, however, was added directly to the owner's attributes. Thus, in the later stages of the game, a mount would become an indispensable tool for travel. Chapter 143, Demonic Beasts Siege the City. With a mount, Ngo Thieu Than's speed surged twofold, and it did not take long for him to find a suitable leveling spot. Upon a stretch of grassland, a herd of level 45 unicorns grazed leisurely. Ngo Thieu Than's lips twitched. Do you want me to send your entire clan on their way? Heaven and earth be his witness. The unicorn had brought him here of its own accord. He had only told it to speed up, and it had charged straight to this location. Forget it. Since you've brought me here, I'll use them to christen my blade, Ngo Thieu Than said. He stowed the unicorn back into its command token and lunged toward the monsters. He lured the surrounding unicorns together, quickly gathering over 200 of them. Ngo Thieu Than immediately activated 8 positions as one, his figure flickering in and out of existence as he wove through the herd. Within 10 seconds, more than 200 unicorns were afflicted with 7 stacks of poison. Level 45 unicorns possessed 600,000 health, but under the relentless ticking of 7 poison stacks, they all collapsed in less than 20 seconds. This skill feels incredible. To think an assassin like me could experience the thrill of area of effect, mob clearing like a mage, Ngo Thieu Than said excitedly. The only pity was the somewhat long cooldown. He used his cooldown reduction ring to bypass the wait, gathered another wave, and cleared them with 8 positions as one. Afterward, he resigned himself to picking them off one by one. Thunder God's body was also an area of effect skill, but it had to be saved for critical moments. Its 1-hour cooldown meant he didn't dare use it lightly. In truth, Ngo Thieu Than's single target clearing was by no means slow. He averaged 1 kill per second, moving to the next target as soon as the poison was applied. Theoretically, if the monsters were dense enough, a kill per second was routine. However, the physical size of the beasts posed a challenge. Once poisoned, they didn't die instantly and often blocked his path, preventing him from reaching others. He had to clear the physical obstacles before moving forward. This slowed his pace significantly, but handling 20 to 30 monsters per minute was still no issue. Though the plains were vast and the unicorns sparse, his horrifying speed allowed Ngo Thieu Than to sweep through nearly the entire herd in just over an hour, slaying a total of 2,420 beasts. His level rose to level 39, with his experience bar sitting at 2.16 million out of 6.5 million. The poison damage from his talent reached 6,630 points. Being platinum rank granted an additional 50 talent points per level. Currently, he gained 170 points per level, making 6,630 the poison damage cap at level 39. If he stacked 7 layers, he could inflict 2.78 million points of true damage per minute. Just as Ngo Thieu Than was about to change training grounds, a system announcement rang out. Ding, demonic beasts will attack Jinling City in 10 minutes. All players are requested to prepare for battle. Is it time already? Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. Time to head back and defend the city. He immediately teleported to the outskirts of Jinling City, rather than into the city center. By now, the city would surely be packed to the brim. Furthermore, as a short-ranged assassin, he needed to be outside the gates to kill enemies. Only mages and archers could afford to stand atop the ramparts and rain down damage indiscriminately, the inherent advantage of range. The exterior was already teeming with people. Aside from those who couldn't afford the teleportation fees, nearly half the players on the entire server had converged on Jinling. How could it not be crowded? Fortunately, the terrain was vast enough to accommodate them. As the timer ticked down, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. The system had intentionally opened the teleportation arrays early. One didn't need much wit to realize that this server-wide mission would be exceptionally difficult. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Before long, grotesque silhouettes appeared on the horizon. It was a swarm of hideous creatures. Their heads consisted of nothing but gaping, cavernous mouths with no other discernible features. They crawled on 4 legs at extreme speeds, their bodies shrouded in a terrifying demonic chi. The black shadows grew in number until they filled the field of vision. As the demonic beasts drew closer, many players could not suppress a shiver of dread, their resolve beginning to waver. Ngo Thieu then looked at the demonic swarm and asked, "Ziyu, are all creatures in the demon realm this ugly?" The environment of the demon realm is unlike this place. Being ugly is only natural, Ziyu replied indifferently. Then why are you so beautiful? You ignored the question entirely, choosing instead to speak in a gloating tone. You should worry about how to deal with them. I see your band of adventurers is already losing heart before the fight has even begun. Ngo Thieu then looked back and indeed saw fear reflecting in the eyes of many. He couldn't help but frown. These people always lose their nerve at the critical moment. Seeing the vanguard of the demonic beasts enter his range, Ngo Thieu then immediately cast Insight.
Man-eater ghoul.
Level 25. Health 200,000. Physical attack 2,500. Attack speed unknown. Physical defense 500. Magic defense 500. Movement speed 560. Skill 1, Bloodlust. All attacks carry a lifesteal effect. Skill 2, Devour Corpse. Swallow corpses to increase attributes.
This?
Ngo Thieu Than's brow furrowed. These level 25 demonic beasts had attributes that surpassed even level 30 elite monsters. He began to believe Ziyu's words. Demonic beasts were truly not to be trifled with. These were only the scouts. There would surely be higher level and more powerful types behind them. If their numbers were few, it wouldn't matter, but at this density, even his scalp felt numb. The man-eater ghoul's second skill in particular put Ngo Thieu Than on high alert. He didn't know if there was a limit to it. If not, wouldn't these creatures grow stronger the more they fought? But time allowed for no further contemplation. The players at the front had already clashed with the man-eater ghouls. Upon contact, the monster's terrifying attack power caused the health of the frontline shield-bearers to plummet disastrously. Casualties began to mount. Many demonic beasts broke through the defensive lines, lunging straight into the crowd. Witnessing this, Ngo Thieu then shook his head. Without organization, the formation was as chaotic as a mess of tangled weeds. However, he didn't care to manage it. Jinling City currently held hundreds of millions of players. In the short term, nothing catastrophic would happen. Ngo Thieu then used Blink to dive directly into the swarm. To others, these beasts were nightmare fuel, but to him, they posed no threat. With the monsters packed so tightly, it would be a waste not to unleash a few rounds of 8 positions as one. With his current poison damage, even a single stack was enough to make these creatures buckle. Light flashed as Ngo Thieu Than's silhouette darted with godlike speed through the demonic horde, unleashing 8 positions as one twice in rapid succession. By a rough estimate, at least 700 to 800 monsters were poisoned. Soon, the demonic beasts collapsed in heaps. His experience points surged by over 400,000, and black iron equipment carpeted the ground. Damn, is this what they call doubled experience and drop rates? Ngo Thieu then cursed under his breath. These monsters were stronger than level 30 elites, yet their experience was only calculated as double a normal level 25 monster. The equipment was all standard level 25 gear, just in slightly higher quantities. Improbably too lazy to even pick up these black iron pieces. Despite the complaints, he still had to kill. He didn't want to be forced to wander to another main city. If he left, it would be on his own terms, not because he was driven out. Besides, he owned property in Jinling. At that moment, a kill leaderboard appeared on everyone's interface. Tran Fong was currently in the lead with 786 kills. Ngo Thieu then soon noticed the man-eater ghouls were devouring the corpses of their fallen comrades. They were incredibly fast, their wide mouths finishing a corpse in a single gulp. As they swallowed the remains, their physical size began to grow. Ngo Thieu then cast Insight again. After eating a corpse, a man-eater ghoul's health increased by 10,000 and its attack by 100, with other attributes rising accordingly. Crap, that's a massive boost. Ngo Thieu then was startled. At this rate, he couldn't let them eat too much, or no one would be able to handle them. But a moment later, he started laughing. My corpse-eating friends, didn't your mothers teach you not to just eat anything you find? You've really poisoned yourselves this time. Above the heads of the man-eater ghouls that had just swallowed corpses, white damage numbers of 6,630 began to pop up continuously. Chapter 144, Demonic Flame Two-Headed Hound. Watching the ogres succumb to poison after devouring the corpses, Ngo then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, many did not die instantly, because the toxins disappeared quite rapidly. Ngo Thieu then calculated that his poison lasted for 60 seconds. Perhaps those ogres had died before the 60-second mark, meaning the toxin had not yet dissipated. If they were eaten by another ogre, the poison would continue to flare up within the new host's body until the duration finally expired. This talent of mine is a bit too overpowered, Ngo Thieu Than mused. If that's the case, things are about to get interesting. After discovering this trait, Ngo Thieu then applied a full 7 stacks of poison to every ogre. Consequently, a monster would succumb to the poison in just 4 or 5 seconds, and once it was devoured, the scavenger would also perish swiftly. This created an incredibly efficient cycle. and Ngo Than's monster-killing speed reached unbelievable heights. While Ngo Thieu farmed leisurely without a hint of pressure, other areas fared far worse. Seen from above, every direction surrounding Jinling City was swamped with demonic beasts, densely packed and blotting out the horizon. Though the players far outnumbered the ogres, as they stood crowded together, the struggle was exceptionally fierce. Fortunately, aside from the chaotic independent players, each side of the city wall was defended by 2 or 3 major guilds, systematically eliminating the ogres. At this moment, the difference in efficiency between organized guild members and solo players became immediately apparent. The guild players were clearly divided. Shield-bearers stood at the front, warriors charged, priests provided healing, mages and archers unleashed frantic volleys of damage, and assassins lurked nearby to finish off low-health mobs. Ogres fell in great swathes. In contrast, most independent players fought individually or in small groups of 3 to 5, their efficiency lagging far behind. Everyone switched to peace mode. We're here to kill demonic beasts today. Don't hit the wrong people. I almost got killed by one of our own just now. Someone shouted in the World channel. This suggestion received widespread support. Everyone was there for the demonic beasts. It would be a shame if the battle devolved into a PK bloodbath. On the battlefield, the white lights of death flickered incessantly, and the advantage of Jinling City's residents soon became evident. Players from Jinling City would respawn immediately within the city upon death, whereas players from other main cities respawned at their respective homes and had to spend 1 gold coin for teleportation to return. This led to many players being unable to rejoin the fight after falling. Furthermore, players could not change their primary residence during the quest, shattering many people's hopes of relocating to Jinling. As the battle reached a fever pitch, players realized that the ogres were growing exponentially stronger after consuming corpses. Guilds began assigning mages to cast Sea of Fire to incinerate the remains, causing the mages' mana consumption to skyrocket. The battle lasted for 2 full hours before the number of ogres finally began to dwindle, though the player count had also suffered significant losses. At this moment, the kill leaderboard showed Tran Fong in the lead with a staggering number. In second place was Duyan Koi with 4,258 kills, a gap so wide it forced everyone to once again reevaluate Tran Fong's strength. It was important to note that in large-scale battles like this, mages and archers usually benefited the most. Currently, every player in the top 10 besides Tran Fong was either a mage or an archer. Seeing an assassin leading by such a massive margin was beyond belief. Damn, how did Tran Fong do it? Over 16,000 kills in 2 hours. Exactly, it's terrifying. Isn't he an assassin? Even killing chickens wouldn't be that fast. Did you all forget he once killed 20,000 players in 10 minutes? How is that the same? Players only have 10,000 health at most, but these ogres have over 200,000 each. Regardless, God Tran Fong is simply on another level. Meanwhile, Ngo Thieu then continued to swing his daggers amidst the demonic swarm. He was currently the only one capable of soloing deep within the enemy lines. These monsters couldn't even break his defense, so he had nothing to fear. The monsters he poisoned often infected 2 or 3 others, significantly boosting his kill rate. Unfortunately, no one witnessed Ngo Thieu Than's bizarre farming method, or they wouldn't have found that figure of 16,000 kills so hard to swallow. Eventually, through sheer numerical advantage, the ogres thinned out. Soon, only a few hundred remained, those that had consumed countless corpses and grown immensely powerful, still stubbornly resisting. Although many players lost their lives in this confrontation, it allowed many others to level up. Level 25 monsters with double experience weren't very enticing to a freak like Ngo Thieu Than, who usually cleared level 45 mobs. But for average players who could only handle level 20 monsters, this amount of experience was substantial. Ngo Thieu Than also successfully reached level 44.08 million 7 million. While the experience per monster was low, the sheer quantity made up for it. It was only a pity the monster levels were too low to trigger Eternal Body. Otherwise, it would have been even better. Just then, tremors echoed from the distance. A pack of dog-like demonic beasts followed, each sporting 2 heads and covered in pitch-black flames as they charged forward. As expected, there's more. I wonder how many waves there are? Ngo Thieu Than sighed, then added, but man, creatures from the demon realm are truly hideous. Who are you calling hideous, Z? You suddenly spoke up. I wasn't talking about you. Ngo Thieu Than rolled his eyes. The pack arrived quickly, and Ngo Thieu Than immediately cast insight. Demonic Flame, 2-headed Hound, level 30. HP 300,000. Magic Attack 3,200. Physical Defense 700. Magic Defense 700. Movement speed, 680. Skill 1, Demonic Flame. The demonic fire surrounding its body deals magic damage every second to all targets within 2 meters. Skill 2, Fire Rain. Summons a rain of fire, dealing magic damage every second to all targets in a 5x5 area for 5 seconds. Cooldowned, 1 minute. Skill 3, Frost Spell. Summons a frozen area, dealing magic damage and reducing movement speed for all targets in a 5x5 area for 3 seconds. Cooldowned, 1 minute. Shit, magic-type mobs Ngo Thieu Than cursed under his breath. Magic-type monsters posed a much greater threat to players than physical ones. Moreover, these demonic flame two-headed hounds were packed with area of effect skills. Other players would likely have a very difficult time, as more people obtained the monster's information and shared it on the World Channel. Everyone's expressions turned grim. These monsters were far more troublesome than the ogres. With no time to react, the demonic flame two-headed hounds charged into the crowd. Waves of fire, rain, and frost spells bombarded the players. The demonic flames flickering on their bodies were also a form of torture for nearby melee players. Priests, heal, archers and mages, focus fire, shield bearers, hold the line, don't let them break through. Guild leaders barked orders. After 2 hours of fighting, many independent players had begun to coordinate with the major guilds. However, level 30 demonic flame two-headed hounds were a massive challenge for players at this stage. Aside from the top-tier elites, most players had yet to reach level 30. Not to mention, these monsters were much stronger than ordinary level 30 mobs. As the skills of the hounds rained down, players fell in droves. Damn it, their damage is too high. I can't take it, someone lamented. Exactly. Shit, just getting close to them almost burned me to death, a shield bearer added. Everyone, stay focused. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid? The players' only advantage was their numbers, thanks to the massive population base of the China region. Even though many had died and returned to their home cities in the first wave, the current force remained in the hundreds of millions. Although these magic-wielding two-headed dogs caused the death rate to skyrocket, the situation hadn't reached a total collapse. Had it been any other server, the place likely would have fallen long ago. Chapter 145, Bat-Winged Demons. Ngo Thieu then reappeared once more amidst the horde of demonic beasts, resuming his frenzied grinding. Though these beasts were significantly stronger than the ogres from before, and could inflict some damage, especially the unavoidable per-second damage from the magic flameset mattered little. When the monsters swarmed in large numbers, the cumulative damage per second was considerable. However, with over 60,000 health points, the regeneration effect from the nether pearl alone restored more than 3,000 points every second. Combined with the life steal from his skills and bracers, he could completely ignore the incoming damage. The battle raged on, yet no one noticed that the first wave of ogres had not been entirely wiped out. A few stragglers were hiding in the distance, stealthily feasting on the corpses. Since these two-headed hounds lacked the skill to devour remains, the players did not waste mana points to incinerate the bodies. After all, they would automatically disappear after 10 minutes. This clash was far more devastating than the first. Magic-type monsters could directly target the backline, preventing mages and archers from dealing damage in peace. Meanwhile, the magic flames surrounding their bodies continuously scorched nearby melee classes, causing the player death rate to skyrocket. Ngo Thieu Than's killing speed had also dropped significantly. These two-headed hounds did not swallow corpses, so his toxins could not spread continuously. Except for the 8-in-1 skill, which could be used twice every 5 minutes to instantly clear several hundred beasts, he had to poison them one by one before cleaning them up. The density of the horde meant he could not poison too many at once, nor could he afford to step away. Even so, on the kill rankings, the number of monsters Ngo Thieu Than had slain still struck fear into the hearts of many. 2 hours later, this wave of magic flame two-headed hounds was finally almost annihilated. However, player losses had reached over 30 million, including more than 10 million who did not return after dying and respawning in the city. Those who persevered to the end without dying received a substantial boost in level. This was especially true for those at the top of the rankings, each having killed several thousand monsters. The experience from level 30 mobs, bolstered by a double experience effect, caused their experience bars to soar. Level 30 monsters could drop bronze equipment. Under the influence of the doubled drop rate, equipment littered the ground, allowing those who stayed to taste some sweetness. Though it was only bronze gear, level 30 bronze items were far superior to the equipment worn by the majority of players, as most currently wore level 20 gear at best. After this wave, Ngo Thieu Than had harvested another 6,720 monsters, reaching LV41, 2.45 million, 8 million. He glanced at the kill rankings. Rank 1, Tran Fong, 8,120. Rank 2, Duyan Koi, 7,216. Rank 3, Vu Fai, 6,485. Rank 4, Tuyet Ni, 6,234. Rank 5, then Chi Hu Thu, 6,024. Rank 6, Quan Lam, 5,841. Rank 7, Fonguyet Vo Tin, 5,685. Rank 8, Fan Thien, 5,262. Rank 9, Thunguyet Vo Bien, 5,120. Rank 10, Lone the Jiai Han, 4,620. On the rankings, aside from Ngo Thieu Than, every single player was a mage or an archer. In this type of warfare, mages and archers held a massive advantage. They only needed to stand in the back and cycle through their skills. Mages in particular, with their abundance of AoE spells, were essentially damage-dealing machines as long as they were supplied with enough mana potions. While Ngo Thieu Than was still reflecting, he suddenly felt the sky grow dark. Looking up, he saw a dense swarm of massive demonic beasts. They possessed bat wings, but eagle talons and gaping bloody maws, diving toward the crowd at incredible speeds. Damn it, flying beasts. This is going to be a headache, Ngo Thieu Than muttered. Flying monsters, especially those flying so high, were incredibly frustrating for a short-ranged assassin like him. Many others had noticed the swarm. Looking at the blackened sky, the melee players groaned. This battle would have to rely on the mages and archers. Soon, the beasts reached the airspace above the crowd and began diving frantically to snatch the people below. Oh, they're melee monsters. Ngo Than's eyes lit up. Melee types were easier to handle. He could still fight them. He cast insight on the nearest ugly creature diving toward him. Bat-winged demon. Level 35. Health, 400,000. Physical attack, 4,000. Physical defense, 1,000. Magic defense, 1,000. Movement speed, 1,800. Skill 1, Eagle Strike, dives straight down, using sharp claws to snatch the target, dealing physical damage. Cooled Wound, 10 seconds. Skill 2, Death Charge, dives and charges forward 30 meters, dealing physical damage to all targets in a straight line. Cooled Wound, 30 seconds. The attack is a bit high. I wonder if they can withstand it? Ngo Thieu then remarked after seeing the attributes. For a level 35 creature to have 4,000 attack power was nothing short of perverse. While it did not affect him much, it was a catastrophe for other players. With millions of bat-winged demons overhead, the scene if they all dived at once was unimaginable. However, that scene quickly became reality. Swarms of bat-winged demons dived with extreme speed, piercing through the crowd. Damage numbers of 5,000 or 6,000 continuously popped up over the players' heads. If it were just one, they might have managed to resist. But there were too many. They primarily targeted the backline, instantly shredding the player formation and leaving it in chaos. Hold the line, shield guards, use taunt to pull them down. Don't let them fly away. Anyone with crowd control skills, use them now. As long as we keep them on the ground, we can still fight. Archers and mages, deal with the ones in the air. The guild leaders barked orders urgently. Fortunately, major guilds held each direction. The leaders of the top 10 guilds carried significant prestige. So many players were willing to cooperate. Despite this, the tide of battle did not shift much. The bat-winged demons were too fast. They would dive and then immediately soar back into the sky, causing the accuracy of both spells and arrows to plummet. Meanwhile, their attacks were lethal to the players, and the priests could not keep up with the healing. Ngo Thieu then also returned to the center of the crowd. There was no other choice. Standing alone in the distance meant the bat-winged demons ignored him, as they only aimed for where the people were densest. Thus, Ngo Thieu then had to return. Each time a swarm of bat-winged demons swept past him, he delivered a light slash to each one. With the consecutive strike skill from his ring, a single flick was enough to stack 2 layers of poison, which was sufficient. However, having to wait for the enemy to dive before he could hit them meant his efficiency was quite low. But there was no other way. These creatures refused to stay grounded, flying back up after unleashing a set of skills, which was incredibly frustrating. This time, the bat-winged demons caused heavy losses for the players, but the combat results were not ideal. 2 hours passed, and the sky above remained pitch black. At least half of the bat-winged demons were still circling in the air. Ngo Thieu Than had only managed to kill a little over 2,000. However, the demonic beast waves did not seem to wait for the previous one to be cleared before the next arrived. They came every 2 hours. As the players were still grieving over the bat-winged demons above, the ground shook once more. In the distance, dust billowed as a horde of beasts with twin bull horns, long, sharp tusks, and tiger-like bodies covered in spikes charged toward them. Damn it, here they come again. Do they even want us to live? Bastards, how are we supposed to fight? We haven't even finished these disgusting bat-winged demons yet. Brothers of Jinling City, prepare for the city to fall. Shut up with that nonsense. We still have 60 or 70 million people here. What's there to fear? Those in the back? Focus on the flying demons. Those in the front? Meet those crawling vermin head-on. Ngo Thieu then also abandoned the annoying flying monsters and charged directly toward the incoming horde. Chapter 146, High Demons. However, as the vanguard of players collided with the grotesque beasts' monstrosities that appeared half tiger and half eldritch, they were instantly decimated. Even Ngo Thieu then was forced to use Flash just to narrowly escape with his life. What on earth is this? Ngo Thieu then exclaimed in shock. He had lunged into the fray, but before he could even unleash a full combo, his health bar plummeted to a critical level. Terrified, he had blinked away immediately and cast insight upon the creatures. Grievous Tiger Demon. Level 40. Health, 800,000. Physical attack, 5,000. Physical defense, 1,400. Magic defense, 1,400. Movement speed, 1,000. Skill 1, Damage Reflection. Upon taking damage, the attacker suffers an equivalent amount of damage. Skill 2, Sweep. Upon activation, the user gains super armor, becoming immune to crowd control. Sweeps a 10-meter radius for 5 seconds, dealing physical damage to all targets hit. Cooldowned, 1 minute. Damn it, it's damage reflection. Ngo Thieu then muttered, speechless. No wonder his health had dropped so rapidly. This skill was beyond revolting. Even he felt a chill run down his spine. His attack power exceeded 10,000, and that was excluding poison damage. He could deal 60 to 70,000 damage per second, yet his total health was barely over 60,000. It was fortunate he had stopped in time, or he would have literally struck himself dead. Seeing the poison damage numbers ticking away above the head of the grievous tiger demon he had just attacked, Ngo Thieu then found a modicum of comfort. Thankfully, poison damage was not reflected. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he had died. He understood better than anyone just how terrifying his poison damage truly was. Soon enough, the rest of the players were left reeling by the reflection skill. Their faces turned pale with despair. Fighting these creatures was tantamount to suicide. Who would dare to strike them now? Mages and archers fall back and focus on supporting against the dusk-winged demons. Shield bearers and warriors move forward, call for more priests. This battle rests entirely on the priests now. The leaders of the great guilds quickly adjusted their tactics. It had to be admitted that these commanders were exceptionally experienced in the art of war. It was a stroke of luck that priests could earn kill points based on their contribution. Otherwise, not a single one would have agreed to come. As expected, once the formation was adjusted, the battle ceased its immediate collapse, though the situation remained far from optimistic. The shield bearers' attack power was far too low, barely enough to pierce armor, resulting in negligible damage to the tiger demons. An 800,000 horsepower monster would take an eternity to kill at that rate. As for the warriors, though their attack was higher, they were forced to retreat after every single skill rotation to avoid being killed by the reflection. It was an agonizingly stifling way to fight. In contrast, the grievous tiger demons had no such reservations, rampaging through the crowds. With an attack stat of 5,000, they sent players back to the respawn points in droves. The entire battlefield descended into absolute chaos. In the front, the tiger demons swept through the ranks. From above, the dusk-winged demons dived down for the kill. Even the great guilds felt a sense of overwhelming helplessness. At this rate, their lines would eventually shatter. Tsk, it's a mess. I'm afraid we might not hold this wave. Ngo Thieu then sighed. There was nothing he could do about this predicament. If it were a single, powerful boss, he could risk everything to take it down, but in a large-scale melee like this, his capabilities as an assassin were limited. I wonder if there are more waves. If there's another one after this, we might have to give up, he thought to himself. Watching the tiger demons run rampant, Ngo Thieu then silently unequipped all his gear that boosted attack power and pulled out a novice wooden sword. He had never been able to bring himself to throw this sword away, and he never expected it to have a use today. Glancing at his current attack stats, his lip twitched. Why was it still so high? Even with his offensive gear removed, his attack power remained at 5,072. Gritting his teeth, he even unequipped his war god medal. This time his attack dropped to 3,170, though his other attributes suffered significantly as well. There was no other choice. If he didn't lower his attack, he would eventually kill himself with his own blades. With over 3,000 attack power, each strike against a tiger demon dealt only slightly more than 1,000 damage. This was a level of reflected damage Ngo Thieu Than could grudgingly endure. Lashing out into the horde once more, he didn't even dare to activate his 8-position unity skill. It was an area of effect ability. If he phased through the enemies too many times, he might accidentally finish himself off. Instead, he systematically applied poison to each creature, striking each only twice and never a third time. 2 strikes plus his multi-hit passive resulted in 4 stacks of poison, which was enough to ensure their eventual death. Hell, I've never fought such a frustrating battle in my life, Ngo Thieu Than cursed under his breath. At that same moment, deep within the Tiger Roar forest, over a dozen elders with extraordinary auras stood suspended in the air. Each projected a beam of light, and these dozen beams converged upon a grand formation situated amidst some ancient ruins. "Sk. We are still a step too late," one elder remarked. It couldn't be helped. The teleportation arrays between the 4 major capital cities and the secondary cities aren't open yet. "It's already impressive that we arrived this quickly," another elder replied. "I wonder if Jinling City can hold." By the time we arrived, the last wave of demons that escaped must have been level 40. I doubt the adventurers there have even reached level 30. Then so be it. They can only rely on themselves. We cannot interfere in the affairs of a secondary city. Our duty is to reseal this passage. It seems a big one managed to slip through, the first elder noted with a hint of suspicion. "Are you certain?" the others asked in alarm. "I'm not sure. I didn't see it, but when we first arrived, I sensed a lingering trace of an aura in the air," the elder said. The faces of the others grew solemn. If a formidable entity had truly entered the continent of holy light, it would mean great trouble. Perhaps I sensed it wrong. After all, this seal was personally established by the space-time war god. When we arrived, it hadn't been completely destroyed. Theoretically, only low-level demons should have been able to pass. A big one shouldn't have been able to get out. The elder pondered his words.
Let us hope so.
Regardless, we should investigate later. If a powerful foe has indeed infiltrated, we need to be prepared.
Agreed.
Outside Jinling City, the battle remained horrific, with countless white lights of players dying every second. The number of players had plummeted from 60 or 70 million to roughly 40 million. Many from other cities chose not to return after dying. In their eyes, Jinling City was a lost cause, and returning was merely throwing their lives away. Currently, those who remained were either residents of Jinling City or members of the great guilds with substantial foundations. Though their losses were heavy, their gains were immense. Those who had persisted until now had generally gained at least 2 levels, and their bags were overflowing with bronze-tier equipment. Furthermore, the leadership of these guilds were veteran players. They knew that a mission this arduous would surely yield a magnificent reward. If they failed now, all their prior efforts would be for naught. Thus, no matter how great the losses, the great guilds never considered retreating. Members who fell in battle were ordered to spend gold to teleport back to the battlefield immediately. The people of Jinling City were even more resolute. Faced with such a severe penalty for failure, they naturally would not give up. Ngo Thieu Than was currently weaving through the demonic horde, frantically applying poison. However, these last 2 waves seemed specifically designed to counter him. One wave could fly, and the other had damage reflection, making it nearly impossible for him to utilize his full strength. Though his boots possessed the soar skill, the cost of 200 mana per second was sustainable for an escape, but not for prolonged combat. Moreover, the sky was their domain. If he truly took flight, he feared the dusk-winged demons would tear him apart in mid-air. Not far from the battlefield, a tall man dressed in black, with 2 horns protruding from his head, watched the carnage. A strange light flickered in his eyes. He let out a cold laugh, then turned and blurred into the distance, quickly vanishing from the battlefield. Inside Ngo Thieu Than's pet space, Ziyu, who was recovering from her injuries, suddenly frowned. She murmured to herself, "Why do I sense the aura of a high demon?" She wanted to step out and investigate, but she couldn't appear in such a situation. If she were discovered by the others at Jinling City, both she and Ngo Thieu Than would be in significant trouble. Hopefully it's just an illusion, but I'll have to tell this guy to be careful in a moment. Chapter 147, The Strongest Level 25 Monsters. The battle raged on. Players were falling at an alarming rate, yet the number of demonic beasts was also steadily dwindling. Though the rate at which players were sacrificed was utterly disproportionate to that of the beasts, the sheer size of the player army was something the monsters could not match. The title The Fourth Calamity was not just for show. Furthermore, most of those who remained were residents of Jinling City, meaning that even if they died, they could quickly return to the battlefield. Soon, another hour passed. Realizing that no new demonic beasts were appearing, the players finally saw the dawn of victory. If no further waves arrived, then no matter how ferocious the current beasts were, they would eventually be ground down by the players, sheer numbers. As time crept by, the demonic beasts grew increasingly sparse. The double experience points granted by the level 35-40 beasts caused the levels of the participants to skyrocket. Of course, many players had died several times, causing their levels to plummet. After this event, the level gap between players would be completely widened. Those in the top 1,000 of the kill rankings generally gained 3 levels, while those in the top 10 all increased by 4 levels or more. Gradually, the bat-winged demons in the sky were mostly cleared out, but the ground was still crawling with ferocious tiger demons. These monsters deterred many high-damage classes from attacking recklessly, resulting in an agonizingly slow extermination process. However, no matter how slow, they would eventually be wiped out at this rate. Suddenly, a frantic scream erupted on the general channel. "Reinforcements, we need reinforcements. The north gate has been breached. I beg for assistance." Urgent cries for help flooded the general channel in rapid succession. What's happening? Why was it breached now of all times? Everyone was utterly bewildered. Hadn't the most difficult phase already passed? Why would the defense suddenly collapse just as the battle was nearing its end? Ogres, 3 terrifyingly powerful ogres. We can't stop them at all. Ngo Thieu Than knit his brows as he saw the distress signals on the general channel. To fail at this stage would be truly unacceptable. After a moment's thought, he re-equipped all his gear and soared into the air toward the north gate. With the ground packed with players and beasts, travel was difficult, but fortunately he could fly. Whoa, look at that. Who is that? How can he fly? Damn, that's so cool. I have to get a flying skill too. What do you think would happen if I shot him down? Someone asked sourly. You would die a miserable death. Why? Because that's Tran Fong. Fortunately, Ngo Thieu Than was at the east gate, which wasn't too far from the north gate. He accelerated to his limit, finally reaching the northern area before his energy bar was depleted. He spotted the so-called terrifyingly powerful ogres. They were about twice the size of the ones he had encountered before, which wasn't excessively large. However, after Ngo Thieu Than cast an insight spell on them, his lip couldn't help but twitch. Just how many corpses had these things eaten? Ogre? Level 25. Health, 16.5 million. Physical attack, 82,000. Attack speed, 1.8. Physical defense, 8,650. Magic defense, 8,600. Movement speed, 1,200. Skills, Life Steal, Devour Corpse. Skill 3, Spreading Plague. Due to devouring too many corpses, the body has mutated and is surrounded by a plague. The plague spreads to the surroundings, dealing 5,000 fixed damage per second to any target it touches, lasting for 10 seconds. If the target does not leave the plague's range, the duration will be continuously refreshed. Damn, I officially crown you the strongest level 25 monsters. Looking at these attributes, even Ngo Thieu Than felt his scalp tingle. To have 3 of them appear at Onshano, wonder the north gate fell so quickly. The 3 ogres had already smashed through the city gates and were wildly spreading the plague inside. Almost no one could survive more than 3 seconds within the plague. Most died within 2. The damage players dealt to them was a uniform 1, unable to break through their defense. Most despairingly, they possessed the ability to steal life. With an attack power of over 80,000, anyone they touched in the crowd died instantly, and the thousands of health points they regained with every hit kept their health bars constantly full. Damn, this plague is even more disgusting than my poison, Ngo Thieu Than muttered. How is anyone supposed to fight this? With over 80,000 attack power, even with damage reduction, a single hit would shave off over 50,000 health. With an attack speed of nearly 2 strikes per second, Ngo Thieu Than would be logged out instantly if hit twice, not to mention the continuous erosion of the plague. At this point, the northern battlefield had shifted from outside the city to inside. The 3 ogres were incredibly fast, and the plague they left behind lingered in the air for at least 10 seconds. Everywhere near the north gate was now a death zone. It seems I can't just sit and wait. If they reach the respawn point and shatter the resurrection stone, the defense will fail, Ngo Thieu Than thought. Immediately after, he shouted to the crowd, "Healers, heal me. Anyone with buffing skills, cast them on me. Everyone else, back away." Ngo Thieu Than's voice was booming, and many heard him. Some were about to snap back in anger, but someone quickly recognized him. "God, it's the great god Tran Fong. Tran Fong is here, we're saved." "Great, Tran Fong is here. Everyone clear out, all priests assemble." "Right, right. Listen to Tran Fong, priests. Get over here." In Divine Oracle, though many were annoyed by Tran Fong, far more worshipped him blindly, treating him like a god within the game. Especially in this moment of despair, his arrival undoubtedly brought hope to everyone. Soon the others retreated, and priests lined up behind Ngo Thieu Than. A flurry of buffs hit him: attack boosts, defense boosts, and damage reduction. Then, an exquisite woman stepped forward, casting a series of enhancement skills on Ngo Thieu Than that directly overrode the previous states. Dinging, you have received mental blessing from player Ngo Thieu Than. All attributes increased by 20 for 30 seconds. Dinging, you have received mental prayer from player Ngo Thieu Than. HP increased by 10,000, defense increased by 1,000. Dinning, you have received holy light shield from player Ngo Thieu Than. Damage reduction increased by 20 for 30 seconds. Ngo Thieu Than looked back in slight surprise at the familiar woman. He hadn't expected her to have so many enhancement skills. If Tungam also had this many, he would truly be invincible. It seemed he would have to find a way to acquire some for her when he returned. Bolstered by these buffs, Ngo Thieu Than was instantly filled with confidence. He activated extreme speed and lunged toward the three ogres. They were still massacring players. With a movement speed of 1,200, essentially no one could escape them. Ngo Thieu Than's arrival didn't catch their attention. There were too many people. In their eyes, everyone was just a mere ant. Soon, he slipped behind one ogre, his short sword swinging with lightning speed, instantly inflicting 7 stacks of poison. As the monster turned, he had already darted toward the second one. Their speed was much faster than average players, but they still couldn't catch him. He circled the second one, applied 7 stacks of poison, and retreated. By the time he reached the third ogre, it seemed to realize this ant was different. It ignored the others and pounced toward him. Ngo Thieu then tilted his body to dodge. As it prepared to strike again, he unleashed a stunning strike, leaving it dazed. In the blink of an eye, he applied 7 stacks of poison and ran. Despite the buffs, he wanted to avoid being hit as much as possible. Fortunately, these giants had no active skills. Aside from that nauseating spreading plague, they only used basic attacks. While spreading plague drained 5,000 horsepower per second, Ngo Thieu then had the nether bead to recover over 3,000, and countless priests behind him were constantly healing him. As long as he didn't stand still and take a direct beating, he didn't have to worry about dying. Chapter 148, Mission Accomplished. At this moment, every eye was fixed on Ngo Thieu Than as he stood alone against 3 terrifying ogres. This was also the first time everyone truly bore witness to the frightening nature of Tran Fong's talent. Seeing the white damage numbers rising continuously, every second above the heads of the 3 ogres, everyone's jaws dropped in sheer disbelief. This amount of damage was simply preposterous. Is this the true power of great god Tran Fong, who could possibly withstand damage like this? Damn, there were actually fools who wanted to duel him before. They probably thought they could trade a few blows, but they'd likely be logged out before his talent even fully ramped up. Standing right behind the speaker, Ngo Thieu glared angrily, but in the end, he did not make a move. After witnessing Tran Fong's strength with his own eyes, he suddenly realized how ridiculous he had been in the past. This Tran Fong was an existence that utterly defied the natural order. A growth-type talent. But this rate of progression is too terrifying, Ngo Thieu Than murmured to herself. She had learned of Tran Fong's talent last time, and back then, his damage per second had already sent shivers down her spine. She hadn't expected it to soar 4-fold in just a few short days. Such a rate of growth was enough to drive one to despair. Regardless of what others were thinking, Ngo Thieu Than was currently leading the 3 ogres by their noses, kiting them in circles. He had drawn all their aggro, ensuring they no longer attacked anyone else. The remaining players were not idle either. They collectively unleashed their firepower upon the fiery tigers. The tide of battle finally stabilized. Under the pincer attacks of the 3 ogres, every extra strike Ngo Thieu Than made caused his heart to throb. If he were hit by 2 consecutive blows, even the most skilled priest would be unable to save him. Fortunately, after his period of special training under Ngo Thieu Than was more than capable of evading the attacks of melee monsters that lacked lock-on or area of effect skills. Even on the rare occasions when an attack was truly unavoidable, he still held several survival skills in reserve. Finally, after 6 minutes of perilous stalemate, the 3 ogres collapsed to the ground one by one. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, followed by an even more frenzied wave of adoration for Tranfong. Everyone had felt the overwhelming power of those 3 ogres. The fact that great god Tranfong had settled the matter in mere minutes was beyond belief for many. As the 3 ogres were slain, Ngo Thieu Than looked at the 2 pieces of black iron equipment on the ground and the slight increase in his experience bar, his lips twitching. These things were only considered level 25 monsters. In the end, Ngo Thieu Than could only accept this reality helplessly. At least it had only taken 6 minutes, so it wasn't a total waste of his time. Surveying the area and seeing plenty of fiery tigers remaining, Ngo Thieu Than charged back into the fray. Although his position at the top of the rankings was unshakable, he always felt that killing a few more would lead to even richer rewards. Just as Ngo Thieu Than unequipped his gear, intending to continue slaughtering the fiery tigers, a figure approached him from behind. Looking at the woman who had walked up, Ngo Thieu Than asked, "Why are you following me?" "I'm here to heal you. If you kill monsters faster, I can earn more contribution points," Mong Ao Kin Vu replied candidly. Ngo Thieu Than considered it for a moment and did not refuse. This was purely beneficial to him. A priest's kill. Points were not deducted from his own share, but were instead rewarded as extra based on contribution. Soon after, Ngo Thieu Than felt fortunate in his decision. This woman's healing capacity was immense, far surpassing even that of Ngo Tungam. While Tungam could expend a large amount of mana to restore tens of thousands of health points to him at once, she would then fall into a period of downtime. Part of this was due to having too few skills, and the other part was that her mana pool was insufficient. This woman, however, possessed a vast array of healing skills: single-target heals, area of effect heals, continuous regeneration, light chain heals, percentage-based heals. She had no downtime whatsoever, and her buffing skills were incredibly numerous. Furthermore, her mechanical skill was not something Tungam could currently compare to. Her mastery over her skills left Ngo Thieu Than in deep admiration. The way she wove her spells, knowing exactly when to use which skill ensured his health was always full without wasting a single drop of healing. Her positioning was also impeccably precise. She never drew aggro, yet she could always reach him with her heals. Even when he plunged into the thick of the beast tide, it never hindered her spellcasting. This woman is absolutely a top-tier expert. It's almost a waste for her to play a priest, Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. Why do you keep holding that wooden sword? Even though your poison damage is overbearing, wouldn't you kill them faster if your attack power was higher? Mong Ao Kin Vu asked. Are you certain you can keep up with the healing? If I switch weapons, these mobs have damage reflection, Ngo Thieu Than replied. Just give it a try. Seeing Mong Ao Kin Vu's confidence, Ngo Thieu Than equipped his metal and weapon, and his attack power immediately rose above 7,000. After a moment's thought, he also put on the Bloodthirst bracelet. This bracelet possessed a life-steal attribute, which was quite important for him at the moment. After changing his gear, his attack power instantly soared past 8,000. Ngo Thieu then charged into the beast swarm once more. With his increased attack power, his killing efficiency naturally rose significantly, and the reflected damage he sustained increased accordingly. However, even so, his health remained firmly in the green. Impressive? Ngo Thieu then praised inwardly, then sent a party invitation to Mong Ao Kin Vu. While she could gain kill points by healing him, she wouldn't receive experience points otherwise, which was a disadvantage for her. Her strength had earned Ngo Thieu Than's recognition, and he was naturally not stingy. Leveling up was not a difficult task for him anyway. Seeing the party invite, Mong Ao Kin Vu was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled brightly and pressed accept. This guy isn't as heartless as he seems. The two of them swept through the battlefield together. With Mong Ao Kin Vu's assistance, Ngo Thieu Than's killing speed was much faster. They continued the slaughter for another 2 hours until the last of the demonic beasts were completely wiped out. The other city gates had also basically completed their cleanup. Chapter: The Kill Rankings. Glancing at the kill rankings, Ngo Thieu then firmly held the top spot with a commanding lead in kill points. Second place was still Duyan Koi, with a very respectable number of kills. His fire god talent allowed him to thrive like a fish in water in large-scale battles like this. Had the final wave of fiery tigers not possessed such annoying damage reflection, his score likely would have been even higher. Third place went to Vu Fai with 9,846 points. Her damage output was absolutely explosive. Other rankings had shifted, but what shocked everyone the most was the appearance of a priest in the top 10. 10th place, Mong Ao Kin Vu, 7,860 kill points. Not bad at all, the only priest to make it into the top 10. Ngo Thieu Than teased. Mong Ao Kin Vu rolled her eyes and countered, and you're an assassin standing in first place those that make any sense. Ngo Thieu then rubbed his nose awkwardly, offering no rebuttal, and checked his experience. As the level of the monsters had increased toward the end, the experience gained was naturally higher. Under the 2x experience buff, even Ngo Thieu Than stopped complaining. Combined with the massive quantity of monsters, this event had allowed him to jump from level 39 to level 43, with 1.14 million, 10 million experience points. To gain 4 levels at once was undeniably fast. His only regret was that the level of the demonic beasts was too low to trigger Immortal Body. As for equipment, Ngo Thieu Than hadn't picked up a single piece throughout the entire battle. He felt that the time spent looting was better spent killing more monsters. The highest tier dropped was only bronze equipment. With the 2x drop rate, the amount of loot was staggering. Once the event concluded, bronze gear would surely flood the market, making it nearly impossible to sell.
Right, at that moment, several server-wide announcements rang out.
Server announcement: congratulations to the players of the China server for successfully defending Kim Lang City. The system rewards all participating players with 1 level up. Furthermore, the system will distribute corresponding rewards based on the kill rankings. Server announcement: the mission shop is now open. Players may use their kill points to exchange for items in the shop. Server announcement: as a player has reached level 40, the level 40 Dungeon Emperor's Tomb is now open. Players who have reached level 40 may go forth to challenge it. Chapter 149, God Slayer. Upon hearing the continuous server-wide announcements, cheers erupted from every corner. This city defense mission had been exceedingly difficult. Without the reinforcements from other main cities, it would have been impossible to hold the stronghold. The death toll for this mission exceeded at least 80 million, with many players dying and respawning several times. Fortunately, the system directly rewarded everyone with a single level, which compensated for much of the loss. Those who had never fallen and those listed on the kill ranking were undoubtedly the greatest victors. With the system's level reward added after the mission concluded, even someone as high-leveled as Ngo Thieu Than had risen by 5 levels, reaching level 44 with 1.14 million, out of 11 million experience points. Glancing at the level rankings, the list had undergone an earth-shattering transformation following the mission. Rank 1, Tran Fong, level 44 Assassin. Rank 2, Vu Fai, level 38 Archer. Rank 3, Du Yun Koi, level 38 Mage. Rank 4, Tuyet Ni, level 37 Mage. Rank 5, Quan Lam, level 37 Archer. Rank 6, Fong Yuet Vo Tin, level 37 Mage. Rank 7, then Vuong, level 37 Warrior. Rank 8, Fan Thien, level 36 Mage. Rank 9, Thungiet Vo Bien, level 36 Mage. Rank 10, then Shu, level 36 Warrior. In the top 10 of the level rankings, except for Tran Fong and 2 warriors, the rest were entirely composed of mages and archers. This mission had directly catalyzed the rise of mages and archers. Even then Vuong, who usually occupied the top 3, had fallen to 7th place. Sex, it's a pity Tungam is at school. Otherwise, she probably could have gained several levels. It seems ill have to find a way for her to take a leave of absence. There is no telling when in-game abilities might manifest in the real world. Eventually, the game will be what matters most, Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. Ding, congratulations, you have secured first place on the kill ranking for this mission. Due to your outstanding performance, the system rewards you with a special gift. We hope you will continue your efforts. Following the system notification, Ngo Thieu then quickly discovered a golden gift box had appeared in his backpack. Golden? Ngo Thieu Than's eyes widened, and his breathing grew rapid. Golden anything associated with this color was no ordinary item. One only had to look at the immortal body and the thunder body he possessed to know that golden items were absolutely heaven-defying existences. Ngo Thieu Than's hand trembled as he reached out to open the gift box. A streak of brilliance flashed, and Ngo Thieu then heard a system prompt that made his heart nearly stop. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the divine artifact God Slayer. A divine artifact. Ngo Thieu then nearly lost his composure. He hurriedly checked his backpack, where a strangely shaped short sword sat quietly, radiating a dense, murderous aura. God Slayer, level 1, growable. Quality, divine artifact. Physical attack, 100. Critical hit rate, 1. Attack speed, 1. Lifesteal 1. Defense penetration 1. Additional attributes strength 10. Agility 10. Constitution 5. Physique 5. Spirit 5. Intelligence 5. Additional skill lethal strike when attacking. There is a chance to deal double damage, a 1 chance to deal triple damage, and a 0.1 chance to deal 5 times the damage. Lethal strike can stack with critical hits. Further additional skills can be unlocked as the equipment level increases. Equipment requirement, Assassin. Growth value, 0-100, can devour other equipment to gain growth value. It's actually a growable divine artifact. Ngo Thieu Than was beyond ecstatic. Groutable meant it would never become obsolete, making it far more precious than an ordinary divine artifact. Although the attributes seemed modest now, one had to remember this was only at level 1. Once the level increased, those stats would become terrifying. This is incredible. My desperate efforts to defend the city weren't in vain, Ngo Thieu Than murmured. He checked his Qiankun ring, only to feel a bit awkward when he realized he didn't have much equipment left. Only 16 pieces of bronze gear he had picked up from the unicorns, and a few items dropped by the Unicorn King. He pulled out a level 45 bronze item at random and placed it in. Dinging, confirm, devouring.
Yes.
Shortly after, the bronze equipment vanished, and Ngo Thieu Than saw the growth value of the short sword jump directly to 90 points. Ngo Thieu Than smiled. Upgrading seemed simple enough. He placed another piece in. Godslayer rose to level 2, and the growth value became 0200. What was my overflow value? Swallowed Ngo Thieu Than was speechless. Logically, if one piece gave 90 points, 2 pieces should have been 180 points. After leveling up, there should have been 80 points remaining, yet it was all gone. Whatever, it was just a piece of bronze equipment anyway, Ngo Thieu Than thought. He then fed it 3 more pieces. Sure enough, Godslayer reached level 3. The excess points vanished again, and the growth value reset to 0300. Before long, Ngo Thieu Than had exhausted all 16 pieces of bronze equipment. Godslayer reached level 4 with a growth value of 18,500. Alright, I take back what I said. This thing is a total bloodsucker. Ngo Thieu Than began to feel the pressure. To raise Godslayer to a high level, it seemed he would need to burn through a massive amount of gear. He looked at what remained, only 4 silver items, 2 gold items, and 2 dark gold items, all dropped by the Unicorn King. Ngo Thieu Than couldn't bear to let Godslayer devour them. These items could be sold for a fortune. If I'd known, I would have picked up more gear earlier, Ngo Thieu Than said with regret. He then examined the attributes of the level 4 Godslayer. The growth was indeed frightening. Godslayer level 4 Divine Artifact. Physical attack 400. Critical hit rate 4. Attack speed 4. Lifesteal 4. Defense penetration 4. Additional attributes strength 40. Agility 40. Constitution 20. Physique 20. Spirit 20. Intelligence 20. Even at level 4, it was clear that this equipment would shine brilliantly in the future. He put Godslayer back into the Qiankun ring. Though he desperately wanted to upgrade it immediately, he had no choice but to wait since he was out of fodder. Once he went out to farm more items, he would surely be able to replace the shadow blade he was currently using. Seeing Meng Ao Kin Vu beside him with a look of pure joy, Ngo Thieu Than asked curiously, "What did you get from your box?" Meng Ao Kin Vu did not hide it. She directly flourished a red skill book in front of Ngo Thieu Than. Then, healing the dying and wounded consumes 500 mana to cast an aura on a target for 10 seconds. If the target is defeated within those 10 seconds, they will be resurrected at full status. If they are not defeated, the target's health will be fully restored after the 10 seconds expire. Cooldowned, 10 minutes. Seeing this skill, Ngo Thieu Than felt a sudden urge to tie this woman to his side forever. This was the true definition of absolute security. Noticing Ngo Thieu Than's expression, Meng Ao Kin Vu laughed. "You weren't planning to ask me to be your personal priest, are you?" Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his nose and replied half-jokingly, "I actually did have that thought." Meng Ao Kin Vu smiled and said, "It would be an honor to be the personal priest for the #1 expert of Divine Oracle, but unfortunately I have a group of sisters I need to look after. I can't leave them so ill have to apologize." "Haha, it's fine. I was just joking. I wouldn't dare take the guild leader of the Mongao Guild as my personal priest. It'd probably be hacked to death in the streets," Ngo Thieu Than laughed. He only said it in passing. He already had Tungam by his side. Although her mechanics were a bit lacking and she wasn't online, most of the time, she was his sister. There was no need to worry about ulterior motives or loot distribution. Though this woman gave him a good impression, they had only met twice. It hadn't reached the point where he actually wanted her to be his private priest. Thank you very much for today. Without you, I wouldn't have made it into the top 10. Though I can't be your personal priest, feel free to call on me if you ever need anything. Now that the teleportation gates between cities are open, traveling is quite convenient, Mong Ao Kin Vu said.
All right.
Ngo Thieu then nodded. The two added each other as friends, and then Mong Ao Kin Vu took her leave. Chapter 150, Phantom Wings. After Mong Ao Kin Vu departed, Ngo Thieu then went straight to the mission shop. This was a shop opened specifically for this event, where players could use killing points to exchange for items. Upon opening the shop interface, he found himself dazzled by a vast array of goods, ranging from equipment and skill books to even experience points. Every single killing point could be exchanged for 1,000 experience points. Good thing I wasn't lazy, Ngo Thieu Than muttered to himself as he scanned the mountain of items. He glanced over the exchange rates for equipment. 10 points for a level 40 bronze grade item, 50 points for a level 40 silver grade, 200 points for a level 40 gold grade, 5,000 points for a level 40 dark gold grade, 5,000 points for a level 40 platinum grade, and 20,000 points for a level 40 diamond grade item. Seeing this, Ngo Thieu then felt his heart ache. This mission was so lucrative that the fact Tuangam hadn't been able to participate felt like losing hundreds of millions of dollars. The rewards were simply too bountiful. I can't let this happen again. Once I'm back, I must tell her to focus on the game and stop going to school, Ngo Thieu Than thought. His current killing points were more than enough to exchange for 1 diamond item and 2 platinum items, but he bypassed the equipment to look at other goods. He could always farm equipment later, and level 40 gear was a bit low for him anyway, considering he already had several level 50 pieces. As for skills, the highest available were orange tier skills, which cost 10,000 killing points. However, after searching for a while and finding nothing that caught his eye, he continued scrolling down. He saw several things he wanted to buy: a skill scroll for 2,000 points, a skill extraction scroll for 3,000 points, and a refinement potion for 5,000 points. These were all practical items that he desperately needed. Let's wait a bit more and see if there's anything else. Ngo Thieu then continued to scroll until a certain item at the very bottom caught his attention. It bore a staggering price tag of 30,000 killing points. This was likely the most valuable item in the entire mission shop. He quickly checked its description. Phantom Wings, a special item. Requires soul binding to activate its attributes. A soul binding item? Ngo Thieu Than was overjoyed. Others might not understand, but he knew all too well. Items that required soul binding could be brought into the real world. Even if its attributes were mediocre, that characteristic alone was enough for him to choose it. With a price of 30,000 points, he was likely the only person on the entire server who could afford it. Ngo Thieu then purchased it immediately. With his remaining 2,166 points, he bought 1 skill scroll and spent another 160 points on 16 super mana potions for Ngo Thieu Than, restoring 2,000 points per second for 10 seconds. Tuangam often ran low on mana. With these potions and her mana orb, she would be much better off, providing an extra layer of security when fighting bosses. With 6 points remaining, and true to his spirit of wasting nothing, he exchanged them for 6,000 experience points. After exhausting his killing points, Ngo Thieu then looked excitedly at the phantom wings he had just acquired. It was a tiny object that resembled a pair of wings. The soul binding process was familiar to him. After sacrificing 10,000 health points, the process was swiftly completed. He hurriedly checked the attributes. Phantom Wings, special item. Trait manifests a pair of ethereal wings on the back, allowing the user to fly through the sky. A flight item, Ngo Thieu Than froze, then erupted in delight. If hit the jackpot. Though the soar skill on his boots allowed him to fly, the cost was too high, and the cooldown was a lengthy 5 minutes. These phantom wings clearly cost nothing to use and allowed for free flight in the air. Most importantly, it was a soul-bound item. Seeing people everywhere around him, making it inconvenient to test, Ngo Thieu then scanned his surroundings and decided to log out. Stepping out of his room and into the main hall, Ngo Thieu then whispered in his mind, "Phantom wings." Immediately he felt something behind him. Turning his head, he saw a pair of ethereal wings emitting a faint light, fluttering gently at his back. They were hauntingly beautiful. It actually works. Flushed with excitement, Ngo Thieu then commanded the wings to flap once. His body instantly left the floor. Thud, a loud crash echoed through the room. Ngo Thieu then slammed directly into the ceiling before falling back to the floor. He sat there clutching his head and wincing in pain. Damn, that hurts. Why is this thing so fast? Whatever, go try it outside. Ngo Thieu then scrambled up, brushed himself off as if nothing happened, and opened the door to leave. It was nearly dark. Ngo Thieu then went to find a place to eat first. Although he wasn't physically hungry due to the nutrient solution, his palate was bored after days of not eating real food. At the same time, not far from his house, a man under a tree lowered his binoculars and grumbled, "Damn it, he finally came out. What a total shut-in." Over 10 minutes later, Thieu then finished his meal and walked toward a desolate area. Fortunately, the house he had bought was in a remote location. Had he bought a place in the city center, finding a secluded spot would have been harder than climbing to heaven. After walking for about 20 minutes, he reached a wasteland without a soul in sight. After confirming he was alone, he summoned the phantom wings. With a powerful beat of the wings, he soared into the sky in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the man watching him widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with sheer terror and disbelief. He pinched himself hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming, then looked back at the sky. But by then, there was no longer anyone to be seen. I must be hallucinating from lack of sleep, he comforted himself. But if it was an illusion, where did he go? He looked around, but the target was long gone. Could it not be an illusion? He recalled the scene. No hallucination could be that vivid. After a moment's thought, he decided to hide in a patch of tall grass. Regardless of whether it was real, he wanted to wait and see. Ngo Thieu then played in the air for a long time, not landing until he was fully satisfied, his face still beaming with excitement. Amazing, he cheered internally. The phantom wings were incredibly fast and agile in the air, and they could fly very high. It had taken him quite some time to master the flight maneuvers. In high spirits, he strolled back home. With the phantom wings, even if Ziyu didn't show up, he no longer feared anyone with ill intentions. After Ngo Thieu then left, the man crawled out of the grass, trembling.
He really
can fly. He immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. It was answered almost instantly. What did you find out?
Vuong Thieu.
He's not human. The man stammered, his voice failing him. Not human. Did he assault you? Vuong Thieu asked, eyes wide.
No.
No, he.
He can fly, the man said, shaking uncontrollably. Fly my ass. Do you take me for a fool? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. God damn it. Are you going to tell me he grew a pair of wings next? Yes, Vuong Thieu. You saw it too. Saw your mother. I told you to investigate a man, not tell me fairy tales. Can you do the job or not? If not, get lost. Vuong Thieu roared in anger. Yes, this job. I can't do it. Leaving right now, the man said hurriedly. Trembling as he hung up, the man looked around and bolted in the opposite direction. That guy is definitely not human. If he finds out I was spying on him, will he kill me to keep me quiet? Meanwhile, in a luxury villa in Xianxia City, Vuong Thieu nearly smashed his phone but managed to restrain himself. Recalling everything that had happened recently, Vuong Thieu suddenly felt a cold chill rise from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This is truly sinister.